Qin Xiaoyu, do you even have a shred of humanity left? Qin Feng's eyes jerked open wide, veins bulging across his face as his expression filled with shock, anger, and bitter disappointment. He never imagined that the sister he had cared for so devotedly would betray him. As he recalled the events that had transpired just moments ago, his heart grew cold and desolate. No one knew that Qin Feng was actually a transmigrator. Orphaned as a child, he had been adopted by a loving couple. When he was 5, they gave birth to a baby girl, Qin Xiaoyu. His parents never showed any favoritism, and in turn, he cared for his younger sister with meticulous devotion. When their parents passed away in a car accident when he was 18, Qin Feng shouldered the responsibilities of adult life and taking care of his sister all on his own. The turning point came the year Qin Xiaoyu entered college. The arrival of the game Forsaken Abyss changed the world forever. In this game, killing monsters extended one's lifespan, and players could bring game abilities into reality. Society was turned on its head, with the strong capable of standing up to tanks on the battlefield. Fighting their way through hordes of threats, Qin Feng and his sister rose to become one of the top 100 players globally. They even retrieved an ancient artifact, the Eye of an Elder God, from a cosmic deity's ruins, earning Qin Feng the qualifications to ascend to the very peak. But never did he anticipate that his one trusted kin, his sister Qin Xiaoyu, would strike him down. He had let down his guard completely. The drink he'd consumed had been laced with a treacherous concoction, soul-drifting water. Paralyzed from head to toe, Qin Feng could only watch helplessly as Qin Xiaoyu appeared before him, speaking coldly while harboring betrayal in her heart. "You've controlled me my whole life, suffocating me," she said. "You detested Song Fei and forbade me from seeing him, making me miss out on so much. Today, brother Song Fei came to me himself. He told me that as long as I helped him get your Elder God's Eye, he'd surpass you in strength, and no one would be able to stop us." Qin Feng, now forced into a disembodied state, watched in horror as Qin Xiaoyu, brimming with excitement, personally gouged out his eyes. With chilling laughter, she promised that Song Fei would find him a new pair, only if he stayed out of their way forever. After obtaining the artifact, Qin Xiaoyu left in exhilaration. Little did she know, Song Fei had slipped a deadly toxin into the cursed water she used on Qin Feng. Before long, Qin Feng's life faded completely. When his consciousness stirred again, he opened his eyes to find himself lying in a small bedroom. Sunlight streamed gently through the window, and everything was peaceful. To his shock, he found that he had returned to 9 years ago. He had been reborn. As memories of his past life rushed back, Qin Feng's eyes turned icy, his gaze sharp with renewed determination. Song Fei. In that timeline, Song Fei was nothing more than a trainee musician, yet Qin Xiaoyu had become an obsessive fan, caught up in rebellious pursuits. Qin Feng had forbidden her from staying out all night, going to bars, or smoking. When Forsaken Abyss descended upon the world, he never let her team up with strangers, personally ensuring her safety and guiding her through every step of leveling up. But Qin Xiaoyu saw all this as her freedom being stifled. He vividly recalled the day before Forsaken Abyss descended. Qin Xiaoyu had thrown a tantrum because she'd wanted to attend Song Fei's concert. However, she had an advanced calculus exam coming up, so Qin Feng had outright refused her. She ended up sneaking off to the concert anyway. Originally, Qin Feng had planned to wait for her apology, but by the next morning, Forsaken Abyss had arrived unannounced. Thinking of her safety, he had immediately sought her out. He spent the following years protecting her, ensuring she never endured any real hardship. Many people envied her for having such an incredible brother. In the end, though, she betrayed him brutally, even sacrificing him for the sake of an idol. Qin Feng let out a cold laugh. "Qin Xiaoyu, I never thought you'd be this stupid. You not only stole the Elder God's Eye but handed it over to someone else. Did you really believe Song Fei cared for you? Loved you?" Another cold sneer curled on his lips. When Forsaken Abyss arrived, Song Fei amounted to nothing more than a second-rate character. "He couldn't hold a candle to me back then, and he won't even be worth my notice now. In 9 years, he never had any contact with either of us. Yet as soon as I obtained the Elder God's Eye, he suddenly appeared. His motives were as transparent as glass, and yet you somehow convinced yourself it was love." In his past life, Qin Feng gave up countless opportunities and prospects for Qin Xiaoyu's safety. He deliberately avoided numerous high-risk zones simply to keep her out of danger. Had he not, his ranking wouldn't have been limited to the top 100. He could have climbed much higher. If she had thought his protection was a burden, binding her freedom, then so be it. This time around, he'd treat her as though she didn't even exist. Without the dead weight of a thankless sister, his potential would face no limits. Anyone daring enough to betray him, Qin Feng never showed mercy. But Qin Xiaoyu was, after all, his adoptive parents' biological daughter. For their sake, he decided to grant her one last pardon in this lifetime. From here forward, Her fate would rest solely in her own hands. As for Song Fei, he had become Qin Feng's priority kill target. Free of Qin Xiaoyu's baggage, Qin Feng felt as though shackles had been lifted for the very first time. A rare sense of exhilaration filled him as he anticipated how far he could go now that he was unrestrained. Just then, a mechanical voice suddenly echoed within his mind, and mysterious characters appeared before his eyes. Activation of Eye of Judgment in progress. You have obtained Judgment Authority. He froze in place. The Elder God's Eye? The Eye of Judgment, an ancient relic of cosmic origin. It was bound to me. Even prying it from my skull couldn't undo its link. And now, with my rebirth, it's been returned to me. In his previous life, he was never able to fully activate it. Yet now, through his rebirth, the activation had begun. As he closed his eyes in curiosity, he could see within the depths of darkness a giant eye staring back at him from the void, its gaze unyielding. A line of text emerged alongside it. Eye of Judgment activated. Unique attribute, Judgment Authority. Judgment Authority, the primal authority of the universe, transcending rules and order, cannot be manually triggered. Passive effects are active. Passive effect. Upon entering Forsaken Abyss, you will automatically receive the highest grade talent. Qin Feng's breath caught in disbelief. Asterisk rules and order. Those were the pinnacle forces of Forsaken Abyss. Asterisk. In his previous life, it was only by the 7th year that someone barely began to graze the boundaries of such power. Threshold. No one across the entire planet had truly obtained the power of order. And now, he had directly acquired the primordial authority that stood above it all. Although he couldn't actively wield this authority just yet, its passive effects had already granted him the highest tier talent the moment he entered the game. In his past life, he had managed to secure an emerald grade talent, which ranked in the 7th tier. Talent grades were divided into 13 tiers: inferior, common, bronze, silver, gold, platinum, emerald, diamond, epic, legendary, mythic, ancient, and immortal. Did this mean that this time, he could directly obtain an immortal grade talent? Even with just emerald grade talent, he had managed to rank among the global top 100. So what about immortal grade? Qin Feng's heart raced with anticipation. It was unimaginable. He pulled out his phone to check the time. 8 a.m. sharp. The Forsaken game had arrived quietly. In his past life, Qin Feng had been mercilessly scolded by his boss for arriving late to work. It wasn't until midday that he learned of the Forsaken game's launch, prompting him to rush to the school to apologize to his sister, Qin Xiaoyu. That chaos took up the better part of the day. It wasn't until nighttime that he could join the game with her, wasting an entire day of progress. Now reborn on this very day, Qin Feng planned to seize every second, wasting no time at all. Starting at 8 a.m. today, the moment any adult falls asleep, their consciousness will immediately enter the forsaken lands of the gods, where they can only operate within the game. Their bodies in the real world become intangible, visible to others but untouchable, existing in a different dimension. In the real world, they're invincible. This bizarre occurrence had caused the Forsaken game to skyrocket in popularity overnight, spreading across the globe in less than half a day. Fortunately, I suffer from insomnia and always keep sleeping pills at hand. Qin Feng didn't hesitate. He took the pills immediately and lay down, ready to jump ahead in the game's progress. He eagerly anticipated the highest tier talent awaiting him. At Zhanghai Normal University, autumn leaves blanketed the campus pathways as students hurried to their classes. Qin Xiaoyu, dressed in a flowing white dress with long, fluttering hair, walked toward the classroom with her short-haired best friend. Her friend asked, "Xiaoyu, aren't you planning to apologize to your brother? Yesterday, we skipped the exam to watch the concert. He's probably furious." Qin Xiaoyu dismissed her friend's concerns without a care. "He's not even my real brother. Why should he stop me from going? He's way too controlling." Her friend expressed envy. "He treats you so well. Other than being a bit strict with you, he buys you everything. I really envy you for having a brother like him." Xiaoyu pouted. "I have most of my parents' inheritance. I'd be just fine without him." The two of them entered the classroom, blissfully unaware that Qin Feng was no longer the obedient brother she could easily boss around. Neither of them knew that disaster was already quietly descending upon the world. In some places, videos were already surfacing of people whose bodies appeared vague or translucent while they slept. Strange and abnormal occurrences. However, the deeper truths behind the Forsaken game wouldn't spread for several more hours. Qin Feng, meanwhile, had already fallen asleep. His consciousness entered into a dark void. As expected, this is all so familiar. The surroundings were pitch black, with only gray-white light converging into text. "Welcome to the Forsaken game. You will enter the Forsaken lands of the gods. Please choose your class. After selection, you will receive a talent that matches your class. Good luck." A roulette will materialize before him. It displayed basic classes: warrior, mage, priest, archer, assassin, and a random class option, which carried a small chance of granting a hidden class. In his past life, he had chosen warrior to better protect Qin Xiaoyu. Warriors excelled in survivability but were too slow in farming monsters, which wasn't suitable for his current approach. Now, with the highest grade talent in hand, any class he chose would be powerful. He decided to gamble on the random class option. He selected it, and the roulette spun. The pointer landed in a section marked by a question mark. Hidden class. Qin Feng's heart raced with excitement. A black symbol manifested. It resembled the Greek letter phi, with extensions resembling sharp blades above and below, exuding a murderous aura. Congratulations. You have obtained the class, Shadow Unique. Shadow, a singular hidden class, the Reaper within darkness. Passive 1, stealth duration is doubled. Passive 2, +1 stealth level. Passive 3, any attack that the enemy cannot see deals double damage. Shadow, a unique hidden class. Qin Feng was ecstatic. This is the god of solo play. In his past life, he had seen someone acquire the Shadow class, but that individual had been killed early on, preventing him from witnessing its later stage power. But just from these 3 passives, the class's survival ability was already maxed out. In the Forsaken game, the most crucial thing was survival. Each death reduced the player's lifespan by half, as lifespan served as both a resource and currency. Dying was a catastrophic loss. When a player's lifespan hit 0 or they were killed in reality, they faced permanent death. Even transferring equipment from the game to the real world required lifespan consumption. Survival was paramount, but damage was equally vital, and the Shadow class excelled in both. With its stealth abilities, any ambush would deal double damage. This singular hidden class was leagues beyond the ordinary warrior he'd chosen in his past life. Once developed, even the tankiest warriors wouldn't withstand a strike from him. He turned his gaze to review the starting skills. Skill 1, Shadow Concealment, inferior, grants 8 seconds of invisibility. Attacking or taking damage reveals you. First strike deals +30% damage. Cooldown, 30 seconds. Skill 2, Backstab Enhancement, inferior, increases backstab damage by +10%. Both were the lowest grade inferior skills. However, thanks to the class's passives, his invisibility duration was doubled to 16 seconds. The 30-second cooldown was a minor letdown. It wasn't quite enough for limitless stealth. He wasn't anticipated. As a top-tier hidden profession, the Shadow class offered more impressive initial stat bonuses compared to regular classes. The extra 8 points in agility alone spoke volumes. Agility was the primary stat for this class, directly enhancing his movement speed, reaction time, and attack precision. 5 free attribute points to allocate. Qin Feng muttered to himself, his fingers hovering over the panel. His previous life experience in the game gave him a clear understanding. Focusing on the profession's strengths was key. For the Shadow class, agility was the dominant stat, while strength and critical hit-like abilities came as secondary considerations. Without hesitation, he distributed all 5 points into agility. Agility, 10 plus 8, 10 plus 13. Actual agility total, 23. With 23 agility this early, I'm already ahead of the curve. Qin Feng's lips curled into a confident smirk. This was unquestionably a god-tier start. He briefly skimmed through the sidebar notifications, but was interrupted by movements nearby. The other players in the square were already panicking and exchanging heated discussions about the desolate environment, the oppressive atmosphere, and the unknown risks that awaited them beyond the borders of the peaceful zone. Some were calling out for teammates, while others hesitated on the edges of the town, unsure if stepping outside would bring trouble. Qin Feng, however, paid no mind to their hesitation. None of them mattered to him. One clear advantage of starting with the game-altering, infinite evolution, talent was the utter self-sufficiency it granted. The necessity of relying on teams was a burden he could completely avoid. This would only make his path to the top all the more streamlined. Turning his gaze toward the outskirts of Shell Town, he whispered to himself, "The sooner I hunt, the sooner I rise." Leaving the flustered players behind, Qin Feng strode purposefully to the town's exit. Crossing over into the wilderness marked his official beginning in the cursed world of the gods' abandonment, a world where the weak perished fast and only the ruthless survived. The air outside the town was thick, acrid, and stifling, only amplifying the sense of danger. The silver moonlight illuminated barren rocks and twisted trees scattered sparsely across cracked, sunken earth. What really stood out, though, were shapes moving at the very edge of the darkness, low-level monsters patrolling the wild. Qin Feng squinted to assess his distance from the nearest one. It appeared to be a wretched goblin, a low-level creature with ragged cloth armor and hooked claws. For most players, encountering such a foe fresh out of the starting zone would invite caution or even fear. For Qin Feng, it was the perfect opportunity. He activated Stealth, the ordinary version of the skill he had evolved earlier. Stealth, ordinary conceals the user for 16 seconds. Attacking or being attacked breaks concealment. First strike, damage bonus, plus 90. Cooldown, 26 seconds. The world blurred around him, and his figure melted into the darkness, almost as if he had never been there. Manifesting one of the Shadow Profession's signature strengths, Qin Feng became an invisible predator, closing in on his prey. The unsuspecting goblin grumbled to itself, its beady eyes surveying its surroundings nervously as it prowled the area. But in less than 2 short strides, Qin Feng had positioned himself directly behind it, silent as the void. When his dagger pierced forward, there was no warning. Backstab. Critical triggered 113 damage dealt. The goblin let out a shrill cry but collapsed on the spot before it could retaliate, its corpse crumpling limply to the ground. Qin Feng didn't even spare it a glance. His focus was on the system notifications that had immediately appeared. You have successfully killed Wretched Goblin. Obtain 3 evolution points. 3 points from a single kill, Qin Feng murmured, satisfied. And that's not even a boss. His excitement flared as he glanced at his new total. Current evolution points, 4. Spending points to strengthen skills immediately crossed his mind, but he suppressed the impulse. After all, the higher opportunity lay further. To maximize efficiency with the infinite evolution talent early on, Qin Feng would need to prioritize scouring the areas ahead for heavyweight mobs, or mini-bosses, that dropped evolution points in far greater amounts. He had to become stronger fast. This was not just about breaking past competitors, but securing an exponential, uncapped growth no other player could imagine. That meant no time wasted in these early stages. With a fleeting smile, Qin Feng adjusted his grip around his dagger, moving forth into the wilderness without hesitation. The moon hung ominously above as his shadow melted into the terrain once more, a harbinger of fear that no lowly creature would escape for long. The warrior stat from the previous life was overpowered, with plus 8 to agility, plus 5 to spirit, and plus 3 each to strength and constitution. He clearly understood what the attributes represented. Strength affected attack power, constitution influenced defense and health, agility dictated speed and skill execution, while spirit governed elemental resistance and elemental attacks. Most players preferred to allocate points to strength or spirit, but in reality, agility was the most critical. Early survival depended entirely on speed. Without speed, one couldn't eliminate monsters without getting hurt. After all, dying once meant losing half of one's lifespan, and lack of speed would lead to a miserable death. Qin Feng decisively added all 5 points to agility. With his stealth abilities that came with 90 points of ambush attack power, he lacked output power far less than he lacked speed. Combat stats quickly updated. Health, 130. Physical attack, 13, plus 10. Physical defense, 13. All elemental resistance, 15. Qin Feng's base physical attack was at 23 points, 13 of which were derived from his strength attribute, while the other 10 points came from the bonus of his beginner weapon. Every new player entering the Forsaken Realm received a low-quality starter weapon based on their profession. Scrap Iron Dagger, poor quality attack power plus 10. Qin Feng toyed with the dagger in his hand. In his previous life, even though he focused on training as a warrior, he had used daggers before. However, using mismatched weapons only allowed about 70% of its potential to be utilized. His eyes swept over his physical attack stat, 23 points. That was the standard for an average beginner's initial setup. Now consider that his stealth ability could unleash a burst of 90 unblockable attack points. Its terrifying power was self-evident. Without hesitation, Qin Feng prepared to venture out to hunt monsters. Leveling up and evolution points could only be earned through slaughtering numerous creatures. What most didn't realize was that monsters in the Forsaken Realm didn't just sit idly waiting to be slain. On the contrary, players stepping out of the safe zone immediately became walking lifespans in the monster's eyes. The creatures actively hunted players, draining their lifespans and growing stronger in the process. Lifespan comes in 2 types, tradable and non-tradable. Non-tradable lifespans were strictly for sustaining life. For instance, Qin Feng currently had 75 years of non-tradable lifespan. However, tradable lifespan had numerous applications. It could be exchanged for resources, extracted to obtain equipment or skills in the real world, and even granted supernatural powers. Tradable lifespan only existed in monsters. Similarly, creatures robbed lifespan from players to evolve by killing them. Having lived through this once before, Qin Feng understood all of this clearly. Leaving the town meant stepping into dangerous territories, where one could easily become prey hunted by monsters. Weak players were perpetually the prey. For many, surviving on their own was struggle enough, let alone turning the tables against the monsters. Once a person's lifespan was drained dry by monsters, all they could do was await death. In truth, monsters in the Forsaken Realm were essentially other players. Only ones who conformed to the law of survival of the fittest, where strength determined life or death. In his past life, reaching prominence was a near impossible feat for Qin Feng, not to mention the fact that he'd been dragged down by Qin Xiaoyu. This time, I'll solo everything. My growth will definitely outpace everyone else's, Qin Feng thought to himself. Clutching the dagger, he headed toward the outer edge of the town. On his way, he noticed a few scattered players gathering together. A chubby guy stood looking around with a puzzled expression. Where is this? Forsaken by the gods, or something? I just pulled an all-nighter. How the hell did I end up here? Next to him, a bespectacled young man looked equally dazed. Same here. I was playing a game before suddenly showing up in this place. The chubby guy continued with his banter, but Qin Feng ignored them completely. After all, the players of the initial wave were all clueless. All of a sudden, several beams of white light illuminated the area before Qin Feng. 5 players materialized at the respawn point, looking as though they'd just suffered a full wipeout. Most notably, the girl in a black short-sleeved shirt with a ponytail had an especially grim expression. Their team's remaining lifespan had already been halved. That monster's too savage. It takes away half our health in a single hit. We can't fight it at all. We ganged up on a level 1 monster with 5 people and only shaved off a third of its health. How did we get wiped out so quickly? Sister pair, what now? All the players turned to the black short-sleeved girl who was wielding a battered longbow. Her appearance fit the profile of an archer, but Qin Feng instantly recognized her as someone with a hidden class. Ordinary archers started with short bows, not longbows. This detail alone explained why she had taken the role of the team leader. If we can't beat it, we just need to recruit one more person, said the ponytailed girl, sister pair, directing her gaze toward Qin Feng. This guy seems to have a hidden profession. Let's invite him to join our party. With more people, there's more strength. Our party's max limit is 6 people, and we're still 1 short. Her judgment was spot on. The dagger wielded by her team's assassin was completely different from the beginner dagger Qin Feng was holding. At that moment, a soft-spoken, long-haired girl stepped forward to engage Qin Feng. Big brother, want to team up? The monsters outside are too strong, and we've already died once. We have the experience now. Hearing her, Qin Feng nearly laughed. That experience was merely the experience of dying pointlessly. Without a word, he shook his head and headed directly out of the town, rejecting the offer to team up. Sister pair and the 3 male players behind her all looked disgruntled. Who would have thought this dagger-wielding man would turn them down so bluntly? Even more unexpected was the fact that Qin Feng actually intended to leave town alone. Someone muttered under their breath. He's going out there by himself? We couldn't even beat those monsters with 5 people. Another added, don't forget, he's got a hidden profession. Maybe he has enough speed to escape. The group chuckled softly but didn't overthink it. Only sister pair seemed to take a deeper interest. The machine scanned Qin Feng's information and saw his codename, Shadow. With a sneer, she mocked, trying to act all mysterious. Huh? Let's follow him and see how he dies. Maybe we'll learn something about these monsters. She quietly led her team to trail him, primarily aiming to observe and learn. Qin Feng reached the edge of the small town, where a shabby wooden fence marked the boundary between safety and the danger zone. He noticed Sister Pair's group following him from a distance and immediately activated his stealth skill, Shadow Veil, disappearing without a trace in an instant. The group was stunned. They looked around frantically but couldn't spot him. The male assassin in the team was dumbfounded. He went invisible right at the start? What kind of class is this? Unable to locate Qin Feng and too afraid to venture out of the safe zone, the group had no choice but to return to the town. Sister Pair remained calm and said, "It's too dangerous out there. We've already died once and lost half our lifespan. Let's see if there are ways to power up here in the town first." A long-haired girl chimed in excitedly. Yes, let's go find treasure chests or NPCs. The male assassin tried to comfort the nervous group. Relax, can some game really affect our lifespan? I mean, come on, we resurrected, didn't we? We should just head out and start killing monsters. Another warrior agreed. We already brought that monster down to half health. We can't let that guy swoop in and steal the kill. Sister Pair sneered. It took 5 of us to get it to half health. All he can do is hide to stay alive. If he thinks he can solo the monster, he's dreaming. As for their assumptions, Qin Feng couldn't care less. Even if he'd known what they thought, it wouldn't have mattered to him because there really wasn't much in the small town that could enhance one's strength, just a safe environment. At this moment, Qin Feng, fully utilizing his shadow veil, walked silently across the scorched earth. Completely invisible, his footsteps soundless, he was practically erased from existence. The only evidence of him was the slight collision detection his body mass caused. To see him, one would need an anti-stealth skill. However, Qin Feng's Shadow class came with a built-in +1 stealth level, making it impossible for anyone, let alone a monster at this stage, to detect him. Before long, he had left the safety of the small town. Roughly 100 meters out, he entered a sparse forest. In the distance, he spotted the shadow of a crawler resting. Crawler, LV1. Normal, evolving. Just killed 5 players and now digesting their lifespan. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. He had seen this kind of scene many times before. Monsters that devoured the lifespan of players required time to process it and evolve. This particular one was overly greedy. It had already killed 5 people and still hadn't left, clearly aiming to kill more. In that case, hand over those years. Qin Feng concealed himself further and waited for Shadow Veil to end, then seamlessly reactivated it. Gripping his rusty short knife, he crept closer. The stench of decay grew stronger with every step. The black shadow on the ground gradually took shape. It was a faceless humanoid creature with grayish skin and long, thin limbs. It was crouched beside a tree, surrounded by swirling gray-white mist, the physical manifestation of the lifespans it had stolen. When a monster was killed before fully digesting the lifespans it had absorbed, some of them would drop as loot. Without hesitation, Qin Feng approached silently and plunged the knife into the back of its neck, a weak spot that amplified damage by 1.5 times. -372, critical weak spot attack. Grayish-white blood gushed from the crawler's neck as it instantly collapsed. This shadow profession is way too strong. Qin Feng was astonished himself, but he knew the strength primarily came from his Shadow Veil skill, which he had evolved twice. The bonus 90 attack points drastically increased his damage output. If it were still at its novice level, his attack wouldn't even be half as effective. You have killed a crawler, LV1. You have gained 10 experience points. The mist surrounding the crawler's corpse condensed into an orb of light. This was the lifespan he could collect. Qin Feng reached out and grabbed it. You have obtained 3 days of tradable lifespan. You have obtained 54 years and 155 days of non-tradable lifespan. Looking at the system notification, Qin Feng shook his head. 5 people died, at the very least over 100 years worth, and it only dropped 54. No matter. Non-tradable lifespans are useless for now anyway. Non-tradable lifespans could only be consumed and had no other purpose. Tradable lifespans, however, were key. They could be extracted to acquire equipment, skills, or classes in the real world. But earning just 3 days per kill was far from enough. I need to hunt more monsters. After absorbing the remaining mist, he scavenged the crawler's body for loot and found some items. Rotten hide boots, inferior physical defense +3, movement speed +5%, requirement, LV1. Skill book, Ice Spike, normal a mage skill, requirement, LV1. Drops from level 1 monsters were mostly inferior or normal grade items. Getting 2 pieces of loot from a single kill was already a stroke of luck, though neither was particularly useful. After equipping the rotten hide boots, Qin Feng reactivated his Shadow Veil and continued moving deeper into the forest. Meanwhile, back near Shell Town, other players were beginning to venture out, some forming teams, others opting to go solo. Not long after, a couple arrived at the crawler's corpse. Seeing the dead monster, they remarked, "Someone already killed a monster? This game doesn't seem that hard." Niu Gang reassured Guan Xiaoya. "Don't worry, I'll help you kill whatever shows up next." They didn't notice, however, the massive shadow looming above them in the treetops. Niu Gang was a warrior, and Guan Xiaoya was a priest, a classic tank and healer duo. The two acted much like Qin Feng and Qin Xiaoyu had in his past life. Niu Gang was a sturdy, 1.8-meter tall man leading the way, while Guan Xiaoya, who was actually more robust than him, followed behind, clutching her low-grade priest staff and nervously scanning their surroundings. Suddenly, the sound of wind came from above. Before they could see clearly, the two were wrapped in white spider silk and bound to a tree. A black, 2.5-meter tall hundred-eyed spider descended along the silk. "What the hell is that?" A spider." The two screamed in terror. This creature was a bronze-tier mini-boss called Nurturer, LV1. Not a mere regular monster. For Qin Feng, killing this boss would grant him evolution points. At this moment, Qin Feng was hiding in the shadows, calmly observing. Bronze-tier Nurturer, health between 1,500 and 2,000. Definitely not something newbies can handle. Plus, it has a bunch of little spiders as backup. Just then, rustling sounds came from the surrounding trees. A swarm of small black spiders was approaching Niu Gang and Guan Xiaoya along the spider webs. These were Nurturer spiderlings, LV1, each with legs a meter long and 4 pairs of compound eyes on their foreheads. More than a dozen spiderlings closed in. Earlier, Neo Gang had been bragging, but now his legs turned to jelly. Entangled in spider webs, they couldn't break free and could only watch as the spiderlings climbed up and began biting them ferociously. The two let out miserable screams before dying instantly. Their remaining lifespans were devoured by the spiderlings. At that moment, a cold gleam flashed. Qin Feng struck out suddenly, stabbing the nurturer in one of its massive eyes. Minus 338, weak point attack. The hundred-eyed spider instantly locked onto him, but before it could spray any silk, Qin Feng had already vanished. The nurturer froze, while the spiderlings continued feasting on the corpses. 26 seconds later, Qin Feng's skill cooldown was up. He reappeared and stabbed the nurturer's eye again. Minus 338. Its health bar was more than halfway depleted. Still need 3 more hits, Qin Feng calculated, retreating to a safe distance. Unable to locate its enemy, the nurturer frantically sprayed spider silk in a wide area. However, Qin Feng had anticipated this move and emerged unscathed. Once his skill cooled down, Qin Feng charged in again, exploiting a weak point to deal another significant blow. The health bar dropped even further, and Qin Feng quickly backed away. This strategy, though somewhat underhanded, would not work indefinitely. Monsters weren't completely brainless. When its health dropped to 1/3, the bronze nurturer leapt onto the trees. 2 more hits, Qin Feng calculated calmly. His stealth skill had just cooled down. Picking up a stone from the ground, he noted that every item in this game's map had attributes, and the stone added 2 attack points. Qin Feng aimed carefully and hurled the stone at the boss. Thud! The stone struck the nurturer's abdomen. Minus 279, weak point attack. The main damage came from his stealth-based skill bonuses, so even throwing a stone produced staggering damage. After the hit, Qin Feng disappeared into stealth mode again. Now panicking, the nurturer attempted to flee, still hiding among the trees. Meanwhile, its spiderlings, having consumed the lifespans of the unfortunate couple, scattered in search of Qin Feng. However, before they could locate him, Qin Feng reappeared. Another stone flew through the air, striking the nurturer once more. Minus 279. You have killed Nurturer, Bronze Tier. You gained 300 experience points, leveled up to level 2, received 2 evolution points, unlocked Shelltown's leaderboard, and earned 1 reputation point. A prompt sounded in the minds of all players. Shadow has killed the Bronze Tier boss and reached level 2 first. The leaderboard has been unlocked. All 300-plus players in Shelltown, residents of Jianghai City aged in their 20s and 30s, were in a collective state of confusion about how they had ended up in this bizarre place. Then, they suddenly heard the system notification. Sister Pair, alias Duck Pair, and her teammates had been scavenging fruitlessly in town. Hearing the announcement, the whole team was dumbfounded. What's going on? Sister Pair, wasn't this Shadow guy the one who went off alone just now? Yeah, how is he already level 2? And he killed a Bronze Tier mini-boss? We can't even handle small mobs as a group, and he soloed a boss. The leaderboard has only one name, his. The leaderboard indeed displayed just one solitary name. Shadow. Sister Pair froze, unable to keep her longbow steady. She knew how powerful the monsters outside were. Her 5-member team had just been wiped out by a pack of ordinary level 1 monsters. Yet Shadow had managed to solo a Bronze Tier boss? This makes no sense. Sister Pair began questioning reality. Elsewhere, Neo Gang and Guan Xiaya respawned back in town. Their remaining lifespans have from 50 years to just over 20. Both of their faces were ghastly pale. In a low voice, Guan Xiaya asked, Neo Gang, do you think these deductions to our lifespans are for real? Neo Gang shook his head. Impossible. There's no way something this mystical could exist. Guan Xiaya hesitated. But we're not dreaming, are we? This game feels way too real. At that moment, the system notification echoed. The two were stunned. What? That 2-meter-tall spider got killed. Who is this Shadow? He killed that thing. Impossible. That giant spider had over a dozen little spiderlings with it. Neo Gang and Guan Xiaoya began questioning reality themselves. Against the giant spider, they hadn't even stood a chance, yet Shadow had somehow managed to take it down solo. With the leaderboard featuring only his name, the two could only assume it had been a solo kill. The more they thought about it, the more unbelievable it seemed. Meanwhile, more players were entering the abandoned land of deities in their sleep. The small town of Shell quickly gathered 500 people, and the square was filled with black-robed novices. The newcomers were bewildered and started asking each other questions, but no one could explain what was going on. Most were confused, though a few remained vigilant. A blonde-haired young man shouted in the square. Everyone got here after falling asleep. There's no way to quit now. Killing monsters adds to your lifespan, but dying cuts it in half. Don't act alone for now. It's safer to form teams. If you want to join a team, come and register your profession. Some people listened, while others ignored him. On the other side, Wang Ming led a 5-person team getting ready to leave the town. He stated firmly, "Let's treat this game seriously. Assume it's real for now. We'll play it like an ordinary game, killing monsters to level up. As long as we don't die, we'll be fine. I'm a shield warrior with invincibility skills to block damage for the team, so you can focus entirely on offense." Wang Ming had carefully selected team members who all possessed hidden classes, making his group highly capable. Meanwhile, a group of gaming-addicted teenagers in the town, who usually played together, were buzzing with excitement. "This game is the perfect place for us to show off. Our 5-man team just needs one more, preferably a cute healer girl." Shell Town wasn't the only one. Across the country, countless towns had simultaneously appeared, and more players were arriving. Everyone who fell asleep during this time found themselves transported to the land of abandoned gods. Regardless of where they came from, new arrivals all shared the same sense of confusion. Some people began proceeding cautiously, while the strong were already pulling ahead from the start. Take Qin Feng, for example. Leaderboard unlocked at level 2. You have gained 1 reputation point. Qin Feng glanced at the system notification, but he didn't think much of it. Reputation was good to have. It could be used to exchange for items later. At this moment, Qin Feng was in stealth mode, standing by the corpse of a bronze-level nurturer, preparing to collect his rewards. He first absorbed the gray-white light orb floating above the corpse. You have gained 46 days of lifespan, tradable. The lifespan gained from a small boss was equivalent to that of a dozen regular monsters. Typically, it would take several parties to defeat one, dividing the lifespan reward among themselves. However, since Qin Feng had soloed the boss, he reaped all the benefits for himself. Next, Qin Feng retrieved 3 items from the boss's corpse. One of them, a skill book, immediately caught his attention. Skill book, Greedy Hand, Bronze Assassin skill. Upon learning, you have a 20% chance to gain an additional reward from monster corpses. Requirement, level 1. Although it only offered a 20% probability, the key was that this skill could evolve further. There were also 2 additional pieces of equipment, but Qin Feng didn't examine them just yet. He had 1 evolution point remaining, and this boss kill had earned him 2 more, bringing his total to 3. The newly acquired skill could be evolved twice, increasing the chances of obtaining additional loot from kills. "I'm about to take off," Qin Feng thought to himself. He was well aware that Greedy Hand was a rare skill, capped at the bronze level in its base form. In his previous life, anyone who had learned this skill was always a core member of their guild because it enabled bosses to drop extra rewards. Can you imagine the implications? And even better, this skill treated tradable lifespans as loot, too. If I can snag more evolution points, I'll be set for life. Qin Feng wasted no time and immediately activated the evolution process. 1 evolution point consumed. 2 remaining. Greedy Hand, Bronze Silver. Additional reward probability increased from 20% to 40%. The chance instantly doubled. Very satisfied, Qin Feng used up his remaining 2 points. 2 evolution points consumed. 0 remaining. Greedy Hand, Silver Gold. Additional reward probability increased to 70%. The improvement was significant. With a success probability of 70%, Qin Feng's heartbeat quickened. In his previous life, this skill only existed at the bronze level. Now, through his innate talent for limitless evolution, he had already pushed it beyond its limits. From now on, killing monsters essentially guarantees double rewards. Without hesitation, Qin Feng, still in stealth mode, activated Greedy Hand on the boss's corpse. Nearby, a dozen small spiderlings remained oblivious to the looming danger. A golden hand stretched out as the skill activated. Skill activation successful. You have gained 2 evolution points and 46 days of tradable lifespan. Additionally, 3 more pieces of loot dropped from the boss's remains. Qin Feng smiled. The 70% success rate had certainly proven trustworthy. The evolution points and lifespan were highly valuable, while the other loot could wait for later. Out of the 6 items, only the skill book and an assassin weapon were immediately useful to Qin Feng. The rest could be sold in the town later, but given the early stage of the game, probably few could afford them. Qin Feng turned his attention to the new weapon. Corrosive Dagger, Bronze Attack, plus 35, Agility plus 4, level 1 required. He immediately replaced his old dagger with it. Now at level 2, his attack power had jumped from 25 to 50. However, his primary strength came from the burst damage of his Shadow Ambush skill. The remaining 3 pieces of equipment and the ordinary skill book were stashed away as well. Qin Feng prepared to clear out the remaining 12 spiderlings, hoping to gather more evolution points. In stealth mode, Qin Feng launched a sneak attack, swiftly killing 1 spiderling with a single strike. He then immediately re-entered stealth, facing no pressure whatsoever. His ability to remain indefinitely invisible meant that safety was not a concern in these early game stages. while Qin Feng continued his monster farming. The scene shifts back to reality. Blue Star, Jianghai Normal University, Daxia. Qin Xiaoyu and her best friend, Xu Yan, were attending class when something suddenly happened in the classroom. A male student who was dozing off at his desk became semi-transparent, as if his body was fading away. His roommate, utterly frightened, cried out in alarm, drawing the attention of the entire class. The middle-aged teacher paused the lecture, staring at the boy in confusion. Everyone crowded around to look. The roommate and the teacher both reached out to touch him, but their hands passed straight through his form, as if the boy didn't exist. The atmosphere in the classroom turned tense. Xu Yin tugged at Qin Xiaoyu's arm, directing her attention toward the boy. Qin Xiaoyu, possessing a cold and distant demeanor, rose from her seat and tiptoed to take a better look. After confirming that the boy was indeed asleep and translucent, she returned to her seat and pulled out her phone to search for information. Discussions on the internet were already heated. Similar incidents were reported in various places, with people becoming translucent as soon as they fell asleep. The phenomenon was global, and worryingly, no one who had fallen into this state had yet woken up. The teacher hurriedly dismissed the class, presumably to contact the school administration. Students began taking photos and sharing their thoughts online. Qin Xiaoyu and Xu Yan said nothing but quickly browsed through online information. Qin Xiaoyu frowned and mentioned that this strange occurrence was happening all over the world. In some countries, nearly everyone who fell asleep at night had turned translucent. Xu Yan became anxious and wanted to contact her parents, but also urged Qin Xiaoyu to check on her elder brother. Qin Xiaoyu coldly refused, stating that she wouldn't proactively contact her brother unless he apologized first. Xu Yan sighed helplessly. In her past life, Qin Xiaoyu had behaved the same way, completely ignoring Qin Feng until he came seeking reconciliation and brought her back home. However, in this life, the two had already severed ties, and Qin Feng would never reach out to her again. From the moment she personally gouged out Qin Feng's eyes, all familial bonds between them were severed. The bizarre phenomenon continued to spread worldwide. Officials in various countries issued warnings, stating that falling asleep would lead to a translucent state, and strongly advising people to stay awake. So far, no one had managed to wake up from this condition, and the truth behind it remained unknown. As for those who fell asleep, they were transported into a mysterious world called Divine Forsaken Game, where they were forced to form teams and slay monsters. At that moment, Qin Feng was deep in a dark forest, engaging in relentless battles, striving to meet the one condition for escaping the game, reaching level 3. Leveling up in the game was incredibly difficult. Solo grinding was almost impossible, and in teams, both experience points and one's lifespan were divided among members, making the process even slower. In Shell Town, it wasn't until 20 minutes after Qin Feng activated the leaderboard that another player finally reached level 2. It was a team of 6 elite players led by Wang Meng, who claimed spots 2 through 7 on the leaderboard. Meanwhile, a blonde-haired youth led a large group of players in hopes of taking down monsters, but every time a monster spotted them, it fled before they could attack. In the end, they achieved nothing but learning the map layout. Qin Feng continued hunting low-level monsters and finally accumulated 3 evolution points. Killing small spiders only gave him 2 points, and even that was thanks to his skill Greedy Hand, which made some drops barely worthwhile. It became evident that gaining evolution points from low-level monsters was highly inefficient. Remaining hidden, he moved to a different location and managed to kill 5 crawlers. It wasn't until the 5th kill that he obtained another evolution point. Qin Feng immediately chose to evolve Greedy Hand. 3 evolution points consumed. Remaining, 0. Greedy Hand. Extra loot drop probability increased from 70% to 110%. This exceeded his expectations. A 110% probability meant he was now guaranteed an additional drop for every kill, and there was even a 10% chance of gaining 1 more drop, potentially earning 3 rewards per kill. Testing the upgraded skill, he immediately obtained 2 loot drops and even gained some extra lifespan, making him feel unstoppable. He noted, however, that evolving the skill a 4th time would require 5 evolution points, indicating that the progression wasn't linear. Determining a pattern would require evolving it once more. At the moment, he lacked neither damage output nor survivability, so his priority was to evolve skills that yielded greater rewards. Greedy Hand was still the optimal choice. Currently, he could trade 146 days of lifespan, but to bring skills and equipment back to reality, he needed a minimum of 900 days, and to reach level 10. Stealthily, Qin Feng resumed hunting monsters when, suddenly, he noticed a battle taking place ahead of him. Moving closer, he spotted a level 2 bronze boss known as the Swift Runner. With 6 legs, its speed was extraordinary, twice as fast as novice players. For anyone unprepared, It was nearly impossible to escape, and it was far more challenging to defeat than the Nurturer. Qin Feng checked his agility stat. With bonuses from his class and equipment, it had already reached 34 points. In the Divine Forsaken game, agility influenced speed through a calculated formula rather than simple doubling. At 10 agility points, a person's normal movement speed was 3 meters per second, with a sprinting speed of 9.5 meters per second. Qin Feng's current 34 agility translated to a normal speed of 5.83 meters per second and a sprinting speed of 17 to 18 meters per second, double that of new players and on par with the Swift Runner. Satisfied with his speed, Qin Feng believed he could easily keep up with the Swift Runner. Hiding in the shadows, he observed as the Swift Runner mercilessly hunted down a group of players ahead. At the forefront of the team was Wang Ming, the second-ranked player in Shell Town. He wielded a crude shield, struggling desperately to fend off the Swift Runner's attacks. Behind him were 5 players with hidden class specialties, focusing on ranged attacks. However, none of their projectiles could land a hit on the Swift Runner, and Wang Ming's health was being whittled down to half. Though a Sacred Shield warrior was far stronger than regular novice players, even he couldn't hold out for long against the Swift Runner. And to make matters worse, the boss still had 90% of its health remaining. A keen-eyed ranger among the team missed 2 of her shots and bitterly complained that the boss was too fast to target accurately. Wang Ming, however, remained composed and continued issuing orders to exhaust the boss, stalling the boss. However, the situation quickly deteriorated. 3 polluters suddenly rushed out from the woods, launching mud-based ranged attacks towards the backline. A young mage girl was hit by the mud. Her robes trembled as her HP dropped by 32, and she was left feeling nauseated and foul-smelling. The onslaught of mud attacks continued to rain down, leaving the backline unable to evade. With runners charging from the front and the backline being mobbed by polluters, the situation spiraled out of control, and the entire team's health began to plummet rapidly. At this moment, Qin Feng stood observing Wang Ming's team. In truth, Qin Feng had already known Wang Ming from his previous life. In that life, Qin Feng had risen to the global top 100 as a regular warrior, whereas Wang Ming, despite possessing the far more powerful hidden class, Holy Shield Warrior, couldn't match Qin Feng's prowess and deeply admired him. Wang Ming had been the official partnership manager of the Summer Alliance's Godslayer Guild. Qin Feng often entrusted his surplus gear and skills to Wang Ming in exchange for additional lifespan. In his previous life, Qin Feng had founded a guild purely to protect Qin Xiaoyu. In this life, that wasn't necessary anymore, but Wang Ming still made for a worthy partner. Maintaining a stable channel for trading lifespan was crucial, and Wang Ming, combined with his official background, was the perfect fit for that role. Qin Feng decided it was fine to lend Wang Ming's team a hand. After all, these monsters would have been his kill anyway. Making an impression was simple. Making sure the other side remembered you was all it took. Surveying the battlefield, Qin Feng discreetly snuck behind one of the polluters. He struck suddenly and decisively. The polluter was completely focused on throwing mud at the mage girl, never expecting someone to be behind it. A flash from his corroded dagger plunged straight into the back of its neck. Minus 441, weak spot attack. The polluter collapsed instantly, turning into a puddle of sludge. You have slain polluter, LV2. You gained 20 EXP. You gained 1 evolution point. You gained 4 days of lifespan, tradable. The system notification echoed in his mind, and Qin Feng felt a small surge of excitement. He hadn't expected these minor monsters to drop evolution points. With a practice gesture, he followed up by using Hand of Greed. Skill Hand of Greed successfully activated. You gained 4 days of lifespan, tradable. Too bad. No evolution points this time, he muttered. The odds of regular monsters dropping evolution points were slim. The Hand of Greed skill provided an additional chance to roll for loot drops, but it didn't duplicate rewards. Hence, it was no surprise that he didn't secure any evolution points this time. Boss kills were still the most reliable way to earn them. After swiftly taking down one polluter, Qin Feng didn't rush. Even before Wang Ming's group could react to what just happened, he slipped back into stealth. The sudden collapse of a polluter left Wang Ming's team stunned. All they managed to catch was the fleeting shadow of someone right before the monster disappeared. Impossible. Even against a level 1 crawler, we need over 10 seconds of concentrated firepower. How could a level 2 polluter be taken down instantaneously? The entire team was shaken. With 1 less polluter, the pressure on their backline eased significantly. A shot of adrenaline surged through the mage girl as she shouted excitedly. Someone's helping us. Could it be the shadow from the leaderboards? Even in her frazzled state, the dirted and injured girl tried to recover her composure, though her robes were sullied with mud and her HP was nearly drained. Yet, her bright and eye-catching figure remained noticeable as she moved gracefully across the battlefield. Hang in there, Wang Ming ordered. His skill cooldown had just finished, and without hesitation, he activated Holy Barrier. A golden divine shield enveloped him, granting him 3 seconds of invincibility to buy the team some much-needed relief. With the pressure alleviated, half a minute later, Qin Feng made another move, ambushing a second polluter and dealing another one-shot kill. Still no evolution point, he lamented as he quickly activated Hand of Greed again. This time, luck favored him. He looted a skill book. Qin Feng picked up the skill book and examined it. Venom Dart, common assassin skill. Throws a poison dart with a 12-meter range, dealing 40 initial damage and inflicting venom. Venom deals 30% of base attack damage per second for 5 seconds. Does not stack. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Required level, 2. The skill was quite decent for those in the early game, a mid-range attack with sustained damage potential. Having a skill like this made leveling up far more efficient. However, the chances of regular monsters dropping skill books were incredibly low. Out of all the monsters Qin Feng had farmed, he'd only managed to get 2 books thus far, an Ice Spike spell for mages and this Venom Dart, both thanks to the Hand of Greed skill. Equipment and skill books. Bosses still drop way more. Without proper gear or skills, regular players could never take down a boss. As thoughts swirled in his mind, Qin Feng didn't hesitate. He immediately used 3 evolution points to upgrade Venom Dart twice. Venom Dart, common bronze silver. Range, 12M, 13M, 14M. Damage, 40, 80, 120. Venom damage per second, 30%, 40%, 50% of base attack. Duration, 5 seconds. Cooldown, 5 seconds. Required level, 2. After evolving the skill twice, its damage output skyrocketed, virtually doubling in potency. Qin Feng wasted no time. In one seamless sequence, he picked up the skill book, learned it, and upgraded it. By the time the final polluter turned around with mud prepared to launch at him, Qin Feng was already 1 step ahead. A venom dart flew from his hand, striking the creature directly in the head. Regular players wouldn't have been able to pull off something this clean. However, with 9 years of experience under his belt, Qin Feng's precision with ranged attacks was exceptional. He casually threw the dart, hitting the weak spot dead on. Minus 237, weak spot attack. The damage wasn't massive, especially without bonuses from backstabs or breaking stealth. Passive with no bonuses. Qin Feng immediately turned invisible, and the contaminator turned green from poisoning, with 2 instances of continuous damage popping up above its head. Minus 158. Minus 158. After 2 ticks, it died from the poison. Does the continuous damage double? Qin Feng realized instantly. His class passive doubled damage when out of an enemy's line of sight, and his invisibility just so happened to trigger it. Unfortunately, the contaminator didn't drop anything. Now, only the last bronze-level boss, the Sprinter, remained. The main event was about to begin. Wang Ming was on the verge of collapsing. The female priestess was frantically healing him, but the effects were limited. The team's gear and skills were subpar, and their health bars were rapidly decreasing. At the critical moment, a figure suddenly appeared behind the boss, the Sprinter. As the boss charged toward Wang Ming, a venomous dart shot straight into its head. Minus 845, weak point attack. Breaking stealth, backstab, and weak point attack all landed perfectly, taking half of the boss's health in one hit. Wang Ming and his team cried out in shock. They had been struggling for ages just to shave off 10% of the boss's health, and this mysterious figure managed to deal half of it in one shot, and that was just from the base damage. The follow-ups were even more brutal. Minus 324. Minus 324. Minus 324. Minus 324. The boss turned green, continuously losing health. It had no chance to struggle before collapsing to the ground. Wang Ming's team couldn't see the exact damage numbers. All they saw was the boss's health bar plummeting in chunks, powerless to stop the dangerous foe from being poisoned to death. No way. Can a person even deal that much damage? Hitting the boss's head so easily. What kind of insane precision is that? All 6 of them gasped, staring in disbelief at the pile of loot the boss had dropped, yet unable to touch any of it. The game's mechanics dictated that the player who dealt the most damage got all the loot. Since Qin Feng had dealt 90% of the boss's damage, ownership was undisputed. You have killed the Sprinter, bronze tier. You have gained 600 EXP and leveled up to level 3. You have received 2 evolution points. You have received 55 days of lifespan, tradable. After the boss died, the system notification rang out. Qin Feng disappeared into stealth again after throwing the dart and reactivating his invisibility. Stealth cooldown still has 26 seconds. Grinding efficiency isn't fast enough. Qin Feng calculated silently and decided to use his evolution points to upgrade Greedy Hand. He crept up quietly to the Sprinter's corpse and silently collected the loot. Wang Ming and his team were completely baffled. Though nobody was nearby, the items suddenly disappeared. Thanks a lot. Wang Ming couldn't see anyone, but realized that some expert had helped them out. He immediately clasped his hands together in gratitude. A cold voice came from Qin Feng. Don't trust strangers in the wild. Hearing this, Wang Ming immediately straightened his expression. Understood, thank you for the advice. In the Forsaken game world, only the town was a safe zone. Outside it, players could kill each other freely. Death meant losing half your lifespan and tradable lifespan. The latter could be picked up. The former could only be converted by creatures of darkness. To be honest, killing these poor nobodies would have been a simple matter for Qin Feng, but there wasn't anything valuable to gain, so it wasn't worth the effort. Wang Ming understood too. If this enigmatic powerhouse had wanted to kill them, he wouldn't have bothered to give them a heads up. Feeling grateful, he prepared to lead his team away while introducing himself. I'm Wang Ming. Let me know if you ever need my help. The muddy yet beautiful girl in the group suddenly spoke up. Hey, master. I'm Black Goblin Big Plum. Can I add you as a friend? Qin Feng almost burst out laughing. In his previous life, he knew this girl. Her real name was Lin Liu. Her father's surname was Lin, and her mother's surname was Li, hence her bizarre username. This girl was lively and pretty and held the hidden class of Prophet, a very strong subclass among mages. The two of them had even worked together a few times in the past. But right now, Qin Feng wasn't in the mood to make friends. He simply responded flatly. Sorry, I'm not interested in Black Goblin Big Plum. The girl wanted to say more, but the female priestess in their group pulled her away. Qin Feng looked at the group, feeling a slight wave of emotion. Wang Ming was a holy shield warrior, good at tanking. The female priestess was a divine oracle priest, whose healing abilities were twice as strong as those of ordinary priests. Without them, the team would have been wiped out long ago. Although Qin Feng could one-shot monsters, he was limited by skill cooldowns. It had taken him nearly 2 minutes to take out all the enemies. A regular team wouldn't have held out this long. The haul was significant. After Wang Ming's group left, Qin Feng used Greedy Hand to collect the loot. System notification. You have gained 2 evolution points. You have received 55 days of lifespan tradable. Altogether, he earned 4 evolution points, 110 days of lifespan, and 5 items, only one of which was usable gear. Sprinter's leather leggings, bronze assassin equipment. Physical defense +9, elemental resistance +5, cooldown speed +15%. Level requirement, 2. While its defense was mediocre, the cooldown speed bonus was incredibly valuable. Qin Feng equipped it immediately. His stealth cooldown decreased from 26 seconds to 22.6 seconds, a noticeable improvement. In the late game, everyone chased after cooldown speed. It was the key stat. With cooldown speeds increased by 4-fold, a skill with a 20-second base cooldown could be reduced to as little as 4 seconds. The formula for final cooldown. Final cooldown equals base cooldown / 1 plus cooldown bonus. Speed. Qin Feng was stealthily grinding monsters, just 1 evolution point shy of upgrading his Greedy Hand to Emerald tier. His tradable lifespan had already reached 268 days. With his backpack almost full, he planned to head back to town to trade his gear and skill books for lifespan, then consider extracting it and taking it back to reality. In this life, Qin Feng's growth speed was 100 times faster than in his previous life. This was because, as more players gathered in the towns, monsters would also cluster together, making it harder to kill them. Currently, rookie players were being encircled by monsters, their lifespans continuously dwindling. In towns like Shelltown, Wang Ming led his team back to a lower-level area, only to be shocked at the sight of a team being surrounded by over a dozen crawlers. One was fine, but over a dozen was way too many. The team was instantly wiped out, and their lifespans were drained by the monsters. When the crawlers spotted Wang Ming's squad, realizing they were not to be trifled with, they immediately retreated, taking with them the untradable lifespans that had dropped. Wang Ming and his team were stunned. These monsters were unusually intelligent, knowing to pick easier targets to attack. The team pressed onward and soon came across another group of 3 players fleeing for their lives, with 5 crawlers tailing them closely. Wang Ming's team's ranged mage attacked, dealing partial damage to the crawlers. Wang Ming, wielding his shield, charged in and knocked them all into a temporary daze. Outside Shelltown, players were now being hunted by monsters, making it extremely difficult to grind. The white flashes at the resurrection points were constant, and the players' faces looked grim. Everyone felt that reaching level 3 to return to reality was getting increasingly difficult. After all, even the monsters had learned to form groups. If they could never reach level 3, wouldn't they be stuck here forever? In reality, wouldn't we then just become vegetative patients? No way. We need to bring in more people. If 6 players can't handle it, let's do teams of 2 squads, or even 3. More people's not necessarily great. It could attract a boss. Just now, a 40-person raid encountered the Cursed One, and over 30 people died in one move. Fear gripped everyone. At that moment, they suddenly noticed. The #1 player on Shelltown's leaderboard, Shadow, had reached level 3. Holy crap, Shadow's that strong. We're struggling just to kill minor mobs, and he leveled up that quickly? Shadow must be soloing. He's the only one that high on the board. Everyone found it unbelievable. By now, many had ventured outside and grasped how terrifying the monsters were out there. Yet, Shadow was still able to solo grind and level up. That was beyond impressive. At the same time, a player codenamed Duck Pear, also known as Pear's sister, respawned with her teammates back in the main square. The black short-sleeve-clad girl's face was dark and sullen. She had died 3 times already. Her untradeable lifespan had dropped from 80 years to just 10 years, a massive loss. Even though she couldn't be certain whether this lifespan was real or not, the pressure was suffocating. The long-haired, soft-spoken girl who respawned alongside her was trembling. Pear sister, what should we do now? Their team had killed 4 crawlers, yet their experience points barely amounted to 10 points. Not even close to level 2, let alone level 3. Those 4 crawlers had been incredibly difficult to deal with. The monsters would flee whenever their health got low, and if it weren't for Pear sister's hidden class and her longbow, which allowed her to finish off the stragglers, they wouldn't have managed to kill even those 4. In any case, no more dying. Pear sister's face clouded with determination. Then her eyes sparkled as she noticed on the leaderboard that Shadow had reached level 3. Disperse and spread the word. I'll offer 10 million renminbi if Shadow will carry me to level 3 and help me return to reality first. If he can level up this fast, he can definitely carry us. The news spread like wildfire, an heiress offering 10 million RMB, pleading for Shadow to carry her to level up. At this moment, Qin Feng was heading back to town. After taking down a sprinter, he had also wiped out over a dozen crawlers in the dense forest, finally using Greedy Hand to acquire the last evolution point he needed. He directly upgraded Greedy Hand. Consumes 5 evolution points, 0 points remaining. Greedy Hand, Platinum Emerald Assassin skill. Grants a 160% chance to obtain an additional piece of loot from monster corpses. New effect, 20% chance for loot to increase by 1 grade. Seeing the new effect, Qin Feng's eyes lit up. If it evolved further, would it create a 100% chance to upgrade item grades? Killing a bronze tier boss could drop silver tier loot, and killing a silver tier boss might yield gold tier treasure? Coincidentally, Qin Feng remembered the location of a particular boss, the Cursed One. It was a withered treant monster that had killed dozens of players and was now hiding somewhere in the dense forest, digesting the lifespans it had absorbed. It wouldn't be long before it upgraded to a silver tier boss. If the boss is evolving, there's still some time. No one else can kill it anyway, so I might as well wait for it to level up. First, let's head back and deal with the loot. Qin Feng was now level 3.5, with a 10-slot backpack completely full of unused gear and skill books. These items were useless to Qin Feng, but were treasures that could significantly boost other players' strength. The best option was to exchange them for tradable lifespan. For instance, the mage's skill book, Ice Spear Technique, could slow down targets upon hitting them and might even freeze them. It wasn't great against bosses, but it was excellent for farming smaller monsters. Qin Feng was on his way back to Shell Town when he saw numerous people killed by crawlers. His expression remained indifferent. Such incidents were common in the early stages of the game. Soon enough, everyone would understand that as long as they increased their agility and their speed was fast enough, they wouldn't have to fear being chased. Crawlers couldn't outrun high-agility players and would instead end up being hunted. This was precisely why Qin Feng had always prioritized adding points to agility. As he approached the safe zone, Qin Feng disengaged his stealth mode, but activated his face concealment feature. He was fully aware that his real-life identity was that of an ordinary person. Exposing himself would undoubtedly attract trouble and unwanted attention. With his face concealed, Qin Feng wore a black robe, brown greaves, and decayed leather boots, along with a black veil that covered most of his face, leaving only his cold, indifferent eyes visible. Inside Shell Town, players were visibly distressed. They couldn't defeat the crawlers and had no choice but to crowd into the town, brainstorming solutions. As Qin Feng entered the town, fully equipped with gear, his bronze short blade and greaves stood out. Nearby players immediately took notice of him. Who's that? So cool. Man, that guy's fully geared with bronze equipment. Of course he's cool. Is that the Shadow boss, the one ranked first on the leaderboard? Holy crap. Someone's offering 10 million for him to carry them. Boss, take me along. I'm fine with paying 100 grand. Just share the secrets of soloing. I've died 4 times already. Boss, I'll do anything if you carry me. A large crowd of players swarmed around him, some begging him to carry them and others asking for tricks. Qin Feng ignored them and went straight to a dilapidated fountain in the town square. He sat down and opened a stall, casually tossing out 10 pieces of equipment and skill books with the message, "Equipment skills flash sale, only available for 10 minutes." With so many people in town, 10 minutes was more than enough. As soon as the stall was set up, it immediately grabbed the attention of every player present. It's the Shadow Boss. The boss is selling gear, even bronze equipment. Did he kill a bronze tier boss? I heard Huang Mao and his team of 30-something players completely wiped against it. Can someone really take down a bronze tier boss at this stage? A swarm of players rushed toward the stall. Among them, a woman in a gray robe approached alongside her teammates. Like Qin Feng, she also had her face concealment activated, exuding a similarly aloof demeanor. She glanced at the Ice Spike skill book. "How much for this?" Qin Feng replied. 100 days of tradable lifespan. That's too expensive. Can't it be cheaper? Qin Feng shook his head. Ice Spike significantly boosted early game monster farming efficiency. This price was already considered low. Can I pay in cash instead? Qin Feng replied coolly. If you have the cash, convert it into tradable lifespan first, and then come back. If no one offers a higher bid, it'll be yours. Grey Rose bit her lip, hesitant. Biting her lip, she said, "Wait a moment." Grey Rose pulled her team aside into the party chat for half a minute. Then she returned and said to Qin Feng, 100 days of lifespan. It's a deal. At this point, Qin Feng had a total of 268 tradable days of lifespan. Grey Rose, currently at level 2, had led her team to kill 3 or 4 dozen crawlers. But since lifespan had to be distributed among her teammates, she had no choice but to pool all their tradable days together to buy the Ice Spike skill in order to boost their growth. You have sold the skill book, Ice Spike, gaining 100 days of tradable lifespan. Tradable lifespan, 268 days, 368 days. No sooner had the transaction ended than a group of people pushed through the crowd and approached Qin Feng. Leading them was a woman named Jiang Li, alias Duck Pear, dressed in a black short-sleeve top. She had deliberately torn off the sleeves of her black robe to give herself a more energetic appearance. Standing before Qin Feng, Jiang Li looked down at him coldly and said, "Shadow, carry me to level 3, and I'll pay you 10 million in real-world cash. My dad is the chairman of Dajiang Industries. Money's not an issue for you." The crowd erupted into whispered conversations. 10 million just to carry her to level 3? Shadow Boss, carrying someone is easy money. However, Qin Feng merely cast her a calm glance and said icily, "I refuse." No one noticed the subtle cold smirk on his face. The first time Qin Feng met Jiang Li, he hadn't recognized her. But upon hearing the name Dajiang Industries, he finally pieced it together. She was Jiang Li. In his previous life, this woman had used money to buy lifespans, only to renege on her promises once back in the real world. She'd even resorted to murder to silence people, causing the deaths of at least 10 individuals. Through this ruthless behavior and leveraging her hidden class, she had risen rapidly in power, only to meet her downfall in the game's 4th or 5th year. And yet, none of this had mattered to Qin Feng in his past life. He had leveled up too slowly to have any interactions with Jiang Li. Now, there was even less reason for him to trust her offer of 10 million. While cash still held value for now, accepting it would be a death sentence. Jiang Li's family had plenty of hired thugs. Besides, the real world was on the brink of chaos, and lifespans would soon become the true currency. Qin Feng outright ignored her, refusing to engage. Jiang Li hadn't expected Qin Feng to be so unmoved. Frowning, she added, "Stick with me, and you'll have everything you could ever want in the future." Qin Feng waved dismissively, saying, "If you're not buying anything, don't block my stall and ruin my business." Jiang Li trembled with rage. She had been pampered and adored her entire life. No one had ever treated her with such disdain. A glint of malice flickered in her eyes, but she quickly forced a smile. "Fine. If you don't want to, then forget it." She turned and walked away with a face darkened by anger. Qin Feng couldn't care less about her reaction. Nobody realizes yet that lifespans can be extracted to bring equipment and skills back to the real world. And no one knows that the Forsaken game will eventually destroy real-world order. It's all up to me now. Strength is the only way to survive. The background of Dajiang Industries would soon lose its relevance. After leaving the small town square, Jiang Li wanted to investigate Qin Feng's identity. Just then, a tattooed young man approached her, introducing himself as Mao Lijun, or Old Mao. He claimed to be level 2, knew the secret to leveling up, and was willing to help Jiang Li, provided she paid him the promised 10 million. Jiang Li asked about the secret, and Old Mao bluntly replied, "To level up now, put all 5 initial attribute points into agility. Run faster than the crawlers, and you'll survive." Jiang Li started to understand, but frowned. She had spent all her points on strength, and ended up constantly surrounded by monsters. Zhang Li agreed to let Old Mao help her level up, but she would only pay 5 million. Old Mao eagerly accepted, muttering to himself, "She's dumb enough not to even ask for the full 10 million? Is she clueless?" But he had no idea who Zhang Li really was. Getting that 5 million wouldn't be easy. Meanwhile, Qin Feng quickly sold off his equipment. Compared to skill books, equipment sold for less. 2 pieces of bronze equipment fetched only 30 or 40 days of tradable lifespan, while the inferior gear and skill books were valued even lower. After selling all 10 items, Qin Feng earned nearly 300 days of tradable lifespan. Tradable lifespan, 546 days. Qin Feng was very satisfied. He assumed the cursed one must have ascended to the silver grade by now. Packing up his stall, he activated stealth and headed off to find the boss. On his way, he noticed Old Mao guiding Zhang Li through the leveling process. Qin Feng already knew Old Mao's fate, but couldn't be bothered. As long as no one provoked him, he didn't care about anything else. Minutes later, Qin Feng entered the dark forest and found the upgraded Cursed One boss, wreathed in gray mist and continuing its evolution. It'll take at least 7 or 8 hours to go from silver to gold. I don't have the patience to wait. Qin Feng decided to kill the boss now. The forest was full of danger, but Qin Feng's ability to remain perpetually invisible allowed him to move safely. Approaching silently, he hurled a venomous dart at the boss's head. The silver boss's HP is 2 to 3 times that of a bronze. 2 or 3 darts should do the job. The boss took a heavy hit, its health bar dropping by a quarter and continuing to decline from the poison. Frustrated, it unleashed a wide-area skill in anger, releasing an explosion of gray elemental energy that enveloped the surroundings. Qin Feng had already retreated, his heart racing as he knew that getting hit would mean instant death. The Cursed One, having killed more than 30 players in one go while advancing to silver, had the potential to climb even higher. Too bad it had encountered Qin Feng. After the boss triggered its mist explosion, Qin Feng didn't approach immediately. Instead, he kept his distance, waiting for his Shadow Step skill to cool down. The Cursed One kept using its gray mist blasts in all directions. Though the range of its skills was limited, a direct hit on Qin Feng would mean certain death. Fortunately, Qin Feng remained in stealth, keeping far away from the boss and avoiding danger entirely. When the Shadow Step skill finally cooled down again, the Cursed One was visibly fatigued. It had exhausted its mana with consecutive skills, its vigilance heightened as it warily glanced around, attempting to retreat deeper into the forest. Suddenly, Qin Feng appeared. Another venomous dart hit the boss straight on the head. -659, critical weak spot hit. -219. -219. Qin Feng disappeared again, maintaining a 10-meter distance while tossing darts with unnerving precision. He dared not get too close. The boss's aerial attacks were devastating. On paper, Qin Feng's strength had grown impressive, thanks to his 9 years of experience. After 2 venomous attacks, the boss's health bar was reduced to just a third. The Cursed One, unable to see its assailant, desperately fled deeper into the woods. A frail-looking silver boss being hunted down by a single player. Anyone who saw this would be shocked. This was a boss that had annihilated dozens of players when it was still at bronze level, yet now it was fleeing. At that moment, Qin Feng reappeared behind the boss, launching another venomous dart that inflicted yet another round of poison. The Cursed One's health hit rock bottom, and with a final collapse, it died. You have killed the Cursed One, silver level. You gained 1,800 experience points. You leveled up to level 5. You received 4 evolution points. You gained 124 days of tradable lifespan. With a massive influx of experience points, Qin Feng instantly leveled up to level 5 and gained 4 evolution points. Greedy Hand. Using the skill, Qin Feng extended a glowing golden hand that grasped the boss's corpse. Skill Greedy Hand, activated successfully. You gained 4 evolution points. You gained 4 evolution points. You gained 124 days of tradable lifespan. Times 2. The skill granted him double the rewards, giving him 12 evolution points and 372 days of lifespan from this single boss kill. Additionally, after using Greedy Hand, golden light shimmered beneath the boss's corpse. A golden tier item? No wonder it's an emerald grade skill like Greedy Hand. Qin Feng realized this was the rare 20% chance for a high-grade reward. Gazing at the 7 or 8 items lying on the ground, Qin Feng felt somewhat annoyed. The backpack only has 10 slots. After killing the boss, I'll have to head back again. Such a hassle. I hope there's a storage ring among the loot. With high hopes, he began sorting through the spoils. At that moment, Qin Feng had defeated the silver tier boss and SS had leveled up to level 5. In Shell Town, countless players looked at the leaderboard, shocked. Leveled straight from 3 to 5? Did he kill some kind of boss? Just 10 minutes ago, this guy was selling equipment, and now he's already level 5? Ridiculous. Hope this big shot takes a liking to my sister and helps me level up. Get lost. He wouldn't even look twice at someone offering 10 million coins. What makes you think he'd care about your sister? At the town center, Wang Ming and Lin Liyu's group had just reached level 3 and were checking the rankings. They were instantly blown away. Nian swore, "We just hit level 3, and these big shots are already at level 5? How are we supposed to survive in this game?" Wang Ming froze for a moment, but quickly shook his head. "Forget about them for now. Let's head back to reality and warn our families and friends about this forsaken game. The world might be turning upside down soon. Let's make sure the people close to us are prepared." Wang Ming was a law enforcement officer. He'd spent the entire night on a stakeout tracking a suspect and had only just fallen asleep that morning when he was dragged into this so-called forsaken game. Hearing his words, Lin Liyu and the others nodded and immediately logged out to return to the real world. The bodies they controlled within the forsaken game began to turn translucent before gradually fading away. Meanwhile, as shock rippled across the player base, Qin Feng was reaping immense rewards. From the silver tier, Cursed One, he had obtained 12 evolution points, 372 days of tradable lifespan, and over 200 years of non-tradable lifespan. My current non-tradable lifespan stands at 418 years now. Qin Feng thought to himself, knowing full well that this lifespan would be depleted quickly, especially once he ventured into higher-level regions and as desolation began to spread. He opened his inventory, first focusing on his newly acquired golden equipment. Curse Ring, Gold Tier, all attributes +8, Dark Resistance +26, Weak Point Attack Multiplier +0.1, requires level 4. A ring that boosts all attributes by 8 points, essentially equating to 32 points across the board. This alone is like leveling up 3 times. All thanks to this one ring. Dark Resistance is practical, and increasing the weak point damage multiplier from 1.5x to 1.6x is significant. In the Forsaken game, there were no critical hits, only weak point attack multipliers, which acted as the equivalent of critical damage. Next, Qin Feng examined a silver tier skill book. Phantom Slash, silver tier assassin skill. Blink up to 15 meters and enter stealth mode for 5 seconds. Performs a triple slash on enemies in the path, with a cooldown of 10.43 seconds. Slash width, 2.1 meters. Each strike adds 100 damage and is guaranteed to count as a backstab. Requires level 4. Qin Feng learned the skill right away. Had he acquired it earlier, taking down the Cursed One would have been twice as fast. More importantly, the skill granted ongoing stealth capabilities and dealt area damage. Additionally, he had a 15% cooldown reduction effect, so the actual cooldown for the skill was only 10.43 seconds. 15 meters in range, with a width of 2.1 meters, perfect for farming mobs. The skill can be evolved to expand its range, but there's no rush for now. Qin Feng then turned his attention to the Hand of Greed, upgrading it for the 5th time. Evolution point requirements had gone up incrementally, 1, 2, 3, 5, and now 8 points. So, each evolution requires the sum of the previous 2-point costs. The 6th upgrade should be 13 points. Qin Feng used 8 points to evolve the Hand of Greed to Diamond tier. Hand of Greed, Emerald Diamond targets monster corpses. Grants a 220% chance to obtain additional loot and a 40% chance of loot being upgraded in tier. Qin Feng was astonished. Every monster I kill now is effectively worth 3 kills. I can potentially loot 4 rewards from a single corpse, and with a 40% likelihood of upgrading their tier. Skills grew more broken as their evolution progressed. The next upgrade needed 13 points, but he wasn't surprised by that. Gathering the required 13 points would have ordinarily taken ages to achieve, but with the Hand of Greed, farming evolution points became trivial as long as he could find bosses to hunt. He had 4 evolution points left and decided to first enhance his combat capabilities. Killing silver tier bosses was already becoming a struggle. It was impossible to one-shot them now. If his power plateaued, encountering a stronger boss would spell trouble. Consumed 3 evolution points, 1 remaining. Phantom Slash has been evolved. Increased range, extended stealth duration, slashes now strike 5 times, minimal changes to cooldown, additional bonus damage per strike. Although Qin Feng wasn't entirely satisfied that the cooldown hadn't decreased, the addition of 2 extra strikes dramatically boosted his damage output. With almost limitless stealth capability now, he could unleash devastating attacks continuously. The last remaining point, he decided to save for now. While reviewing his loot, he found a silver tier warrior skill book, Battlecry. The skill boosted a team's offensive and defensive stats, a powerful tool for early game warriors. However, it was useless to Qin Feng, so he had no choice but to sell it, regrettably. Remaining invisible, Qin Feng scoped out his surroundings. The dense forest he was in belonged to a level 4 to 5 monster zone. The cursed one he killed had climbed to level 4 by consuming lifespans, which explained why it had dropped higher-tier rewards. Lurking in the forest shadows were 3 decaying, stitched crawlers, wandering aimlessly. Without hesitation, Qin Feng activated Phantom Slash, instantly eliminating all 3 mobs. Killed 3 minor monsters. Gained experience and lifespan. Satisfied, Qin Feng looted their corpses with the hand of greed, though he couldn't help but feel a twinge of regret. Each monster's corpse could only be looted once. If other players knew about his absurd gains, triple the rewards every single time, they'd probably curse him out endlessly. With Phantom Slash in play, his efficiency at farming mobs skyrocketed. After some quick calculations, he estimated he'd reach level 10 in just 2 more hours. The thought made him smirk as he continued slicing through enemies. Meanwhile, back on Earth, more people were waking up after reaching level 3. It was discovered that after falling asleep, consciousness would enter a Forsaken game, resembling an online game. Killing monsters could exchange for extended lifespan. Some people were thrilled, while others were terrified. Various discussions quickly spread, and Forsaken game became a global buzzword. Reports of players dying instantly after their lifespan ran out only fueled the world's collective panic and debate. In Jianghai City, inside the girls' dormitory of Normal University, Qin Xiaoyu and Chu Yan also learned about the Forsaken game. The 4 girls were discussing the game. Short-haired Chu Yan spoke while packing her things. People who fall asleep in the same area at the same time end up in the same starter village. I need to go home and take care of my parents. They've never played games and might struggle to adapt. Someone tried to advise her. Don't get yourself caught up in it. We can develop ourselves first and then help your parents later. A girl wearing glasses chimed in. Yeah, we're barely managing our own progress as it is. Qin Xiaoyu glanced at her phone, though her thoughts were elsewhere. Deep inside, she was waiting for Qin Feng to apologize to her. Yet, there was no news from him. Qin Xiaoyu's anger grew. Something this big happens, and he doesn't reach out to apologize? Some nerve he has. She was even less inclined to lower her ego first. In Qin Xiaoyu's mind, skipping the exam to attend Song Fei's concert was absolutely worth it. Exams could always be retaken, but missing the concert would have been a regret forever. Thankfully, Chu Yan went with me this time. It's the closest I've ever been to Brother Song, Qin Xiaoyu thought sweetly, her mind full of Song Fei. She also wondered when Song Fei would enter the Forsaken game. In her mind, Song Fei would surely be incredibly powerful. At this point, Song Fei had already replaced Qin Feng as the brother in her heart. In her previous life, Qin Feng had come to find her, apologized, and invited her to join the game together. In this life, however, Qin Feng hadn't even sent her a message. Qin Xiaoyu sneered. Fine, do whatever you want. She figured she would enter the Forsaken game early, but it no longer had anything to do with Qin Feng. Suddenly, Chu Yan exclaimed with excitement. Girls, look! Zhang Wei has leveled up to level 3 and came out of the game. Qin Xiaoyu was a little surprised and immediately tagged Zhang Wei in the group chat. At Zhang Wei, the expert, do you have any tips? The entire class was praising Zhang Wei in the group chat. Zhang Wei, seeing the chance to get closer to Qin Xiaoyu, immediately messaged her privately, bragging, once someone in the starter village reaches level 5, the teleportation array will activate. When the time comes, I'll take you along and help you level up quickly. Remember to allocate all your attribute points to agility. Even if you're playing a mage, speed is key early on. Qin Xiaoyu asked, even mages should focus on agility? Zhang Wei confidently replied, yes, it'll speed up your casting. Qin Xiaoyu outwardly agreed, but didn't take Zhang Wei seriously. Her goal was only Song Fei. The others were just tools to help her level up. When Qin Feng crossed her mind again, Qin Xiaoyu sneered even harder. Still refusing to apologize? By the time you enter the game, I'll already be several levels ahead. With a powerful player supporting her, Qin Xiaoyu felt optimistic about her progress in leveling. Meanwhile, Qin Feng had already reached level 5, far surpassing everyone else. If Zhang Wei was considered an expert, then what would one call Qin Feng? In the small village, the teleportation array required players from 2 villages to each reach level 5 before it could be activated. Qin Feng wasn't in a rush to illuminate the array for this reason. His goal was to level up to 10 quickly and head to the main city, where the real game would begin. Free teleportation? I wonder which village Song Fei is in. Qin Feng was slaying monsters in the dark forest while recalling Song Fei's location from his previous life. Back then, Qin Xiaoyu had sought out Song Fei and learned that he was in Firefly Village. Perfect, I'll head to Firefly Village next, level up there, and kill Song Fei each time I see him. Qin Feng's eyes gleamed with murderous intent. He would make Song Fei feel fear within the game. The real hunt would begin later. On the leaderboard, Qin Feng was the only one in Seashell Village to have reached level 6, while others lagged behind at level 3. It would take some time for players in other villages to reach level 5. Qin Feng continued grinding in the game. His Shadow Slash obliterated every monster in an instant, steadily earning him experience points and rewards. In the real world, Jianghai City, on Planet Blue, Officer Wang Meng returned to the bureau to report. Someone from Seashell Village has single-handedly reached level 5. Their codename is Shadow. Over 10 senior officials were stunned by the news. Female officer and you suddenly guessed. Could this Shadow be a reincarnator? Aren't reincarnators usually orphans who rise quickly? The room fell silent for a moment before the department head admonished her for joking during such a serious meeting. The officials resumed their discussion. Based on behavior, Shadow doesn't seem to be malicious. Though eccentric, he saved Wang Meng's team, so he's likely not a threat. We should attempt to establish contact. Ultimately, they decided to have Wang Meng and Yu approach Shadow in the game to understand his personality, investigate his real-world identity, and potentially form an alliance. Meanwhile, it had already been confirmed that the game's lifespan mechanics were real. There were reports of people whose lifespans continuously decreased in the game until they died with less than a day remaining. Governments globally acknowledged that this Forsaken game was an extraordinary phenomenon warranting the highest level of attention. Officials were now overwhelmed, juggling both stabilizing society and delving into the game's mysteries. The realization that human lifespans were governed by this mysterious game sent shockwaves across the planet. What truly mattered, however, was this. Once someone reached level 10, the system would issue an announcement. By then, players would be able to use transferable lifespan to trade levels, attributes, equipment, and skills freely. Bring it into reality. That's when the real chaos begins. Over an hour later, Qin Xiaoyu forced herself to fall asleep in the dorm and entered the God-forsaken game. She chose a random profession again, and this time, she obtained a hidden class, Life Priest. This class had healing abilities far superior to that of a standard priest and could ensure the survival of her teammates. In her previous life, Qin Feng was just an ordinary warrior who had always been looked down upon by Qin Xiaoyu, even though his combat prowess was strong. In truth, Qin Feng had chosen the warrior class to protect her. But in this life, without Qin Xiaoyu in the picture, Qin Feng obtained the unique hidden class Shadow right from the start. Compared to Life Priest, Shadow was of a much higher tier, and its strength wasn't even in the same league. I got a hidden class too, Qin Xiaoyu exclaimed, overjoyed. Now, I can surely match Brother Song Fei, right? Thinking of Qin Feng, her expression darkened. Has he still not come to apologize? Fine, now that I have a hidden class, don't even think about asking me to help you level up. Swelling with confidence, Qin Xiaoyu grew even more arrogant, especially with Zhang Weiqing promising to guide her in the game. However, she completely underestimated the difficulty of the God-forsaken game, a harsh truth that would soon have her running into walls, both literally and figuratively. Shellfish Town. Qin Feng was carrying a bag of spoils, heading back to sort through them. Good thing I managed to loot a storage backpack, 5 extra slots for holding items. In the God-forsaken game, everyone started with a 10-slot inventory. With this addition, Qin Feng now had 15 slots, which was a profit in his eyes. The items he had collected were worth at least 500 days of lifespan. Hunting down the silver-tier boss, the Cursed One, had only gotten him just over 600 days so far, so this 500-day haul was already substantial. As Qin Feng cloaked himself in stealth mode and headed back to the town, his sharp eyes caught sight of 2 figures in the distance. One of them was Jiang Li from Great River Corporation. Moving silently past them, he overheard their conversation. Lao Mao, young miss, you've reached level 3 now. Are you going to uphold your promise? Jiang Li, relax. You'll get your payment. Just give me your phone number when we return to reality. Also, sell me all your tradable lifespan. I'm buying it at a rate of 10,000 yuan per day. Lao Mao. Deal haha. Mao Lijun, who had chosen the archer class, had smoothly leveled up in the early stages of the game. After helping Jiang Li reach level 3, he was ready to cash in on his reward. Shadow may be strong, but it's just a game. The smart thing to do is to turn all this power into cash. Lifespans can be replenished anytime. What's there to fear? He was giddy with excitement, thrilled by the prospect of earning 6 million yuan. It would be the first time in his life he had seen such an astronomical sum of money. Qin Feng, finding their actions beneath his concern, headed straight back to Shellfish Town. Cloaking himself, he entered the town square's underground chamber and activated the teleportation array. Shellfish Town's teleportation array activated. It is now connected to other beginner towns in Jianghai City. 1 free teleportation per day is available. You have gained 1 prestige point. With that done, Qin Feng left the underground chamber and re-entered the town square. now donning his black-robed assassin guise. The moment he appeared, every player's gaze was drawn to him, filled with envy, admiration, and even reverence. In Shellfish Town, Shadow was the figure everyone idolized. While most players had yet to reach level 3, Qin Feng's Shadow had already climbed to level 7. In a regular online game, such a disparity might only inspire respect, but in the godforsaken game, where everything was tied to one's lifespan, this level of power was something everyone coveted. After activating the teleportation array, Qin Feng returned to the square and began setting up a stall. Around the flower beds, many others were hawking their items as well, but the moment Qin Feng set up shop, everyone immediately flocked toward him. The big shot's here. I've saved up 150 days of lifespan just to buy something. Last time, the big shot sold frost spikes, and it helped Grey Rose skyrocket to number 2 in rankings. The power is unreal. Of course, do you think the big shot's goods would be anything less than top tier? Everyone eagerly wanted to buy the equipment and skill books Qin Feng had in stock. At this stage of the game, most people were still struggling to fight regular monsters and couldn't take on bosses, so they had no access to high-quality gear. If they wanted good items, they had no choice but to turn to Qin Feng. High-quality gear and skill books were always in short supply. For instance, the Silver-tier Warrior skill book, Battle Roar, dropped by the Cursed One, had sold for 300 days of lifespan. Trading nearly a year of one's life for a skill book might have been impossible for many warriors, who could only gaze at it with longing eyes. Is 300 days of lifespan worth it for a skill book? If you've got no power, just surviving is tough. It's better to invest in strength. You all are too short-sighted. With the right skills, efficiency doubles. What's 300 days in exchange for that? If you're strong enough, endless life might not just be a dream. Other than the skill book, Qin Feng also had lower-grade equipment and skill books for sale. Well-optimized equipment sold for 50 to 80 days of lifespan, while average items fetched 20 to 40 days. Apart from selling, he had also put up signs indicating that he was buying storage backpacks and certain materials. Before long, a young woman approached him. She was dressed in a black robe and carried a staff at her waist. This was the hidden class, Prophet, held by the enigmatic Black Goblin Li Zi from Wang Meng's team. Big shot, I've got something you'll want, the girl said with a sly smile. She produced an elegant ring. Space ring, 12-slot storage capacity. Does not occupy an equipment slot. Even Qin Feng was slightly taken aback. Backpacks were limited to a maximum of 3, but the space ring didn't take up a storage slot. It offered extra capacity. Its drop rate was extremely low, making it an incredibly valuable item in his past life. How much are you asking for it? Qin Feng inquired. The girl's smile turned teasing. I don't want lifespan. I just want to add you as a friend and ask for your help to take down a boss. Qin Feng agreed and sent a friend request. Black Goblin Big Liz has accepted your friend request. She has also sent you a private message. Through the private message, Qin Feng learned that Wang Meng had logged off, leaving the young girl alone to grind monsters. While doing so, she accidentally discovered a golden grade boss. She couldn't defeat it alone and had initially planned to wait for her teammates to come online, but even then, she doubted the entire team could take it down. At that moment, she ran into Qin Feng. She intended to greet him and then offer him an opportunity to take down the boss in exchange for her spatial ring. Qin Feng asked, "What's the name of the boss?" Black Goblin Big Liz shook her head. I couldn't see clearly. All I know is it's a golden grade boss on a broken ship, and its health bar is quite obvious. Qin Feng already had an idea about it. He replied to the girl via private message. I'll help you take down the boss, but the equipment and skill books it drops that you can use will belong to you, while everything else belongs to me. Is that fair? The girl was a bit surprised. What about Captain Wang Meng? She originally thought they would form a team and divide the rewards evenly. However, for Qin Feng, that would be an unprofitable situation. Qin Feng waved his hand dismissively. Your team has many different classes. If the drops aren't items I can utilize, it'll be a waste of my effort. Black Goblin Big Liz found his reasoning logical. A golden grade boss would be a tough challenge, and she couldn't let Qin Feng bear too much loss. Compromising, she said. All right, we'll follow your terms. If the boss drops equipment for Captain Wang Meng, can you sell it to us at a discount? Qin Feng agreed. The girl nodded again. Then let's wait for the captain to log back in before going. Qin Feng replied directly. No need to wait. Just show me the way. I can take it down alone. Black Goblin Big Liz was stunned. Huh. She was shocked. Take down a golden grade boss alone? That sounded way too confident. In her eyes, Qin Feng was indeed quick to level up, dealt high damage, and was elusive. But the bosses in the game were all incredibly strong. A golden grade boss, in particular, was unfamiliar, and soloing it seemed beyond belief. Yet, Qin Feng wasn't spouting nonsense. Based on her description, he could determine that this boss was the rare Golden Ghost ship. This type of boss could spawn almost anywhere in the game. If it appeared in the beginner's area, it was likely level 5. Its health and attack were average, but it had numerous skills. The special items it dropped were rare and couldn't even be purchased later in the game. Encountering a golden ghost ship at the town's outskirts was a stroke of luck for Qin Feng. Beginner-level ghost ships were the easiest to handle, while higher-level ones posed a significant challenge. Without wasting time, Qin Feng sold his last 2 pieces of equipment and left Shell Town with the girl, whose username was Black Goblin Big Liz. From the earlier transactions, Qin Feng had gained 650 days of lifespan, putting his total at 2,174 days. However, this amount was still far from enough. To bring the game's attributes and skills into the real world, 6 or 7 years of lifespan wouldn't suffice. Qin Feng needed to accumulate as much lifespan as possible. The Golden Ghost ship was an opportunity to speed up his progression. As they set off, Qin Feng learned that Black Goblin Big Liz's real name was Lin Liu. She was still in awe, unable to comprehend how Qin Feng intended to solo a golden grade boss. A golden boss definitely has some area of effect attacks, right? Even if Qin Feng can go invisible, there's no way he'll come out unscathed. His health is low, 1 hit, and he's done for. Just then, Qin Feng suddenly stopped. Looking at her, he said, "You're slowing down. Someone's tailing us from behind." Lin Liu was startled. "Huh, what should we do?" Qin Feng replied calmly. "You go ahead, I'll handle it." With that, he disappeared. In mere seconds, Qin Feng located 5 players tailing them in a forest. Shadow slash. Qin Feng flickered in the darkness. The gleam of his blades sliced through the air, and health bars rapidly dropped. 21. -798. For damage values floated in midair. 4 of the pursuers collapsed on the spot. The remaining player tried to escape, but was struck by a poison dart to the back of his head. -948, critical weak spot, instant kill. Unfortunately, the 5 players were virtual paupers. The tradable lifespans they dropped totaled about 10 days at best. Guess I'll treat it as killing small mobs, Qin Feng mused. He turned and walked out of the forest. When he rejoined Lin Liu, he effortlessly scooped her up and slung her over his shoulder. Lin Liu was surprised but too awestruck by his speed to protest. With 72 points in agility, Qin Feng's full-speed sprint reached 25 meters per second, covering 100 meters in just 4 seconds, far beyond any human limit. If I can get to level 10, I'll be able to bring these attributes into the real world, Qin Feng thought. Lin Liu's figure was great, with a slender waist and long legs. Since characters in the Forsaken game mirrored their real-life appearances, the game was regarded as groundbreaking superhuman technology. Although Qin Feng couldn't make her invisible with him, his speed was unparalleled as he carried her. No pursuer could hope to keep up. "I'm strong, but I can't detect invisible enemies. The best way is to outrun them." With that decision, Qin Feng carried Lin Liu at top speed, sprinting along paths where wild mobs were quickly taken out by his poison darts. Watching Qin Feng in action only deepened Lin Liu's reverence for him. After running for over 10 minutes, the two arrived at a cliff. Down below, within the gray fog of the swamp, rested a broken ship glowing faintly with a golden light. From afar, they could see the boss's health bar encased in a shining golden frame. It was undoubtedly the golden grade boss. The Golden Ghost ship. Qin Feng's heartbeat quickened as he set Lin Liu down. "Wait here and stay alert. I'm going to handle the boss." Without waiting for her response, he headed down the narrow path along the cliff. As he stepped into the swamp, a system notification popped up. Ghost Ship Zone. Lifespan reduced 100 times faster. In this area, staying for 15 minutes would consume an entire day's lifespan. Qin Feng wasn't bothered by it. This was merely a temporary berserk zone. In any case, 1 month from now, the game's catastrophic God abandonment event would plunge the entire Blue Star into chaos. That would be the real disaster. Activating stealth, Qin Feng traversed the swamp without leaving a trace, heading straight for the center. As the gray mist dispersed, the ghost ship emerged. On board, a skeletal figure barely held together was clutching the rudder, and at the bow hung a golden ghostly bell alight with spectral flames. Golden Ghost Ship LV5. Grade, Gold Special. Time remaining, 45:25. He checked the timer, 45 minutes. Plenty of time. A golden ghost ship had spawned. Time to kill. His Phantom Shadow skill had just finished its cooldown. Qin Feng charged straight at the ghost ship. Shadow Slash. -549. -549. -549. 5 consecutive damage numbers floated up. In a flash, Qin Feng threw a venomous dart directly at the golden bell. -621, weak point hit. -207. -207. The golden bell was the weakness of the golden ghost ship, not the skeleton. After using 2 skills, Qin Feng immediately retreated using his Phantom Shadow ability. The skeleton on the ghost ship let out a piercing scream, ghostly flames igniting in its empty eye sockets. Water in the surrounding swamp surged violently, shooting up into a dozen blasting columns. Qin Feng knew well, he was far too fragile. Getting hit by even one of those water columns would be instant death. Fortunately, he had planned ahead and retreated right after his ambush, narrowly escaping being surrounded by the water columns. The closer you get to the ghost ship, the denser the water columns become. Besides a warrior clad in full silver-grade armor, no one can withstand it. Remaining calm, Qin Feng dodged skillfully, moving further from the ghost ship to avoid the water columns. When the columns subsided, 12 decayed water ghosts crawled out from the swamp, each one a silver boss-tier monster. Fighting or not fighting them posed problems. Killing them offered no rewards and wasted time. Not killing them meant the sheer number of monsters could obliterate a team. Worst of all, the Golden Ghost ship summoned a dozen water ghosts every 3 minutes. Lacking sufficient damage output, the accumulating minions would spell death. He glanced at the boss's HP. After 2 rounds of skills, only a tenth had been chipped away. Its total HP was 40,000 to 50,000. For an average player, whose skill only dealt 20 to 30 damage, defeating the Golden Ghost ship was simply out of the question. "Xiaohei, I'm going to die once in a bit," Qin Feng said calmly while evading a skill. He opened a private chat with Lin Liu and continued, "Don't worry about the boss. I'll be back." Lin Liu was baffled. "Who's Xiaohei?" Qin Feng replied, "You obviously. Aren't you Xiaohei?" Lin Liu was on the verge of breaking down, but what could she do? Her in-game ID was Black Goblin Big Plum. Meanwhile, on the path from Shell Town to the swamp, several players were frantically searching for someone. "Does he really think he can bully me?" A middle-aged man with scars, clad in heavy armor, spoke in a sinister tone. He was called Iron Man. The tracker Qin Feng had effortlessly killed earlier was one of his subordinates. "When I took down legendary bosses and conquered the fortress at Sabak, this little punk was still in diapers." Iron Man had been trying to trail Qin Feng ever since, but the latter always activated stealth the moment he left town, evading pursuit. Finally, an opportunity presented itself. Qin Feng had left town with a girl. Young and foolish, can't resist showing off to a girl. Iron Man smirked smugly. He figured tailing the girl would eventually lead him to Qin Feng's secrets. But then Qin Feng doubled back and wiped out all of Iron Man's men. Undeterred, Iron Man regrouped with 20 more people to continue the chase. Several of his underlings perished to monsters along the way, but Iron Man didn't care. To uncover Qin Feng's secrets, any price was worth it. Finally, "Boss, we spotted the girl. She's on the cliff. Up ahead is the swamp, and Shadow is soloing the boss there." Iron Man lit up with excitement and immediately ordered the team to charge toward the swamp. At this moment, Qin Feng continued dodging the ghost ship's skills, using whatever gaps he could find to unleash Shadow Slash and Venomous Dart. However, the boss's relentless attacks barely gave him time to land hits. During the fight, Qin Feng could only strike once every 2 minutes. When the ghost ship's HP dropped to half, the golden bell emitted an eerie chime, and a soul wave rippled outward over 100 meters. Qin Feng was instantly immobilized, his stealth rendered useless, and was killed by a water column on the spot. He lost a significant portion of his lifespan, resurrected back at the town, and any dropped lifespans could be recovered if he returned in time. The only irrevocable loss was a small, non-tradable portion, something he had already calculated in advance and didn't care about. Compared to the rewards the ghost ship would drop, this loss was insignificant. Iron Man's group arrived just in time to witness Qin Feng's death. They were ecstatic, thinking they were about to score big. Without hesitation, they rushed the boss, only to be instantly wiped out by the silver water ghosts and water columns. They didn't even manage to retrieve their dropped lifespans. Back at the town, Iron Man's group resurrected, utterly dumbfounded. They described the ghost ship as outrageously overpowered and couldn't fathom how Qin Feng had managed to whittle away half of its HP. After some analysis, they concluded Qin Feng must have extraordinarily high agility, though they doubted anyone could possibly allocate all their stats to agility. The damage remained staggeringly high. In any case, the entire team had been hammering at the boss for ages and barely managed to scrape off 3% of its HP. It felt absurd. The Iron Man was unwilling to accept defeat and rallied his group for another attempt. Other players tagged along to spectate. But no matter the speed or skill, Qin Feng was faster. He returned to the battlefield a step ahead of them, continuing to chip away at the boss's health with shadow blade strikes and poisonous throwing knives. Once the ghost ship's HP dropped to half, it unlocked a series of new ultimate moves, such as a devastating full-screen water wave attack. Qin Feng, reacting swiftly, leaped to evade. However, others who ventured too close were quickly eliminated. Qin Feng maintained his rhythm of calculated attacks, staying focused on his strategy. The boss primarily used single-target skills, and since Qin Feng remained in stealth, it couldn't land its attacks on him. All Qin Feng had to do was stay cautious of area of effect moves. By the time the boss's HP left only a quarter remaining, the Iron Man and his group finally arrived. Scattered life orbs glimmered across the swampy ground, and the group, eager to snatch the boss for themselves, rushed in. However, as soon as they stepped out of the forest, a streak of lightning struck the Iron Man, chaining through and taking down several of his teammates. -39, -34, -36. This was the level of damage players were capable of at the moment. As it turned out, Lin Liu had hidden himself in the woods, ambushing them to prevent any interference with Qin Feng. Quick and agile, Lin Liu vanished immediately after his attacks. Qin Feng, meanwhile, stayed entirely focused on his duel with the Golden Ghost ship, paying no attention to the chaos outside. After all, even if the others managed to break in, chances were they'd mostly just meet their end. Shadowblade Strike. Poisonous Throwing Knife. Spotting an opening, Qin Feng unleashed another fierce combo, whittling the boss's HP down to its final sliver. Another group of players had gathered at the edge of the swamp at this point, just as Qin Feng executed one last Shadowblade Strike. 5 streaks of blade light slashed across the boss's body in a burst of rapid attacks. -549, -549, -549. You have killed Golden Ghost Ship, Golden Tier. Gained 4,800 experience points, leveling up to level 8. Received 7 evolution points and 216 days of life, tradable. A server-wide announcement chimed 3 times. Player Shadow, Shell Town, has achieved the first kill of a Golden Tier boss on the entire server, earning 3 reputation points. Players across the world were floored. A Golden Tier boss? First kill? How could this be possible? Who's this Shadow? Insane. I'm still stuck farming small mobs, and someone's already taking down a golden boss. Where on earth is Shell Town located, anyway? Players from every nation began competing to claim Shell Town as their own. Even Wang Ming, who had just finished reporting to his team, was dumbstruck. His squad had barely begun to challenge bronze tier bosses, and now this. Someone had already secured the first golden boss kill. Wang Ming fell into a profound existential crisis. Qin Feng, on the other hand, remained calm. In his previous life, he had also led the charge in server-wide first boss kills, so announcements like this were all too familiar to him. Golden, Platinum, Emerald, Diamond. Each tier of boss registered a first kill announcement only once. Subsequent kills at the same tier wouldn't trigger another. This time, Qin Feng hadn't teamed up with Lin Liu, so the announcement only credited his name. As the boss collapsed, loot covered the ground, gear, skill books, and even a few treasures emitting golden glints. But before Qin Feng had the chance to collect his spoils, other players stormed in. Bright, use your skill to locate him, kill him, and we'll have the golden boss loot for ourselves. A young, tall, and thin player with greedy eyes barked orders, clearly bent on seizing the rewards. The most lackluster drops from a golden boss were silver tier gear or skill books, and the golden shimmer indicated that there was a chance of golden tier rewards too. The hunter under his command immediately summoned a ghostly horned eagle, sending the creature soaring. Waves of faint blue energy rippled outward, revealing invisibility. However, they failed to detect Qin Feng. Their stealth detector skill was only at level 1, while Qin Feng naturally came with an additional level to his invisibility, rendering their skill entirely ineffective. The loot scattered on the ground was protected by a grace period, so no one else could take it yet. Qin Feng didn't rush. Watching as the players summoned the ghostly horned eagle and prepared an ambush, he smirked coldly, silently drifting through the swamp undetected. The group of 10 or more players huddled together, assuming that Qin Feng had fled. They planned to wait for the protection timer to expire and claim the loot. Suddenly, Qin Feng's figure flashed into their midst, blade whirling. Shadowblade Strike. In an instant, they were all felled. Silence blanketed the swamp. Qin Feng glanced around, finding no trace of Lin Liu. Instead of greedily snatching the loot, he opened his skill menu first. With the 7 evolution points earned from the boss and his existing 13 points, he immediately upgraded Hand of Greed to the Epic grade, granting it a 100% chance to level up any gear it touched by 1 tier. Thrilled, he began looting. With consecutive uses, he gained 21 evolution points and 648 days of life from the fallen players. Combining the tradable life gained throughout the battle, he now held a total of 3,115 days. Thinking to further evolve his skills, he realized advancing Hand of Greed from Epic to Legendary required 210 evolution points. Reluctantly, he deferred it for now, deciding to improve other skills first. Next, Qin Feng turned his attention to the golden ghost ship spoils, his focus drawn to a particular special item, the Ghost Fire Bell. Ghost Fire Bell Golden Tier. Cooldown for life drops, 1,800 seconds, previously 1,565 seconds. Soul Absorb, passive. Increases life drops for monster kills by 20%. Soul Shock, active. Shake the Ghost Fire Bell to immobilize all enemies within a 100-meter radius for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 6 minutes. 00:521 seconds. This Ghost Fire Bell is an ultra-rare item in the late stages of Godforsaken, a game where even a millennia-long lifespan isn't enough to buy it. Its core ability is Soul Absorption. Killed monsters drop an additional 20% lifespan. In Godforsaken, tradable lifespan is everything. Bringing skills back to reality, utilizing various functions, all consume lifespan. The more lifespan you have, the stronger you become. The Ghost Fire Bell doesn't take up an equipment slot. It only requires one inventory space, making it highly convenient to carry around. With it, you gain a life-saving opportunity every half hour. Even if you die, your lifespan remains intact. For Qin Feng, who currently has a fragile build, this massively increases his margin for error. And the Ghost Fire Bell isn't even guaranteed to drop. It has only a 30% drop rate. This time, thanks to the triple yield from the greedy hand, 2 bells dropped. In the previous life, no one managed to acquire 2 Ghost Fire Bells before, so their combined effects are still unknown. Checking its attributes, lifespan gained from killing enemies now shows an increase of 40%. Qin Feng was stunned. The effects of 2 bells stack. Going forward, farming monsters would now yield a 40% increase in lifespan returns. While the cooldowns are shared, meaning if either the death protection passive or the active skill is triggered, both bells enter cooldown simultaneously. The passive effect alone is enough to be overwhelmingly powerful. With this, Qin Feng's growth rate was bound to skyrocket again. Next, he began tallying his loot. Thanks to the greedy hand, he had managed to obtain over 10 valuable items this time. An incredible 11 golden tier items and skill books, 2 platinum grade items, and even a platinum tier skill book. Normally, a boss would only drop 2 to 4 silver tier items, with even golden items being exceedingly rare. This time, relying on the epic grade greedy hand to upgrade the quality of every drop by 1 rank. 3 of the golden tier drops were directly upgraded to platinum. Among them, there were 3 items suitable for an assassin. Qin Feng reviewed them one by one. 1. Platinum Assassin Weapon. Ghost Ship Dual Blades. Platinum Attack, plus 136. Agility, plus 22. Attack Speed, plus 24%. Armor Penetration, plus 17. Requires level 5. Unique Effect. Double the damage of basic attacks. The unique effect was average since Qin Feng primarily relied on skill-based output. However, the base stats were exceptional, with boosts to agility and attack speed enhancing not only his skill's casting speed, but also their output. The armor penetration was also significant. Using these against the boss, he already noticed a marked improvement. Without hesitation, he equipped the weapon. 2. Golden Armor. Ghost Fire Leather Armor. Gold Physical Defense, plus 25. Fire Resistance, plus 50. Damage Block, plus 14. Health, plus 419. Requires level 5. This significantly improved his defense and health. Previously, Qin Feng had only 350 health points. The additional 419 points almost tripled his durability. Even if others ganged up on him, they wouldn't break through his defenses. 3. Skill Book. Ghostly Blur, Gold Assassin Class, Passive. Provides a 15% dodge rate. Completely negates all damage on a successful dodge. Qin Feng's eyes lit up as he saw it. Finally, a survival skill for the Assassin class. Dodge builds aren't mainstream in Godforsaken because it's hard to stack dodge rates. Even if you achieve 50%, it's still too easy to die. But I can evolve skills without limit. If I push dodge to 80%, the effect would be catastrophic. He glanced at his remaining 21 evolution points. An average player would struggle to decide which skill to evolve first when faced with this much choice. However, Qin Feng made a decisive choice to enhance his damage output. The higher his damage, the stronger the bosses he could take down, leading to even better rewards. Ignoring the newly learned skill Ghostly Blur, he opted to immediately invest his evolution points into Shadow Strike. Consume 3 plus 5 points for evolution. Remaining points, 13. Shadow Strike, Platinum Emerald Diamond Dash towards a target direction, 21427 meters, stealth duration 789 seconds, strike enemies along the path 567 times. Each strike deals plus 20025030 attack damage. Cooldown, 12 seconds, reduced to 10.43 seconds. Path width, 3.13.64.1 meters. Shadow Strike advanced 2 levels in one go, doubling its damage. Even without stealth, the skill alone could deal 3,000 damage. If used as a backstab, its 7 strikes could total a damage output of 6,000 to 7,000. With 13 evolution points left, Qin Feng chose to enhance his initial skill, Backstab Enhancement. Consume 2 plus 3 plus 5 points. Remaining points, 3. Backstab Enhancement, Ordinary Bronze Silver Gold. Passive. Increases rear attack damage by 15%, 20%, 25%, 30%. This passive effect was consistent and yielded higher boosts as it was leveled up. Having finished upgrading his skills, Qin Feng felt his combat power rise yet another significant notch. Taking down the Golden Ghost ship should now be achievable within 5 minutes, and dying in the process was much less likely. With an additional 20 to 30 points of agility, his speed increased dramatically, allowing him to easily dodge even the ghost ship's half-health, full-screen area attacks. Taking a glance at his inventory, he saw a Platinum tier item and a Platinum skill book that were designed for archers and priests. Platinum items can't be sold yet. No one can afford them. I'll hold on to them for now. Such equipment was worth at least 5 or 6 years' worth of lifespan. The skill book was even more valuable, with prices that could easily reach 10 years. I still have 7 or 8 golden tier items and skill books I can sell to Wang Meng's team. The mage's skill book and magic ring were reserved for Lin Liu. They had a prior agreement that anything useful for her would go her way. After all, her spatial ring was far more valuable in comparison. As for equipment for warriors, priests, and archers, he planned to offer them to Wang Meng's team at a 10% discount. If they couldn't afford them immediately, he was fine with letting them pay on credit. After cooperating with Wang Meng for years, a level of trust had already been established. Trustworthy. All these items together could sell for thousands of days of lifespan. After he finished organizing everything, Qin Feng left the swamp and contacted Lin Liu. Xiaohei, where are you now? Lin Liu was speechless at the nickname, Xiaohei, and regretted the code name she had chosen. Helplessly, she replied, I got chased by Iron Man back to the small town, but the team's lifespan stock is all with Uncle. None of it was lost. Uncle referred to Wang Meng, a survival expert. Entrusting the lifespan to him was the safest bet. All right, I'll give you some stuff when I get back. Qin Feng activated stealth mode and headed toward Shell Town. On the way, he encountered Iron Man leading over 20 people back toward the swamp. Qin Feng immediately treated them like mobs and cleared them out. At the same time, in Moonlight Town, Jianghai City, Daxia. After Qin Xiaoyu obtained the hidden class, Life Priest, she formed a makeshift team in Moonlight Town and struggled to fight monsters and level up. The team was lively and abuzz with the news that someone had achieved the world's first golden tier boss kill. Isn't Shell Town part of our Jianghai City? Does that mean the Shadow God is also from Jianghai City? Quietly, Qin Xiaoyu felt a surge of excitement, realizing that the legendary Shadow God was a local. She had grown increasingly frustrated with her current teammates, who were so slow they couldn't even efficiently clear minor monsters. Occasionally, they would get chased around the map by mobs. Resolutely, she decided, as soon as someone in town reached level 5, she would head to Shell Town to join up with Shadow God to level up together. The rule was that the first players to reach levels 2 and 5 would get onto the leaderboard and earn prestige. However, only after a player reached level 5 would the town's teleportation array activate. As of now, only Qin Feng had reached level 8 in the entire region, and no one else in any town had reached level 5. All level, for players were desperately grinding mobs to make it to level 5. The towns within Jianghai City connected only with other towns in the same region. Meanwhile, on his return to Shell Town, Qin Feng encountered Iron Man and his 23 henchmen lying in ambush. The opposing group was cautious, staying spread out, but with his Platinum Ghost ship twin blades in hand, Qin Feng could easily dispatch one player with 2 strikes. Spotting the perfect angle, he executed a shadow flash slash, instantly killing more than 10 people. The remaining members were completely stunned. Iron Man shouted commands to retaliate, but Qin Feng's agility far surpassed theirs. He dodged all their skills effortlessly, and even when attacks managed to land, his HP barely budged. With his superior equipment, Qin Feng methodically eliminated his enemies. In the end, apart from 2 who managed to escape, the majority were wiped out by Qin Feng. Dismissing them as too poor, Qin Feng scoffed at the paltry 30 days' worth of lifespan they dropped. Simultaneously, the system notified him that he had acquired the negative Slayer status. This meant losing more lifespan with each death. However, Qin Feng owned the Ghostfire Bell, which prevented him from losing lifespan upon dying. Consequently, he paid no mind to this status since it didn't affect him unless he died consecutively within a short span. Returning to Shell Town, Qin Feng's ghost fire armor exuded an air of sharpness and menace, instantly drawing the attention of everyone around. That's Shadow. This armor looks incredible. Is it golden tier gear? Did he really solo the boss? It has to be a glitch exploit. I mean, why don't you try it then? As the crowd debated, Qin Feng arrived at the town square. A group of people approached him with deference, led by a pale, lanky young man. This same group had earlier attempted to rob Qin Feng of his golden boss loot, but were promptly annihilated by him. Shadow bro, our sincerest apologies, the frail young man said humbly, handing over an assassin skill book. Please, take this as a peace offering. Let's pretend nothing happened. Qin Feng accepted the skill book, which turned out to be a control skill. He casually learned it and then waved them off. Shortly after, he finally met with Lin Liu. No one noticed that as this scene unfolded, a certain young man named Idle Clouds stood in the background, his eyes narrowing with malice. Inwardly, he sneered. Being good in the game means nothing. When I find you in the real world, I'll make you my slave. Once the town's teleportation activates, I'll send someone beautiful to lure information out of this peasant. There's no way he'd resist. Lin Liu, dressed in a black robe, appeared slightly nervous when facing Qin Feng. Qin Feng casually tossed her a golden tier mage skill book and a golden armor piece. Lin Liu, who had only dared to hope for a silver tier item, was overjoyed and teary-eyed when she received not one, but 2 golden tier treasures. These items will double my power and massively improve my mana recovery, she exclaimed gratefully. It's just what we agreed on. Now hand over the spatial ring. Qin Feng said indifferently. Lin Liu quickly handed him a 12-slot ring, adding that during her escape, she had stumbled upon a ruin's entrance. Surprised, Qin Feng thought, her luck is truly remarkable. She's definitely someone worth keeping around. Of course, he wouldn't tell her that. Trust is a two-way street. She's that easily bought with 2 golden tier items? Qin Feng found this both amusing and ironic. He slid the spatial ring onto his left pinky and remarked, now I've got 27 slots. No more stressing over inventory space. With 27 slots now at his disposal, everything felt more convenient. Qin Feng turned to Lin Liu. Since your team leader isn't online yet, tell him to contact me for gear negotiations when he logs in. In the meantime, I'll go check out the ruins you mentioned. Lin Liu nodded, pulling out a parchment map and marking the entrance to the ruins. It's right here, a stone slab. I tried to hide there during my escape, but I ran off after hearing ghostly screams. That's when Iron Man caught up to me. Qin Feng memorized the location. In reality, every newbie town and its surrounding terrain were merely repeated patterns of. This kind of mechanic was predetermined, but special points like ruins and the Golden Ghost ship were randomized. In his previous life, there had been no such ruins in his small town. But unexpectedly, Shell Town not only had ruins, but even refreshed a ghost ship. He bade farewell to Lin Liu and left Shell Town while remaining in stealth mode. I was planning to reach level 10 first, but with a ruin here, grinding levels directly in the ruins should be more than enough. The town ruins came in 3 types: catacombs, cursed ruins, and faith temples. The catacombs were monster dens with high difficulty and featured a golden boss at the end. The monsters in the cursed ruins were beings cursed by gods. Some might have originally been human. Meanwhile, monsters in the temples were mostly cultists of sinister deities. The temple maps were complicated, and clearing them offered a chance to obtain rare items or skill books. His very own Eye of Judgment had been acquired from a temple. Regardless of the type of ruin, Qin Feng would never miss the opportunity, as every monster within was at least bronze tier in rank, or even silver tier, which meant a great deal of evolution points to him. With my current epic grade greedy hand, killing a minor bronze tier boss gives me 8 evolution points, and a silver tier boss yields 16 points. Compared to taking down high tier bosses, farming more of the smaller ones offers greater returns. Soon enough, Qin Feng arrived at his destination in stealth mode, locating a stone slab amidst a field of overgrown weeds. Moving it aside revealed a downward staircase, from which eerie wailing sounds emanated. Without hesitation, he entered the passage and slid the slab back into place. The area was engulfed in darkness, though a faint yellowish glow ahead dimly illuminated the stone walls. He noticed the murals on the walls, and his expression changed sharply. It's identical to the Faith Temple from my last life. It's still a temple dedicated to the ancient god of judgment. Carrying the Eye of Judgment within him, Qin Feng felt this temple's appearance was anything but ordinary. Taking a deep breath, he continued forward in stealth mode. At this moment, players in all starter towns were frantically leveling up, but none were leveling faster than Qin Feng with his ruin farming. Soon, a player in one of the starter towns reached level 5, activating the town's teleportation array. From this point, each player was granted 1 free teleport to another town per day. As a result, Shelltown began to see an influx of players from all regions. The legend who had achieved the world's first kill of a golden tier boss, Shadow, was said to be in Shelltown. With the player base of the town skyrocketing, by the time Wang Ming logged back online, he was utterly shocked. He had previously ranked in the town's top 10, but now he'd been pushed all the way down to 20-something. I need to pick up the pace. Wang Ming urgently messaged his party members, only to find that 2 were still offline, one of whom was their original priest, Sister Wang. Looks like we'll need to recruit a new priest. He quickly summoned his 3 online team members, and when he saw Lin Liu, he was startled. She now had a faint gold necklace around her neck. Wang Ming and the rest of the team were stunned. Lin Liu briefly shared her encounter with Shadow and mentioned that Shadow even had gear suitable for their professions available for purchase, and at a discount too. Wang Ming smiled bitterly. Silver tier is reasonable, but if it's gold tier, we probably can't afford it. The young sharp-eyed archer in their group looked envious. It must be nice having a big shot as a friend. If we could tag along with someone like that, life would be so much easier. Lin Liu rolled her eyes. All you ever think about is clinging to a big shot. Why don't you focus on leveling up? Having vetted each other's real-life backgrounds for trustworthiness, Wang Ming made the decision to recruit a new priest. The old priest, Sister Wang, needed to visit another town to find her son, leaving their team short-handed. There were many stalls in Shelltown recruiting priests, but with Lin Liu and her gilded necklace standing behind Wang Ming, they naturally drew quite a bit of attention. Several young men expressed interest in joining the party, but backed off the moment they heard they'd have to register their real identities. It was at this moment that Qin Xiaoyu, a level 3 life sacrificer, approached them. She proactively volunteered to join, even clearly stating her background. She was a freshman at Jianghai Normal University, an orphan, and had a foster brother. Wang Ming nodded in agreement and added her to the party. Little Xiaoyu has joined your team. Qin Xiaoyu felt a rush of joy in her heart, discreetly glancing at Lin Liu's golden necklace. She began to suspect that the item was very likely connected to the global first kill of the golden tier boss by Shadow. Meanwhile, the figure being buzzed about across the internet, Shadow, was none other than Qin Feng, who had kept a low profile while developing. Little did he know that his fame had already spread worldwide, stirring hearts everywhere. At this moment, Qin Feng was inside the Faith Temple. Advancing forward, he arrived at a wide, spacious hall. The hall was completely empty, save for 2 humanoid creatures kneeling on the ground. The eerie wailing sounds originated from them. Ancient gods, devout believers, the judged, LV10. Rank, silver. Remaining in stealth, Qin Feng edged closer. Upon seeing the believers, he immediately activated Blink Slash. Damage values popped up rapidly, but he only managed to shave off a small portion of their health. These 2 silver tier bosses had significantly greater health than any previous monsters he had faced. In total, even surpassing the Golden Ghost ship's boss. Qin Feng was just about to dodge their attacks when, unexpectedly, the 2 devout believers didn't attack at all. Instead, they turned toward him and knelt even more reverently. I have the authority of judgment. Could it be that they won't attack me? Qin Feng was astonished. He tested this theory by dropping his stealth and maintaining his distance, but even then, the believers prostrated themselves even further upon seeing him, showing no hostility. Qin Feng, who had initially planned to kill them for experience, was now perplexed. Though he had 9 years of gaming experience from his past life, even he had never encountered such a situation before. It was most likely related to his judgment eye. He tried issuing a command, "Take me there." However, the followers looked at him with confusion, evidently unable to understand. Nonetheless, they seemed far more rational than other monsters. Suddenly, the sound of footsteps from other players echoed from the hall's entrance. The followers' expressions changed instantly, and they rushed toward the entrance. Green flames coalesced in their hands and were frantically hurled down the passageway. Shrieks came from the players in the passage, 2 silver tier bosses. Run! The green flames engulfed the area, incinerating 6 players into ashes in an instant. Qin Feng even recognized one of them, the Grey Rose who had previously purchased the Ice Spike spell. Unfortunately, her team was too weak and was instantly taken down by the gatekeepers. Qin Feng shook his head and lamented. The passage is too narrow, there's nowhere to dodge. If it were the hall, they might have stood a chance. He observed coldly, then picked up the life orbs on the ground, which surprisingly amounted to over 100 tradable days of life. What was even stranger was that the 2 devout followers had no interest in the life orbs at all. After disposing of the 6 players, Qin Feng returned to the hall and continued searching the area where he had vanished earlier. But the entire hall had no other exits. That's it. 2 silver tier mini-bosses. Qin Feng was puzzled. With no new leads, he simply decided to eliminate the 2 devout followers as well. Sure enough, They offered no resistance and were killed instantly. You have killed Ancient God's devout follower, the judged silver tier. Gained 4,000 experience points, leveled up to level 9, plus 4 evolution points, plus 188 days of life. After finishing them off, Qin Feng used the Hand of Greed to loot the corpses. 32 evolution points, 1,504 days of life. What a windfall. He collected 4 pieces of golden equipment and over a dozen silver ones. Among them, a golden necklace especially suited assassins. Devout pendant, gold tier agility plus 15, cooldown reduction plus 20%, level requirement 8. Special effect, summon a silver tier devout follower, cooldown 600 seconds. The necklace's attributes were excellent, especially the cooldown reduction. Once equipped, Qin Feng's skill cooldowns shortened across the board, making it ideal for grinding mobs. As for the other equipment, since no one else needed them, he decided to store them for now. Just as he was about to leave, the floor in the center of the hall suddenly loosened. After eliminating the 2 devout followers, a hidden mechanism had been triggered. A circular stone platform rose, and when Qin Feng stepped onto it, it began to descend slowly, with the ground above sealing shut once more. With a rumble, the stone platform came to a stop. After descending 300 or 400 meters, the surroundings unexpectedly brightened. Torches embedded in the stone walls illuminated a labyrinth. So, it really is an underground labyrinth, Qin Feng sighed. However, he had experienced such places before, so he knew his way around. The labyrinth, though, was riddled with deadly mechanisms that left little room for survival once triggered. Fortunately, he had acquired the devout pendant. Qin Feng activated its special effect and summoned a silver tier devout follower to act as his pathfinder. As the minion crawled ahead, Qin Feng followed from behind, making the journey much safer. During a lull, Qin Feng opened his skill panel and used the evolution points he had just gained to upgrade his skills. Hand of Greed is too costly for now. I'll prioritize upgrading Ghostly Blur. Passive evasion is more critical. Consuming evolution points, upgrading Ghostly Blur. The active evasion rate increased from 15% to 75%, with immunity to damage during evasion. To evolve an epic tier skill to legendary tier, the required points were now 10 times the original amount. Initially needing only 8 points, it now required 80 points. Qin Feng felt it was not worth the investment for the time being and decided to hold off. A 75% evasion rate was already impressive. Next, Qin Feng used evolution points to enhance Shadow Slash, upgrading it to epic tier. Cost, 13 evolution points. Remaining points, 11. Shadow Slash, Diamond Epic Flash forward up to 30 meters, stealth for 12 seconds, execute 9 slashes along the way, each adding 500 attack power. Cooldown, 8.8 seconds. Slash width, 5 meters. The damage doubled compared to its diamond tier form. Attack power increased by 200 points, and the number of slashes rose from 7 to 9. Qin Feng marveled at how, in this life, he had an epic tier skill right at the start. In his previous life, it had taken years to acquire one. Though his skill levels were still low, they had the potential for limitless evolution. However, evolving an epic tier skill into a legendary tier 1 would require 10 times the evolution points. Skills with higher initial tiers were far more cost-effective to evolve. For instance, an already epic tier skill would only need 1 times 10 is equal to 10 points for its first evolution. But if evolving a standard tier skill to epic tier, 7 evolutions were required, with the final evolution alone costing 21 or even 34 base points. Multiplied by 10, it would require 210 or 340 points, far too expensive. The advantage of lower tier skills, though, was that they could evolve into epic tier with minimal cost. Thus, Qin Feng resolved that all his skills, no matter how low their initial tier, would eventually be upgraded to at least epic tier. With 11 evolution points remaining, Qin Feng upgraded his initial skill, Shadow Step, by 2 levels. Spent, 3 plus 5 points. Remaining, 3 points. Shadow Step, Silver Gold Platinum Stealth Duration, 24 seconds. Bonus from Breaking Stealth, plus 150. Cooldown, 22 seconds. Thanks to his attributes, the final cooldown was reduced to 16.3 seconds. Qin Feng still felt the cooldown was too long, and the bonus damage from Breaking Stealth wasn't significant enough. Not satisfied yet, he decided to switch it out later. After exhausting all points, Qin Feng redirected his focus back to the labyrinth. Ahead of him, the devout follower crawled forward, scouting the path. As they turned a corner, a massive iron ball suddenly flew out. The devout follower was struck and sent flying, killed instantly in just 2 hits. Qin Feng stayed in place, waiting for his summon cooldown. This maze is too intricate. I'll have to let my summoned creature scout the paths. Waste time, But this temple is connected to the Eye of Judgment. I must investigate thoroughly. At the same time, at the temple's entrance, the team led by Grey Rose returned to the doorway, preparing to take on the Silver Tier boss, only to find it already dead. Grey Rose frowned. The only one capable of taking down 2 Silver Tier bosses would be the Shadow Master, right? Did he really come here? Her teammates were equally shocked upon seeing the boss's corpse, and they began whispering among themselves. They all felt a sense of relief. After all, even though they were prepared, they were still apprehensive about the fight and the prospect of dying once again. Only Grey Rose remained a bit puzzled. She recalled spotting a shadowy figure communicating with the Silver Tier boss the last time she was here. She had only caught a glimpse of it as she entered the hall, but the boss's subsequent roar had driven her to retreat, and she ultimately perished in green flames. Reflecting on it now, could that shadow have been the Shadow Master? She wasn't sure. Why wouldn't the Silver Tier boss attack the shadow? Could it be that Shadow had the power to beguile the boss? Maybe that's how he managed to kill so many bosses. But no matter how much she speculated, the truth was beyond her reach. As time passed, more and more players teleported into Shell Town, and soon the area was nearly overflowing with people. The surrounding monsters had been completely wiped out. With so many players present, there simply weren't enough monsters to go around. The remaining creatures had gone into hiding, only to still be hunted down and defeated eventually. Even Wang Ming's team had to slow their leveling pace, taking 3 whole hours just to reach level 5. Lin Liu's golden tier skill hadn't been put to any use yet. Wang Ming suggested moving to a less populated town to continue leveling, and Lin Liu agreed, but insisted on waiting for the Shadows trade first. Qin Xiaoyu, overhearing their conversation, could barely suppress her laughter. In the Temple of Faith, Qin Feng had spent about 3 hours and nearly finished exploring everything that could be explored. He was not only highly experienced, but could also summon silver-grade believers to scout the way, so there were almost no mistakes. Qin Feng arrived at a starlight passage, where blue starlight stretched all the way to the end. He let the devout believer go first and followed behind. At the end was a massive bronze door. He had the believer try to open it, but it wouldn't budge. After carefully confirming it was safe, he stepped forward himself, and the moment he touched it, the bronze door opened automatically. Beyond the door was a grand hall of starlight, with an altar in the center. Beside the altar stood a woman in white robes, her face covered by a headscarf. With her hands crossed, she bowed toward the altar. Qin Feng looked at her and found that he couldn't see any of her information at all. As he approached, the woman in white turned around. Her figure was graceful. She knelt on one knee, lowered her head, and murmured softly, starlight flickering in her hands. The next moment, she turned into starlight and vanished. Qin Feng frowned and saw that an ancient-looking treasure chest had appeared on the altar, glowing with a brilliant golden light. He judged it to be an epic-grade chest. He wasn't sure who the woman was, but he felt it had something to do with his Eye of Judgment. In any case, he remained cautious, telling the devout believer to step forward and open the chest, while he stayed ready to strike at any moment. The chest was opened, and sure enough, nothing unexpected happened. The devout believer handed Qin Feng the skill book from inside the chest. Assassin Divine Skill. Qin Feng's expression changed drastically. Divine Release, Epic Assassin Skill. Passive, weak point hit correction plus 100%, weak point damage multiplier doubled. Throat Slit, active. The next attack inflicts a throat-slitting effect, dealing 100% damage per second for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Qin Feng understood it now. The skill had both passive and active effects. The passive directly amplified the enemy's weak point. Weak point hit correction plus 100% meant it was much easier to hit weak points, and weak point damage was doubled. From now on, even if he encountered monsters with tiny or hard-to-hit weak points, he wouldn't have to worry. The system would help correct his attacks, making weak point strikes much easier. The active skill, Throat Slit, was even more vicious. The next attack would not only deal its original damage, but also continue dealing extra damage for 3 seconds. For example, if one slash dealt 300 damage, then it would deal an additional 900 over 3 seconds, for a total of 1,200 damage. If combined with skills like Shadow Flash Slash that hit multiple times, each hit could stack Throat Slit's effect, causing the burst damage to skyrocket. What's more, this epic skill could even be upgraded to Legendary, as long as he obtained 10 evolution points. Qin Feng only had 3 points right now, so that wasn't enough for the time being. This underground labyrinth was unusually quiet. Qin Feng hadn't encountered a single monster along the way, which left him somewhat disappointed. In the past, it had always been devout and fanatical believers blocking the path all the way. He couldn't figure out why the Faith Temple had no one around. He could only suspect that it had something to do with his eye of judgment, but he couldn't be bothered to dig deeper. If he met that mysterious woman in white again next time, he planned to try talking to her. Having mastered this skill, Qin Feng's confidence soared. If he were to encounter a level 5 golden ghost ship now, he estimated that a single shadow flash slash would be enough to destroy it outright. A few minutes later, Qin Feng stood on the stone disc in the hall, and the disc sent him back to the surface. Only a scorched mark was left on the ground, as if nothing had ever happened. Has Wang Meng and the others logged on by now? Qin Feng's backpack was almost full, so he had to go sell his stuff first. Just as he got in touch with Lin Liu, he heard new news. Qin Xiaoyu. Qin Feng frowned. He hadn't expected Qin Xiaoyu to come to the land abandoned by the gods, and even join Wang Meng's squad, coming all the way to Shell Town. He immediately guessed what Qin Xiaoyu was thinking. She wanted to get close to Shadow and build connections. She can even tell I have ties with Lin Liu. This girl's got a little brain. Qin Feng sneered. He knew Qin Xiaoyu all too well. From the very beginning, she had wanted to find a strong team, only to be blocked by him in his previous life. Later, after he rose to power, Qin Xiaoyu finally began to obediently follow him. It seems the timeline in this life has already changed. Qin Feng was a little surprised, but quickly calmed down. Since Qin Xiaoyu was in Wang Meng's team, the priest equipment absolutely could not be sold. Even if it was just a coincidence, Qin Feng would never let Qin Xiaoyu gain the slightest advantage, and he would never show that he knew her. Right now, Shadow was too eye-catching, and exposing his identity would be very dangerous. As long as he reached level 10, he could bring his stealth skill into reality, and the problem of self-preservation would be much smaller. He was not far from level 10 now, and very soon he would be able to extract his extraordinary ability. More than 10 minutes later, Qin Feng returned to Shell Town. By then, hundreds of thousands of people from Great Xia had already entered the god-abandoned game, and Shell Town was packed with people. Wearing the Ghostfire leather armor, he instantly became the center of attention. Some shouted Boss Shadow, some wanted to add him as a friend, and some introduced themselves as company owners. Others even brought their little sisters to meet a powerful patron, all of them trying to latch onto a big shot. Qin Feng flashed 30 meters away with a shadow step slash, instantly went invisible, and shook off everyone. Then he made an appointment with Lin Liu at a hidden location and headed over. Wang Meng, Lin Liu, and the others were waiting behind the ruins. Qin Xiaoyu looked nervous and expectant, glancing around constantly. When Qin Feng arrived, he looked at Qin Xiaoyu as if she were a complete stranger, said nothing, and directly took out the equipment to open a trade with Wang Meng. He first added Wang Meng as a friend, then sent a private message. Gold-grade warrior gear, 280 days of lifespan. Gold-grade archer skill, 520 days. He also quoted prices for the other equipment. Wang Meng said he only had 925 days of lifespan on him and couldn't afford it, so Qin Feng said, "It's fine, just put it on credit." The total price of these items was 2,200 days of lifespan, and for the officials, it would be easy to pay back. Wang Meng and the others were very grateful. With the equipment and skills in hand, they could farm monsters faster and harder, and they were all excited. Suddenly, someone realized there was no priest equipment. Qin Xiaoyu froze, but Qin Feng gave no reaction and instantly vanished. In fact, Qin Feng did have priest equipment, but he would never give it to Qin Xiaoyu. He was planning to find another priest to join Wang Meng's team and squeeze Qin Xiaoyu out. Since they were cooperating with the officials long-term, there was no way he would keep her in there. Just then, Qin Feng received a system prompt. Xiaoyu has requested to add you as a friend. Verification message. Hello, big shot. I'm the priest from Wang Meng's team. Qin Feng frowned. Be polite to outsiders, but give me the cold shoulder? Qin Xiaoyu is pretty something. He completely ignored the friend request and didn't reject it either. There were too many people in the request list. There was no need to specifically reject just her. When he arrived at the town square, Qin Feng was ready to teleport to Firelight Town. Song Fei's starting point was there. This guy had been performing at a concert the day before, then ran to Zhanghai City to look for girls and have fun. When the godforsaken game descended, Song Fei was assigned Firelight Town as his starting point. Now that the teleport's unlocked, wouldn't it be only right to deal with Song Fei a few times first? Qin Feng sneered. In his previous life, Qin Xiaoyu made him drink the water of wandering souls, but the real culprit behind it was Song Fei. Xiaoyu was foolish, but Song Fei was the one who had to be dealt with. If he wanted to act in reality, he first had to beat Song Fei so badly in the game that he'd be forced offline. Otherwise, Song Fei could be invincible in reality and just hide in the safe zone in the game, and Qin Feng would have no way to get to him. Since grinding monsters anywhere was the same anyway, he might as well cut down Song Fei a few times while he was at it. Killing him outright wasn't possible for now, but forcing him offline would at least make things easier. Right, Xiao Xue is also in Firelight Town. Let's see if there's a chance to run into her. Gu Yixue, codenamed Snowing Day, had been a management member of the Slaying God Guild in his previous life. Her hidden class, White Bird Priest, came with a white bird that could both heal and buff, making her far stronger than Qin Xiaoyu. In his last life, Qin Xiaoyu could only stand behind him and heal. When something really happened, Qin Feng still had to protect her. But Gu Yixue could take on an epic grade boss alone, and she was one of Qin Feng's strongest helpers. If I run into her, I'll pull her into Wang Ming's team and replace Qin Xiaoyu outright. He didn't want any variables on the road to development, and Qin Xiaoyu was the biggest unstable factor. Besides, making this request would let him see Wang Ming's attitude and probe the official stance at the same time. Firelight Town. This was one of Jianghai City's starting towns. Qin Feng stayed invisible, used today's free teleport, and quietly arrived here. Compared with the bustling Shell Town, this place was much quieter. There were plenty of players, but it wasn't crowded. Some were setting up stalls, and some respawned on the spot, all looking rather grim. Qin Feng wandered around for a while, but didn't see Song Fei, nor did he run into Gu Yixue. Just then, he heard several respawned players discussing. Move it, don't let someone else take the kill. The silver boss is still at half health. Song Fei dragged over another group of girls. Who's supposed to sing against him? That little celebrity's got a bunch of brain-dead fans. So damn irritating. Anyway, today we're definitely killing that pretty boy. The few of them cursed as they headed out of town. I've got a lead. Qin Feng's lips curled. Song Fei is outside leading girls to fight a boss? He sure knows how to play. He could almost imagine that, if not for the shadow incident, and if Qin Xiaoyu had landed here, she would probably have been one of those brain-dead fans too. Song Fei wasn't a hidden class player. He chose a mage and rode a wave of girls to rise quickly in the early game, but he lacked staying power. End of full text. Qin Feng, Qin Xiaoyu's older brother, had once been her idol. In this life, he was determined not to let Song Fei get his way. He planned to kill Song Fei first in the game, then bring that ability into reality and assassinate him directly. At this moment, Qin Feng followed several furious players out of town. He remained invisible the entire time, and whenever the effect was about to end, he found a chance to renew it. After leaving town, he first crossed the dark forest and reached the eerie Morning Valley, a level 5 monster spawn area. There were two kinds of monsters here, the flame burners, who attacked from range with fireballs, and the shacklers, who were bound by chains and could only bite. The appearances of these two monsters were extremely grotesque, frightening many players away from facing them. Qin Feng advanced quietly and arrived at the center of the valley, where he saw the 3-meter-tall silver-gray boss, the twin-headed flame burner, spewing blood-red flames. Dozens of players were surrounding and attacking the boss, and they were even killing each other in the process. In the crowd, Song Fei, dressed in a black robe and holding a staff, acting extremely ostentatiously, was surrounded and protected by a large group of female players. Many of them even blocked attacks for him, willing to die just to protect brother Song Fei. Corpses were strewn all over the ground. Song Fei and the 5 female mages in his team attacked the boss together. Without a tank or a priest, they relied entirely on a wall of fans. Song Fei only had to cast skills, kill monsters, and level up. Even if his teammates were blocked to death, he didn't care at all. With the female fans surrounding him, Song Fei leveled up rapidly and soon became the one who lit up the local teleportation array. Just as the boss's HP was down to only 1/3, Song Fei was brimming with confidence, ready to kill the boss and reach level 7, planning to surpass Shadow and become the #1 player. At that moment, a sudden change occurred. A figure wearing cool, dark leather armor suddenly appeared beside Song Fei. The figure flickered and vanished in an instant. Immediately after, Song Fei and several of the girls were struck by 9 streaks of sword light at the same time. A string of damage numbers floated up over their heads, and Song Fei's vision went black as he died on the spot. A system notification popped up. You were killed by Shadow. Lost 1,106 days of lifespan, tradable. 18 years and 113 days, non-tradable. Song Fei was stunned. After being reborn at the plaza of Yinghua Town, he couldn't believe it. I died. The boss, which had originally been within reach of victory, was actually snatched away by Shadow, who suddenly appeared. Angry and confused, he said, "There are so many towns in Jianghai City. Why did Shadow come specifically to steal my boss?" The 5 female mage girls behind him were all killed back to town as well, each of them stunned. How did I die? Did even my brother die? It's Shadow. Why did he kill us? He must have been stealing the boss. So despicable, he ambushed brother. While complaining, they all comforted Song Fei one after another. Brother, don't worry, the other sisters will avenge us. Song Fei shook his head confidently and said, Assassins are powerful at ambushes, but once they're exposed, they're done for. Soon he'll be killed back by our people. But soon, everyone respawning at the plaza was from his sister group. The number kept increasing, and Sung Fei was completely dumbfounded. How were all of you killed? Could that Shadow really wipe you all out? The younger sisters cried out. Sorry, brother, Shadow was too fast. We can't hit him. All our attacks were dodged. Even when we hit him, his HP barely dropped. Meanwhile, there were no girls from Sung Fei's group left around the boss. They had all been sent back to town by Qin Feng. In the Lamenting Valley, after Qin Feng instantly killed Sung Fei, he continued harvesting the remaining girls' group, slaughtering them until they screamed and shouted, yet they still couldn't touch Qin Feng at all. Qin Feng had high dodge and golden grade defense. This girls' group was utterly powerless to fight back. In just a few minutes, the group of dozens was completely wiped out. The onlooking solo players were also shocked. They knew very well how strong Song Fei and the girl squad were, and they never expected the assassin to be completely dominating them. Who is this assassin? Isn't he Shadow? The expert who got the global first kill on the gold boss. He's way too fierce. Why would he come to our Yinghua town? Give the boss to the expert. The solo players immediately retreated to the back of the valley, leaving Qin Feng alone to face the boss. Everyone thought Qin Feng would leave, but instead he suddenly went invisible and then threw out a venomous flying dagger, instantly killing the double-headed flame burner, boss, and emptying its HP bar in one shot. The surrounding solo players were all stunned. What's going on? One flying dagger killed the boss. His big skill deals thousands of damage in one hit, while ours only does a few dozen. Are we even playing the same game? That gap is ridiculous. So this is the expert Shadow? The boss fell, its corpse burning with blood-red flames. Qin Feng appeared beside the corpse, idly toying with the ghost ship twin blades in his hands, coldly sweeping his gaze over the solo players. Everyone hurriedly fled, afraid he would kill them. After all, dying once in this game costs life, and no one dared gamble on that. Qin Feng didn't care. He casually used the Ghost Firebell skill to immobilize and check the surroundings. After confirming no one was around, he directly used Hand of Greed to loot the boss corpse, picking up 3 extra rewards, and there was even golden light. He muttered casually, my inventory's almost full again. I'll have to reach level 10 to unlock it. This time, after killing the silver boss, he was still 1/3 short of leveling to 10, but he had gained 16 evolution points. Qin Feng opened the skill panel and directly evolved Avenge the Unjust to legendary rank. The weak point attack modifier increased to 200%, the throat slash damage was enhanced, and the cooldown was reduced. He sighed. Now ordinary bosses are just paper in front of me. If I evolve a bit more, even gold bosses can be killed in one shot. An initial epic skill, and it already feels amazing. It only takes 10 evolution points to evolve to legendary rank. But from legendary to mythic, it actually takes 100 times the points. The second evolution only costs 2 points, but from legendary to mythic it jumps straight to 200. Qin Feng clicked his tongue, feeling that evolution points would never be enough. By this logic, an epic Hand of Greed would need 210 points to evolve, and then 3,400 points to reach legendary. The pressure was immense. Luckily, he had Hand of Greed. Once he left the beginner town, farming points wouldn't be difficult. He still had 9 evolution points left and spent 8 more to raise Backstab Enhancement to Platinum. 8 evolution points consumed, 1 remaining Backstab Enhancement. Attacking from behind increases damage by 40%. After collecting the white life orbs, he had more than 1,400 days of tradable life, plus dozens of years of non-tradable life from the boss. Time to wrap up and leave. Qin Feng cleaned up the scene and disappeared from Crying Morning Valley in stealth. At this moment, Song Fei, who had been killed back to the town square, was seething with anger. Soon, one of his subordinates, an archer girl, had learned the Eagle Eye skill, which could detect stealth. Another girl with a staff had learned the area control skill, Ice Wind Snow. The 2 girls volunteered. We can find that Shadow and control him. Song Fei laughed loudly. Let's go and take out Shadow. With stealth detection and crowd control, he was full of confidence and ready to gang up on Qin Feng. A group of girls also cheered him on. Shadow is playing dirty. How dare he make a move on our brother? We'll show him what's what in a moment. The girls kept calling him brother nonstop the whole time. Qin Feng would probably spit blood if he heard them. Song Fei, leading the sister squad, charged straight toward the Morning Valley with great momentum. Seeing this, other players hurriedly moved aside, while some quietly followed behind to watch the spectacle. That little star was just killed and sent back, and now he's bringing so many people to get revenge. But the other side is Shadow. Damn, he's got guts. But that girl team's brains seem a little off. Everyone thought Shadow was dangerous, But seeing that Song Fei's group had a hunter's eagle eye and a mage's control skills, they felt Qin Feng was in trouble. Quite a few people followed along to watch the excitement. Song Fei, leading the sister squad, was in high spirits. He sneered, "With so many people here to witness it, if I kill Shadow, everyone will know that individual heroics are useless." He was very satisfied with his mage class and didn't believe an assassin could turn the tables. So what if he has a hidden class? Soon he'll just be my backdrop. You get the first kill on a boss, I get the first kill on you. That's how the food chain works. The younger sister who had the eagle eye skill stayed by Song Fei's side, feeling very honored, her face full of pride. During the boss fight just now, she had used up her skill and couldn't protect Song Fei, so she felt a little guilty. The younger sister really wanted to show off, but she looked rather ordinary, and Song Fei only treated her as a tool. The tradable lifespan she earned all went to Song Fei, which made him very pleased. At that moment, just as everyone was heading toward the Morning Valley, Qin Feng, who was in stealth, quietly appeared. Thanks to the Shadow class's stealth level, which was stronger than everyone else's, no one could detect him. Qin Feng came up beside Song Fei, patted him on the shoulder, and said mysteriously, "I'm informing you that you're going to die." Song Fei screamed for people to protect him, but before he could react, Qin Feng instantly killed Song Fei and several of the girls. Song Fei's magic shield shattered in an instant, and Qin Feng's damage was even higher than last time. When Song Fei respawned back at the plaza, he was completely stunned. His tradable lifespan had directly dropped to just 500 days, and it hurt like hell. All of that lifespan had been saved up for him by the younger sisters, only to end up benefiting Qin Feng. He looked at the archer girl and questioned her. "Didn't you activate Eagle Eye? How did you not see him?" The girl cried and said she couldn't see anyone at all. Everything around her was empty. Song Fei began analyzing it, and the sister in the team with the assassin class mentioned stealth level. The archer also realized that her Eagle Eye could only see level 1 stealth. If the other side was level 2, it was useless. Song Fei understood that he had run into a terrifying enemy with advanced stealth, and there was absolutely nothing he could do to fight back. The other side could kill him whenever they wanted. He was utterly panicked. Qin Feng directly killed Song Fei. He calculated that every time he killed Song Fei, he could gain a huge amount of lifespan, over 1,000 days the first time, and still more than 500 days the second time. In other words, Song Fei originally had more than 2,000 days of lifespan. However, Qin Feng discovered that the girls around Song Fei had basically no lifespan left at all. He guessed they had given it all to Song Fei. They probably treated the Divine Abandoned game like a real game, and even if they knew it was real, they would probably still be willing to give all their lifespan to Song Fei. Qin Feng only felt that these brainless fans were terrifying. The lifespan orbs left on the ground were all non-tradable, and together they added up to several hundred years. What a pity he couldn't pick them up. They could only be cheaper for the monsters. After returning to the town plaza, Song Fei and the girls were gone. Qin Feng went to ask around and learned that Song Fei had taken them to another area to level up. Although he knew the direction, the exact location was hard to find, so it was still quite troublesome. Just then, Qin Feng ran into an acquaintance. The girl Gu Yixue, wearing a white priest robe, with a white owl perched on her shoulder. In his previous life, Gu Yixue had been a core manager in his Zhanshin guild. She didn't know him yet now, but her class had large-scale detection abilities, which was just what he needed. Qin Feng went over and stopped her. "Beauty, could you help me with something?" Gu Yixue recognized Qin Feng with a look of surprise. "Ah, your shadow?" Qin Feng then remembered that he was already quite famous now, and the other party had long since heard of him. He wasted no time and went straight to the point. "I heard you can search for people on a large scale. Help me find Song Fei, and I'll sell you a gold-tier staff." As he said that, he revealed a gold-tier priest staff. Originally, this staff was meant for Wang Meng's teammate, but the priest in the team had turned out to be Qin Xiaoyu, so now it was just right for Gu Yixue. Gu Yixue's eyes lit up at the sight of the staff. Yes, but how do you know I can search for people? I've never said that publicly." Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to explain and just asked whether she was buying it. "This staff costs 500 days of life. The original price was 700 or 800. Gu Yixue nodded. "I happen to have that much." "Deal." The two completed the transaction, and Gu Yixue put up all 500 days of life. Although she was a hidden class and had always been solo grinding, her mechanics and understanding were perfect, which was no wonder considering she later became part of the core of the Slain God Guild. Holding the staff, Gu Yixue had a stupid grin on her face. Qin Feng waved a hand to remind her. "Where is he?" Gu Yixue snapped back to her senses and smiled. "Aren't you afraid I'll take the stuff and run without helping you?" Qin Feng smiled. "You're a fan of Song Fei?" Gu Yixue narrowed her eyes. "How do you know I'm not a fan of him? Do you know me? That doesn't sound like it from your voice." Qin Feng shrugged. "Take a guess." Gu Ishua couldn't be bothered. Not guessing. Go ahead. She waved her hand, and the white owl on her shoulder flew into the sky. Her eyes turned snow white as she switched to White Bird's perspective. White Bird circled overhead, scanning the entire 10 kilometers around Firefly Town, and quickly found Song Fei's location, sending the coordinates to Qin Feng. Gu Ishue reminded him, they might move. By the time you get there, their position may have changed. Qin Feng said, add me as a friend. Keep watching them and notify me of their latest position at any time. Gu Ishue hesitated. How long do you need me to keep watching? If it's too long, that's a bit. Qin Feng said casually, just for a little while. He sent the friend request and then immediately went invisible, heading towards Song Fei's location outside the town. Gu Ishue breathed a sigh of relief. As long as it wasn't for too long, that was fine. She smiled and accepted the friend request, then switched back to White Bird and continued observing. Song Fei led his group of younger sisters onward, killing monsters along the river and crushing them effortlessly. Song Fei muttered to himself, I don't have that much of a grudge with that shadow, do I? I took a boss from him, and he killed me twice. That should be enough. He shouldn't be chasing me all the time, right? He and his sisters were fast, and none of the monsters got away. They were all taken care of. Song Fei was having a great time farming, but he didn't know that Shadow was already rushing toward him. Qin Feng rushed toward Song Fei following Gu Ishue's coordinates. Along the way, he ran into monsters and casually dealt with them, but they were too low level to give much experience. He stopped in front of a large tree. At that moment, Gu Ishue sent a private message. Boss, where are you? She was staring at Song Fei, unable to see Qin Feng in stealth. Qin Feng asked her, is there any other big tree around here? He pointed at the tree. Gu Ishue was a little confused. Aren't we looking for Song Fei? Why are we looking for trees? 20 seconds later, Gu Ishue discovered that there were two other identical large trees nearby, both within 100 meters of Qin Feng. Qin Feng walked between the three large trees and found special symbols carved on the trunks, tracing over them one by one. As each symbol was traced, it lit up. When all three trees' symbols were lit, a jade-green phantom treasure chest appeared between the trees. Gu Ishue's eyes lit up. Wow! Qin Feng ignored her and walked over to wait for the chest to materialize, a smile on his lips. I didn't expect to run into an ancient god blessing in the newbie village. A treasure chest, and even a rare reward. New players were still figuring out the symbol combinations, and no one understood them. But Qin Feng was a regressor. In his previous life of 9 years, he had seen countless ancient god blessings, and he knew all the patterns on the forums by heart. He directly formed the strongest reward, a jade tier treasure chest. Getting a jade chest by luck had a probability of less than 1 in 1,000. Open. A jade treasure chest appeared, and Qin Feng decisively opened it. Gu Ishue, high above, was envious beyond words. A jade tier treasure chest. That's insane. It could be exchanged for tens of millions in cash, right? By now, many people outside were buying up lifespan. Qin Feng remembered that on the first day, 1 unit of lifespan could sell for 10,000 to 20,000, and after just one more day, it would soar straight to 50,000 plus. Then even higher later. In the end, cash would be useless, and only the official side would be able to print lifespan and buy it in bulk. Gu Ishue desperately memorized the features of the three trees, planning to try her luck in the wild afterward. However, every ancient god blessing had a different symbol combination each time, so it was nearly impossible to replicate Qin Feng's luck. If she could get a gold chest, that would already be great. Odds were she'd still need to kill a bunch of monsters for a pitiful reward. Qin Feng opened the chest and obtained a skill book, and a system notification rang out. You have opened a Jade Tier treasure chest. You obtained the Jade Tier skill book, Blossoming Curse. Qin Feng was a little stunned. He had never even heard of this skill in his previous life. The skill book in his hand glowed with jade light, its cover depicting a blood-red strange flower, as if grinning sinisterly. Skill description: Blossoming Curse. Jade Tier used on a player's corpse within 15 seconds of death to siphon all tradable lifespan from the target until it reaches 0. No cooldown. Qin Feng drew a sharp breath. After killing someone, he could drain all of their lifespan. Although the flower could be destroyed, as long as no one was nearby, no one could save them. Qin Feng's lips curled upward. Song Fei's good days are over. He immediately learned Blossoming Curse. Normally, killing someone would only drop half of their lifespan. But with this skill, killing anyone would make them explode with all their tradable lifespan. He would only need to guard the corpse and absorb it. This skill would become every enemy's nightmare. There really was someone with this skill in my previous life. I didn't know its original name, so this is what it was called. After learning the skill, Qin Feng went stealth again. Although Gu Ishue was envious, she didn't forget to keep an eye on Song Fei's group. Having obtained Blossoming Curse, Qin Feng headed straight for the riverside where Song Fei was located. He moved at full speed, covering 100 meters in just a few steps, drawing ever closer to Song Fei. At this moment, Song Fei was fighting fiercely against the level 7 bronze boss, Corrosive Demon Claw. At the boss's final blow, Song Fei suddenly heard a voice in his ear. "Just so you know, you're going to die." Terrified, he broke into a run, only to be struck in the back of the head by a venomous flying dagger and instantly killed. Minus 2,115, weak point attack. Although Qin Feng's flying dagger was only silver grade, it was more than enough to be fatal to the glass cannon mage Song Fei, not to mention the poison's continuous damage. Song Fei only had a little over 1,000 HP to begin with, so he simply couldn't endure it. Song Fei was furious and completely breaking down. Why the hell was this Shadow always targeting him? He felt there was no grudge between them, yet he kept getting picked off by Shadow again and again. Song Fei suspected. Could it be because he had more girls around him, and Shadow was jealous of him? The more he thought about it, the more wronged he felt, convinced that Shadow was coming for him. Originally, after dying, he could still rely on the lifespan given by the sisters around him to keep himself alive. This time, he could trade a total of 800 days of lifespan. But after dying, he discovered his lifespan was dropping rapidly. It was originally 860 days, and should have been reduced to 430 days. Yet now his lifespan had fallen below 400 days and was still continuing to decrease. At that moment, the sisters hurried back in a panic and said that blood-red flowers had grown on his corpse, as if they were sucking away his lifespan. Song Fei completely broke down and finally understood that Shadow's methods were far more vicious than he had imagined. On the other side, the scene by the river was covered with corpses, and every corpse had a blood-red flower blooming on it. Qin Feng had stacked the negative effect Slayer to 4 layers, and upon death, he would lose 96.875% of his lifespan. But Qin Feng had the Ghost Flame Bell, which granted immunity to death with no side effects. He discovered that the flower's HP was related to the corpse's level. For example, Song Fei was level 6, and the flower had 3,600 HP. For now, destroying the flowers was very difficult. Only after further strengthening would it become possible. But for Qin Feng, as long as he killed them all, no one would be able to destroy the flowers. More than a dozen blood-red flowers were simultaneously absorbing the player's tradable lifespan, and Qin Feng was even a little shocked. Another 1,000 days added. Looks like these guys have killed plenty of monsters. This scene was also seen by Guishue. Using the white bird's perspective from the sky, she could see everything clearly. Wow, is this Shadow's strength? He wiped out Song Fei's entire team by himself, and the other side didn't even have a chance to fight back. What are those red flowers on the corpses? They're so bizarre. Guishue was somewhat scared. Strong people were terrifying. Song Fei running into someone like this was way too unlucky. Song Fei had originally wanted to level up and catch up to Shadow, but instead he got killed 3 times in a row. Although his level didn't drop, his tradable lifespan was drained dry, and even his non-tradable lifespan was nearly gone. If I die a few more times, I'll have no lifespan left. Song Fei finally panicked. He could actually teleport to another town to hide, but he couldn't swallow this insult. He had worked hard for 2 years to get to where he was today. How could he just admit defeat? Ladies, log out first. I'm going to the real world to buy some lifespan and exchange it for gear. Then I'll regroup and go at him again. After saying that to the fangirl sisters following him, he took them and logged out. When they logged out, the sisters felt both happy and upset. Happy that they could play games up close with their idol. Upset that they were being slaughtered by Shadow. So Xingfu, being able to fight side by side with Brother Song Fei. Brother Song Fei's skill animations are so cool. If that Shadow hadn't shown up, everything would have been perfect. Shadow psychopath. He's definitely jealous of my brother. It's okay, cash can buy lifespan. Let's pool our money and buy more to give to my brother. These female fans still didn't understand what lifespan meant. They thought it was just a game resource. They had been following Song Fei all along and didn't know that the official authorities had already confirmed that lifespan in the Divine Abandon game was real, and if it hit 0, you would die in real life. It wasn't until they logged out and returned to reality that they saw the official announcement. The Divine Abandon game is real, and if lifespan reaches 0, you die. How is that possible? Isn't this just a game? I had more than 70 years of lifespan before, and now I only have 1 year left. I killed other players, so I have the slaughterer status. Every time I die, it's equivalent to losing 2 lifespans. I only have 2 years left too. Is lifespan actually real? Only then did these girls begin to regret it. In the game, they had wholeheartedly helped Song Fei, even sacrificing themselves. But by the time they reacted, it was already too late. After being killed several times in a row by Qin Feng, many of them were left with only 1 or 2 years of lifespan. Completely stunned, and filled with regret. The fangirls were already completely mad, as long as they could get close to Song Fei. Even if it meant only living 1 or 2 more years, they thought it was worth it. At this moment, Song Fei himself was frantically buying lifespan. Buy. More than 10,000 a day. Buy it. Only a little over 100 million in assets left? Enough. Buy several thousand days of lifespan first, and fill up all my equipment and skill books too. Let's see how Shadow can still kill me. After Song Fei logged out, Qin Feng couldn't kill him in the game. But reality was where the real danger lay. Qin Feng returned to the square in Yinghua Town and found Gu Yixue, who was waiting for him. Notify me as soon as Song Fei logs in. Gu Yixue nodded, looking nervous. After witnessing the scene of Shadow slaughtering Song Fei and the fangirls, she had already developed a shadow in her heart. Qin Feng took out a priest damage skill book, Sword of Judgment. Want it? Gu Yixue's eyes lit up. Yes. Qin Feng quoted directly, 500 days of lifespan. Gu Yixue froze and asked softly whether she could buy it on credit. Qin Feng set a condition. Help me with something, and this skill book is half price. Gu Yixue took 2 steps back and said nervously, I'm not selling my body. Qin Feng was speechless. He only wanted her to help join his friend's team, namely Wang Ming, Lin Liu, and the others. To replace the weakling Qin Xiaoyu, the team just happened to be short a powerful priest. Gu Yixue thought about it and agreed. Fine, but if they're too bad, I'm filing a complaint against you. Qin Feng smiled and said, they won't be. They're pretty decent. After settling things with Gu Yixue, Qin Feng contacted Wang Ming. I've got a white bird priest. Want her? Wang Ming replied instantly. As long as it's a recommendation from you. Big bro, there's definitely no problem. Qin Feng told them to come to Firefly Town to switch maps and level up, and Wang Ming immediately agreed as well, saying there were too many players there and he was just looking to change locations. In truth, Wang Ming had long wanted to replace Qin Xiaoyu. She was clearly a priest, yet she always cast her healing skills off target, causing the team to frequently fall into crisis. Wang Ming had long since had enough. On top of that, with his connection to the official side, if Qin Feng recommended someone, of course he would agree immediately. Wang Ming said to Qin Xiaoyu, there are too many people in Shell Town, so we're changing places. You came from another town, so your free teleport uses should be used up by now, right? Qin Xiaoyu froze. Used up. Qin Xiaoyu had thought Wang Ming was going to help cover her teleport cost, and she was secretly happy. Unexpectedly, Wang Ming said the team was already full with 6 people, so she shouldn't come anymore. Qin Xiaoyu was a bit dazed and could only agree. She felt somewhat disappointed, because the team she had joined before were nowhere near as strong as Wang Ming's. With Wang Ming's team, she could just coast and still gain experience and lifespan. Wang Ming even politely said that if she had any problems, she could come to him. Qin Xiaoyu finally relaxed, and her mind started wandering again, thinking she could use Wang Ming to get to know Shadow. Little did she know, Wang Ming had only said it casually, and if she really had trouble, he wouldn't actually help. In fact, Wang Ming had already been very good-tempered to have carried her this long. After successfully persuading Qin Xiaoyu to leave, Wang Ming immediately contacted Qin Feng and brought the remaining 3 members to Firefly Town via teleport. In Firefly Town, Qin Feng and Gu Yixue waited for Wang Ming and his 3 teammates. Among them were Lin Liu, a young sharpshooter, and a middle-aged card mage. A card mage was a magic-type DPS, but he didn't use a staff or learn conventional skills, making him very special. As soon as Wang Ming saw Qin Feng, he directly traded him 800 days of lifespan, saying that the remaining 500 days would have to wait until Captain N arrived before being given over. Qin Feng nodded and accepted the lifespan, then introduced Gu Yixue to everyone. At that moment, a silver-armored female officer rushed out of the plaza teleport room. She had a hot figure and an outstanding presence. It was Yu, the only hidden-class dragon swordsman, a top 20 powerhouse in the world in his previous life, and one of the official side's main pillars. Qin Feng hadn't expected her to be on Wang Ming's team in this life, but seeing that Yu was only level 5, he quickly understood and let it go. As soon as Yu saw Qin Feng, she greeted him enthusiastically, her face full of admiration, and even took the initiative to shake his hand, saying that she had long admired Shadow, and even guessed whether he was a transmigrator or a reborn person. Qin Feng smiled, but said nothing. Yu then traded with Qin Feng and made up the remaining lifespan. Lifespan? I have it. Qin Feng nodded. It was obvious that Yu, representing the Jianghai city authorities, had already collected a good amount of tradable lifespan. Her hidden class was Dragon Swordsman, so her survival ability was strong. The authorities were very reassured about handing lifespan to her. All right. Qin Feng agreed and quickly accepted the 500 days of lifespan from Yu. Yu looked at him and blinked. Big shot. If you have any gear, you can sell it to us. We'll buy anything. Also, the official lifetime quota for Shanghai City is all on me. Big shot, you wouldn't kill me, would you? Don't be fooled by her pretending to be clueless. She understood perfectly well what was going on. She was probing Qin Feng with those words. If he really made a move, the officials would definitely turn hostile. But Qin Feng actually had no need to go against the authorities. Selling gear still depended on their cooperation, and long-term cooperation would be much more reliable. Killing her might even cost him more than it was worth. And what if she didn't have many years of lifespan left? Qin Feng said nothing, only nodded. Then he tossed Guishua back to her team and turned to continue leveling. He checked his experience and saw he was still 1/3 short of level 10. If nothing goes wrong, I'll hit level 10 in half an hour and can return to reality to extract my abilities. Meanwhile, after Qin Xiaoyu left Wang Meng's team, she logged off first. She had nearly 200 days of lifespan on hand and was ready to sell it for money. Right now, 1 day of lifespan could fetch 15,000 yuan in cash, and she was deeply tempted. But when she returned to reality and checked her phone's WeChat group, she saw explosive news. Oh my god, Dark Shadow killed Song Fei 3 times? Qin Xiaoyu was stunned. She knew very well that lifespan in the godforsaken game was real. If you died 3 times, Song Fei would only have a little over 10 years of lifespan left. Why did Dark Shadow kill Song Fei? She couldn't figure it out. She had originally been Song Fei's fan, but now she was wavering. After all, she still had a chance to come into contact with Dark Shadow, the ruthless man who had secured the world's first kill on a gold boss. Everyone in the group chat was saying that Dark Shadow had killed Song Fei 3 times under the siege of dozens of people, and that his strength was terrifying. Qin Xiaoyu even felt a little jealous of Song Fei and couldn't help thinking, how does he already have so many girls as soon as he enters the game? Her feelings were complicated. Whose side should she be on? The more she thought about it, the more conflicted she became. In the end, she decided, forget it, sell the lifespan first. She had originally planned to contact her classmate Zhang Wei, who worked with the Qian group and could sell lifespan for 15,000 yuan a day. But then she saw a message from the admin of Song Fei's fan group. Song Fei Ji really needs help right now. Sisters with lifespan, hurry to Dajiang Plaza. You can sell it to him at a 1 to 10,000 ratio. Qin Xiaoyu's heart tightened. Although the price was a bit lower, she couldn't just stand by and watch Song Fei's lifespan be drained away. Gritting her teeth, she still decided to sell it to Song Fei. At this moment, Qin Feng was only a little experience away from level 10, and he was grinding monsters like crazy to level up. The starter town was surrounded by the sea on all sides, and the closer you got to the coast, the higher the monsters' levels became. Qin Feng went straight to the beach and targeted only level 10 demons, mowing everything down in one push. Monsters such as the water magic user, tide manipulator, the burrowing digger, and the crimson armored warrior were all dealt with by Qin Feng in a single move, becoming his experience, evolution points, and lifespan. Although he didn't encounter a boss, in just half an hour Qin Feng had accumulated 13 evolution points thanks to the epic grade Hand of Greed. He immediately spent those points, upgrading Backstab Enhancement to Emerald Grade, increasing backstab damage by 50%. After killing 2 Crimson Armored ones, Qin Feng finally reached level 10. Congratulations on reaching level 10. Your 4 attributes plus 2, and you have gained 5 free attribute points. Class Advancement unlocked. First level 10 in Shanghai City, gain 7 reputation. First level 10 in the Great Xia Nation, gain 14 reputation. First level 10 globally, gain 21 reputation. When there are 7 level 10 players in Shanghai City, the transfer to the abandoned continent of the gods will be unlocked. Qin Feng was the world's first level 10 player, far ahead of everyone else in efficiency. The current highest level was only 8. Even top teams were slow, while he was soloing and one-shotting monsters. Most people were still struggling just to level steadily, let alone farm monsters efficiently. His level 10 server-wide announcement flooded the screens, sparking heated discussion everywhere. It's Shadow again. The big boss killed several small celebrities. Song Fei is only level 6, and he still wants to compare himself to him. Overseas players were also shocked. Shadow is actually from Great Xia? No one can catch up. All countries began paying attention to his identity, but no one could uncover his real information. Qin Feng then glanced at his own panel. Shadow, unique hidden class, level 10 non-tradable lifespan, 1,219 years, 128 days, tradable lifespan, 7,455 days, strength 39, constitution 39, agility 111, spirit 41, reputation 47. He felt that his tradable lifespan was still far from enough, sighed, and logged off. After level 10, the experience required increased drastically. Leveling up by farming normal monsters alone was too slow, not to mention he still had to save experience for other things. Class advancement could improve attributes and unlock class skills, which were especially crucial for hidden classes. Hidden classes became powerful by unlocking exclusive skills through advancement. Right now, I either need to go kill a boss, or wait until 6 people reach level 10 and leave the novice village together. But first, I should go back to the real world and take care of something. Qin Feng closed his eyes, and his figure disappeared in Yinghua town. Reality, in an ordinary residential complex in Jianghai City, inside the bedroom on the 11th floor of Shanshui Impression, Qin Feng's body gradually became solid. Just after he logged off, the system popped up a prompt, whether to use lifespan to exchange for abilities in the real world. Qin Feng decisively chose yes. The list of extractable abilities appeared. 1. Class and level 2. Equipment 3. Skills 4. Bloodline, unavailable, 5. Divinity, unavailable. For class extraction, whether ordinary or hidden, the rules were the same. All required 1,000 days of lifespan. Qin Feng directly extracted the unique hidden class Shadow. Consumed 1,000 days of lifespan. Obtained Shadow, class passive effect activated. Strength +3, Constitution +3, Agility +8, Spirit +5. Next, he extracted levels, requiring 1,000 days of lifespan per level. He extracted 2 levels. Consumed 2,000 days of lifespan. Real-world level increased to 3. Attributes increased accordingly. Strength +4, Constitution +4, Agility +14, Spirit +4. There are 4,455 days of lifespan left. Next is the most important skill extraction. Qin Feng's talent allows skills to evolve. Normally, extracting a high-tier skill doubles the lifespan cost, but when he extracts skills, it's calculated based on the initial rank. For example, Shadow Concealment is already at Platinum rank. Theoretically, it should require over 10,000 days of lifespan, but now it only costs 900 days, and any later skill advancements will be synchronized in reality as well, without any extra consumption. He quickly extracted 2 skills. 900 days of lifespan to extract Shadow Concealment, Platinum rank. 2,262 days of lifespan to extract Venomous Darts, Silver rank. With 1,292 days of lifespan remaining, he had spent quite a lot, but the gains were immense. Qin Feng's current attributes in reality were twice those of ordinary people, and his speed far exceeded the limit. With 32 agility, he could run 100 meters in just a little over 5 seconds at full speed. Not enough lifespan? It doesn't matter. With my current attributes, killing Song Fei is more than enough. Qin Feng's eyes turned icy. 9 years in the apocalypse had made him accustomed to killing. He would never give Song Fei a chance to turn the tables. With the low-cost extraction of platinum-grade Shadow Concealment, combined with the passive ability that made him almost infinitely invisible, plus Venomous Darts, he could kill Song Fei at any time. The only problem left was finding Song Fei's location. If it were according to the trajectory of his previous life, Qin Feng would still have trouble finding him. But now Song Fei was publicly buying lifespan and had to trade face-to-face, exposing his location. Qin Feng had long been prepared. Jianghai City, afternoon. Qin Feng woke up, and after his body fully solidified, he tested his attributes. A smile appeared at the corner of his mouth. Just as he was about to leave, his phone rang. It was his former company boss, Hu Qibin. Qin Feng directly hung up and threw the phone onto the bed. Hu Qibin called again, and Qin Feng simply blacklisted him. Hu Qibin also sent a threatening message. The young lady is looking for you. This is your last chance. If you don't know what's good for you, think about the consequences yourself. Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to even look at the message and directly blacklisted him. The world was finally quiet. Set out. Target, Song Fei. Location, Dajiang Plaza. Qin Feng checked Weibo and learned that Song Fei was at Dajiang Plaza collecting lifespan. The plaza was 7 or 8 kilometers away from him, and after he went invisible, he arrived in just over 10 minutes. He left his phone in the room, put on a gray mask, changed into a black coat, and his figure turned ethereal as he vanished instantly. If anyone had seen this scene, they would have been shocked beyond belief. The abilities of the godforsaken game had appeared in reality for the first time. No one knew that these abilities could truly affect the real world. Song Fei had no defense against assassination at all. Jianghai City, Dajiang Plaza, for PM Song Fei appeared, and the surrounding fans gathered excitedly. Many female fans brought lifespan to sell, hoping to get close to Song Fei. Inside the temporary enclosure surrounded by more than 20 security guards and barriers, Song Fei wore sunglasses and a white vest, sitting with one leg crossed in the center of the venue. Beside him sat a young girl with a single ponytail, Jiang Li, the heiress of Dajiang Industries, and also Song Fei's fan, helping collect lifespan while also drawing attention. Jiang Li asked with a smile. Brother Song Fei, how much lifespan have you collected? Song Fei glanced at the data and said, more than 2,000 days, costing 20 million. Jiang Li said enviously, and there are fans giving you lifespan for free. Song Fei laughed. It can't compare to your families. Your assets are huge. This is just small-time stuff. Jiang Li replied modestly, not at all. By the way, I heard you were killed 3 times by Shadow in the Xinqi game. We're already investigating his identity on my side. Song Fei shook his head. All I know is that he's male in Jianghai City. Nothing else. Jiang Li smiled. Everyone has weaknesses, money, women. I'll have someone contact him in Yinghua Town and offer an enticing sum. He'll definitely take the bait. As long as he comes, we can catch him. Song Fei smiled. Good idea. I heard you've already dealt with quite a few players like this. Jiang Li looked pleased. Just a bunch of rookies. Catching Shadow will be much more efficient. If there's any situation, make sure to notify me. Jiang Li said with a smile, don't worry. Once we catch him, we'll definitely have Song Fei come beat him up. Suddenly, Jiang Li's smile froze. She saw a bloody hole appear in Song Fei's forehead. A dark green dart had shot in silently and pierced straight through. Song Fei collapsed to the ground, blood gushing out, and a gray-white life orb appeared above his forehead, exactly like in the Xinqi game. Jiang Li screamed and scrambled backward in panic. After the crowd briefly froze, the scene erupted into shrieks and chaos. Security rushed over at once to protect Jiang Li. The security captain looked at Song Fei and found that his glasses had fallen off. His eyes were wide open in death, the blood hole still bleeding. The life orb suddenly vanished, but there was no one beside the corpse. The security guards sucked in cold breaths. Could there really be invisibility? Protect the young lady and get her out. Someone asked whether anyone had seen a suspicious person, but no one had. The surveillance footage offered no clues either. The scene was in total chaos. Jiang Li, under the protection of dozens of guards, escaped through the fire stairs to the outside of the square. Just as she was about to get into the car, another dart suddenly flew from behind and pierced the back of her head. Jiang Li fell beside the car. The chairman's precious daughter died right at her own doorstep. I didn't expect a buy one get one free deal. Qin Feng, invisible, looked at the corpses and smiled in surprise. He had naturally no intention of letting Jiang Li and Song Fei off after hearing them discuss dealing with him just now. Might as well clear them both out. Unfortunately, all the guards around the life orb Jiang Li dropped made it impossible to take it. Death in the real world also drops tradable life. Qin Feng only absorbed the 1,046 days Song Fei dropped amid the chaos, and the money spent on it ended up benefiting him for nothing. If only I had the flower blooming curse skill, I could extract the other half of the life too. But he couldn't do that, Qin Feng thought. After cleaning up the scene, Qin Feng quietly left, leaving only chaos behind. A daylight assassination shook the entire internet, and the news quickly spread across the country and even around the world. At Jianghai City's Dajiang Plaza, Song Fei's female fans and the crowd there to sell life screamed in terror. Some were taking photos, others fled in all directions. Qin Xiaoyu and Chu Yan were also stunned senseless. Qin Xiaoyu had originally planned to sell life to Song Fei, but instead she witnessed him being killed right in front of her. The scene completely shattered Qin Xiaoyu's worldview. Chu Yan reacted quickly and pulled her away amid the chaos. The footage from the scene was wildly spread through all kinds of live streams and screen recordings. A few minutes later, police officers arrived, sealed off the scene, checked the surveillance, and analyzed the darts. The dart material and origin can't be identified. It's like an item from the game. The cameras couldn't capture it. The shooting angle was a blind spot. No one at the scene saw the killer. Only after the life orb flashed did it instantly disappear, as if someone had been standing there invisibly. How could a person be invisible? But assassins in the Xinqi game can be invisible. The officials were completely baffled. After investigation, they concluded the killer was very likely a player from that game. He was very likely really in an invisible state. No way the abilities from the Xinqi game can be brought into reality. What a joke. If you can turn invisible in the game, why not in real life? Could there be certain conditions that need to be met? Because there were too many witnesses, the Jianghai City authorities simply couldn't suppress the news. The world was in chaos. Song Fei's death spread across the globe in no time. After watching the video, countries everywhere all guessed the same thing. The abilities from Xinqi game might very well be usable in the real world. Qin Feng didn't care at all. He knew that soon other people would reach level 10, and this secret would no longer be a secret. At this time, Jianghai City was in a state of panic. Qin Feng, however, had already returned to his neighborhood, changed into ordinary clothes, and gone to the noodle shop across the street to order a bowl of noodles. He thought that although players of the godforsaken game were invincible in reality, Their energy would still be consumed, and when they were hungry, they still had to eat. That was the trouble. Everyone had to return to reality to replenish energy and water. If they didn't eat, they would still starve to death. While eating noodles, Qin Feng heard others discussing the godforsaken game and Song Fei's death, yet no one realized that the killer was right beside them. He thought that after finishing this meal, he'd go back and keep farming bosses. The godforsaken game had only just begun at level 10. Meanwhile, in a taxi, Qin Xiaoyu and Chu Yin were restless, the scene of Song Fei's forehead bursting with blood replaying in their minds over and over. Just yesterday they had been at a concert with Song Fei, and today he was gone. Chu Yin scrolled through her phone, unable to stop trembling. Darts? Invisibility? They're exactly like the skills in the godforsaken game. Xiaoyu, do you think the one who killed Song Fei was Shadow? Qin Xiaoyu didn't answer. Song Fei's death had left her despondent. By the time she got off the taxi and entered the school, her face was already expressionless. She thought to herself, Song Fei is dead, and in this world only strength matters. Shadow must be approached. No one can stop her. Zhang Wei, take me to the Qian group. Sell 200 days of my lifespan. I also need to buy a new house and move out. Don't let me live with Qin Feng anymore. Also, give me that assassin skill book of yours. I want to give it to Shadow. After Song Fei's death, Qin Xiaoyu no longer had to agonize over who to choose. But the problem was, she had no choice at all. Half an hour later, Qin Feng finished eating and went home. After showering, he was about to get into bed and enter the game when his phone kept buzzing with messages. It was from his female co-worker Yang Xiaoya. Qin Feng, boss who is furious. You blocked both his phone number and WeChat. If you don't come in soon, you're going to be fired, and you won't even get this month's salary. This girl had a gentle personality and was often bullied. In his past life, she had also been a member of Qin Feng's guild. Qin Feng casually replied, ignore him. You don't need to go to work either. Go into the godforsaken game first and develop. Yang Xiaoya was puzzled. Oh, Qin Feng, have you entered the godforsaken game? I heard it's very hard, and many people are running out of lifespan. Qin Feng replied, no matter what class, start by adding agility. Okay, I heard the lifespan produced by the game is very expensive now. Qin Feng, how much have you earned? Not much. It's almost all spent. Wow, you bought a house and a car, didn't you? No wonder you blocked boss who he. Yang Xiaoya thought Qin Feng had made money and spent it all, but she didn't know that he hadn't used lifespan to exchange for money at all. He had directly consumed lifespan to bring his abilities into reality. At the same time, she also didn't know that Hu Qibin was truly angry not because Qin Feng wasn't going to work, but because Qin Feng had refused the company heiress Qian Shishir's unspoken rules. Thinking of this, Qin Feng merely sneered. He worked at a subsidiary of the Qian group, and the boss's daughter, Qian Shishir, was the chairman's daughter. One day, Qian Shishir took a liking to Qin Feng and hinted that she wanted to spend the night with him. Anyone else would have been overjoyed. After all, although Qian Shishir was average-looking and rather flat-chested, she was the textbook, fair-skinned, rich, and beautiful type. But Qin Feng had once seen the spade tattoo on Qian Shishir's calf and had no interest in her at all. In fact, he found her disgusting. There had long been all kinds of rumors about Qian Shishir in the company, that she went into hotels with 6 middle-aged foreign men or drove a sports car out to play with 3 black men. And now that she saw Qin Feng was handsome, she even wanted to spend a night with him. If the godforsaken game had not descended, the consequences of offending Qian Shishir would have been hard to predict. In his previous life, when the game arrived, Qian Shishir gave up trying to use underhanded methods on Qin Feng and instead went to North America, where she founded the super-strong guild Alice's Wonderland and became an enemy of Great Xia. Her family's company was one of the guild's shareholders. Later, Qin Feng learned that Qian Shishir had always idolized the West and looked down on men from her own country, and even her attitude toward him had only been one of amusement. At this moment, Qian Shishir should still be trapped at Shanghai Airport, with all flights grounded. Only a few days later would she head to North America. Qin Feng planned to boost his attributes and rush to Shanghai, and as long as she hadn't left yet, he would deal with her directly. Otherwise, once she escaped, things would become troublesome. As long as Qian Shishir died, the guild Alice's Wonderland simply could not be established. After all, she was the glue between those founding members. Just as he was thinking, Qin Feng received a call from Qin Xiaoyu, which surprised him greatly. In his previous life, he had to coax her for a long time before she would contact him. But this time, she was actually calling him on her own initiative. He answered coldly, and Qin Xiaoyu's tone on the other end was just as cold. Qin Feng, you're still alive? I'm just calling to tell you, don't meddle in my affairs anymore. I've bought a house, and I have money now. Qin Feng understood that she was in a very bad mood, but he no longer wanted to deal with it, so he shot back directly. What happens to you has nothing to do with me. Do whatever you want from now on. Qin Xiaoyu also replied coldly. Then let's cut ties. Don't look for me again. After hearing that, Qin Feng only felt relieved. He hung up, turned off his phone, lay back on the sofa, and entered the godforsaken game. Qin Xiaoyu also felt conflicted on her side, but what she felt more than anything was relief. 2-1 free. Now, at last, she was free. She had relied on her own ability, and together with Chu Yin, bought a 3-bedroom, 1-living-room apartment, and would be moving in soon. The paperwork still hadn't been completed, but that was only a matter of time. At last, she could leave Qin Feng's life behind. Now no one is holding me back anymore. I can do whatever I want. Freedom is amazing. Next, I just need to find a way to meet Shadow and build a good relationship with him. Qin Xiaoyu glanced at her phone. Song Fei's death had already spread across the world, and everyone suspected that Shadow was the one who killed him. But no one understood how Shadow could use the powers of the godforsaken game in reality. Chu Yin was a little worried. Xiaoyu, is it really okay to cut ties with your brother? Why not apologize? He seems really angry this time. Qin Xiaoyu shook her head. Apologize to him? Impossible. By the time I get to know Shadow, would it still be his turn? Soon, she and Chu Yin logged in and met up in Shell Town. Qin Xiaoyu received the Bronze Assassin Skill Book, Cheap Shot, from Zhang Wei, and happily sent a private message to Wang Ming. Brother Wang, I have an assassin skill book here. Could you ask Brother Shadow if he wants it? I can give it to him if he does. She was both nervous and proud. Very few people could take the initiative to contact Shadow. As long as she built a good relationship, she would gain the upper hand in the new world of the godforsaken game. As a result, Wang Ming quickly replied, the big shot says he doesn't need it. Sell it for money yourself. Qin Xiaoyu was dumbfounded. He wouldn't even take a skill book for free, and he turned it down so decisively. She really hadn't expected this. I'm giving him a skill book, and he still doesn't want it. Chu Yin, standing nearby, asked, what's going on? After Qin Xiaoyu explained, Chu Yin and Zhang Wei were stunned as well. Zhang Wei, he won't even take it for free? Is this guy mentally ill? Chu Yin comforted her. Maybe he already learned it. Let's keep grinding more monsters. Maybe we'll drop another skill book. Qin Xiaoyu sighed helplessly. We can only do that. A few minutes earlier, Qin Feng returned to the game first, and before he could even make out his surroundings, he heard screams. I logged out by the beach. Monsters shouldn't respawn that fast, right? He grew alert and saw several players on the shore fleeing in all directions. Chasing after them was a 3-meter-tall monster. Golden arthropod, LV8, grade, gold. The monster was covered in pale gold all over. Its lower body looked like a horse with 8 legs, while its upper body resembled a centipede with dozens of arms, each one holding an iron saber or iron sword. Its head was a spider's, with hundreds of compound eyes staring at every player. The golden arthropod was incredibly fast, instantly catching up to a warrior player and bringing down its iron sabers and swords together, slicing the opponent into dozens of pieces in a single second. Among the players running for their lives, someone shouted in surprise, D-Shadow. Qin Feng turned back and saw a mature woman in a fiery red robe, with a hot figure, Grey Rose, the beauty who had previously bought his Ice Spike skill. Upon seeing Qin Feng, Grey Rose first looked delighted, then became anxious. Shadow, this boss can detect stealth. Our team's assassin was killed by it. If you're going to fight it, be careful. Qin Feng said nothing, but he had already decided to fight no matter what. To him, this boss could award 28 evolution points. The golden arthropod's anti-stealth level should be level 2. That didn't mean Qin Feng couldn't use stealth, because his damage would be higher while invisible. As soon as he activated the skill, his figure vanished instantly. Seeing this, Grey Rose's eyes were full of worry. Her team had been scattered by the gold grade boss and simply couldn't beat it. She didn't know whether Qin Feng planned to fight or run, so she could only flee on her own. At this moment, Qin Feng passed through Grey Rose while invisible, ignoring her, and charged straight at the golden arthropod. He used Shadow Flash, his figure flickering in an instant as he pierced through the boss. Minus 1013. Minus 3042, weak point. Minus 1013. He discovered that level 2 stealth had been seen through by the boss, and the Shadow class's double damage effect had not taken effect, so the damage dropped considerably. But the legendary Gracious Exit amplified the boss's weak point by 200%. 3 of the 9 slashes hit the weak point, dealing triple damage. Shadow Flash directly took away 13,000 HP from the boss, and its HP bar fell by 1/6 in an instant. Qin Feng spun around and hurled a vicious poison dart, hitting the boss squarely in the head. The boss tried to dodge, but it simply couldn't react in time. Minus 1,785, weak point. Minus 223. Minus 223. The silver grade dart's damage couldn't keep up. Most importantly, Qin Feng no longer had his class bonus, and the 50% backstab damage was gone too. He understood in his heart that he needed advanced skills to raise his stealth level. After Qin Feng used up his skill, the boss charged at him with its 8 legs, rushing toward him at nearly 30 meters per second. In an instant, dozens of iron weapons came crashing down. Gray Rose and the scattered teammates were all stunned. They saw Qin Feng sidestep, retreat, and roll, avoiding every single one of the boss's dozens of attacks. Damn, that speed. His reaction is way too fast. He's too familiar with the boss's attack patterns. Exactly. He's almost as fast as the boss, but he dodges every time by a hair. It's like he's fought it countless times. They didn't know this was the basic skill Qin Feng had honed over 9 years. In his previous life, he had been a warrior, and a top-tier warrior had to be able to dodge a boss's key skills, or the whole team would be in danger. Especially back when Qin Xiaoyu, the team's healer, could barely spare any attention for him. He often had to tank things on his own. If you thought he relied on stealth alone to kill bosses, you'd be wrong. With enough agility, even if his stealth failed, he could still deftly toy with most bosses. At the same time, although the golden arthropod had hundreds of compound eyes and could see through stealth below level 2, no matter how it attacked, it simply couldn't hit Qin Feng. Compared to bosses like the golden ghost ship, this one was a breeze for him. As soon as a skill came off cooldown, Qin Feng tossed it back without hesitation, and the boss instantly lost 1/6 of its HP. Just a little over a minute later, while Gray Rose and the others were still in shock, the golden boss turned around and fled. But Qin Feng was too fast. After running just 200 meters, the boss was caught and slain. Killed golden arthropod, gained 6,400 EXP, 28 evolution points, and nearly 2,000 days of lifespan. While Gray Rose and the others hadn't caught up yet, Qin Feng decisively used Greedy Hand, and a series of evolution points and lifespan were credited to his account, reaping massive gains. The EXP for leveling up still wasn't enough, but the skill book that dropped made Qin Feng's eyes light up. Blacklight Shield, Platinum Assassin Skill. When actively used, dodge rate converts into a damage absorption shield, lasting 8 seconds, cooldown 60 seconds. Every 20% dodge equals 1 layer of shield. After learning Blacklight Shield, his Ghost Shadow Blur boosted his dodge to 75%, which could directly convert into 3 layers of shield, equivalent to being immune to 3 hits. It was extremely powerful for boss fights and exploring ruins. Without hesitation, he spent 6 evolution points to raise Blacklight Shield to epic grade. Now, every 15% dodge became 1 layer of shield. With 75% dodge, that meant 7 layers straight away. Then he spent 16 evolution points to upgrade Poison Flying Dagger to Emerald grade, doubling its damage and shortening its cooldown, making his output even more ferocious. He kept the remaining 6 evolution points in reserve. He also got 2 pieces of gear from the golden arthropod. Lightweight Ring, Platinum Agility plus 20, Movement Speed, Attack Speed, and Cooldown Reduction plus 20% each, requires level 8 geared. Heavy Red Leather Gloves, Gold Defense plus 18, Resistance plus 15, Vitality plus 12, HP plus 588, requires level 6 geared. With the gear equipped, Qin Feng's cooldown dropped to just 7.7 seconds, and his defense and HP rose substantially. With his current stats, even if he ran into a gold boss again, he could tank several hits and still not die. 5% dodge rate. Qin Feng put away his backpack, and half the slots were full again. By then, Gray Rose had arrived with 3 teammates. Seeing the corpse of the golden arthropod boss, she was stunned. "Boss, you're incredible, soloing a boss." She looked at Qin Feng with admiration. "Boss, do you have any gear or skills suitable for mages? I'd like to buy some." Qin Feng took out the golden skill book, Frost Ricochet, a AoE skill. The ice ball can bounce up to 10 times. One price, 800 days. Gray Rose thought it was expensive, but she was tempted. In the end, she borrowed lifespan from her teammates. 800 days, deal. You have lost Frost Ricochet, Golden Tier skill book. You have gained 800 days of lifespan. As the system prompt rang out, Qin Feng turned and left, planning to return to town and post a notice, buying silver and gold boss coordinates at high prices. 30 days for silver, 100 days for gold. With bosses continuously coming in, his growth would accelerate. At that moment, Wang Ming sent him a private message. "What's going on? Qin Xiaoyu wants to give me a bronze skill book?" Qin Feng was speechless and refused. Everyone outside guessed that Shadow was the one who killed Song Fei. With Qin Xiaoyu's personality, if she had killed Song Fei herself, she definitely wouldn't have let it go. But if Shadow killed him, she was even willing to give out a skill book. Her double standard was too obvious. In his previous life, Qin Xiaoyu had turned a blind eye to Qin Feng's kindness. Qin Feng took care of her for 9 years, and she took it for granted. In the end, for Song Fei's sake, She personally dug out Qin Feng's eyes. Anyone who gives you a little benefit, you remember for a lifetime. No matter how good I am to you, you don't care. Qin Feng sneered. Now that Song Fei was dead, he was even less likely to trust Qin Xiaoyu. He opened a private message to Wang Ming. Come back to town, I'll sell you something. Get your lifespan ready. Wang Ming immediately agreed and led the team back to town. On the way, Wang Ming suddenly asked, Song Fei was killed by you, right? Qin Feng admitted without hesitation. Yes. He could have denied it. After all, no one had any proof. But there was no need to deny it either. It was a perfect opportunity to observe the Great Xia official response and test the waters. After Qin Feng decisively admitted it, Wang Ming was a little surprised. After a moment of stunned silence, he said, All right, we're still about 10 minutes away from the town. Big shot, wait a moment. Qin Feng replied, It's fine. I'm even farther away. In order to level up, he had run all the way to the coastline. He was more than 20 kilometers from town, and it would still take him 15 minutes to get back. On the way, Qin Feng casually killed monsters, gaining more than 2,000 experience and 5 evolution points. His gear and skill books were completely full, and by the time he returned to town, his backpack was just full enough. Afterward, Qin Feng met Wang Ming and the others in the basement of the abandoned church in Firefly Town. The big shot is here. Wang Ming and the others had waited for 2 minutes. Seeing Qin Feng wearing a mask and all his equipment gleaming with golden light, they immediately grew a little nervous. And Yu, the dragon swordsman, in silver armor, had a tall figure, and her equipment accentuated her perfect curves. She walked gracefully up to Qin Feng and stared at him. Big shot, you admit you killed Song Fei? Qin Feng smelled the girl's fragrance and smiled. What? You want to arrest me? And you pointed to her in-game title, Justice Enforced. Qin Feng glanced at her and teased. Tell me, between me and Song Fei, who is more righteous? And you had originally been serious, but upon hearing this, she suddenly laughed. Don't worry. We checked the surveillance and know that Song Fei and Jiang Li wanted to harm you, and that the Jiang Industrial illegally detained players. Qin Feng understood in his heart that the officials could not figure out his identity and could not arrest him, so they could only cooperate for the time being. After roughly understanding each other's stance, Qin Feng took out all the gold tier and platinum tier equipment from his backpack. Wang Ming and Yu had official backgrounds and bought gear and skill books for every class. The transaction went very quickly. Most importantly, the officials had abundant resources. Platinum tier equipment, platinum tier skill books. Wang Ming and Yu were directly shocked when they saw what Qin Feng took out. Although they knew Qin Feng had gotten the first kill on a gold tier boss, no platinum tier boss had even had its first kill yet. Where on earth did he get so many platinum tier items? Platinum tier? Let me see if there's anything suitable. Priestess of the White Bird, Gu Yixue, also leaned over and asked curiously. She was wearing a silver priest robe, her bearing holy and completely different from Yu. It could be seen that Wang Ming and the others had also taken down a silver tier boss. Otherwise, they wouldn't have so many silver tier pieces of equipment on them. But compared with Qin Feng, their gear was far too far behind, and all of them were stunned. Faced with their confusion, Qin Feng casually said, Just lucky. Opened a few treasure chests. He glanced at Gu Yixue. Xiaoxue knows. I even got an emerald skill book myself. Gu Yixue nodded vigorously. I saw it with my own eyes, but this much platinum gear is still way too absurd. Her face was full of envy. Lin Liu, nicknamed the Prophet, leaned against a broken pillar. With his striking build, he smiled and joked about his own name. Qin Feng teased him, You're dark-skinned. If not Little Black, what else should I call you? Lin Liu was speechless. In Wang Ming's team, 3 beautiful women had a good relationship with Qin Feng, and Gu Yixue only joined the team because of him. Besides Wang Ming and the 3 women, the team also had a sharpshooter and a middle-aged card master. When they saw Qin Feng pull out a pile of gold and platinum equipment, they were shocked by how outrageously expensive it was. The combat core of Wang Ming's team was him, while the team leader position actually belonged to the naturally airhead Yu. And Yu was usually responsible for the team's miscellaneous tasks. Qin Feng quoted the prices of the equipment. Platinum tier skill book, 2,500 days. Platinum tier weapon, 1,500 days. When the team members heard the prices, they were all frightened. After all, 1 or 2,000 days was equivalent to tens of millions in cash. The whole world was scrambling for this top-tier equipment, and cash was almost useless now. Lifespan had become the new hard currency. In the end, the total price for the 25 pieces of equipment was 16,500 days. Qin Feng proactively offered a discount. Let's make it 16,000. And Yu agreed directly, leaving Wang Ming dumbfounded. You're not even bargaining? And Yu felt the price was fair and completed the trade directly. She even paid off the members' debts on the spot. being so generous that the whole team was left speechless. After the trade was completed, Gu Ishue got the gold equipment and was overjoyed. Although the equipment would have to be returned to the authorities later, she could use it for now, and she had long been craving it. Qin Feng had gained 16,000 days of lifespan this time, which, converted, was 60 years, worth several billion. Even for the authorities, this was a major expenditure, but compared with the hidden benefits they would gain, it still wasn't much. Once this batch of equipment and skill books was in hand, how many teams could the official forces in Jianghai City rapidly develop? Qin Feng stood up and left. And you pulled him and said, "Hey, wait. Dajiang Industrial is holding several players captive over there, and we're preparing to rescue them. Are you coming?" Qin Feng was somewhat surprised. Was this the authorities trying to bring him in for cooperation and taking the chance to whitewash the matter of him killing Song Fei? He had no time to rescue anyone, and he certainly wouldn't expose his identity. "I'm an assassin, and you want me to rescue people?" Qin Feng shook his head. "At most, I can give you a piece of advice. If you're going to make a move, do it quickly. After level 10 in the Divine Abandonment game, abilities can be extracted into reality. You understand that, right?" And Yu's expression changed, and she nodded. "Understood. Dajiang Industrial is also collecting lifespan. Once they extract their abilities at level 10, it'll be even harder for us to act." Qin Feng turned around. "Good that you understand. I'm leaving. Anyway, the whole world would know in 2 hours. He was just doing them a favor." After Qin Feng left, and Yu said seriously, "Wang Ming, next we need to level separately. Now that all 6 people on our team have high levels, staying together means we can instantly kill small monsters, which is inefficient. Split up and form separate groups, and the overall leveling efficiency can be improved. Gather again when we encounter a boss. In short, first get everyone to level 10. Although Yu was usually a little slow and cute, her professional ability was very strong. Her arrangements could help the official players improve their strength faster and gain control of the situation. Qin Feng left the church basement and came to the square of Emberfire Town, setting up a stall to buy boss locations. Buying silver boss locations for 30 days, buying gold boss locations for 100 days. Just after he sat down, a familiar archer player came over. It was Old Mao, the veteran who had once power-leveled Jiang Li back in Shell Town. Back then, Jiang Li had offered Qin Feng 10 million to power-level her, but after he refused, Old Mao took the job. In the end, he was kidnapped by Dajiang Industries, thrown into a basement, and forced to grind out lifespan. If he turned in too little lifespan, they'd withhold food and water. Old Mao had cried bitterly with regret, finally understanding why Shadow hadn't even wanted 10 million. He had seen far ahead. After giving in, Old Mao became Jiang Li's dog and helped her bring in 2 more people. Now, Old Mao had received a quest from Jiang Li and was waiting for Shadow in Emberfire Town. "Shadow," Old Mao said with a smile. "Our young lady says that as long as you're willing to power level her, she'll give you 300 million plus shares. Opportunities like this don't come around many times in a lifetime. You should cherish it." Qin Feng looked at him as if he were an idiot. Did this guy still not know that Jiang Li was already dead? He only coldly replied with one word: "Scram." Old Mao was stunned. 300 million plus shares couldn't move Shadow at all. Helpless, he slunk off in disgrace. He had just heard that Shadow had killed Song Fei in real life, and he really didn't dare stay any longer. But Old Mao only knew that Song Fei was dead. He still didn't know Jiang Li's fate. He had been kept under confinement, cut off from information, and only heard in-game about Song Fei's death. As for who Jiang Li was, nobody even mentioned her. He still wasn't willing to give up, planning to find another chance to invite Shadow. Otherwise, he'd be beaten if he failed to complete the quest. At this moment, people nearby were quietly discussing. "Holy crap, Shadow showed up. Didn't he just take out Song Fei? And it's not just Song." Someone said that Fei had recently offended a pretty little girl, and then ended up killing her outright, wasting a gorgeous beauty for nothing. Rumor had it that the girl was Jiang Li, the young lady of Dajiang Industries, who had originally planned to capture Shadow in real life, only to be killed on the spot. Everyone was discussing how Shadow had done it. Some guessed it had something to do with the godforsaken game, feeling that this world was about to change and that they needed to level up quickly. When Mao Lijun heard that Jiang Li was dead, he was so frightened he froze in place. He didn't feel much about Song Fei, but Jiang Li terrified him. In such a short time, Shadow had consecutively killed Song Fei and Jiang Li, both by assassination, and had directly scared Mao Lijun silly. He was glad he hadn't provoked Shadow, and after looking at Qin Feng's back, he quickly slipped away. Qin Feng didn't pay Mao Lijun the slightest attention and continued setting up his stall in Emberfire Town. He noticed that many players were afraid when they saw him, especially the girls, who didn't dare come close. He knew the news had already spread, and that Song Fei had indeed been killed by him, but he didn't care. Qin Feng calculated that veteran players had already entered the game, but since they were assigned to the later novice villages, he couldn't see them. He estimated that in about 2 hours someone would reach level 10, and by then they could head to the main continent. He wasn't in a hurry and planned to use this time to farm a full set of gold and platinum equipment. Soon, 2 players in black robes came to him and said they had the location of a silver boss. Meanwhile, in Modu, the city next to Jianghai, the population was far larger than Jianghai's. There were many more initial towns, and the number of people entering the godforsaken game was also rapidly increasing. In a small town and magic capital, there was a woman in a fiery leather outfit walking with 5 foreign men, 3 white and 2 black, very closely. This woman was Qian Shishir, the daughter of the Qian group. She had originally wanted to go to North America, but got trapped by God Abandoned game, so she pulled 5 foreign men into the game with her. Qian Shishir used money to buy lifespan in exchange for gear and skills, arming both herself and her companions. As she walked through the town, she looked at the Daxiao men around her and sneered, saying that North American men were still more attractive. Tony echoed her, and the group chatted and laughed nonstop. Qian Shishir suddenly thought of Song Fei and called him trash, saying he had even failed in less than a minute before. She also mentioned that the shadow in Jianghai could kill Song Fei, and killing ordinary people would be even easier. She planned to log off and make a call, have someone contact Shadow, and help her kill someone in Jianghai. The person she wanted killed, of course, was no ordinary man. Qin Feng. He had repeatedly turned down Qian Shishir's invitations, showing her no respect at all, which made her very unhappy. In her eyes, being liked by Qin Feng was his good fortune. He was nothing more than a low-level employee at a subsidiary company, and he still dared to refuse her? Since he wouldn't show her respect, then he could go die. But she was reluctant to spend a huge sum to have someone killed, so this was the perfect chance to get acquainted with Shadow. Although Shadow was just a Daxiao man, he was still the world's #1, so she would reluctantly get to know him. She thought she had everything under control, but she didn't know that the Qin Feng she wanted killed was actually Shadow himself. Hiring Shadow to kill Qin Feng was the same as killing herself. Qin Feng was completely unaware of this and was busy hunting bosses everywhere. Meanwhile, Qin Xiaoyu, who had been rejected by Qin Feng and had her gift refused, was already emo. Originally, she had wanted to cut ties with Qin Feng completely and throw herself into Shadow's camp. But things turned out completely different from what she had imagined. Now Qin Xiaoyu was even more upset than when she first severed ties with Qin Feng. At that moment, God Abandoned game reminded her that her real-world hunger level had reached 90%, and it was time to eat. Only then did she snap out of it and call Chu Yin to log off together. She had planned to order takeout, but discovered that after the game descended, many shops had closed, and even delivery riders were gone. Only then did Qin Xiaoyu remember Qin Feng. When they were still at home, Qin Feng always prepared delicious food for her, and she never had to worry about anything. Now that they had cut ties, she felt a bit unaccustomed to it, but she gritted her teeth and held on. It's just eating. Compared with freedom, what does that even count as? At this point, Qin Feng had long since forgotten about Qin Xiaoyu. In just a little over an hour, he had killed 4 silver-grade bosses in a row. Each boss brought 16 evolution points, and he could also loot plenty of spoils. On average, a single silver boss yielded 3,000 to 4,000 days of tradable lifespan. An hour later, Qin Feng returned to Firelight Town fully loaded. He contacted the officials and sold off the silver and gold-grade equipment and skill books. He checked his inventory. Tradable lifespan, 105 years, nearly 40,000 days. Now I can exchange for quite a lot of things, but there's no rush. Qin Feng checked his whole body. He was now equipped with at least gold-grade gear all over, with platinum ghost ship twin blades as his weapon, gold ghost fire leather armor as his clothes, heavy red leather gauntlets as his bracers, believer's pendant, gold, as his necklace, and 2 rings. Cursed ring, gold, and ring of agility, platinum. The 4 bosses he had just taken down also let him replace his leg armor with gold greaves, instant skin leg guards, and gold boots, boots of concealment, making his stealth ability even stronger. The cooldown reduction had reached 75%, and the cooldown of Shadow Step Slash was down to just 6.8 seconds, causing his damage output to skyrocket. Right now I have 28,000 experience. Once I reach 50,000 experience, I can advance my class. Before going to the mainland, I must advance and get my stealth to level 3. Qin Feng planned ahead. There were no platinum bosses in the starting town, and once he reached the mainland, he would have to go for the first kill. Platinum bosses at minimum had level 2 anti-stealth. Without raising stealth level, it would be very troublesome. These bosses were usually tackled by teams of 30 or 40 people. Just then, as Qin Feng had barely returned to the town square, a sly-looking young man ran over. Your Shadow? I've got an assassination order. The young man sneaked closer and asked, You taking the job? Don't worry, The reward is generous. Qin Feng glanced at him and turned to leave without a word. The young man with triangular eyes panicked. Don't go. It's just killing an ordinary person, someone named Qin Feng. I have the address. You even killed Song Fei. This is a piece of cake for you. Qin Feng stopped in his tracks, amused. Kill Qin Feng. Wasn't that himself? He asked coldly. You're willing to pay this much to kill him? What did he do to you? The triangular-eyed man whispered. Don't ask. The reward is 3,000 days of lifespan. 3,000 days was worth almost 50 million, a pretty generous price. Qin Feng understood that the other party wasn't worried about difficulty, but was targeting the name Shadow. There was definitely someone else behind this. The triangular-eyed man was just a runner. A thought flashed through his mind. In real life, Qin Feng hadn't offended that many people. It had to be a grudge from before the game descended. Qian Shishir was the only possible candidate. She had money, she had a grudge, and she was arrogant. It had to be her. Qin Feng felt helpless. He hadn't even gone after her yet, and she was already trying to get him first. In truth, if she really wanted to kill someone, she would have had plenty of methods long ago. Why wait until now and pay such a high price to hire someone? After thinking it through, Qin Feng said calmly, Fine, I'll take it. Pay half as a deposit first. When to make the move, I decide. The triangular-eyed man was overjoyed. You agree? I'll have to ask about the half deposit. Soon, 1,500 days of lifespan arrived. The deal was done. Qin Feng's lips curled slightly. The deposit was accepted, but Qian Shishir, the unlucky one, will only be you. He didn't care about methods at all. He only had two things to do. Become stronger and make all his enemies die. After taking the deposit, the triangular-eyed man sent him the address of Qin Feng. It was Qin Feng's own home. Qin Feng acted as if nothing had happened and turned to leave. He had already planned to deal with Qian Shishir anyway. This only brought it forward. In reality, at the moment, only she could threaten him. After finishing up, he continued setting up his stall to collect boss coordinates. It was already 6 in the evening, and many players were about to reach level 10. Once there were 7 level 10 players in Zhanghai City, he could leave the novice village. Right now, the atmosphere in the town was completely different from daytime. Player groups had begun to form, and everyone was wary of one another. At that moment, a tall, attractive female player in silver armor walked over and said in a sweet yet straightforward voice, Big bro, I have a golden boss coordinate. Are you buying? Qin Feng looked up and saw she was a decent-looking girl, a fighter, with an oval face and especially bright eyes. Her nickname was quite bizarre, Milk White Snow. Qin Feng said lightly, 100 days. Pay when the boss is seen. The female player pointed north. All right, follow me. It's a bit far. Qin Feng stood up. What's the boss called? She thought for a moment. It's called the Plague. Plague Enveloper, is that okay? Qin Feng nodded. Fine. Plague Enveloper was a gold-tier boss, especially hard to kill for solo players. The reason was simple. This boss had a poison aura, and anyone who got close would keep losing health. Qin Feng didn't have any healing methods for now, so he had to end the fight quickly. However, he was confident in himself. The long-legged girl was a little worried. Can you really handle it alone? Want to bring a healer? This boss has area poison damage. Qin Feng refused. No need. Just lead the way. If he wanted to bring a healer, Qin Feng could simply call Gu Yixue. The healing from the White Bird Priest was definitely enough. But if the boss could be killed in one shot, a healer would be useless. As long as he didn't get hit by the single target skill, the boss wasn't much of a threat. Milk White Snow led the way in front, and Qin Feng followed behind. It had to be said, this woman walked very alluringly. The two of them followed the river and quickly reached the cave entrance. The monsters had already been cleared, leaving only the boss. Snow pointed into the cave. The boss is inside. I'll take you in. I'll take you in. The stone walls inside the cave had some glowing stones, so the path was visible. Going in, they reached a large cavern, with a dry tree trunk in the middle. Within a 50-meter radius around it, grayish-brown poisonous gas lingered, and anyone who approached would lose 1% HP per second. Qin Feng thought to himself, this poison can be dodged. With Ghost Blur and 75% dodge, that should be enough. After confirming his skill, Qin Feng traded with Snow and gave her 100 days of lifespan, preparing to start the fight. At this moment, Xuezi hesitated and called out to Qin Feng, Big bro, I should warn you, this is actually a trap. Once you start fighting, people will come to kill you very soon. I remember they have anti-stealth items. Qin Feng was already hidden and said calmly, doesn't matter. Xuezi gave a bitter smile. The key is, I have to hold them off, then use the chance to get familiar with them and find an opportunity to dig up your real-world info. Qin Feng was speechless. What a lousy plan. Xuezi came clean. Big bro, don't hold it against me. Go after the one behind this instead. It seemed that after Qin Feng killed Song Fei, He had already built up enough intimidation that Xuezi didn't dare mess with him and even confessed voluntarily. Qin Feng appeared beside her and asked, "Who's behind you?" Xuezi struggled for a moment, then finally said, "It's Dongfang Xian, ID Xian Yun, the one you killed once. If you can kill Song Fei, you can kill him too, right? I've told you everything, so don't screw me over. It'd be best if you take him out, otherwise I'm doomed." Dongfang Xian? Xian Yun? Qin Feng remembered now. Weren't they the group of leaders who had snatched his Golden Ghost ship boss? They even gave him one of his skill books as if to make peace, while actually playing dirty tricks. Qin Feng thought to himself that this guy probably hadn't lived to the late game in his previous life. Otherwise, with a personality like that, snatching monsters, he would have been killed sooner or later. Qin Feng's kill list had gained another name. He said to Xuezi, "Then use their own scheme against them and lure them over." Qin Feng hadn't killed anyone in the game for a long time either, and Flame Curse still hadn't been used. A few more people would be perfect, more lives to gain. Xuezi nodded. Qin Feng went straight for the boss and activated Grace of Release, then followed with Shadow Flash / the next second. Blade Light erupted, and he went all out. -2,118. -2,118. -6,345, weak point attack. At the center of the Plague Wreath's trunk was a strange, grinning face, and the two eye markings were both weak points. Grace of Release strengthened weak points, and 1/3 of Qin Feng's Shadow Flash / strikes landed directly on weak points. Even more insane was the legendary active effect of Grace of Release, Throat Slash. It slashed for 3 seconds, dealing an additional 150% damage per second, for a total of 450%. With one Grace of Release plus Shadow Flash / after 3 seconds the boss was left with only 1/3 of its HP, and Qin Feng had instantly dealt over 80,000 damage in one combo. The female warrior, Milk White Xuezi, had her pupils earthquake in shock. What the hell? One skill and 2/3 of a gold boss's HP is gone. Is this even human? It was said that when this boss was first discovered, Dongfang Xian's side called in 3 teams. 18 people were wiped out completely, and they still took less than 5% of its HP. The tanks couldn't hold it, and the healers couldn't keep up. They could only rely on poison to deal damage. Now, with Qin Feng's single slash, the boss instantly lost 2/3 of its HP. Milk White Snowball even wondered if she was playing the same game. After Qin Feng finished his skill, he pulled back 3 seconds later, retreating to 50 meters away. With his skill cooldown buff, in just over 14 more seconds he could unleash another full rotation, and he'd be able to finish off the boss very soon. He wasn't in a hurry. He simply stayed in stealth, waiting for the people from Dongfang Xian to walk to their deaths. The boss spat poison in place, with poisonous mist and venom flying everywhere. Ordinary players couldn't even get close, let alone fight it. Going head-on against the boss, even an undeveloped silver-geared team or a healer without skills would be choked to death. Right now, most of these players didn't even have bronze gear. They could barely scrape together white-tier gear, and they still wanted to touch the boss. Very soon, chaotic footsteps rang out at the cave entrance. The other side had arrived. Get ready. Kill the boss. If anyone interferes, kill them without mercy. The voice at the front sounded familiar. Qin Feng looked over and saw that it was actually Tai Nan. This guy teamed up with Dongfang Xian? Still not convinced after being killed by me several times. They intended to have Milk White Snowball hold the others off while they took the chance to cause trouble for Qin Feng. Qin Feng was a bit puzzled. Could she really stop more than a dozen people? He soon got his answer. Snowball pulled out a golden-grade great shield and blocked the passage directly. No matter how the other side attacked, they couldn't break her defense. At most, they could deal 5 damage to her in a hit, and she had over 2,000 HP. If Tai Nan and the others wanted to gang up on her, it would take at least a minute or two to bring her down. The passage was narrow, too, so only a few people could get through. By then Qin Feng's cooldown was already ready. He circled behind Tai Nan and the others in stealth, and Shadow Flash / came out again. Blade Light flashed wildly. More than 10 people were packed tightly in the passage, and with one strike. In the cramped tunnel, people were packed shoulder to shoulder. Qin Feng wiped them all out with one skill. -2,412. -6,597, weak point. -1978. Damage numbers filled the screen. Most of them were instantly killed, and only Tai Nan managed to survive 1/ thanks to his high HP and defense, but Qin Feng's skill had 9 strikes in total. In an instant, Tai Nan and the others, more than 10 people, were wiped out. Blooming Curse. Qin Feng was invincible in PvP, and as a matter of convenience he added Blooming Curse onto Tai Nan and the others' corpses. Crimson flowers bloomed from the corpses, beginning to absorb tradable lifespan. Bro, add me as a friend? I'll tell Dongfang Xian about it later. Milk White Snowball put away her shield and, panting, made the request. After adding him, she felt a lingering fear. She thought that fortunately she hadn't really listened to Dongfang Xian and gone near Qin Feng, or else the outcome would have been miserable. She had originally planned to follow Dongfang Xian's instructions, but when she saw Song Fei get killed, she panicked. Now that the power of the divine abandonment game could affect reality, who would dare provoke the world's #1 assassin? Sure, Qin Feng accepted the friend request. Later, I'll need Dongfang Xian's real-world location. Whisper me. Milk-White Snowball let out a breath of relief. Okay, I'll be waiting for bro's message anytime. If you need service, it's free too. Qin Feng nearly couldn't hold it in after hearing that. Thinking this woman is a pervert? No wonder her style is so spicy. Still, women like her are a critical hit against shut-ins. Qin Feng returned to the boss room, avoided the poison spat by the plagues around her, and went straight into a shadow flash/combo. This boss was already down to 1/3 HP and kept spewing poison in place. Qin Feng exploded with damage, and with 2 shadow flash slashes, he killed the boss instantly. You have killed Plague Surrounder, LV 10 gold. Gained 10,000 EXP, gained 7 evolution points, gained 555 days of tradable lifespan. The boss collapsed and dropped a pile of loot. Broke losers. Qin Feng mocked, referring to Tai Nan's group. Even a golden boss only gave 555 days of lifespan, while Tai Nan and the dozen or so others together only had a little over 300 days. After being fully drained by Blooming Curse, they were left with nothing. These people won't stay put and farm mobs properly. They just have to come out and die. Unbelievable. Qin Feng felt no pity at all. After sending Naib Bike Swayze away, Qin Feng returned to the boss's corpse and used Greedy Hand, hoping for a drop from the gold boss. Sure enough, an assassin skill book dropped. It's been a long time since I last saw an assassin skill book. Finally got another one. Qin Feng checked it. Darkest Hour, Platinum, Assassin Skill. The blade bursts with dark light, blinding enemies in an area. CD 60, 34.3 seconds, usable at level 10. Range 20 meters, blinds for 10 seconds. The higher the spirit, the shorter the duration. Simply put, this skill can blind enemies, and it suits Qin Feng's class perfectly. He has to be careful if the enemy has group dispels, but it's very useful against bosses. Against a boss of the same level, it can at least blind it for 3 to 5 seconds. Bosses have resistance to negative effects. The first blind lasts 5 seconds, the second 3, and the third even shorter. Qin Feng learned the skill Midnight of the Abyss. He also looted a platinum-grade assassin weapon from the corpse of the Plague Warden, Blade of Plague, Platinum Attack, plus 216, Agility plus 42, Weak Point Attack, plus 0.3. Equipment requirement, level 10. Unique effect, attacks inflict poison, which erupts 3 seconds later and deals 50% of this attack's damaged. This effect was effectively a 50% damage increase, but it triggered 3 seconds later. Compared with his previous Ghost Ship Dual Blades, whose effect made each basic attack hit twice, Qin Feng wasn't a basic attack-focused player, so he decisively equipped the Blade of Plague. The Platinum-grade Ghost Ship Dual Blades were already a divine weapon for other assassins, capable of multiplying their damage several times over, and selling for 3,000 heavenly coins was no problem. He stored the remaining loot away. As for evolution points, he had accumulated 98 points from farming bosses and monsters. He wasn't in a hurry to upgrade Midnight of the Abyss for now, and planned to save the points to first push the epic skill Hand of Greed. Qin Feng now had these skills available for evolution. Shadow Concealment, Platinum, 13 points. Backstab Enhancement, Emerald, 21 points. Hand of Greed, Epic, 210 points. Venomous Throwing Dagger, Emerald, 13 points. Shadow Flash Slash, Epic, 210 points. Ghostly Blur, Epic, 80 points. Absolute Release, Legendary, 200 points. Blacklight Shield, Epic, 50 points. Flower Curse, Strike, and Midnight of the Abyss had not been evolved yet. He kept farming monsters. The town bosses were limited in number, so Qin Feng no longer bothered to memorize their coordinates. The bosses in Yinghua Town had nearly all been farmed, and it would take a long time for them to respawn. With over 10,000 EXP left, he directly farmed normal monsters. After switching to the Blade of Plague, his speed became even faster. In just over 10 minutes, he killed his way to the coastline and farmed level 10 monsters. Each one gave 100 EXP, and killing just over 100 would be enough for his class advancement. Monsters in the Forsaken game weren't like those in ordinary MMORPGs, where you could grind them endlessly. Finding them was actually difficult. For example, the Crimson Armored ones in lobster form were almost all buried in the sand. Qin Feng acted alone, and the monsters all thought he was easy prey, only to be instantly killed once they approached. He kept farming until 8:30 p.m. and had gained 50,000 EXP. Reaching level 11 required 100,000 EXP, but he wasn't in a hurry to level up. He decided to use it first for his initial class advancement, since that would bring a much more noticeable improvement. Your Shadow class has advanced. Tier 0 Tier 1 Class Attribute Bonuses: Strength 39, Constitution 39, Agility 824, Spirit 515 Passive 1. Stealth Duration doubled. New addition. Can use stealth skills while stealth passive 2. Stealth level plus 2, passive 3. Back attacks outside the enemy's field of vision deal triple damage. Just relying on leveling and gear couldn't create a huge gap. Class advancement was the truly powerful improvement. Qin Feng's Shadow class attributes and passives were strengthened across the board, and his strength jumped instantly. Seeing the new class passive, Qin Feng was overjoyed. I can finally stealth seamlessly. Previously, stealth skills couldn't be used during stealth's active duration. Now he could keep using stealth skills while stealthed. In other words, as long as he didn't attack, he could stay invisible indefinitely. He thought to himself that this hidden class was mediocre in the early game, but absolutely strong in the late game. After class advancement, stealth level +1, and the damage of attacks made outside an enemy's field of vision had also risen from double to triple, making his damage even higher. Qin Feng prepared to go find a platinum boss for the first kill. By this time, quite a few players had already reached level 10. But what surprised him was that, aside from himself, the first players to reach level 10 were not North American players, but players from Jianghai City, and several of them were familiar faces. Qin Feng smiled. Selling equipment and skill books had raised the overall level of Jianghai's players, which was beneficial for getting to the continent sooner. System prompt. 7 players in Jianghai City reached level 10. The channel to the godforsaken continent has opened. All level 10 players can return to the town and teleport over. When Qin Feng rushed back to town, the world situation had changed. 7 people in Jianghai City were level 10, but Qin Feng had an extra 50,000 EXP invested in advancement, making him several times faster than the others. Meanwhile, level 10 players had also begun appearing in other regions around the world. A North American player was the first to reach level 10 and publicly revealed that in the godforsaken game, equipment, skills, levels, and even all consumables could be traded to transfer lifespan into reality. Soon after, players from countries around the world confirmed the same thing, instantly setting off a global explosion. Can abilities be extracted into reality? Level up fast. Get ready for free looting. Shadow was the first to reach level 10. He must already be invisible in reality. Too terrifying. Without anti-stealth skills, you can be killed at will. Let's group up and protect ourselves. Global panic followed. Governments around the world took emergency action, sending police and troops into the game to level up, using purchased lifespan to temporarily maintain order. News also broke on the Great Xia side. Jianghai City's Dajiang Industrial was investigated, and Song Fei's private life scandal was exposed, claiming that Shadow's killings had been carried out at the official's request. On the way, Qin Feng talked about this with Creamy Snowy, speechless. The officials really know how to clear my name. Are they trying to make cooperation easier later? He silently mourned for Song Fei and Jiang Li, but those crimes were probably real, they just hadn't been made public before. In short, Song Fei and Dajiang Industrial had both become history, and the officials even helped Qin Feng clear his past black history. Eastern Sage is already level 7 and still hasn't logged out. Okay, when he logs out, notify me and send me the location. After finishing his private chat with Creamy Snowy, Qin Feng closed the window, continued to remain invisible as he returned to town, and went to the teleportation room beneath the square. Now, it was much easier for him to stay invisible than before. As soon as the skill cooldown ended, he could refresh it, so he could basically remain stealthed indefinitely. When he arrived at the teleportation room, he saw people coming and going, but no other level 10 players. There were currently 7 level 10 players in Jianghai City in total: Gray Rose, Gu Yixue, Lin Liu, and 2 experts in Wang Meng's team. Wang Meng and In Yu, due to official duties, still hadn't reached level 10, but they should be close. They still have to rush back from their grinding spots, so they're definitely slower than me. Qin Feng didn't wait and went straight to the continent teleportation array. There are still a lot of things on me that haven't been sold, but once I get to the continent and find a shelter, I can store them. That'll be much more convenient. There was a special teleportation array in the teleportation room that could only be used by level 10 players. The town teleportation array was packed with people, but this one was empty. Qin Feng immediately stepped forward and activated the teleportation. Do you wish to travel to the godforsaken continent? Yes/no. He chose yes. A flash of white light passed, and the glow from the teleportation array drew everyone's attention. Damn, the continent teleportation array activated. Someone teleported? Who? Duh, it has to be Boss Shadow. Even with my level 2 anti-stealth, I can't see anyone. Idiot. That means the boss's stealth level is higher than yours. Amid a wave of envy, Qin Feng was quietly teleported away. At present, most players were still between levels 3 and 5. Only a tiny number had reached levels 6 to 8, and there were only around 100 level 10 players worldwide. Anyone who had reached this level was a top-tier expert. Godforsaken continent. In the ruins of an eastern city, a flash of white light appeared, and an invisible figure emerged. This was the Jianghai city ruins, stretching across hundreds of kilometers, a familiar scene from history. Broken walls and collapsed remains filled the ruins, with demonic creatures roaming about, and at the center stood a towering eyeless stone giant statue, an epic-grade boss that had not yet been activated. Players from every city would appear in their own city's ruins when they arrived on the godforsaken continent, and their geographic positions matched those in reality as well. For 9 years, countless people had speculated about the truth of the godforsaken land, but no one could explain it clearly. Jianghai city ruins will, in the future, be a place where millions of players settle down and develop. It's also the best refuge. The God-abandoned game has no warehouses or NPCs, so all guild supplies have to rely on the refuge. In Jianghai city ruins, the best place to serve as a refuge is my Zhanshun guild's territory. Qin Feng quickly moved toward the northwest. He intended to monopolize the refuge with the best quality and the largest space. As soon as he left, a white light lit up beside the central statue again, and Gu Yixue, Lin Liu, and the others were teleported in as well. Wow, this ruins is huge. I heard that a few minutes ago, Big Brother Shadow had already teleported. Over here. Where did he go? Be careful, Xiaoxue. There's a monster next to you. Gu Yixue, Lin Liu, Wang Ming, and the other 6 had agreed to teleport together. Just as they arrived at the center of the ruins, 2 stone-like monsters rushed out from behind them. Quaker, LV-11, grade, common. Although they were only small monsters, Wang Ming immediately raised his shield and stood at the front. The others formed up, and Gu Yixue's owl flew out to release a defensive light, buffing Wang Ming. Boom, boom. The 2 Quakers charged in and sent Wang Ming flying, their giant fists crashing down. Minus 512. Minus 498. Wang Ming's HP dropped instantly. Gu Yixue waved her staff to heal him. At the same time, Lin Liu smashed both monsters with fireballs, dealing minus 428 each. Lin Liu had top-tier gear, but even against these monsters, he could only take away 1/10 of their HP. The card master uncle took control. Xiaogu, let the owl scout the surroundings. Gu Yixue nodded, and the owl took to the sky. After more than a minute, they finally killed the 2 small monsters, and the scouting results made everyone look grim. There's no safe zone here at all. Monsters are everywhere. We've already attracted more monsters. Everyone finally realized that this game was not an MMO, but a survival game. On the other side, Qin Feng was having a much easier time than they were. With level 3 stealth, he moved through the monster horde directly. The monsters in Jianghai ruins aren't that strong, and anti-stealth is only level 2. He planned to find the refuge first, then clear the boss. Whenever there was a monster, he used flashing shadow slash. 9 hits dealt 2 to 30,000 damage, instantly killing every small monster. Right now the ruins had only monsters and no players, making it paradise for Qin Feng to farm. He moved forward all the way, casually farming experience and evolution points, raising them from 98 to 115, and even picked up a level 10 shadow concealment skill book. The same skill has a fixed grade, but different skill levels. This time, it was level 10 shadow concealment, which could overwrite his original level 1 shadow concealment. However, to raise its effect in reality to level 10, he would need more lifespan. Qin Feng directly learned the skill. You have learned Shadow Concealment, level 10. Your Shadow Concealment, level 1, has been overwritten. Shadow Concealment, Platinum. Required level 110, duration 2436 seconds, break stealth attack 150300, cooldown unchanged. The stealth duration was longer, and the damage upon breaking stealth had increased. Qin Feng was satisfied. He had already evolved to Platinum, and even after being overwritten, it was still Platinum grade. He glanced at the attribute panel again. Now I've got 10 years of lifespan, which is just over 40,000 days. Once I deal with Dongfang Xian, I'll raise my abilities. Qin Feng closed the attribute panel and, while invisible, looked at the ruins ahead. No one knew that beneath the ruins lay an underground palace of more than 1,200 acres, with a scale comparable to Jianghai Normal University, containing over 1,000 rest rooms and dozens of halls. As long as you occupied this place, anything from equipment to wealth could be stored here. In the godforsaken game, there were many such hideouts. Although you could build one yourself, the materials required were far too many, and constructing one spanning thousands of acres was as hard as reaching the heavens. The larger the hideout, the stronger the guardian. In my previous life, I gathered 18 people, and it took a level 15 raid team to take this place. This time, Qin Feng didn't hesitate. He went down the stairs alone, targeting the level 15 platinum boss. There were plenty of monsters along the way, all level 12 to 15, originally meant for a team, but he broke through them by himself. 15 meters down the stairs, darkness surrounded him. A stone door opened automatically. When it has no owner, that's how it is. Once a player occupies it, it can only be destroyed. Summon, devout follower. Qin Feng used the golden pendant to summon a silver follower to guard the door. As long as it didn't die, it could remain forever. He entered invisibly, and the system prompt appeared. You have arrived at Soul Purification Land, hideout. Defeat the area guardian, and you will claim this area. Inside the hall were more than a dozen level 12 monsters. Raging Spirit, Overload Spirit, and Incineration Spirit, all elemental beings. Darkest Hour. Qin Feng held the Plague Blade and unleashed black light to blind all the monsters. He followed up with Shadow Flash Slash, instantly killing 7 or 8 of them. The remaining mobs threw out skills wildly, but Qin Feng dodged with precision, swung his blade to attack, and with his damage bonus, 1 slash killed 1, dealing nearly 3,000 damage and wiping them out. Anyone else would have been in danger in this situation long ago. But Qin Feng cleared all 15 small monsters in the blink of an eye. Loot and lifespan orbs spilled all over the floor. At this rate, after clearing the palace, I'll have enough evolution points to evolve Greed Hand once more. He was looking forward to seeing what Greed Hand would evolve into upon reaching legendary tier. Outside, Wang Ming and the other 5 were being chased in a sorry state by monsters through the ruins. Quick this way. There are so many monster corpses in the courtyard. Guided by Gu Yishue's White Owl, they arrived at the area Qin Feng had just passed through and found that all the monsters were dead, with corpses scattered everywhere on the ground. The 6 of them were shocked. The monsters that had been chasing them around were all reduced to dead chicks in the hands of Shadow. They knew Shadow was strong, but they never expected him to be this strong. This area is temporarily safe. Let's rest first. Looking at the monster corpses all over the ground, and you sighed. As expected of Big Shot Shadow. We thought we were strong enough, but in the end we can only tremble behind the Big Shot. The others wore strange expressions. Wang Ming coughed twice to remind her to watch her wording, and Yu was confused. Wasn't that accurate? The resting area fell silent, and everyone let out a sigh of relief. There are way too many monsters on this divine abandoned continent. Luckily the Big Shot cleared out this area, otherwise we'd all be dead. Better not act alone. Let's wait until each of our team members reaches level 10 before grouping up. I'm kind of curious. Where do you respawn if you die? After discussing for a while, everyone felt awed by this ruins area, and were thankful that they had run fast when the monsters had just rushed out. Otherwise they would already be corpses. The 6 of them had originally brought their respective teams to level up, and this time they had temporarily gathered together to scout the way, not expecting it to be this dangerous. At this moment, Gu Yishua switched back to the owl's perspective. The owl flew into the sky to scout, and she was shocked again. There are dead monsters everywhere on the ground, so fierce. Wait, it looks like there are a few gray tier loot drops. Did the Big Shot not pick them up? And you guessed. Probably because his inventory slots aren't enough. Shadow is alone, so he must have killed them too fast to pick everything up. There are a few gray tier pieces of equipment that weren't picked up. Should we go take a look? Gu Yishua asked. Wang Ming said, wait, I'll contact Shadow first. Qin Feng was clearing monsters all the way through the Nether Soul Purification Land when he received a private message from Wang Ming. Bro, we saw a few pieces of equipment outside that you didn't pick up. Should we collect them and pay you based on the price? Qin Feng replied, sure. He had 34 inventory slots, but after killing too many monsters, his bag was still full, and he had left 5 gray and white low-quality pieces of equipment uncollected. Anyway, once they reached level 10, no one would care about this kind of gear. If Wang Ming was willing to pay, he didn't mind. Contact you in an hour. I have equipment to sell, Qin Feng said, then closed the private chat. He continued killing monsters. With his inventory overflowing, he left the loot scattered everywhere, only waiting to take down the platinum boss. Then the entire palace would be his. If someone came to the palace entrance, the silver tier guards would also notify him at the first moment. Wang Ming and the other 5 went offline and reported the situation on the godforsaken continent. Not only Jianghai City, but many cities across the country had also begun opening continent channels. However, the news from those who went down was not good news, but all bad news. Our players in Modu arrived at a city ruin. Chaos Han 2. The landing points are all different, and the urban areas are full of monsters. We got beaten to a pulp and had no choice but to log off first. You need a lot of people to fight there, otherwise it's just suicide. By the way, how's Shadow doing now? Is he still stuck at level 10? By this time, Qin Feng had already cleared all the small monsters within the land of purified souls. He had gone through more than 40 halls and over 1,000 small rooms, and had killed more than 400 small monsters alone. Qin Feng had killed the level 3 boss and 2 silver bosses, gaining a total of over 80,000 EXP and 205 evolution points. That amount of EXP was something an average player couldn't farm in several days and nights. Ordinary people simply didn't dare to mass kill monsters. They could only slowly pick off isolated ones, making the efficiency extremely low. Qin Feng was only 5 evolution points short of upgrading Greed Hand. He planned to directly kill the Platinum Grade Guard boss to make up the difference. The sound of elements converging came from the center of the palace. Qin Feng had been through this place 9 years ago, so he knew the route like the back of his hand. He easily bypassed several intersections and came to a spacious room, where on the altar in the center stood a humanoid creature wreathed in lightning. Purifier Faisal, LV-15. Platinum Grade, the strongest monster in the city ruins, the highest level boss. Qin Feng was level 10 now, so his damage to bosses was reduced, but it didn't matter much. The boss had 750,000 HP and 3 phases, plus level 2 anti-stealth. Qin Feng planned to upgrade his stealth to level 3 before making a move. In his previous life, the boss's single-target lightning skill had dealt too much damage. Even with a full set of gold equipment, he had almost not been able to withstand it. But now, he didn't rely on tanking at all. His plague blade swayed, then directly slipped into the room. Blessing of Liberation, Shadow Flash Slash. Minus 3,576. Minus 3,549. Minus 9,669. Weak point attack. After the skill was unleashed, Qin Feng turned into a blur and passed through the boss, instantly becoming invisible again. Before the boss could react, 9 damage numbers had already popped up above its head, and its entire body was coated in a layer of green. Immediately after, another round of damage appeared. Minus 5,364. Minus 5,323. Minus 14,503. This was the throat cut effect of Blessing of Liberation, a 3-second damage over time effect. Sword light kept flashing across the boss's body, and damage numbers kept popping up above its head, yet it couldn't find the attacker's position. It wanted to cast its high-damage single-target lightning skill, but with no target, it could only raise its hand and unleash a wide-area lightning strike. 100 bolts of lightning slammed down from the dome, hitting the ground in 0.3 seconds. Qin Feng's defense and lightning resistance couldn't withstand this kind of lightning. If he were hit, he would die. Moreover, all platinum boss skills had hit correction, so dodging was useless. The hit rate at least doubled. That meant even with Qin Feng's 75% evasion, he still couldn't endure it. Against the boss, accuracy mattered more than 50%. However, his 182 points of agility, combined with his class advancement bonus, gave him a top running speed of over 40 meters per second. As long as he noticed the lightning before it fell, he could evade it. This was nearly impossible for ordinary players, but Qin Feng had 9 years of experience and was used to dodging skills. He had seen bosses far more troublesome than this. Power? It was nothing special at all. In his previous life, he had barely managed to hold on to this skill entirely by luck and with the healer's shield. This time, Qin Feng would not give the boss another chance. In the 3rd second, with Throat Slash plus Plague Blade, he instantly wiped out the boss's first phase 250,000 HP. When the boss's HP dropped by 1/3, a thunder shield appeared on its body, and 3 lightning orbs flew out into the sky, with 3 thunder chains connecting to the soul purifier. The boss locked its HP, so the 3 lightning orbs had to be taken down first. In the previous life, Qin Feng's team had been wiped out once at this stage, and Qin Xiaoyu had even thrown a fit and said she didn't want to play. After Qin Feng stopped taking her along, he actually cleared it in one go. To put it bluntly, Qin Xiaoyu was of little use. She couldn't even dodge skills properly, and relying on her to heal? Not a chance. Qin Feng waited for shadow concealment to cool down, threw a venomous dagger, precisely hit the lightning orb, then went invisible again. The boss frantically unleashed area lightning strikes, but Qin Feng was already thoroughly familiar with them, and dodging was effortless. Dagger throws and phantom strike alternated, and before long the 3 lightning orbs were destroyed. The boss entered its 2nd phase. Qin Feng activated Grace of Salvation plus Phantom Strike. Blade flashes and afterimages erupted, damage went through the roof, and in just 3 seconds it was pushed directly into the 3rd phase. The boss began lightning dispersion. In the previous life, The whole team had to wear lightning resistance gear and rely on 4 healers to barely hold on. This time, Qin Feng simply used Phantom Strike to leap up to the ceiling and hung from a crossbeam with one hand, perfectly avoiding it. The boss was tough, but Qin Feng had already prepared a countermeasure. In just 5 minutes, the boss entered a berserk lightning strike state, and Qin Feng activated Blacklight Shield, converting all dodge into shields. Grace of Salvation plus Phantom Strike pierced through, instantly taking off 1/3 of the HP bar. All of the boss's lightning strikes were blocked by Blacklight Shield. 3 seconds later, the Soul Purifier turned into an electric orb and dispersed, and the system announcement rang out across the world. Player's Shadow, Zhanghai City, achieved the world's first kill of a platinum boss, gaining 10 reputation points. The entire server was stunned. They had just been questioning Shadow, and now he had solo killed a platinum boss. Holy crap, first kill? Solo 2. I just died in the ruins, and this guy soloed a platinum boss. Our gold tier boss team wiped 3 times, and he just soloed a platinum 1? His talent is insane. It's that Shadow from Great Xiao again. Who knows his real identity? Why not just drop a nuclear bomb on him? Cut it out. Great Xia isn't that easy to mess with. At the same time, in Seashell Town, Qin Xiaoyu was instantly killed by the silver boss's axe, sliced cleanly in half at the waist. You have died, losing 14 years of lifespan, non-tradable. You have died, losing 2 days of lifespan, tradable. Qin Xiaoyu revived, looking dazed, dead again. In the party channel, a teammate cursed, "You stupid healer, with an axe that big and you can't even dodge?" Qin Xiaoyu shot back, "You're the tank and you can't pull aggro, and it's my fault? Dodge your MB." The teammate snapped, "How am I supposed to pull that kind of AoE skill? MB's easy." Player level 8 Crazy Gale left the party. The party quickly dwindled to just 3 people, Qin Xiaoyu, Xu Yan, and Zhang Wei. While grinding mobs, they ran into a silver boss and got wiped out again. Zhang Wei couldn't take it anymore and said he was hungry and needed to log off for dinner. Xu Yan and Qin Xiaoyu were killed by the boss shortly after, respawning in the town square. Xu Yan sighed, "Xiaoyu, let's just level up. At this rate, we're going to run out of lifespan." Qin Xiaoyu was on the verge of tears, feeling that this game was way too hard. At that moment, the system announced again that Shadow had achieved the first kill of a platinum boss, and Qin Xiaoyu felt even more resentful, thinking that all her teammates were useless. At the same time, on the other side, you have killed Soul Purifier Faisal, Platinum tier. Gained 48,000 EXP, leveled up to level 11. All 4 attributes plus 4, free points plus 10, evolution points plus 20, 1,520 days of lifespan, reputation plus 10, and became the owner of the Soul Purification Land. A string of system notifications flashed by for Qin Feng, and he finally let out a breath of relief. He had successfully secured the kill and gained a base of operations. Moreover, this hideout could be brought into reality and activated with a magical defensive barrier. Not even airplanes or tanks could break through it, let alone nuclear weapons. The ultimate weapons of the real world were practically rendered useless. Extracting the Soul Purification Land into reality required 1,300 years of lifespan. He had already used that before in his previous life. Right now, Qin Feng wasn't concerned about the Soul Purification Land. He wanted to check his gains first. He had reached level 11. After level 10, level ups give plus 4 to all 4 attributes and plus 10 free points. Put everything into agility. He planned to stack agility until level 20, infinite stealth plus speed, and he could basically fight bosses without taking damage. Agility was the real deal. Golden bosses only give 7 evolution points, but platinum ones give 20, combined with the Hand of Greed. Qin Feng now had 225 evolution points, enough to evolve the Hand of Greed again. He immediately spent 210 points to evolve it, upgrading the skill to legendary, increasing the odds, and gaining a 100-slot storage space. Satisfied after the evolution, Qin Feng immediately used the skill on the boss's drops, directly producing 5 pieces of loot starting at platinum tier, plus several emerald tier items, leather armor, a necklace, and a skill book. However, he hadn't reached the equipment level requirement yet, so he put them away first. Forget it, he'd deal with it later. Now, the entire 1,200-acre Soul Purification Land palace belonged to him. He could stash anything here without worrying about others taking it, or losing it. Believers, come in and gather all the loot. Stack it all together. Qin Feng had just cleared the elemental monsters and had dropped quite a few pieces of equipment and skill books, but he was too lazy to pick them up or even look at them. Now it was perfect for the devout believers to collect them all. He already had his next plan. Once I get to the mainland, I'll look for bloodline monsters and obtain my first bloodline. Bloodlines were one of the core sources of power in godforsaken game. The game had all kinds of bloodline monsters. Killing them granted different bloodlines, each with different effects. The bloodline that suits me best this time is the Devourer of Spirits. The Devourer of Spirits bloodline could devour the user's own skills, and the higher the skill level, the stronger the bloodline's attributes. I can endlessly evolve skills. A lot of low-level skills are useless, but if I evolve them to epic grade and then devour them, the bloodline's attributes will explode. In Godforsaken game, every epic grade skill was extremely valuable. No one would willingly devour them, because once devoured, they could never be used again or relearned. But Qin Feng was different. He had a bunch of filler skills, and even after evolving them to epic, they still couldn't compare to the original epic skills. Keeping only the core ones was enough. With the Devourer bloodline, I can Feng buy skill books and keep upgrading the bloodline. At that moment, a private message lit up. Milk White Snowball. Congrats, big shot, on getting the first kill on the Platinum boss. And here's another piece of good news. Dongfang Xian got hungry and went to Jiangnan restaurant to eat. A lot of people from his family are there too. They've bought a huge amount of lifespan and are planning to bring it into the game to convert into combat power. Hearing that, Qin Feng smiled. So Dongfang Xian and the others brought quite a bit of lifespan. Perfect. When I go back to reality, I can also extract the Blossom Curse while I'm at it. Not a single bit of that lifespan will go to waste. P.S. Thanks for the support, big shots. Let's set a bonus update rule. 1 extra chapter for every 3,000 gifts. Gifts are free, you just need to watch an ad. Sorry for the trouble, everyone, and thanks. Dongfang Xian's family wouldn't be finishing their meal anytime soon, and Qin Feng wasn't in a hurry. Before returning to reality, he first dealt with his loot and spent the evolution points he had just obtained from the Hand of Greed, so he could bring more abilities back with him. This time, he had gotten 100 evolution points from the Soul Purifier, and with the 15 points he had left before, that made a total of 115. I can upgrade all the skills that haven't reached epic yet. He glanced at the skill panel and evolved them one by one. He spent 42 points to upgrade Shadow Veil to epic. Invisibility duration 36 seconds, 60 seconds, stealth breaking attack 300, 500 cooldown 22 seconds, 15, 8.5 seconds. Then he spent another 34 points to upgrade Backstab enhancement to epic. Backstab damage bonus increased from 50% to 75%. That left 39 evolution points. He ignored Poison Darts and instead used 3 points to evolve Blossom Curse to epic. It could be used on corpses within 60 seconds of death, and it also gained a Destroy the Evidence effect, which might be useful outside the game. Next, he evolved Darkest Moment 3 times. Spent 1 plus 2 plus 3 evolution points, 30 remaining. Gold, Emerald, Diamond Epic. Release a blast of dark light that blinds enemies in the area. Cooldown 60, 34.3 seconds to. Range 20, 30, 40, 50 meters. Duration 10, 12, 14, 16 seconds. The higher the target's Jingsun, the shorter the duration. Qin Feng had 30 evolution points left, just enough to upgrade Flowering Curse from epic to legendary. He hesitated over whether to evolve it. After all, this skill was extremely rare. He had never seen it in either lifetime, and it couldn't be found on the market. Since it's rare, upgrade it to legendary and see if it gets a special effect. He decided to evolve it. Consumed 30 evolution points, 0 remaining Flowering Curse. Epic legendary draws from the traded lifespan of the player's corpse within 60-300 seconds after death. New. Can also simultaneously draw 50% of the target's non-tradable lifespan. New. Can absorb scattered non-tradable lifespan light orbs. Qin Feng couldn't help cursing, feeling it was absurd. Now he could not only drain other people's lifespan dry, but also snatch half of their non-tradable lifespan, and even pick up the ones on the ground. Although non-tradable lifespan couldn't be taken into reality, when lifespan was consumed at an accelerated rate in the high-level zone, what got used up first was precisely the non-tradable lifespan. With this skill, he would never have to worry about not having enough lifespan to use. After spending all the evolution points, he notified Wang Ming and gave him a coordinate, 500 meters away from the entrance of the Pure Soul Land, where there were temporarily no monsters. The items to be sold this time included various boss drops and loot from the Pure Soul Land. Greedy Hand's 100-slot backpack is really useful. After packing everything in, there's still half of it empty. Qin Feng muttered to himself in satisfaction as he went alone to the agreed-upon ruined residential building. Very soon, Wang Ming, and Yu, and the others, 6 people in total, saw Qin Feng still wearing a veil. Same rules as always. I named the price. If you're not satisfied, you don't have to buy. Qin Feng listed the goods directly, starting with silver, gold, and platinum equipment, worth a total of 18,000 heavenly trade lifespan. And Yu accepted everything happily, grinning from ear to ear. Our Shanghai city can speed up its development again. A lot of official legions are begging for equipment right now, but the cities aren't connected, so there's no way to trade. Shadow Big Brother, thank you. And you was very grateful to Qin Feng. Qin Feng waved his hand and said there were still a bunch of inferior, common, and bronze items. Did they want them or not? And you and the others were all dumbfounded. Gu Ishu even curiously touched Qin Feng's stomach. Boss, you're not Doraemon, are you? The backpack had an absurd number of slots, and the items had to be split among the 6 of them before they could all be packed away. Luckily, in this game, dying wouldn't drop the items in your backpack. Qin Feng reminded them that beneath the stone statue in the center of the city ruins was a staircase. Going down there would lead to a teleportation array back to the starting town. The first time cost 500 days of lifespan, but after that it wouldn't charge again. After saying that, he left, preparing to return to reality. And you said excitedly in a low voice in the party channel, you? They were discussing Qin Feng and guessing whether he was a reborn one. Otherwise, how could he know such hidden information? Wang Ming was a little scared, and the card master uncle comforted him, thinking it was just a coincidence. Then and you suddenly blurted out that maybe she should use herself to seduce Shadow, and everyone was completely dumbfounded. At this moment, Qin Feng had already returned to the place of purifying souls. He locked the stone gate tightly and muttered to himself that no one except him could discover this place. And even if someone attacked the stone gate, it would be very hard to break through. He was planning to reinforce it later. The familiar palace didn't stir any feelings in Qin Feng. He simply chose to go offline and extract his abilities into reality. Qin Feng spent 27,000 days of lifespan to sync his level and advancement in the real world. Then, using more lifespan, he extracted his main skills, including shadow concealment, backstab enhancement, greedy hand, instant shadow slash, ghostly blur, blooming curse, and black light shield, leaving 7,480 days. Some advanced skills and epic skills couldn't be extracted yet because his lifespan wasn't sufficient. Qin Feng used the remaining lifespan to extract 2 gold-grade pieces of equipment, concealment boots and the believer's pendant. After everything was extracted, only 486 days of lifespan remained. His real-world strength was now about the same as in the game, but if he wanted to extract the entire place of purifying souls, he would still need to save up more lifespan. He found that the room was still under Qin Xiaoyou's name, and thinking that it would be safer to leave before Qian Shishir found out about this place, he decided to go. Qin Feng used Greedy Hand to sweep all the items in the room into his storage space, including the bed, and then left. Qin Feng turned invisible and, without bringing his phone, jumped straight from the 11th floor. No one noticed him in the night. Just before landing, he used instant shadow slash to fly into a flower bed, leaving no trace. Qin Feng wasn't fully geared up, but in reality, he could still run more than 30 meters per second. Jiangnan Hotel is 15 kilometers away. I can get there in less than 10 minutes, faster than taking a taxi. At this time, Jiangnan Hotel had already been reserved exclusively by the Dongfang family. The Dongfang family was a prominent local clan in Shanghai City, with hundreds of billions in assets and 3 generations of heritage. In a private room, Dongfang Xian and the family elders were having a meal while discussing the godforsaken game. In the past, Dongfang Xian had no status, but after the godforsaken game began, his level, equipment, and combat power were all the highest in the family. The elders didn't understand games. The moment they entered, they died. They were killed by monsters twice and nearly had heart attacks. In the end, they could only spend money to hire someone to carry them to level 3 before logging out. Many old people couldn't even survive a few days after re-entering the game. In reality, they would starve or die of thirst. The game was brutal, and before everyone had fully grasped it, quite a few people were already in despair. Iron Men, for example, could only live like beggars for lifespan. At the dining table, Dongfang Xian was smug, feeling that this was the era of young people like him. With 25,000 days of lifespan on hand, he was full of ambition. He planned to have the younger generation of the family buy items and level up, striving to pull ahead. At the same time, he also arranged for women to get close to Shadow, planning to uncover Shadow's real identity in reality, intending to bring him under the family's control and achieve a true rise. Outside the private room, 2 bodyguards were instantly slain by a flash of blade light and collapsed at the doorway. The people inside didn't notice. Qin Feng stood invisibly outside the door and heard Dongfang Xian's plan, almost laughing, because the so-called reliable woman had already switched sides. Qin Feng noticed that the bodyguards had guns and didn't act rashly. Although he had skills, he couldn't evade bullets with 100% certainty. Getting shot in the head in reality would still kill him. For safety's sake, he raised his hand and summoned an equipment effect, Devout Believer. A gray, gaunt figure crawled up to the entrance of the hotel, a silver-grade boss that was terrifying in both melee and ranged combat. It was extremely powerful and could withstand gunfire for a long time. Go in, Qin Feng ordered. He himself went invisible to a corner, and the surveillance cameras had already been destroyed by him. Bang! The Dongfang family's core members, more than 40 people in total, from old to young, were all in the private room, levels ranging from 3 to 8. None had reached level 10, so no one could bring their abilities into reality. The gaunt devout believer smashed straight through the door, and the entire room screamed instantly. Presumptuous. Holy crap, what is this thing? Don't come any closer. Is this a monster from the godforsaken game? Help. Gunshots kept ringing out, but all that could be heard were the screams of people. In reality, although they had guns, their defenses were terribly weak. Devoted believers could wipe out a crowd with a few casual strikes, and one mouthful of green flame could burn a bunch of them to death outright. Qin Feng had no intention of leaving anyone alive. As soon as the gunfire rang out, the bodyguards outside were alerted. But there were only a dozen or so old bodyguards left who were still loyal. The clan promised to settle their pay with tradable lifespan. Their class talents were all weak. Those who were capable had long since gone off to grind monsters on their own. The bodyguards rushed in, holding cleavers and iron bars, but when they saw the scene in the private room, they were all terrified stiff. Some even vomited on the spot. Go, go, go. What kind of monster is this? They're all dead. There's lifespan inside, over 10,000. Run. If you keep greedy for lifespan, you're going to lose your lives. A group of people had just rushed up, and one glance was enough to scare them into turning around and trying to flee. But Qin Feng's instant shadow slash struck. A flash of blade light, and blood splattered across the camera fragments. In just 2 minutes, Jiangnan Restaurant had become a hell on earth. The devoted believers returned to Qin Feng's side, and with a wave of his hand, he dismissed them. The gray figures vanished at once. A crimson flower of death bloomed, and Qin Feng walked invisibly through the field of corpses. Wherever he went, the flower of death absorbed all tradable lifespan, and also turned all bloodstains and corpses into white ash, leaving not even bodies behind. What a huge haul! Qin Feng's lips curled upward. Dongfang Xian originally had 25,000 years of lifespan, but only half of it was dropped. The flower of death absorbed the very last bit. Qin Feng walked into the private room and saw Dongfang Xian's head severed and thrown beside the lobster. He died with his eyes wide open, not even knowing where he had lost, and never would have guessed that the one who killed him was Shadow. Few people had ever seen devoted believers. Aside from the Grey Rose team, no one else had any idea what they were. The last thought in Dongfang Xian's mind before death was, how did a monster from the godforsaken game get into reality? 2 more minutes passed, and the flower of death completely dissipated. The kitchen staff of the restaurant had not made a sound at first. After all, the one dining outside was the Dongfang family, and they didn't dare meddle. After a while, everyone felt that something was wrong. When they came out to take a look, they were instantly dumbfounded. The private room's tables and chairs were all shattered, and the scene was a complete mess. Pale white mist still lingered in both the room and the corridor. Everyone was gone, and there wasn't even a trace of the corpses left. The flower-blooming curse had cleaned everything up perfectly. No one could find any clues. Qin Feng had already left long ago. He felt secretly thrilled. This wave was a massive harvest, swallowing all of everyone's tradable lifespan and half of their non-tradable lifespan. With 30 evolution points invested, the flower-blooming curse had been raised to legendary grade. It was worth it. Qin Feng found a corner, went invisible, and tallied his gains. He had a total of 74 years of tradable lifespan, which was 27,000 days. His non-tradable lifespan had increased by 480 years. Although many of the 40 or 50 people were already fairly old, and each of them had died several times while leveling up in the game, losing a lot of non-tradable lifespan, the total gain still far exceeded expectations. That trade within you had only earned less than 20,000 days from selling equipment. This trip, just casually grinding, netted 27,000 days, an outrageous value for money. His cumulative non-tradable lifespan had also reached 2,327 years. Qin Feng smiled, gave the restaurant one last glance, listened to the police sirens fading into the distance, and quietly slipped away. This time, the flower bloom curse performed exceptionally well. Not only did it earn a lot of lifespan, it also turned the corpses and bloodstains into mist and made them vanish. The core members of the Dongfang family and their bodyguards all seemed to have disappeared from the face of the earth. Even when the police arrived, they couldn't find any evidence. As for the fallout from the Dongfang family's disappearance, Qin Feng didn't care at all. He knew incidents like this would only become more and more common in the future. In the end, the police would most likely just treat them as missing persons cases, and no one would investigate deeply. Qin Feng remembered that during the initial chaos, which lasted for many days in a row, most people didn't dare log off or take risks, and could only stay holed up in safe zones. It wasn't until the government-trained investigators appeared and their abilities could be brought into reality that public order was restored a little. But for Qin Feng's corpse-destroying method, even investigators were helpless, unless a skill that could reverse time appeared in the future, which was almost impossible within a few years. The next target is Qian Shishir. The Qian Group headquarters is in North America. Right now, she's the only one I can deal with. But Jianghai City is 300 kilometers from Modu. Walking would be too slow. I need to get him out. Qin Feng thought as he walked. The streets of Jianghai were deserted, restaurants and eateries were closed, and even delivery riders were nowhere to be seen. He didn't go to a high-end hotel. Instead, he randomly found a guest house and paid with 1 hour of lifespan. The proprietress was immediately overjoyed. That amount was worth 1,250 yuan. Right now, the authorities were printing money, and cash was becoming less and less valuable. After the collapse, a new lifespan-based economic system emerged. Qin Feng settled into the guest house, casually ate a bowl of instant noodles, washed up, and then entered the game again. Food wasn't important to him. He'd soon have a special source of food anyway, so for now he'd just make do. He sat on the sofa, closed his eyes for 10 seconds, and his body began to fade as he entered the game. Welcome back to Godforsaken Game. He opened his eyes and arrived at his own palace in the Nether Purification Grounds. The underground palace was dark and damp, with only the sound of dripping water. He planned to take advantage of the many monsters in the ruins and first clear out the Jianghai City ruins, leveling up quickly while also farming drops to sell for lifespan. Just after logging in, a private message disrupted his plans. And you, big shot, Xiaobulin just found a tomb entrance in the city ruins, but there's a gold-grade resentful ghost inside. We can't beat it. I'll send you the coordinates. Can you go take a look? Qin Feng froze. Xiaobulin. And you smiled. It's Black Plum Bigley. You called her Xiaobulin, so we all started calling her that too. So it was Lin Liu. Qin Feng asked how they had discovered it. And you explained that they had taken a detour to avoid monsters. Then suddenly one of them went missing. In the end, Xiaobulin stepped into a pit and fell into the tomb, and the party channel couldn't be used at all. They went in and encountered a level 12 gold boss, so they could only flee back to Shell Town. Now she was sending the coordinates to Qin Feng. Qin Feng was speechless. A koi really was a koi. She could even fall into a tomb just by stepping into a pit. These kinds of randomly generated wilderness tombs had very generous rewards, and clearing them could even grant special items like mounts. Qin Feng told her to send the coordinates. And Yu was very happy and told them not to forget to sell any spare equipment to them. They always had lifespan on hand. He sighed that Yu was quite generous. This friend was definitely worth keeping. So he left the land of purified souls, went into stealth, and headed to the ruins 1.4 kilometers away. Along the way, he cleared mobs and collected equipment, and soon reached the coordinates, only to find that the entrance was actually a well. Qin Feng was stunned. This works? You can just walk and fall into a well. He had to admire Lin Liu's talent. He jumped into the well and found it wasn't deep. There were bricks to climb back up, and entering the well meant entering the tomb's range. You have entered the Tomb of Resentment. Communications blocked. Qin Feng didn't care. At the bottom of the well, ahead was a 3-meter-wide passage lit by glowstones. He moved forward in stealth, and after walking 100 meters, he saw a large rotting monster guarding a broken door. Resentful Ghost, LV-12, gold. Over 2 meters tall, with 2 decayed blades and a body piled with rotting flesh. This boss had forced in Yu and the others to flee. Qin Feng knew they must have tried, since they had gold equipment, but clearly they failed. Resentful Ghost, attack power, and its attack range was large, and it used purely physical attacks. Wang Ming couldn't tank it. Qin Feng guessed. The gear and skill books he had sold out barely had anything that boosted defense. Wang Ming had low defense, and if the boss chipped away his HP too fast, the healer wouldn't be able to save him. It wasn't likely an instant kill, though. Wang Ming was a holy shield tank with 4,000 to 5,000 HP. He should have been taking one slash that cut his HP in half, then deciding he couldn't hold and running. But Qin Feng wasn't worried. If it couldn't be tanked, there was no need to consider anything else, because he had Mercy's Release. Flash Shadow Slash. Qin Feng activated his skill, and with a sweep of the Plague Blade, it exploded in an instant. The gold-grade Resentful Ghost was struck by Qin Feng's Blade Light. Minus 3,987. Minus 13,555. Weak point. Minus 3,987. 9 blade lights. 9 damage numbers popped up. Qin Feng was a little surprised. The boss has such high defense. His epic-grade Shadow Stealth skill now had a break stealth attack of 535 points. Against a Platinum boss, one strike would deal nearly 5,000 damage. And yet this fatty wasn't even at 4,000? Still, it didn't matter much. An epic skill against a gold boss was like cutting through melons and vegetables. After one round of Flash Shadow Slash, Qinfeng kept stealth and retreated a distance. The boss had less than 120,000 HP. The Rend for Mercy's release had only triggered twice before the boss was instantly killed. Rot exploded everywhere, and the battlefield was covered in chunks of flesh. Qinfeng remained in stealth, more than 30 meters from the corpse. He waited over 10 seconds before slowly approaching. Lessons from his previous life had taught him to be cautious in everything. Some bosses would self-destruct upon death, and he had seen too many wipes, while the drops were even snatched away by others. Hand of Greed. Qinfeng activated the skill remotely, and a golden hand grabbed at the corpse, causing 5 extra loot items to drop. There were 7 platinum glow items in total, including 1 skill book and 1 piece of equipment he could use. Night Ring Blades, Platinum Assassin skill. Deals dark damage to enemies within 5 meters. Adds 500 dark attack, cooldown 10 seconds, level 11. This was an elemental damage skill. Qinfeng's Shadow class had higher spirit than strength as a base attribute, and his base magical attack was higher than his physical attack. But the Plague Blade was a physical weapon, so using it with a mage assassin skill would result in somewhat lower damage. Still, it started at Platinum with level 11, so its numbers were high. Evolve it to Epic. Consumed 6 evolution points, leaving 36. Nightfall Ringblade. Epic range 12 meters, dark damage 1300, cooldown 10 seconds, level 11. After the skill evolved, its range increased from 5 meters to 12 meters, and the extra attack damage also reached 1300. Although it wasn't a single target burst skill, it was excellent for clearing mobs. Instant Shadow Slash only had a 5-meter straight line, with limited range, so it sometimes failed to cover all the monsters. But Nightfall Ringblade centered on himself within 12 meters, a huge 24-meter diameter circle. If Qinfeng had had this before. After learning the skill, Qinfeng's speed in clearing Land of Purified Souls doubled. After that, he looked at another platinum-grade assassin piece of equipment. Resentment Leather Armor, Platinum Physical Defense plus 55, All Resistances plus 45, Block plus 42, HP plus 777, Requirement. Level 12, Resentment. After being attacked, gained 30 base attack power. Once he reached level 12, Qinfeng could replace the level 5 gold Ghostfire Leather Armor. The leather armor's special effect was ordinary, but its attributes were high, so it was still worth wearing. The other equipment dropped by the boss was also sold, bringing in another 10,000 plus days of lifespan. Killing the gold boss, Resentful Ghost, itself only gave a little over 1,000 days of lifespan. Even with the 5 extra rewards from the Hand of Greed, it only came to 6,300 days. I can go into the tomb now. Hope I can get something good, preferably a mount. Qinfeng came to the broken stone gate and pushed it open, walking straight in. At the same time, Qin Xiaoyu in Shell Town was already completely lost and desperate. As time passed, it became increasingly difficult for the players in the starting towns, and the 1,000-plus people in Shell Town were mostly on the verge of collapse. Some cursed that they had died again, complaining that the wild monsters had absorbed lifespan and evolved into bosses. Some teams nearly killed a boss only to be wiped out after the boss joined forces with others. There were even people openly asking to borrow lifespan, while others formed teams to head to the new town. There were fewer monsters in Shell Town now, but there were more and more silver and even gold bosses, and ordinary players simply couldn't beat them. At first, killing monsters could buy a few more days of life, but after repeated deaths, many people's original lifespan was already running out. Qin Xiaoyu had just died again, and with her tradable lifespan reduced to 0, her non-tradable lifespan was down to just 2.5 years. A few more deaths, and she would be completely done for. Helpless, she logged off and went to find the former sycophants who used to cling to her for a carry, only to be ignored and mocked. No one was willing to help. Clearly, she was a hidden class with a gold-tier talent, theoretically very capable of surviving, but her mechanics were too poor, and no one was willing to carry her. In the past, there had been plenty of sycophants in online games, but in a life-and-death game like this, no one would drag down the team. Even Zhang Wei, who had once mentored her, and her close friend Chu Yan had each found their own paths. Now, the wilderness was simply no place for ordinary people to go. Go. Qinfeng, where is he? At this moment, Qin Xiaoyu finally thought of her brother. He definitely won't abandon me, right? I should go back and look for him. With no other choice, she looked at the non-tradable lifespan she had left, just 2.5 years, and decided to return to Shanghai Impressions to find Qinfeng. While most players were still struggling desperately, Qin Feng moved through everything like a fish in water. Inside the tomb of resentment, he was killing his way deeper and deeper. There were many small monsters in the tomb, skeletons made entirely of bones, half-bodied crawlers with only the upper half of their bodies left, and stitchers assembled from chunks of flesh, all between levels 10 and 12. Qin Feng killed them at lightning speed, and his experience rose just as fast. After reaching level 12, the experience required increased, but there were enough monsters, so leveling was still fast. After learning the large area skill Nightfall Ringblade, his mob-clearing efficiency became even higher. Every time he entered a new tomb chamber, he would stealth in and unleash a 12-meter sweep of black light, instantly killing the small monsters. We're about halfway through. Qin Feng summoned the devout follower to scout another route. Although the follower was only level 8, it was a silver summon, and killing a few small monsters was easy for it. In another 10 minutes, this tomb should be cleared. I hope a platinum boss appears at the end, so I can get a platinum chest. Qin Feng was full of anticipation as he continued forward. On the other hand, more than 10 kilometers outside Shell Town, a demon muscle crawler that had been strengthened to gold grade was cut down by a sword aura, and Wang Ming, and Yu, and 4 others stood in front of its corpse. Ma Niliang, a police officer with a hunched back, flattered Yu by praising her high damage. His father was the bureau chief, and he had been trying to curry favor with Yu all along. After the godforsaken game descended, he drew a normal archer class and was unhappy about it, becoming even more jealous of Yu's hidden class, Dragon Swordsman. Yu ignored him and only said to Wang Ming, "We've been fighting this level 8 golden boss for over 10 minutes, and that expert can solo a platinum boss by himself. I really can't make sense of it." Before Wang Ming could respond, Ma Niliang objected. "Assassins only know how to ambush people and wear down bosses. What's so impressive about that?" And you shot back at him directly. "What do you know?" Ma Niliang then suggested, "Why not set a trap, expose his identity, and control him? It's only safe if we're the ones using him." And you frowned. "Are you getting it wrong? Right now, we should be actively cooperating with him. He's already got the world's first kill on golden bosses and platinum bosses. We don't even have time to win him over, and you're still thinking about targeting him." Ma Niliang had nothing to say after being shot down, but he still wasn't convinced. He always believed that as long as anti-stealth was high enough, an assassin wouldn't be that hard to pin down, and he couldn't understand why they had to be afraid of him. And you no longer paid him any mind and waved everyone to disperse. After the others left, and you picked up the gear dropped by the boss, 1 piece of gold priest equipment, 1 silver item, and 1 silver skill book. She sighed. That expert casually drops gold, even platinum equipment. Just how many bosses has he killed? Could his talent be treasure hunting? Were all these things obtained from opening treasure chests? And Yu was puzzled, and Wang Ming ran over and asked in a low voice, "What if Shadow kills people again? The higher-ups will definitely have opinions. Are we still helping him clean up the mess?" And Yu said firmly, "No matter what the higher-ups think, I'm cooperating with him. Even if no one else wipes his tail, I will." Everyone was completely stunned. Resentment Tomb. Qin Feng had cleared over 200 monsters, taken down several bronze and silver bosses, and reached level 11 and a half, not far from level 12. In the deepest part was a golden coffin, the ultimate reward. He summoned the devout believer to open the coffin, and a mass of white mist surged out, transforming into a mummified corpse wrapped in bandages. Son of Resentment, level 12, golden grade. Qin Feng was speechless. That's it. He charged straight in with Plague Blade plus Flash Strike, unleashing a burst of 9 hits and instantly killing it. Qin Feng shook his head, even more fragile than the trash mobs at the entrance. However, this kind of glass cannon boss usually had high damage, but he didn't care. He could still one-shot golden bosses. Not in a hurry to leave. He waited to see if there was a follow-up. If there's a Son of Resentment, is there no Father of Resentment? After waiting half a minute, everything remained quiet. Qin Feng had the devout believer drag the corpse away and used Greedy Hand, which dropped 6 platinum items, but not a single one for assassins. Trash. Then he had the believer check the coffin. As soon as the believer leaned in, a pale white pillar of light shot out, and its head exploded on the spot. Minus 12,988, weak point attack. Devout believer has died. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Good thing I wasn't the one looking. The light pillar lost all response and no new boss appeared. He was a little disappointed and could only take the golden reward. Once the believer's cooldown was ready, he summoned another one to keep testing, only to have it killed instantly by the light pillar again. Qin Feng's mouth twitched. If someone else came, they'd have to die several times. He stopped waiting for summons, activated Black Light Shield, and stepped forward himself. When he reached out, nothing happened. So it's only twice. He cautiously peeked inside. A gold-grade treasure chest. Open it. He reached out, and the chest opened. A flash of golden light appeared, and a gray-white bell emerged. A mount bell. Qin Feng froze. He had actually opened a mount. Just moments ago he'd been thinking about it, and it really showed up. He suspected it was luck, or maybe some mystical effect brought by Lin Liu, and he had to admit that woman was rather uncanny. No matter what, he had his first mount. Whatever it is, traveling will definitely be much faster. He picked up the bell. Mount Bell, Ghost Night Traveling Wolf summons a Ghost Night Traveling Wolf, LV-12, after use. Can fight and can be ridden, requires level 12. Ghost Nightwalker Wolf. Qin Feng was delighted. This was one of the fastest mounts available in the early game. Worth it. Too bad, I need to be level 12 to use it. I'll grind monsters and level up first. Qin Feng headed back. At the same time, in the Shanshui Inxiang residential complex, Qin Xiaoyu rushed home overnight, wanting to find Qin Feng, only to discover that both the people and the things in the house were gone. She searched the entire home, stunned, and tried calling his phone, but it wouldn't connect. She dug out the smashed phone from the trash can and was utterly panicked. She and Qin Feng had lost contact. Qin Feng left the resentment graveyard and used Flashblade Step from the well to the surface. He glanced at the experience bar. I'm still a bit short of level 12. Time to grind. Right now, he needed to increase his strength, and his next step was to find a bloodline monster with the Soul Devourer lineage. But this monster wasn't around the ruins of Zhanghai City. He'd need to reach level 15, unlock city teleportation, and go to the ruins of Modu City to look for it. There, the terror ship on the outskirts might spawn a Soul Devourer. If he still couldn't find one, he'd have to ask the officials to help investigate. Right now, other players couldn't even survive in city ruins at all, so there was no threat whatsoever. In Qin Feng's memory, the strongest monster gathering place in Zhanghai City was the Colosseum ruins in the north. It covered a huge area and even had 2 underground levels, with a complex environment and dense monster spawns. It was a death trap for others, but for Qin Feng, who had infinite stealth, there was no danger at all. This is a paradise for the strong. He cleared several waves of monsters along the way, and a few minutes later he arrived at the ruins. Looking up, he saw several limb breakers rummaging through the wreckage inside. Suddenly, a streak of dark blade lights swept across. 4728, 4697, 4712. The limb breakers were all split in half, dropping loot. The experience wasn't much, but there were plenty of monsters and no one was competing for them, so Qin Feng farmed them happily. He cleared the surface first, then moved on to the 2 underground levels. He harvested in the darkness, becoming the nightmare of all the demons, and even the boss couldn't withstand a single hit. Experience, lifespan, and evolution points were all harvested by him. Time passed. The sun rose outside, but the god-forsaken continent remained dim, with a halo of gray fog covering the land. Everything was decayed and grim. At the Colosseum ruins in Zhanghai City, Qin Feng rode out on the invisible Ghost Nightwalker Wolf. The monsters inside had all been cleared by him alone, and they wouldn't respawn for a while. At that moment, a 6-person player team arrived, only to be shocked by the monster corpses strewn all over the place. Who's this fierce? Hundreds of monsters are all dead. They completely failed to notice Qin Feng, because his mount could turn invisible. Ghost Nightwalker Wolf, LV-13, Gold Grade. All attributes greatly increased. Unique skill, Night Travel, can remain permanently invisible at night. Attacking will reveal it, and it becomes invisible again after 60 seconds. Other skills include Pounce, Wolf Howl, and more, with strong mobility and buff capabilities. When the wolf was first summoned, it was level 12. It followed Qin Feng as he farmed monsters and reached level 13, greatly increasing its combat power. In reality, its stealth ability was extremely powerful, and Qin Feng planned to extract it into the real world, but the cost was high, requiring 3,000 to 5,000 years of lifespan. Now, at night, he could use the wolf speed of 150 meters per second to travel, with a normal speed of 100 meters per second as well. Qin Feng ignored the 6 of them and continued riding the Ghost Nightwalker Wolf toward the purifying Soul Land. Only he could see this translucent giant wolf, 1.5 meters tall with dark blue eyes. At this stage, the players were simply no match for it. He checked the ranking list. He was level 13 and ranked first, while the second-place player was only level 10. It seemed like just a 3-level gap, but in reality, he was far ahead. After last night's monster farming, Qin Feng had gained enormously. His lifespan had risen to nearly 90,000 days, 245 years, and he also had 255 evolution points. Both his equipment and skills had improved. Just as he was about to upgrade his skills, a sudden booming sound came from the east side of the city, and even the ground trembled. Qin Feng glanced over and was astonished. The Iron Maiden is out. The Iron Maiden was the platinum boss, Steel Saintus, the nightmare of Jianghai City players in his previous life, with strength comparable to Purifier of Souls, Faisal. There were many people competing to take the boss. It had once taken half a day of fighting before it was finally killed. Back then, Qin Feng had already taken down the Purifier of Souls and hadn't taken part. The encirclement. In Jianghai City, countless players died at the hands of this boss, tens of thousands. But most of them weren't killed by the boss. They were slaughtered by other players. Because whoever killed the Steel Saintus would obtain a hideout called the Cathedral Sanctuary. There must already be quite a few guilds formed now, Qin Feng thought. But in my previous life, the Iron Maiden wasn't discovered until the third day. From a distance, he saw a steel female statue towering amid the ruins, more than 10 meters tall. Her upper body was entirely made of iron, her hands transformed into sharp metal flying wheels, a twisted smile hanging on her face, and 2 flamethrowers on her chest. But the flame attack was a skill of the boss's second phase. Someone's already started on it. Then this boss is mine, Qin Feng said with a slight curl of his lips, mounting the ghost night-walking wolf and charging at full speed toward the boss. Along the way, he didn't stop. He directly opened the skill interface and began evolving skills. This time, while clearing the area, he also took down 2 gold bosses and even obtained a gold-tier skill book. Qin Feng spent 11 evolution points to raise the skill to Epic. Silent Concealment. Epic become invisible in place. As long as you don't move, the invisibility lasts indefinitely. When attacking, it deals 800 points of anti-stealth damage. Cooldown, 60 seconds. Requirement, level 13. Another stealth skill, but one that only worked while standing still. As long as he lay in ambush, he could stack huge damage, and with the bonus he could deal 2 to 3,000 damage. The only downside was that the cooldown was a bit long. This skill is invincible in reality. As long as I'm in the game, I'm invisible. The real me is basically gone. Besides Silent Concealment, Qin Feng also picked up several low-level assassin skills. Kick could interrupt casting, while the others were useless, but he learned them all anyway. In the future, he could upgrade them to Epic and let his bloodline devour them to increase his attributes. After Silent Concealment was evolved, Qin Feng upgraded 2 more skills. Venom Dagger, Epic range 20 meters. On hit, adds 400 damage and 100% poison damage per second for 5 seconds. Does not stack. It took 34 evolution points to upgrade this skill to Epic. Finally, he spent 200 evolution points to raise the legendary Deliverance to Mythic. Deliverance, Mythic weak point attack modifier plus 300%, multiplier doubled. Active trigger. The next attack inflicts throat slit damage, dealing 200% damage per second for 3 seconds. Cooldown, 15 seconds. Once the skill reached Mythic tier, the weak point judgment expanded directly. As long as the target was a humanoid player, the heart and head, which were originally weak points, became the entire body's weak points. He could hit anywhere he wanted. Qin Feng's Shadow Flash Slash didn't originally benefit from weak point damage, but now weak points were magnified 4-fold. Anywhere he hit counted as a weak point. When Deliverance was only legendary, his Shadow Flash Slash had about a 1/3 chance to hit a weak point, with the exact strike location chosen randomly by the system according to probability. But after Mythic Deliverance, at least 8 out of every 9 strikes would deal weak point damage. It was a qualitative transformation. After evolving the skills, Qin Feng still had 10 evolution points left unused. Next, he looked at his equipment, starting with a bone necklace. Fraudster Pendant, Platinum Physical Attack, plus 45, Strength plus 20, Constitution plus 20, requires level 13, Special Effect, plus 1 stealth level. He swapped off the Disciple Pendant, Summoning, and would switch it back when needed. Changing equipment did not affect already summoned disciples. The Fraudster Pendant raised his stealth level straight to level 4. Although it did not increase cooldown speed, stealth was more important by comparison, and the attack and strength boosts increased his damage. Worth it. The helmet equipment was Shadow Veil, Gold Constitution plus 5, Spirit plus 5, Evasion plus 32%, requires level 12. Although the bonus was small, when stacked with his Ghostly Blur 75% evasion, the final evasion rate reached 83%. The game mechanic calculates evasion additively, and it can never reach 100% unless there is a special skill. Blacklight Shield could convert evasion into layers of damage reduction. Tests showed that skills were calculated separately, and stacking skills could produce 10 layers of damage reduction, extremely powerful. Later on, high-frequency output skills would counter this kind of shield, but at this stage Qin Feng used it very effectively for farming bosses. He would use it later for solo fights or boss battles. In group battles, evasion was still better. After everything was ready, Qin Feng rode the stealthy ghost night-walking wolf and approached the steel Holy Maiden boss from several hundred meters away. The Holy Maiden was over 10 meters tall, swinging iron wheels to sweep through players, with chaos everywhere in front of her. Qin Feng leapt onto the rooftop of a ruined building and saw 30 to 40 players besieging the steel Holy Maiden boss, thinking to himself, "They're already daring to take on the Iron Maiden now? Too arrogant." He did not rush to act, intending to observe first. This level 15 Platinum boss was extremely difficult for a team to handle. At this stage, apart from Qin Feng, no one could go head-to-head with a Platinum boss. Many teams were able to level up thanks to the benefits of Qin Feng's equipment sales. Their gear was decent enough. But for ordinary players, even a 6-person party had no chance of challenging a Platinum boss. Platinum bosses were originally meant for top-tier teams, requiring 7 or 8 small squads on the level of Wang Meng to even have a shot. The whole world couldn't even gather that many right now. Suddenly, Qin Feng noticed a knight player tanking hard beneath the boss's crotch, riding a leopard and blocking the Iron Maiden's attacks. Though he couldn't see the person clearly, he recognized him at a glance. Chen Wuming, radiant martial virtue, guild master of the Night Sanctuary. In his previous life, Qin Feng had fought him for 9 years without ever deciding a winner. The two of them led teams that stole bosses in the wild and killed each other countless times. Chen Wuming's class was the Hidden Class Temple Knight. In the year he reached level 10, he spent 1,000 days of lifespan to create the Night Sanctuary Guild. In his previous life, it was the Night Sanctuary that secured the Iron Maiden boss, occupied the Church Sanctuary, and became Zhanghai City's second-largest shelter, which led to the saying, "West, slay the gods. East, the church." Qin Feng only smiled. He knew very well that Night Sanctuary was actually propped up by a few big shots, while the other members were basically like black slaves. Before joining, they signed contracts. Although basic survival was guaranteed, they had to pay a 50% lifespan tax. Ordinary people simply could not get in. Either they were unqualified, or they joined because they couldn't survive the early game. Once inside, they couldn't leave for 3 years, essentially black slaves used to the fullest. Qin Feng sneered. "Since it's you guys, I'll help you save the trouble and send you back to town." He rode the ghost night-walking wolf and jumped down from the building. With stealth and a rapid charge, he swung the plague blade, unleashed the dark night ring blades, and in an instant a wave of black light swept through the area. Minus 17,014, weak point attack. Minus 15,788, weak point attack. With one sweep, the warriors, mages, and priests all collapsed, leaving white light everywhere. "You have killed player self-destructing tool. You have killed player Su Jiujiu. You have killed player Xiao Yuya." The scene instantly descended into chaos. Chen Wuming had been tanking the boss properly, but after that ring blade attack, half the team went down. He shouted in shock, "Who is it? Shadow? We've got no grudge, so why are you killing us?" By then, he was too far from Qin Feng and had not been hit. Just as his words fell, a cold voice sounded in his ear, "I don't eat beef." As soon as the words fell, Chen Wuming and the leopard were cut into 8 pieces, blood splattering everywhere as they died instantly. The surrounding members of the Night Temple were also killed. 3 or 4 quick-reacting members, terrified, hurriedly fled for their lives. Qin Feng did not pursue them, because his target was the 3-story-tall boss in front of him, the Steel Sanctus. This thing was entirely made of steel, with an iron base for its lower body, floating in the air, its smile eerie and chilling. Qin Feng raised his hand and cast Blossom Curse on all the corpses on the field, not even sparing Chen Wuming. Their remaining lifespans, including non-tradable lifespan, were also drained by the cursed flowers. Because this was a game entered through consciousness, the corpses could still remain for a while. "CNMD, I'm not eating beef. What the hell does that have to do with you?" Chen Wuming revived in the ruins of Zhanghai City, furious as he cursed. He knew Shadow killed him with absolutely no reason at all. This time, where he revived was more than 10 kilometers away from the Steel Sanctus, making it impossible to get back in time, let alone get revenge. Everyone was killed in one shot by a single skill, and they even owed Shadow several lives. The bad luck wasn't over yet. After Qin Feng used Blossom Curse, the system notifications about lost lifespan directly rang in their heads. Everyone's faces turned pale. This time, not only was all their tradable lifespan gone, even 75% of their non-tradable lifespan had been lost. Someone saw from afar that eerie crimson flowers had grown out of their corpses, and the guild channel instantly filled with cries and curses. But against Shadow, no one could do anything to him, not even catching a glimpse of his shadow. Chen Wuming was utterly resigned and had no way to take revenge. At this moment, Qin Feng accidentally saw a familiar ID, Xiao Yuya. It turned out she had joined the Night Temple as a slave. Her 4 days of tradable lifespan, along with more than a year of non-tradable lifespan, had all been drained. Now she was basically unable to make a living and had to hand over half of her lifespan to the guild. It was almost impossible for her to rise again. Qin Feng felt nothing about this. He only respected her own choice. He turned his attention back to the Steel Saintess. This boss's first phase isn't difficult. The hard part is the second phase after it drops below half HP. After clearing Chen Wuming and the others, Qin Feng went invisible and kept 10 meters away from the boss. The Steel Saintess did not leave combat, but instead began using area attacks. Its 2 iron wheel-like arms spun with its body, creating a deadly ring within 10 meters. After 3 rotations, everything was instantly killed. Qin Feng had already avoided it, and once Shadow Slash came off cooldown, he switched to the Ghost Ship Twin Blades and used Shadow Slash in one strike. A shadow streaked past the Steel Saintess. Minus 7,551, weak point attack. Minus 7,527, weak point attack. 536, weak point attack. As expected of an Iron Maiden, its defense is far higher than other bosses of the same level. Qin Feng calmly watched the boss's HP. Shadow Slash's 9-hit combo all struck weak points, instantly taking more than 60,000 HP from the boss, about 15% of its total. This boss had roughly 400,000 HP. Although it wasn't as much as soul-suppressing one Faisal, its defense was stronger, and its ability to endure was no worse. The trickiest part was that once the Steel Saintess's HP dropped below half, it would activate 100% reflection damage for the entire fight. That was the hardest part. So Qin Feng had no intention of using the active skill of Liberation by Grace. Cutthroat could increase damage by 6 times, but the burst was too high and could easily push the boss directly into its second phase. Once reflection damage activated, he would be killed instantly by the rebound. Shadow Slash's 9-hit combo, with Cutthroat triggering each time, would mean taking 9 instances of reflected damage. The Blacklight Shield could hold, but the cooldown simply wouldn't be enough to last. So from the very beginning, Qin Feng had switched from the Plague Blade to the Ghost Ship Twin Blades. Because the poison burst damage of the Plague Blade would also be fully reflected back, and he simply couldn't tank it. The Ghost Ship Twin Blades didn't have that problem. Even the Cutthroat damage from Liberation by Grace was abandoned by Qin Feng when dealing with this boss. However, during each skill cast in the boss's second phase, the reflect damage effect would briefly disappear. As long as he seized that opening to attack, he could avoid the backlash. Qin Feng had it all figured out and remained calm. After Shadow Blink, he vanished and retreated, quietly watching the boss smash away with AoE attacks in place, waiting for the next chance to strike. By this point, more players around them had been drawn in by the commotion. More and more players in Zhanghai District had reached level 10 and were heading to the city ruins. Quite a few monsters had already been gradually cleared out. Now the huge racket from the Iron Maiden had attracted dozens of players to watch, but none dared to approach. They all hid far away in the ruins to enjoy the show. Anyone who showed themselves would be targeted by the boss. Who's fighting the boss? Why can't I see a single shadow? I heard it's Shadow. This boss was originally being farmed by the Knight's Temple, but Shadow wiped them all out. Now Shadow is soloing the boss. One skill takes off 1/15 of the boss's HP? That's insane. If he lands 6 or 7 more skills, the boss is dead. His talent is just ridiculous. If it were me up there, I'd be amazing too. While everyone was marveling, Qin Feng would occasionally reveal himself to attack, and soon the boss dropped to 51% HP. If I use Shadow Blink again, I'll take reflected damage. Better use Blacklight Shield to tank it once. Once the skill cooldown was ready, Qin Feng raised his shield, broke stealth, and immediately followed with Silent Concealment to go invisible again before starting with Shadow Blink. Minus 7,975, weak point attack. Minus 8,031, weak point attack. Minus 0, reflect damage 8055. After the 2 strikes landed, thorny iron spikes began erupting from the boss's body. Because of Silent Concealment, this hit dealt even more damage than before, by several hundred points. But after the boss entered its second phase, the damage from the 7 strikes that followed was all reflected. Fortunately, Qin Feng had Black Light Shield's damage reduction, so he wasn't instantly killed. The cruel smile on the boss's face turned into a hideous expression of agony, and spikes of thorned iron burst out all over its body, while the fire cannon on its chest unfolded as well. The boss, always ready to spit fire, suddenly went motionless after transforming, with the reflect damage state still active. Qin Feng patiently lay in wait, planning to keep whittling it down if it wouldn't move. If a player were to actively lure the boss, things could end much faster. No one knew what Qin Feng was thinking. Seeing the boss remain still, the surrounding players all started discussing it. Some suspected Shadow was dead and asked where the corpse was. What about the lifespan loot that had dropped? They even guessed that the body might be invisible too. At that moment, a six-man squad approached the boss. Their leader was a masked warrior in golden chainmail named Safety First, and he had a very imposing presence. A few nearby players went over to report, "The boss hasn't moved at all, and we've recorded all of its skills. It might have a new one." Safety First told Little Rabbit to use Red Eyes to find Shadow. Little Rabbit summoned the red-eyed rabbit to search the area, then said she couldn't find Shadow, and he probably wasn't here. Safety First let out a breath and told everyone to stay alert. Little Rabbit's anti-stealth skill was level 3, making it very hard for any stealth class to evade, but they didn't know Qin Feng's stealth had already reached level 4, letting him easily avoid the detection. Soon, Safety First, wielding a blade, walked toward the Steel Saint, drawing gasps from the crowd. This man was the big shot who had taken down the gold boss in the starting town. His class was Soul Warrior, and he could roll to dodge with lightning-fast reactions. The boss struck with 2 iron wheel slashes. Safety First rolled and dodged consecutively, then counterattacked with his silver blade. "Take my Gap Moon Shadow." He slashed the Iron Maiden 3 times in a row, blue light flashing, but all of it was reflected back. He instantly died, his HP bar dropping to 0. The players were all stunned. Just as the Soul Warrior, Safety First, was killed by reflected damage, Qin Feng seized the moment while the boss was attacking and struck instantly, sword light slashing the boss's core, causing its HP to drop by 15% at once. After the Soul Warrior died, the Steel Saint regained her composure and stopped attacking proactively, slowly retreating toward the church instead. As long as she did not attack first, she remained in an absolutely invincible reflected damage state. Qin Feng followed her in stealth. People in the party channel were still shocked. How did the leader die? It was all reflected damage? But that shadowy guy still chopped off a huge chunk of the boss's HP. The female summoner discovered that even her tracking pet couldn't find Qin Feng, guessing that his stealth level was very high. After his skill cooldown ended, Qin Feng no longer waited for anyone else. He revealed himself directly to lure the boss into attacking and activated the Blacklight Shield. The Steel Saint attacked immediately, and Qin Feng used the Night Ring Blade to strike her weak point, minus 9,000. Then he used Shadow Flash to dodge the attack, and the boss's HP bar dropped another chunk. Enraged, the boss spewed black flames. Qin Feng used his shield to block most of the damage, quickly retreated, and waited for his skills to cool down. He noticed someone near the Soul Warrior's corpse trying to pick up the life orb, so he killed them instantly with a poison dart. Crimson cursed flowers bloomed from the 2 corpses, guarding the life orbs. Qin Feng once again vanished into stealth, preparing for the next round of attacks. The moment Qin Feng launched his fire-breathing attack, Shadow Flash struck the boss directly. All the players were stunned. They saw Shadow constantly flickering in and out of sight, moving at extreme speed. Every time he appeared, either another corpse had fallen on the ground or the boss's HP had dropped sharply. Isn't this Shadow way too strong? What kind of skill is that? Now I get why he could take first kill. Our leader can solo a gold boss already, which is impressive, but this is on a whole other level. This isn't even the same league. This is what a real big shot looks like. Whether it was the Soul Warrior's people, the bystanders, or the fish that slipped through the net from Night Temple, all of them were dumbfounded. They had all heard that Shadow was strong, but none of them had ever seen him fight for real. Grey Rose had seen him once, back in the newbie village. Yuki had seen him once too, but that boss had only been gold rank. Even Wang Meng and the others had never actually witnessed it. Now, Qin Feng was soloing the Steel Saint, and all the surrounding players were in shock. Forget the Steel Saint. Ordinary players would be wiped out by silver or gold bosses, and even the Soul Warrior's Safety First could only solo a gold boss without taking damage, yet he was still instantly killed by the Steel Saint. And now, this terrifying platinum boss was utterly helpless before Shadow. No one dared to interfere. When Qin Feng appeared again, the Steel Saint unleashed her attacks frantically, black fire surging from her chest. Qin Feng tanked the flames with the Blacklight Shield, and with a twin-blade Shadow Flash, he directly emptied the boss's last sliver of HP. You have killed Steel Saint, Platinum rank. Gained 48,000 EXP. Congratulations, you have become the owner of Church Sanctuary. You have also become the owner of both Soul Purification Ground and Church Sanctuary. Please choose one to retain. Note, the unretained hideout will become a hideout key, which can be traded. Other players can become the owner by using the key. The Iron Maiden collapsed and smashed through a house, and system notifications kept popping up. A player can only own one hideout, so Qin Feng could only choose one to keep. The other would turn into a tradable key. This key is only something the official side can afford at this stage. Exchanging it for 2,000 years of lifespan is pretty worthwhile. Qin Feng chose to keep Pure Soul Land and gave up Church Sanctuary, successfully obtaining the Church Sanctuary key. After that, Qin Feng walked under the giant boss's corpse and unleashed Greedy Hand. The boss was too large for anyone to see, and beneath its corpse flashed a burst of platinum light, mixed with a few streaks of emerald glow. Qin Feng already had several emerald-grade pieces of equipment. Last time, when he got the first kill on the platinum boss, Pure Solar Faisal, 3 assassin items had dropped, but he hadn't been high enough level to wear them then. This time, Steel Saint dropped 2 more assassin items. Gift of Black Flame, Spine-Cutting Leather Armor, Emerald Assassin Class. Physical Defense plus 95, all elemental resistances plus 120, damage resistance plus 77, Constitution plus 77, level requirement 13. Gift of Black Flame. Both offense and defense will stack the Black Flame status, up to 5 stacks. Each stack reduces the enemy's defense and elemental resistance by 7%. Effect weakened against Emerald Grade and higher bosses. Emerald Grade equipment is much stronger than Platinum gear of the same level, with base stats increased by more than 70%. This physical defense, these resistances, and 77 points of damage resistance and Constitution. This Black Flame Gift Leather Armor has higher defense than someone else's full set of gear, and it can also weaken the target's defense and elemental resistance. Qin Feng equipped it directly. It was far stronger than the Assassin Leather Armor dropped by the Pure Solar. That one only added lightning resistance, while Black Flame Gift was much more suitable for everyday use. Next, he obtained an Emerald Grade Anti-Stealth Skill Book, Assassin's Instinct, which lets him see the outline of invisible units and grants +2 anti-stealth level. After Qin Feng learned it, he directly evolved it to Legendary Grade, spending 33 evolution points and leaving 97. His anti-stealth level is now +5, and he can also find target weak points more keenly. The weak point attack modifier increased by another 50%, and when stacked with Death's Grace, it reached a total of 350%. Qin Feng was a bit speechless. My anti-stealth as an assassin is even higher than stealth? I guess I need to learn a stealth skill. With the weak point attack modifier stacking to such an outrageous degree, Qin Feng even felt like he could throw daggers and automatically lock onto weak points. Then he evolved Ghost Shadow Blur to Legendary Grade as well, consuming 80 evolution points and leaving 17. The passive dodge rate is now 85%, and when he dodges, he becomes immune to all damage. Against low-level monsters and ordinary players, Qin Feng is practically invincible. Steel Saint also dropped some high-level gear, some of which no one could use, so Qin Feng kept it for now. Finally, he took all the spoils and the hideout key, left the scene in stealth, and contacted Wang Ming to say he had gear and skill books to sell, and that he also brought something good. Wang Ming immediately agreed. Qin Feng sent the coordinates and rode the Ghost Night Wolf in stealth toward a hidden alley outside the Church Sanctuary hideout. By the time he arrived, there were still 7 or 8 super fat level 12 devout follower monsters in the alley, piled up like a mound of flesh, and they had very high defense. The small monsters had 2 to 3 times the HP of ordinary monsters, and any normal player team that ran into them would definitely end up in a bloodbath. But Qin Feng was relaxed. With one instant shadow slash, he wiped them all out. After clearing the monsters, Qin Feng didn't wait and casually cleaned up the nearby ones as well. More than 10 minutes later, Wang Ming and Yu and the others finally arrived. Last time, they couldn't buy everything because their backpacks weren't big enough, so this time the whole team came together to avoid running out of slots. Qin Feng noticed that their gear was much better than before. Wang Ming had 2 platinum pieces on him, both bought from Qin Feng, while the rest were basically gold tier, though all were from the beginner town and still far behind his own. When Yu saw Qin Feng, her eyes lit up. Big shot. You hit level 13 in just one night. That's insane. Qin Feng smiled. This girl was becoming more and more convinced of him. Her class was the only hidden one, Dragon Swordsman. Her normal attacks could randomly trigger various dragon-type skills. She had a sharp, heroic build, and all her equipment was gold tier, with only her weapon still being silver, a little outdated. Wang Ming gave a wry smile. We farmed all night, and still didn't even reach level 11. Your leveling speed is ridiculous. And you cut him off. Don't talk nonsense. Since when is it a compliment to say a man is fast? Everyone froze. Qin Feng was speechless too, so he simply took out his goods and laid out the equipment and skill books. Take whatever you need. The prices are all marked. There's also one good thing. Do you know about hideouts? And Yu's eyes lit up. We know. A hideout can serve as a player base and also boost defense. The official side in Jianghai City hasn't taken one down yet, but the official forces in Modu already have one. Qin Feng nodded. I have a church sanctuary hideout key. It's 800 mu in size. You can discuss the price and consider buying it. At the mention of 800 mu, everyone was stunned. The official hideout in Modu was only 10 mu, and this one was actually 800 mu? Its defense and functions would definitely surpass everything else. And you immediately asked carefully, big shot, with something this large, how much do you want for it? Not only did the authorities covet this hideout now, but all kinds of factions wanted to seize it too. Qin Feng didn't say it outright. Instead, he told you to go back and discuss the price, to see what they were willing to pay. Based on his experience from his previous life, this hideout was worth 2,000 years of lifespan, about 730,000 days. However, very few people would sell something like this, since it was an organization's safe house and, in the early stages, the strongest fortress they had. In the ruined cities without safe zones, the value of a hideout went without saying. And you nodded, and then looked over the other supplies Qin Feng had brought. In the end, she spent 45,000 days of lifespan to buy Qin Feng's equipment, selling off all level 13 and below equipment and skill books, while keeping the level 13 to 15 ones. After all, Qin Feng could store items in the pure soul land, and there was plenty of space. Right now, he had 372 years of tradable lifespan and 2,724 years of non-tradable lifespan on hand. His growth speed satisfied him. But even so, these lifespans still weren't enough to extract all the game abilities into reality. For example, Gifts of Liberation alone would require over 50,000 years of lifespan, and Mount Bell would also need 30 to 50,000 years. Altogether, that was another 80,000 to 90,000 days, and the lifespan needed to extract Emerald tier equipment wasn't small either. However, as long as he sold the church sanctuary, the lifespan would be enough, and he could even bring the hideout in pure soul land into reality along with it. A hideout extracted into reality would have powerful defenses and be especially safe, but if people were going to live in it, some basic living facilities would still need to be added. Qin Feng only needed to find an NPC and spend lifespan to handle that. At that moment, and you suddenly said, big shot, 7 gold tier bosses have appeared together in the beginner town of Zhanghai City, and quite a few people have already died. Do you want to handle it? The official side is willing to pay 10 years of lifespan. 7 gold tier bosses appearing at once surprised Qin Feng. Bosses usually repelled one another and wouldn't gather together. In a situation like this, there was probably an ancient godstone tablet involved. With that thing, his strength could be greatly increased, and it could still be useful well into the late game. He immediately decided to go take a look. And you replied, Dark Moon Town. She also sent over the 10-year lifespan transaction at the same time. Qin Feng felt a bit emotional. This girl was really straightforward. In fact, killing those 7 bosses could easily earn 4 to 5 decades of lifespan, and yet she had still proactively given him 10 years. It seemed the officials had ordered that the threat must be dealt with to ensure the leveling zones remained safe. Qin Feng accepted the lifespan and, after nodding, went into stealth and headed for the center of Zhanghai City's ruins. In the gray sky, the night-walking wolf carried Qin Feng, sprinting in stealth at 400 to 500 kilometers per hour. Within just a few minutes, they reached the center. There stood a faceless stone statue more than 10 meters tall, and nearby a crowd of level 10 players had gathered in teams, preparing to clear monsters and level up. This was the respawn point for players above level 10, and with so many people around, no one dared to be careless. When Qin Feng arrived, he saw the Knights Sanctum Guild's people who had been killed and sent back here, the very group he had taken down. In the crowd, he indeed saw Qin Xiaoyu. Qin Xiaoyu had already joined the Knights Sanctum Guild, and now she looked worried. But Qin Feng didn't even linger on her. He merely swept his gaze across everyone and then vanished into stealth and left. Teleporting from the city ruins back to the town costs 500 days of lifespan the first time, 1,000 days the second time, 2,000 days the third time. It doubles every time. 10 teleports means a 1,024-fold increase. So unless it's necessary, I can't go back. This was also why Qin Feng had never gone back to the beginner town before. He knew that as time passed, the small monsters in the beginner town would evolve into bosses, and their numbers would keep increasing. If he went back to farm bosses, he would indeed gain more evolution points. But it wasn't necessary. If he kept returning to the town frequently in the early stages, then when he truly needed to go back later, the lifespan cost would be tens of thousands or even hundreds of thousands of days. Occasionally, extremely rare items would appear in the town, such as the ancient Godstone tablet that might exist this time. Evolution points can be farmed on the mainland too, but rare items like the ancient Godstone tablet absolutely can't be missed. To save lifespan, Qin Feng only returned to the beginner town in situations like this. Besides, in the game, Killing monsters that were 5 levels lower than himself would cause both experience and lifespan gains to decrease. In the past, when he occasionally killed small monsters more than 5 levels lower, he had never received evolution points. That meant the monsters' levels were too low, and the evolution points were decreasing too. In that case, Qin Feng was even less likely to return to the beginner town to farm monsters. Dark Moon Town, a late-game town, I guess? Qin Feng didn't have much impression of this place. He quickly went down the stairs to the underground teleportation array, entered Dark Moon, spent 500 days of lifespan, and teleported. A flash of white light later, Qin Feng appeared in Dark Moon Town. He walked out of the teleportation room and found the town to be lively. The official side of Jianghai City and other forces were all setting up stalls to buy lifespan, at a rate of 1:50,000. Some players formed parties, begged for money, argued. There were all kinds of people. Some organizations were even helping weak players level up, charging a fee, and going offline to avoid getting trapped in the game and starving to death. For example, a young man brought an old woman back to the safe zone. Little Granny, as agreed, will take you to level 3. The 72 days of lifespan you got from leveling should be traded over now. In the end, as soon as the old woman entered the safe zone, she started cursing. What the hell kind of agreement is that? Weren't you supposed to be doing charity? And now you're asking an old lady like me for money. Shameless. After saying that, she went offline, leaving the group of young men completely stunned. In the end, the old woman went into the safe zone and started cursing. What kind of bullshit agreement is this? Aren't you supposed to be a nonprofit? Asking an old woman like me for money? You've got no shame. With that, she logged off, leaving a group of young people completely baffled. Helping her get to level 3, and then she still cursed us? She acted so kind, then turned on us. We need to ask where she lives from now on. If she defaults on payment, we'll go into the real world and blow up gold coins. 72 days of lifespan is 3.6 million yuan in cash. Cash isn't worth nearly as much anymore, so it's normal for some people to renege on payment. Qin Feng didn't care about any of that. When the God-abandoned game descended, the whole world changed. Anything could happen. He glanced at the coordinates sent by Yu, then continued riding Night Wolf while remaining invisible, racing like the wind toward the north of the town. At the same time, the north side of Dark Moon Town, Qin Xiaoyou's best friend Chu Yan, a short-haired girl, along with 3 companions and her parents, was carefully looking for monsters by the river. Chu Yan and her companions were members of the Dream Sand River charity organization. Chu Yan, did Xiaoyu really join the Night Temple? Their guild taxes are pretty high. The girl with glasses in the team asked worriedly. Chu Yan and Qin Xiaoyu shared the same dorm room. Chu Yan sighed. Yeah, I asked her to come to Dream Sand River, but she didn't want to. Now she's level 10, and people from the Night Temple leveled her up. One boy in the team sneered. So what if they carried her to level 10? She's just being used as a tool. Once you sign the Night Temple contract, it's 3 years, basically becoming a black slave. If you don't have the ability, just kill low-level monsters and level up slowly. Being like us is pretty good, stable, and not controlled by a guild. Chu Yan smiled bitterly. Xiaoyu thinks she's special after all. She has a hidden class, so she's better than us. Everyone fell silent. At that moment, a chainbounder appeared ahead. Someone shouted, Chu Yan, slow it down. Chu Yan, an archer, used Frost Arrow to slow the monster. The shot hit, and the monster's speed was reduced by 30%. Everyone immediately swarmed it, and quickly dealt with the chainbounder. Chu Yan's parents were behind the team, looking worried. The middle-aged couple hadn't expected to run into the God-abandoned game. Chu Yan had asked them to stay in town, and later brought them out to level up, while also joining the Dream Sand River Guild along the way. Chu Yan knew that ordinary people like her could only slowly kill low-level monsters to survive, and also help elderly people who didn't know how to play level up. But Qin Xiaoyu didn't want that, and the two parted ways. Chu Yan's 4-person team worked together seamlessly, and the monsters were easily dealt with. Just as the boy in the team was about to pick up the dropped lifespan, a burst of shadow arrows suddenly shot out from the woods, landing consecutive headshots and killing him instantly, causing his lifespan to drop. Right after that, 6 players with shining gear and masks walked out, mocking them. Dream Sand River doesn't have many strong ones either. They're all busy carrying old men and women. Hand over your lifespan. Chu Yan and the others looked grim. They knew they'd run into bandits. Even if they didn't hand it over, or gave too little, the other side would still kill them. Chu Yan frowned. The officials don't allow killing in the wild. Aren't you afraid of being wanted? The one leading them was a young man with a black dragon tattoo. He sneered, fuck the officials. Do you know who I am? Cut the crap. 3 seconds. Before he could even finish speaking, a shadowy blade flash suddenly appeared, instantly decapitating all 6 of them in one stroke and killing them outright. Blood-red flowers bloomed from those corpses, making the scene both terrifying and bizarre. Who did that? That's too ruthless, isn't it? Chu Yan's mother was so frightened she threw up, and everyone was trembling. Chu Yan mustered her courage and said, Thank you," bravely shouted into the air, but no one responded. Only the blood-red flowers, after draining the 6 corpses dry, vanished. Could it be Shadow? Chu Yan guessed in the party channel. He seems kind of nice, actually. The girl with glasses said excitedly and admiringly. Shadow? Why would he come to our little town? The fat guy trembled with excitement. Only a big shot like Shadow could be this fierce. I actually got to see him. Chu Yan said helplessly. See your sister. He didn't even show himself. At this point, Qin Feng had already left. He had only passed by. Seeing the players ahead with the slaughterer emblem above their heads, he casually dealt with them. In order to lower his own kill value and avoid being targeted by some NPC, he had nothing to do with Chu Yan and the others. In Dark Moon Town, the Black Dragon tattooed youth and his 5 teammates respawned in the town center, looking extremely grim. Because of their slaughterer status and the flowering curse, all of their tradable lifespan had been reduced to 0. Their non-tradable lifespan had also been reduced several times, and after being siphoned away, almost nothing remained. After respawning, the Black Dragon tattooed youth found that he had less than half a year of lifespan left. Damn it! The system said we were killed by Dark Shadow? How could the world's #1 Dark Shadow be here? My lifespan is gone. I'm done for. Log out, hurry and log out. But it was already too late. The official team, upon seeing their slaughterer emblem, immediately surrounded them, recorded their IDs, and issued a wanted notice in the game. The authorities forbade slaughter in the town. Once marked as wanted, anyone they met would be hunted down. Qin Feng did not care about this at all. With his strength, the authorities could not restrain him in the slightest. 2 minutes later, Qin Feng arrived at Deadwater Lake, surrounded by a valley, where the 7 gold-tier bosses were located. Just as he entered the valley, he heard a mysterious whisper in his ear. This whisper, is it the cursed stone tablet? At the mouth of the valley stood 6 official players, guarding the area and reminding others not to stray in by mistake. They were complaining about wasting time leveling, while also discussing whether Dark Shadow could even take down the bosses inside. Give him 10 years of lifespan and let him try. A boss that can revive infinitely. If he dares to accept it, there's nothing he can do. Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to pay them any attention and walked straight past. When Qin Feng entered the valley, he didn't even look at the others. On the way, he had already heard and you briefly explained that Director Dai had once brought people here to challenge it as well. Director Dai was in charge of one of the strongest teams in Zhanghai City. Before, they had used a knight to draw aggro, and after half an hour of focused fire they managed to kill 1 gold-tier boss. Only for the boss to revive immediately, with all the boss's strength surging at once, wiping them out in an instant. And you reminded him, if it doesn't work, you can refuse. Of course Qin Feng would not back down. He knew very well that the bosses from the ancient Godstone tablet were not easy to deal with. Just the 7 gold-tier bosses alone could be taken down if the authorities were willing to go all out, but the difficulty lay in the fact that the bosses revived after dying. There must be some hidden mechanism. Qin Feng understood that only an on-site investigation would reveal it. The bosses generated by the ancient Godstone tablet were very cunning. Sometimes they all went invisible. Sometimes the real boss hid behind a commander. If he didn't figure it out, they would just keep reviving forever. Soon, Qin Feng reached the shore of Deadwater Lake and saw the 7 gold-tier bosses, all of them cursed, surrounded by black aura, their forms twisted and grotesque, with names all containing cursed XX. 5 were humanoid, 2 were beasts, and their appearances were extremely horrifying. He thought to himself that these really were made by the ancient Godstone tablet. He didn't see the stone tablet itself. It might be hidden at the bottom of the water. But no matter what, he should deal with the bosses first. Qin Feng didn't find any special clues and decided to try wiping them all out. He thought that although these cursed bosses had been enhanced in certain aspects, his own strength completely overwhelmed others of the same level. As long as they didn't have damage reflection, there would be no problem. He went into stealth, first hiding to the side, and summoned a silver-tier devout follower to test the boss's abilities. The devout follower went up and threw green flames. The bosses lost health, but there was no damage reflection affix. Immediately after, the bosses counterattacked and killed the devout follower in just a few hits. After confirming there was no reflection, Qin Feng charged straight in and used Shadow Slash on all 7 bosses, unleashing high damage with every strike. -14,297, -14,519, -13,888. Under the divine effect of graceful release, all the bosses in Qin Feng's eyes turned into fragile targets. Every hit was a weak point. and his shadow slash instantly killed all 7 bosses. But he didn't relax, because Anu had warned him that bosses could revive. Sure enough, after death, the bosses turned into black mist, leaving no corpse or loot, and immediately condensed back into their original forms and resurrected. Anyone else, like Director Dai, would have completely broken down at the sight of that. After all that trouble to kill them, they just came back to life, and there was no reward at all. But Qin Feng discovered that after reviving this time, the bosses had 7 ancient god script symbols on them: heaven, disaster, ancient, god, wu, tua, si. He recognized it as the name of the calamity ancient god, wu tua si, and suspected he had to kill them in order, but after trying, he found that wasn't the case. The bosses still revived. He went invisible to explore the map and found no clues. Then he suddenly remembered that he hadn't checked under the lake. After activating his blacklight shield, he jumped into the lake bed and found a huge locked ancient godstone tablet, along with 7 small stone steels around it. Each steel had 1 symbol on it, corresponding to the symbols on the bosses. Qin Feng understood. He had to lure the corresponding boss to the corresponding steel and kill it there. He first lured the cursed Flat Rat Man boss to the matching steel and instantly killed it. This time, it dropped experience and loot, and the steel lit up with blacklight before shattering. Part of the chains sealing the ancient godstone tablet in the center also broke. Then, using the same method, he led the other 6 bosses one by one to their corresponding steels and killed them, successfully cracking the mechanism. Summary: first kill the 7 bosses to trigger the symbols, then drag each one to the corresponding steel and kill it there to unlock the seal on the ancient godstone tablet. For others to study this dungeon, it would take at least 10 days to half a month, and they'd likely suffer heavy casualties. Yet Qin Feng solved the entire valley's puzzle in just 15 minutes, wiped out all 7 level 10 gold bosses, gained massive experience, lifespan, and evolution points, and directly leveled up to 14, with a total of 325 evolution points. He spent 210 points to upgrade his main skill, Shadow Slash, to legendary rank. Now, the skill could teleport him 40 meters, had a slash width of 6 meters, and a shorter cooldown. Each hit with the slash could stack 1 shield layer equal to 100% of his own max HP, up to 9 layers, equivalent to gaining 9 times his health in an instant. Qin Feng was extremely satisfied. His margin for error in boss fights had increased dramatically. He kept the remaining evolution points for emergencies. After the evolution, Qin Feng noticed that the seal on the central ancient godstone tablet had been broken. He stepped forward and picked it up, and a whisper echoed in his mind. He had obtained the cursed stone tablet of the calamity ancient god. This stone tablet could add 1 random buff and 1 random negative affix to any piece of equipment, and killing monsters could reset its uses, but only 1 item could be cursed at a time. Qin Feng thought that if luck was good, the buff could directly double the equipment's attributes, and it might even affect class traits. What's more, it could be used repeatedly, making it extraordinarily rare. If he wasn't satisfied with the affixes, he could re-roll them infinitely. After obtaining the ancient godstone tablet, Qin Feng used it immediately on Black Flame's gift, spine-piercing leather armor. The original effect of this jade-grade equipment was to reduce the target's defense and elemental resistance by up to 35%. He ordered the tablet to be used, and after black mist wrapped around the leather armor, a prompt appeared. Curse of Wu Tuasi buff. Black Flame status can stack up to 15 layers. Debuff. Base stats of the equipment are reduced by 31%. Keep. Yes/no. Qin Feng was shocked at the sight. 1 layer of Black Flame weakened by 7%, and 15 layers meant 105%, enough to drive a boss's defense and resistance into the negative, far exceeding the original 35%. However, the equipment's own attributes would all drop by 31%. After some thought, he decided to keep it. After all, he was an assassin, and with Blacklight Shield plus Shadow Slash upgraded to legendary rank, he had plenty of shielding and protection, so losing some base defense didn't matter much. After using the ancient Godstone tablet once, it became useless and turned into ordinary stone. However, killing monsters could continuously recharge it, and after killing 300 monsters, he could use it again, with a chance to roll even better affixes. Originally, a 35% weakening was increased to 105%, making the effect extremely strong, but Qin Feng was still not completely satisfied. This shows just how great the enhancement from the ancient Godstone tablet is. 1 stone tablet can only curse 1 piece of equipment. If another piece of equipment is cursed, the previous one becomes ineffective. However, a single piece of equipment can have more than 1 ancient god affix, and multiple stone tablets can add multiple affixes, with no upper limit. But some stone tablets conflict with each other, so you need to pay attention to compatibility when using too many. After finishing up, Qin Feng collected all the loot and sent a message to Yu. The boss has been killed. I'm going to level up. Do as you please. He planned to grind in the Jianghai ruins until night, just enough to reach level 15. By then, no one in the world would have reached level 11 yet. At night, he could ride the ghost night-walking wolf, sneak into Magic City invisibly, and deal with Qian Shishir, the only person in reality who posed a threat to him. He successfully leveled up to 15, far surpassing the experience of ordinary people. And you received the message and informed the 6 official players at the mouth of the valley. When the 6 went in to take a look, they found that the corpses of the 7 gold-ranked bosses had all vanished, and they were completely stunned. Can Shadow really take down these 7 bosses? And the result? In just over 10 minutes, all 7 bosses were gone. Damn, we didn't even see him come here. Aren't these bosses supposed to respawn? How did he do it? The 6 official players were instantly shocked beyond measure. The name Shadow had completely changed in their minds. Time passed. When the godforsaken game descended and the world changed dramatically, darkness fell over the Great Xia. On the godforsaken continent, in the ruins of Magic City, a female player called Black Spade A, along with 5 foreign men, was hiding in the ruins of a house watching the battle ahead. 18 Great Xia players were besieging a gold-grade boss. Black Spade A was dressed provocatively, with a spade tattoo on her calf. She looked at the Great Xia team outside with a mocking expression. If Qin Feng were here, he would recognize her as Qian Shishir. Qian Shishir and those 5 foreign men had all enabled face hiding, so strangers wouldn't recognize them. Looking at the battlefield, Qian Shishir laughed. Great Xia men are really weak. They need 18 people to deal with a gold boss, so pathetic, afraid of death like this. The white man Tony smiled and said, "Don't say that. They're helping us. We're just waiting to collect the boss loot." Qian Shishir giggled. "You're so polite. There are more players in Magic City than in Jianghai City, and the area is larger too. Tens of thousands of level 10 players are all trying to reach level 11. But even the fastest ones are only halfway through level 10's experience and haven't advanced yet. It's not that there aren't enough monsters. It's that the monsters are intelligent. If they can't win, they run, and they'll even ambush you or team up to kill players, making leveling extremely difficult." More than 10 minutes later, Qian Shishir frowned. "The output from these Great Xia players is too low. That gold boss still isn't dead after all this time." Tony, wearing heavy armor and carrying a halberd, smiled and said, "Almost. Get ready to collect the gift." As soon as he finished speaking, the 6 of them jumped out. Qian Shishir had excellent gear and skills, and under her leadership they almost crushed the scene, quickly killing off the remaining Great Xia players. The Black Spade gang is here. It's over. How are they here? Run, survive as many as you can. Damn it, they're bringing foreigners to kill their own people. The scene descended into chaos, with corpses falling one after another. Qian Shishir walked through the middle of the battlefield, wearing a look of disdain. Trash deserves to be killed. Who told you to be Great Xia people? Hee. She has the backing of the Qian family group, has collected more lifespan, and her gear and skills are stronger than others. Let's have some fun in Modu first. I heard the officials have issued a warrant for our arrest. Just to be safe, although our identities haven't been exposed, we'd better leave early and go to North America to found a guild, specializing in killing Great Xia players. Qian Shishir was smug, but she didn't know her death was imminent. Finally level 15. It must be dark outside by now. At the north gate of the ruins of Jianghai City, Qin Feng rode a ghost night-walking wolf out of the ruins. Behind him stretched over 100 kilometers of Jianghai City's ruins, and ahead lay endless gray wasteland. I can go to Modu now, but I need to get the Divine Bestowal Book first. The Divine Bestowal Book was something everyone needed after the descent of the Forsaken God game. Qin Feng had been reborn and knew that the apocalypse was about to begin, bringing tremendous changes to the future. Why not stock up on supplies in advance? Because there is the God-given book. Inside the Tower of Divine Authority, outside the ruins, there is an NPC who exchanges player lifespan for a God-given book. The God-given book is like a 3D printer. Input lifespan, output supplies, food, daily necessities, materials, medicines, all original Blue Star items. As long as you spend lifespan, you can print them out. What Qin Feng needed most were books related to food and daily life. After all, he couldn't keep eating instant noodles forever, and he also needed essentials like generators and beds. But although the God-given book was important, it consumed a great deal of lifespan. In his previous life, everyone had always suspected that this was the gods harvesting players' lifespan. Qin Feng didn't overthink it, and immediately prepared to form a team to challenge the Tower of Divine Authority. He formed a team not because he couldn't beat it, but because the Guardian NPC was extremely insidious. If your challenge was too easy, The books would be sold at sky-high prices. If it was too hard, the variety of books available for purchase would be too limited. Only by performing normally could you buy the widest selection at a reasonable price. Qin Feng remembered that in his previous life, he hadn't taken Qin Xiaoyu with him to challenge it. That NPC hated women to the extreme. If there was a female player in the party, the difficulty would directly double, and the female player would also have to pay a higher price to buy books. So most female players in Shanghai City went to other cities to challenge it. He decided to find only male teammates. So he messaged Wang Ming privately and asked him to bring 4 more male players to gather at the ruins of the northern city gate. Wang Ming was puzzled, but still agreed, saying he could arrive in 20 minutes. While waiting for people, Qin Feng rode the ghost night-walking wolf and prepared to farm some monsters nearby. At the same time, after reaching level 15, he could finally equip the emerald-grade necklace he had dropped. Heart of Faisal, all attributes plus 25, lightning resistance plus 180, cooldown speed plus 50%, required level 15. Soul-purging blade on attack, strips the target of 125 mana and adds equal attack power. The necklace's stats were pretty good, and the 50% cooldown reduction was a huge boost. The soul-purging blade effect was not very useful to Qin Feng right now. In PvP, he killed in one shot, so draining mana was meaningless. Ordinary players would get a huge boost from this necklace, but Qin Feng's skills often dealt hundreds or even thousands of attack power, so 125 attack wasn't much. He replaced his old necklace, losing 1 level of stealth, but that was just right. He could make up for it by learning a new skill. Dark Depths passive. When stealth is activated, immediately gain +1 stealth level, then gain 1 additional level every 5 seconds, up to +3 levels. Required level 14. After Qin Feng reached level 15, he immediately learned this skill. He used evolution points to upgrade the skill quality. Consuming 33 points, the skill became legendary grade, allowing up to +5 stealth levels, increasing by 1 level every 3 seconds. It also gained a new effect. When breaking stealth, each stealth level adds 200 attack power. Qin Feng was shocked. Now, combined with all his passive effects and skill levels, he could stack up to 8 stealth levels. Other assassin players would have to reach level 30 to even have a chance, but he could do it at level 15. Passive +2 levels, the skill itself +1, then +1 every 3 seconds, reaching the maximum of 5 levels in 9 seconds, for a total of 8 stealth levels, and 1600 bonus attack power when breaking stealth. He had 3 stealth skills: Shadow Concealment, +500 attack when breaking stealth, Silent Stealth, +800 attack when breaking stealth, Flashing Shadow Strike. Originally had no break stealth attack bonus. Now all of them could stack with the break stealth attack bonus from Dark Depths: Shadow Concealment, 2100 attack, Silent Stealth, 2400 attack, Flashing Shadow Strike, 1600 attack. Qin Feng's damage had increased by another huge margin, and once he reached level 15, he planned to deal with Qian Shishir, then come back and continue his class advancement. He was also curious about how much improvement the second advancement would bring. On the other hand, Wang Ming followed Qin Feng's coordinates and led the others to the ruins of the northern city gate. Seeing monster corpses strewn all over the ground, they were amazed by Qin Feng's strength. These monsters would have been difficult for their team alone to kill, yet Qin Feng was clearing maps with one-shot kills and leveling at incredible speed. Then what did you call us here for? Shut up and listen to orders. Wang Ming brought 4 people over. 2 of them were his team's archer and card master, and the other 2 were priests borrowed from Director Dai's side. Though not hidden classes, they were quite strong. One of them was tall and burly, with the codename Steady as an Old Dog. He was clearly a priest, yet even bigger than Wang Ming. Steady as an Old Dog asked, "Captain Wang, are we there yet? I still don't see Shadow." Wang Ming motioned for him to be patient, privately messaged Qin Feng, then quickly looked northwest. "Shadow told us to go that way. See the spire on the mountain? That's the destination." Steady as an Old Dog was startled. "It's 3 kilometers away, right? There are monsters all outside the city. Can 5 people even get through?" Wang Ming patted him on the shoulder. "You're so big and you're still scared? Let's go." Shadow said the monsters along the way have already been cleared. The group advanced, with Steady as an Old Dog bringing up the rear, scanning the surroundings very cautiously. Along the way, they saw many monster corpses, all above level 15, even piled up like a mountain. Everyone was shaken, but they truly didn't encounter any live monsters on the way, leaving them amazed. They soon reached the spire near the top of the hill. Player Shadow requests to join the team. Captain Wang Ming received the system prompt and was somewhat surprised. Shadow has always worked solo. Why is he suddenly joining the team? After agreeing, Qin Feng's avatar appeared in the team list. Qin Feng sent a message. "We'll be running into an NPC in a bit. This NPC is very shady, and if he thinks we're too strong, the stuff he sells will be expensive. When that happens, I'll just look ordinary. You all focus on the boss and go all out. As long as we clear the challenge, we'll be able to buy good stuff." Everyone became tense upon hearing this and started cracking their knuckles. Steady as an old dog still cautiously asked, "Big bro, what skills does the boss have later? How do I dodge? What if the boss charges at me?" Shadow replied, "The boss is a ranged caster, it won't move. It has a fire breath skill. When it breathes fire, get close and circle clockwise, and you won't get hit. Also watch out for the black oil. The rest of its skills mainly target the tank, and I'll coordinate with Wang Ming." Steady as an old dog asked again, "How long will it take to beat it? Will we have enough mana? What if someone dies?" Shadow. Wang Ming privately messaged Qin Feng a little embarrassedly. "Don't mind him. Something happened to him before. Someone on the team died unexpectedly, so he's especially cautious." "It's fine. I understand." Qin Feng then gave a detailed explanation of the boss strategy in the team channel. After he finished, everyone arrived at the Divine Right Tower on the ground floor of the spire and saw Qin Feng wearing black flame right leather armor, holding a platinum short blade, his whole body radiating a cold aura. Seeing his real face, Steady as an old dog couldn't help but feel a chill run down his back. This was also the first time he had truly seen Shadow. After Wang Ming's 5-person group assembled, they first let Night Walking Wolf go invisible and used the Howl skill, granting the entire team plus 35 attack and defense. The 6-person party then entered the Divine Right Tower. After entering the tower, they arrived at a circular hall about 50 meters in diameter. Suddenly, the voice of a cold, old man rang out, welcoming the people of Blue Star and mocking them for panicking so soon after the godforsaken game had just begun. The old man announced that only by passing the challenge could they obtain trading rights. After dropping those words, a black humanoid puppet appeared in the center of the round hall. Obsidian Split Skull Puppet, LV20, grade, gold. Seeing a level 20 boss appear, Steady as an old dog was so frightened that he clutched his priest's staff tightly. The puppet looked vicious and terrifying, its head split in half, its whole body covered in black liquid that could even splash around. When the boss used its skills, the liquid would ignite, and if it splashed onto someone, it had to be dispelled immediately, or the burn damage would be extremely high and ordinary priests would struggle to heal it. Fortunately, priests came with a dispel skill by default. Wang Ming had even specifically brought 2 priests. With such preparation, this boss wasn't very difficult. Charge! Wang Ming raised his shield and axe and rushed straight at the puppet, slashing at it. On the other side, Qin Feng was preparing to take the Divine Bestowal book. In the alley of Zhanghai ruins, Qin Xiaoyu was slapped so hard her head went numb. In front of her, 3 female players stood high above her, mocking her for not being worthy of Chairman Chun, saying she would have been dead long ago without Chairman Chun, and telling her to stay far away from him from now on, or they would beat her every time they saw her. The 3 women threw down their harsh words and left, leaving Qin Xiaoyu alone in the alley, clenching her teeth and holding back tears. She had thought that joining the Night Temple Guild would let her survive and fight for more lifespan, but she never expected the guild's factions to be so complicated, with Qin Wuming treating her as nothing more than a tool. She had only said a few words to the chairman, yet she was made things difficult for by other female players and was directly dragged into the alley to be slapped. She thought of the word bullying. If this had happened before, Qin Feng would definitely have helped her. But now that she had broken ties with Qin Feng, there was really no one who could help her. She had originally still been able to seek out Chu Yin, but now Chu Yin had already gone to the Public Welfare Guild and would not help her oppose the Combat Guild either. Watching the 3 leave, Qin Xiaoyu felt a little regretful. Worst of all, she had also signed a 3-year guild contract. The good part was that she could stay alive for 3 years. The bad part was that she had to survive in this kind of environment for 3 years. In despair, Qin Xiaoyu opened her friends list and saw Wang Ming. Clutching her last hope, she sent messages frantically. After waiting a few minutes, Wang Ming still did not reply, which made her even more depressed. She blamed Qin Feng in her heart, thinking he was too heartless. Although he had said they were cutting off ties before, she hadn't expected him to mean it for real. Thankfully, there was still lifespan for the next 3 years, and she wasn't short of people to lead her party. Even though she had to hand over half of her lifespan to the guild, it felt like she could develop faster than Chu Yin in the future. In the end, she comforted herself, saying, "I just need to keep a low profile in the future and not provoke crazy women." Qin Xiaoyu clenched her teeth, yet failed to realize she was like this herself. She had always been bullied, but in fact, the weaker you are, the easier it is to be bullied. Tolerance doesn't help, which is why bullying exists in the world. When Wang Ming received Qin Xiaoyu's private message, he was fully focused on fighting the golden level 20 boss, which was even harder than any he had encountered before. After seeing the private message, he got annoyed and directly blocked Xiao Yuya, finally enjoying some peace and quiet. Fighting the boss was difficult. Although Qin Feng had explained the mechanics in advance, he had actually been slacking off the whole time so as not to seem too impressive. Even so, Qin Feng casually threw out a few skills and still accounted for 40% of the team's damage. If he went all out, one skill could instantly kill the boss. Most of the time, he even deliberately acted as if he was trapped by the boss's skills, and his performance was very convincing. The teammates all sighed that the big shot was really good at pretending. I thought the big shot only did this much damage. The big shot said there'd be an NPC after killing the boss. Could it be that NPCs treat people differently depending on who they are? The stronger the player, the more expensive the stuff? Kinda outrageous. I just want to know how the big shot knew that. Qin Feng could only say, there are a lot of secrets in this game. The information is all hidden in the ruins. Explore more and accumulate knowledge. Wang Ming looked enlightened. Listening to you speak for a while is like listening to you speak for a while. In the end, the middle-aged card mage used a lightning card to strike the boss to death, emptying the boss's final HP bar. The black liquid evaporated into mist, and the black flames went out. Under Qin Feng's acting, no one thought anything was unusual. After the boss died, Wang Ming let out a sigh of relief and completely forgot that he had just blocked Qin Xiaoyu. That wasn't important. What mattered was that after the boss died, a sinister laugh rang out, and the old man NPC in a black robe appeared. He wore a black robe, his whole body shrouded in darkness, his features obscured, his aura dangerous. Blue Star players, you have passed my test. As long as you pay lifespan, you can exchange for the supplies you need. Ha ha ha. The NPC smiled as he extended his hand and unfolded the item list. Damn, 6 fingers? The teammate, steady as an old dog, subconsciously blurted out. As soon as the words left his mouth, the black-robed NPC began emitting a chill all over. The next second, a surge of dark energy erupted from steady as an old dog. Dash 999999. He exploded into powder on the spot, and a ball of life appeared. Qin Feng was speechless. This brother isn't steady enough. The important NPCs on the Shinshi continent are all strong beings from other civilizations. They collect lifespans and provide services to players, but they must follow the rules. They cannot actively attack players, but they can set taboos. Once someone violates them, they can strike. Obviously, this old man in front of them had a taboo. No one could mention his 6 fingers. Steady as an old dog, had no experience and directly broke the rule, getting Mao Ed on the spot. Seeing this, Wang Ming and the other 3 quickly picked up the tradable lifespan dropped by steady as an old dog, leaving only the non-tradable lifespan orb that no one could absorb. Qin Feng raised his hand and let the curse flower absorb the orb. When Wang Ming and the others saw that this orb, which only monsters could absorb, was directly taken away by the shadow skill, they all felt numb. Even the 6-fingered warlock Vickley was surprised, but he still said coldly for everyone to choose the divine bestowed book, exchange it with lifespan, and then get lost quickly. No one dared to speak carelessly. They all exchanged glances, afraid of following in the footsteps of steady as an old dog. Qin Feng directly bought all 9 divine bestowed books, 3 years worth each. It was cheap, and he had 466 years of lifespan, so there was no pressure at all. Only then did Wang Ming and the others realize the function of the divine bestowed book. Use lifespan to exchange for daily necessities, water, food, drinks, even mechanical maids. Everything was available. It could only be bought, not sold, and was soulbound. Everyone rushed to buy the books with lifespan, but altogether they only bought 12. The 6-fingered warlock only handled selling. The divine bestowed books were in short supply, and however many you bought was fine. Wang Ming asked whether they could come back later to buy more. Vickley gave a sinister smile and said yes, but each time they would have to challenge the boss again, and the price could change at any time. After Wang Ming and the others finished trading, Qin Feng immediately said that he wanted to challenge the highest difficulty and earn reputation. The scene instantly fell silent. The 6-fingered warlock glanced at Qin Feng and sneered. You can't even handle the low difficulty, and you dare challenge the 5th floor? The boss is still gold tier 2. Attack, defense, and HP all doubled. Cooldown speed increased by 500%. Qin Feng nodded. Fine, I'll try. Wang Ming and the others were instantly stunned. Attack and HP increasing by 500%. They could still accept that. After all, Qin Feng's strength was there. But cooldown speed increasing 5-fold meant the boss's skill speed directly became 6 times faster. It was absurdly tough, practically impossible to deal with. We were all almost beaten to tears just now. With that speed, even a big shot couldn't handle it, right? But since the big shot dares to try, he must be confident. 6 times the HP and defense. Even if he can dodge the skills, the big shot would still need to fight for a ridiculously long time. A single mistake midway and it's all over. If we were to do it, even half an hour might not be enough to wear it down. 10 minutes to clear the run is already godlike. Six-fingered warlock Vikeli sneered. If you fail the challenge, your lifespan is mine. Are you sure? Sure. Qin Feng showed no fear. Vikeli laughed and turned into black mist, drifting away. Wang Ming and the other three were pushed aside by a force. A barrier rose in the center of the hall, leaving only Qin Feng and the boss. A black liquid slowly gathered into the obsidian split-skull puppet, Vikeli's summoned creature. All attributes on the 5-layer difficulty were increased by 500%. In fact, this wasn't even the limit. Vikeli's true strength far exceeded what players imagined. But to Qin Feng, it was a trivial matter because he had already dealt with it in his previous life. There was a rumor that players who obtained divinity and triggered a punishment would be teleported to another world to become the tower-guarding NPC, but no one had ever come back to confirm it. Qin Feng held the Plague Blade and fought alone. Wang Ming and the other three stared intently at the battle from outside, all of them tense beyond measure. Everyone knew this boss's strength even surpassed that of an ordinary Platinum Grade 1. Its stats were maxed out, and the danger was immense. Vikeli sneered in midair, watching Qin Feng. Some clown dares to challenge the highest difficulty? Are Blue Star players getting too arrogant? His black mist empowered the puppet, stacking every buff. The boss instantly became a turret firing skills at 6 times speed. Black liquid, black flames, and all kinds of skills bombarded relentlessly, leaving ordinary players no chance to catch their breath. Even Wang Ming couldn't withstand any of this boss's skills, let alone an assassin. But Qin Feng made his move. The moment the boss took shape, Qin Feng disappeared from the battlefield. He left Wang Ming's party, and no one could see him. As soon as the boss's HP bar appeared, a poisoned throwing dagger struck the split-open skull. 80-19, weak point attack. Qin Feng reappeared, then vanished again in an instant. Quiet concealment, evasion, and shadow strike burst out in succession. 10138, 11521, 13364. Each hit dealt more damage than the last. That was because every attack and poison tick triggered the equipment effect, Black Flame's gift, reducing the boss's defense and resistances by 7%. In just a moment, the boss was struck 10 times in a row, and its defense dropped to less than 1/3 of what it had been. Even though the boss had been boosted by 500% defense, at this moment, it was effectively useless before Qin Feng. At first, the damage was just over 10,000. By the 9th slash, it had already exceeded 30,000. Without the ancient god tablet raising the cap, my damage would only be around 18,000 at most. After 9 strikes, he dealt 200,000 damage, and the boss's HP immediately dropped by 1/5. As expected, this boss's total HP was around 1 million. The onlookers outside were all stunned. What kind of skill is that? It took away 1/5 of the HP in one hit. Looks like Shadow Flash Slash, but the attack count is way more than 3. Is this the legendary Shadow Flash Slash Plus? The 6-fingered warlock Vikeli was shocked. Just moments ago, he had thought Qin Feng was too timid to dodge skills, and that his damage was average. But now, one combo from Qin Feng had dealt 200,000 damage directly. What came next was even more explosive. 1 second after Qin Feng made his move, the throat cut effect from Graceful Liberation triggered. 20276, 23042, 26728. 9 throat cut hits, each one stronger than the last, with the highest hit exceeding 60,000. In total, it dealt nearly 400,000 damage. The boss's HP instantly dropped to just 40%. Only then did the boss react, spewing black liquid and flames. But Qin Feng activated the black light shield. He was so fast and agile that he wasn't touched at all. 2 seconds later, the next wave of throat cut erupted, and the boss's health bar was emptied. The boss only managed to use 2 skills before Qin Feng's combo reduced it to Blackstone shards. Congratulations. You have completed the achievement, Divine Authority Tower 5th Floor Difficulty Challenge. You have earned 5 reputation. You completed the first 4 floor difficulty challenges and earned 1 + 2 + 3 + 4 reputation. Congratulations on completing the Divine Authority Tower Solo Challenge as the world's first clear. You earned 5 + 10 + 15 + 20 + 25 reputation. Achievements can only be completed once, but they are divided into 5 tiers. The higher the difficulty, the greater the reward. Qin Feng directly challenged the highest difficulty and took all the reputation rewards at once. The World First Clear bonus reward was extremely generous, and only one person could claim it. In his previous life, the 5-tier first clears were split among 5 players. but this time Qin Feng claimed them all. Other players could also complete the solo challenge achievement, but the reward was only 15 reputation. Qin Feng's first clear directly granted him 75 reputation. Now I have 147 reputation, enough to buy high-level items from certain NPCs. The NPC in the Shanghai ruins sells pretty good stuff early on. After collecting the rewards, Qin Feng remained invisible and quietly left the Divine Authority Tower. Behind him, the six-fingered warlock Vickley gritted his teeth in fury. He had thought Qin Feng was cannon fodder, but in the end, he was the clown himself. He regretted not extorting more lifespan, but there was nothing he could do to stop Qin Feng from leaving. When Qin Feng killed the obsidian split-skull puppet, an announcement of the Divine Authority Tower Challenge World First Clear rang in all players' minds across the world, leaving everyone dumbfounded. Divine Authority Tower? What's that? Shadow is ahead of us again. We still don't even know where the tower is, and he's already cleared it first. I've seen it outside my city. The golden boss is insanely strong. One person can't beat it. Outside the Shanghai city ruins, Wang Ming and the other three were stunned. 3 seconds? A golden boss with 1 million HP and 5 times defense, and it got one shot? What kind of damage is that? Everyone was completely baffled. At this moment, Wang Ming received a private message from Anu. How did the great expert get another world first? What is the Divine Authority Tower? Wang Ming smiled wryly and sent over what had just happened. What? The God-given book can use lifespan to bring supplies into reality? Shadow killed a 6 times combat power golden boss in 3 seconds. The official authorities in Shanghai City were shocked by Qin Feng once again. After leaving the Tower of Divine Power, Qin Feng rode the ghost night-walking wolf and raced back to the land of pure souls. On the way, he privately messaged Anu to ask about the price of the church sanctuary hideout, and Anu said the official side was still discussing it. Okay, I'll log off first and grab something to eat. Call me when it's decided. Qin Feng was preparing to log off. After buying the 9 books of divine revelation, he still had 441 years of lifespan left. He was planning to extract more abilities and gear, especially the ghost night-walking wolf, Mount Bell. In fact, he had only logged off once today to eat instant noodles, and now he was already starving in real life. The system had also reminded him many times that his hunger level was too high. Just as he was about to log off, the system suddenly warned him of danger and told Qin Feng to extract more abilities to deal with it. Qin Feng saw the live feed inside the inn. His semi-transparent body was trapped in an iron cage, while outside, 2 tattooed middle-aged men with bare upper bodies were smoking, holding knives, and chatting, planning to wait for him to come out and rob him. The two also talked about Shadow. He could earn tens of millions of years of lifespan in the godforsaken game, and they were extremely envious, thinking that this kid, Qin Feng, would be able to make a lot of money soon. But they didn't know that the person they were about to rob was the very Shadow they admired. Qin Feng recognized them as nothing more than ordinary thugs and didn't take them seriously at all. Very few players could reach level 10 and extract abilities into reality, and these two could only do low-efficiency work. They could barely even kill monsters in the game. Power in the real world is limited by one's level in the game. Qin Feng had an absolute advantage. As long as he was strong in the game, he didn't need to fear anything in reality. No matter how much lifespan others had, they still couldn't surpass Shadow's limit. He continued to close his eyes and extract abilities, raising his level to 13, which cost a total of 30 years of lifespan. Then he spent another 262.88 years of lifespan to extract, in sequence, the 4 skills Merciful Execution, Assassin Instinct, Dark Night Ringblade, and Silent Concealment, worth a total of 6 billion in cash. Only 2 unextracted skills remained: the Darkest Moment, which blinds the surrounding area, and Deep in the Darkness, which enhances stealth. He would leave those for later. He needed to prioritize extracting the golden rank Mount Bell, which cost him another 113.89 years of lifespan, leaving only 3.1 years of tradable lifespan available. With his lifespan running low, Qin Feng decided to sell the church sanctuary hideout for lifespan instead. After all, there were still 6 such hideouts available, so it wouldn't affect future plans. Qin Feng actually wasn't very familiar with the structure of the ruins in Magic City. When he came here in his previous life, he was already level 20, and by then the 6 major hideouts had long since been occupied by the officials and guilds. He had only heard of the platinum-grade bosses guarding those hideouts and had never investigated them in depth. With his current strength, figuring out one platinum-grade boss's skills wouldn't be difficult. Even if he died once, he had the Ghost Fire Bell to save his life, so it wouldn't be a big problem. But all of that would have to wait until he was teleported to Magic City. In the game, Qin Feng reached level 15 and could directly teleport to the ruins of Magic City. He burned through his lifespan until only 3.1 years remained, then logged out and returned to the inn. In the room, two tattooed middle-aged men were smoking and chatting, still holding machetes. One of them suddenly said, "Wait, this kid logged off." They turned around and saw Qin Feng open his eyes, with a small knife somehow appearing in his hand. It was the weapon he had always carried with him in reality, since assassin skills required short-blade weapons to be equipped. The two middle-aged men were just about to speak when a streak of black blade light suddenly appeared and spread out in an instant. The blade light swept horizontally from Qin Feng's chest level. Before the two could even react, they were cut down in a single strike, dying with their eyes wide open as their machetes clattered to the floor. What was even more terrifying was not that he had killed the two men, but that when Qin Feng unleashed his Dark Knight ring blade, the entire 12-meter radius was slashed by black blade light. The iron cage trapping him was instantly cut in half. Sharp cracks appeared all over the room's walls, and the entire room was split open by one slash. In the room next door, the burly man who had been pressing down on the proprietress had his head instantly severed and sent flying. The proprietress screamed, splattered with blood, and was about to cry out when Qin Feng pierced her head with a poison dart, killing her on the spot. The entire third floor of the small building was split apart by a single slash, and the upper half directly collapsed, sending dust everywhere. In the darkness, Qin Feng rode the invisible ghost wolf and leaped toward the east. The four corpses in the small building had been drained into bloodless, dried bones by the flower of death, leaving a gruesome scene. But no one noticed the commotion here. Explosions, sirens, and gunfire kept erupting all over Jianghai City, and chaos reigned everywhere. To the east of Jianghai City, on the highway leading to Magic Capital, it was windy tonight, with thick dark clouds overhead. There were almost no cars on the road. Only a 3-meter-long invisible ghost wolf carrying the invisible Qin Feng racing forward, swiftly overtaking the occasional vehicle and heading straight for Magic Capital. While traveling, Qin Feng held the Book of Divine Gift, Great Xia Food, in his hands. The NPCs in the Great Xia Divine Power Tower could only buy the Book of Divine Gift for their own country's food. If he wanted to taste all the delicacies of the world, he would still have to make a trip through the ruins of major cities around the globe. Qin Feng had not yet gained the ability for cross-border teleportation. Riding the Ghost Night Wolf, he ordered meat buns, braised beef, and soy milk while exchanging them through the Book of Divine Gift, spending only 3 to 10 minutes of lifespan each time. Converted into real-world currency, that was equivalent to 2 or 300 yuan, but for him, it was very worthwhile. Now he no longer trusted food from outside, and only trusted what he exchanged through the Book of Divine Gift. As his physique improved, Qin Feng's energy needs grew, and he ate more and more as well. Fortunately, the lifespan consumed was not much. Half an hour later, Qin Feng closed the Book of Divine Gift and looked ahead at Magic Capital. To find Qian Shishir, I first need to determine her real-world location. That woman is much harder to find than Song Fei. Without an informant like Su Xuezi, I can't check. Magic Capital is a major metropolis with a population of over 10 million, so finding one person is extremely difficult. Qian Shishir was definitely hiding very deeply too. Without any clues, there was no way to find her. Qin Feng arrived near the high-speed rail station, entered the empty subway station, and found a corner. Silent concealment. After activating it, he became completely invisible. As long as he didn't move, he wouldn't be exposed. When entering the game, he could remain in an invincible state, equivalent to completely disappearing from reality. He teleported into the godforsaken game, using 985 days of lifespan to teleport from Jianghai City to the Magic Capital ruins. Then Qin Feng opened his friends list and sent a private message to that young man with triangular eyes. On the other side, the Magic Capital ruins of the godforsaken continent. When Qian Shishir received the private message, she was somewhat surprised. What? Shadow contacted you? Qin Feng was killed. At this moment, she was grinding monsters in the Evil Spirit Academy with 5 foreign men. This was one of the 6 hiding places in Magic Capital, and there were many monsters here, so very few people dared to come. Qian Shishir was now wanted by the authorities, so she could only avoid players' attention and hide very deeply. Qian Shishir had already accumulated more than 600 years of lifespan. Recently, lifespan had become increasingly difficult to buy, and prices were soaring. Afraid that her assets would depreciate, she was eager to convert all her money into lifespan. Before, she had spent 3,000 days of lifespan hiring Shadow to kill Qin Feng. Now that lifespan had risen in price, this one deal alone had cost over 100 million. Fortunately, there was finally a result. Qin Feng, will you regret it when you die? But if you're killed by Shadow, you won't even have a chance to regret it. What a pity. Qian Shishir was very happy. At this moment, she received another new message. Shadow said he had already arrived in Magic Capital, both in reality and in the game. And in reality, he still wanted to show her Qin Feng's head before taking the remaining payment. Qian Shishir frowned. She was arrogant, but not stupid. Shadow was so terrifying. If they really met face to face, who knew what would happen? She was afraid of death and did not want to meet Qin Feng in real life at all. Tell him that a real head isn't necessary, a photo will do, and I'll pay him. In the end, the other party said he didn't have a phone, afraid of being tracked, so he had thrown it away. Qian Shishir was speechless. It wasn't that she absolutely needed to see whether Qin Feng was dead, but if she really let Shadow get paid without doing anything, she would think herself stupid. Besides, she was very interested in Shadow. If they could really cooperate long-term, her future would be limitless. It's not impossible to meet in reality, but we have to make sure he's on my side. After thinking it over, she went to privately message the male player codenamed Tian Xingjian. On the other side, on the god-abandoned continent, in the Magic Capital ruins, Qin Feng had ridden his wolf in stealth to the designated place. He checked the private message, and the man with triangular eyes had given him a coordinate, Qian Shishir's game location. They asked to meet in the game and said they'd pay the remaining balance directly. Qin Feng had no reason to refuse, but he found it suspicious. Did this woman not even verify whether he had killed Qin Feng? Was she really that trusting? In fact, he had originally planned to carry Qin Feng's head and meet her in real life, then take the chance to kill her. It seemed this woman was still cautious. If he couldn't find her, he could also hand the information over to the official authorities in Moda City. Qin Feng remembered that in his previous life, this woman had been rampant in the ruins for a long time before eventually going to North America. She was wanted, but with her status, relocating wasn't difficult. Still, Qin Feng would rather kill her himself and take her lifespan than borrow the official authorities' hands. He decided to meet her in the game first. Riding the wolf, he headed straight for Ghost Spirit Academy. More than 10 minutes later, he reached his destination. The Ean wind was bleak, dead trees and bones lay everywhere, and crows watched coldly. From afar, he saw two groups confronting each other on the ruined square. One side was Qian Shishir and 5 foreign men wearing masks. The other side was 2 official squads from Moda City, led by a square-faced young man. Xiao Haonan, codename Heaven Walks Upright. Qin Feng recognized him. In his previous life, this man had been a notorious traitor. Qin Feng swept his gaze around and immediately understood. Qian Shishir and Xiao Haonan had long been colluding. Now they were deliberately luring the official authorities in together with him, trying to test his stance. This method was brilliant. Now Qian Shishir's 6-man team was much stronger. After recharging, their power had increased. Meanwhile, the official side's 12 men could only hold Qian Shishir's group in check and didn't dare to fight head-on. The two sides were roughly matched, but Qian Shishir's side had a slight advantage, so no battle had broken out. Qian Shishir's plan was simple. Before official reinforcements arrived, as long as Qin Feng showed up, he would have to make a choice: help Qian Shishir or not. If he helped, he would become completely hostile to the official authorities, and the two sides would effectively become allies. Qian Shishir would also find it easier to win over Shadow. If he didn't help, then Qian Shishir would never let Shadow meet her in real life. Qin Feng saw through her intentions at once. He knew that if he didn't act now and kill the official people, he would have a hard time seeing Qian Shishir again in the future. Even if he pretended not to have come, the chance would be gone. Everyone knew Shadow acted fast. If the official people were already here, how could he possibly not have arrived yet? After figuring it out, Qin Feng curled his lips and, riding the ghost wolf, leapt straight down from the 3rd floor. In stealth, no one noticed him as he drew a streak of black blade light with the Plague Blade, Dark Knight Ring Blade. Massive damage numbers floated above the heads of 11 official players, and they fell on the spot. The last one was also pounced to death by the ghost wolf. System messages popped up continuously, and all 12 official players died. Qin Feng and the ghost wolf revealed themselves, appearing before Qian Shishir and the others. Qian Shishir's eyes lit up, and the other 5 foreign men also breathed a sigh of relief, but seeing Shadow still made them somewhat nervous. Qin Feng walked over, muttered that the official authorities were all poor, and then went to search the square-faced young man's corpse. Aside from him, the lifespan orbs dropped by the other official members were all as small as light bulbs, each worth only about 10 odd days of lifespan. Only the square-faced young man had a large lifespan orb, roughly 6 or 7 years. Qian Shishir explained that official members like to concentrate lifespan onto the squad leader, so it was normal for one person to drop so much lifespan. Qin Feng merely nodded lightly, then directly absorbed the 6 or 7 years of lifespan, without using Blooming Curse. After all, the remaining half of the lifespan was still useful. As for Qian Shishir's claim that all the lifespan was concentrated, that was actually not the case at all. But Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to explain. Right now, he was thinking about how to meet Qian Shishir in real life. At this moment, the 5 foreign men who had been following Qian Shishir walked over. Tony led the group, smiling as he extended his hand to greet Qin Feng. Everyone wanted to get acquainted with this globally #1 shadow. However, Qin Feng merely glanced at them and didn't shake hands, making the atmosphere a little awkward. Qin Feng suddenly said, "I can't understand what they're saying. Are they insulting me?" Before Qian Shishir could explain, Qin Feng suddenly used Flash Strike, blinking instantly into the middle of the 5 foreign men. All 5 died on the spot. Just as Qian Shishir was about to speak, she saw Tony and the others collapse, and she froze completely, almost thinking she was about to die too. She realized that Shadow hadn't killed her, but had instead appeared in front of her. Qian Shishir instinctively took 2 steps back, then quickly regained her smile, thinking to herself, "So handsome. Pity he's just a bumpkin from Great Xia and doesn't even know English. If he did, he'd at least be qualified to be my partner." In fact, Qin Feng could speak English perfectly. He was just pretending not to understand, directly using action to show that he didn't want to waste words with them. Looking at Shadow, Qian Shishir felt both nervous and somewhat excited. If someone like him could be used by her, she could go even further. Without hesitation, she directly doubled the remaining payment, giving Qin Feng 10 years of lifespan. This is the final payment. The extra is a bonus. She didn't care at all about Tony's death and had no intention of pursuing it. Qin Feng accepted the lifespan, nodded, and was about to leave. He didn't take the initiative to mention meeting up. Sure enough, afraid that Qin Feng would run off, Qian Shishir called out to him, "Wait, big brother. Can we cooperate long-term? I've got a new target, and there's a party tonight. You can come by, and we can talk. What do you want? Women? Fine wine. Anything can be arranged for you." Qin Feng sneered inwardly, knowing she had no good intentions. But he had already planned to deal with her once he met her. Pretending to hesitate, he asked, "Who's the target, and what's the reward?" Qian Shishir smiled. "I can only show you the photo in person. The reward is several times this time's payment." "All right, time and place," Qin Feng said lightly. "Let's add each other as friends first. Time and place are up to you. Whatever is convenient for you." Qian Shishir attached great importance to Qin Feng. Qin Feng said directly, "Then do it now. Tell me the location." "All right, I won't keep Big Brother waiting for long." After saying that, Qian Shishir went offline. Qin Feng wasn't idle. After Qian Shishir went offline, he farmed monsters in the Evil Spirit Academy. All the monsters here were physically immune ghosts, lonely wanderers, pale wraiths, apprentice souls. But to Qin Feng, they were all one-shot kills, because Night Ring Blades dealt dark element damage. At this time, in a golden hideout amid the ruins of Magic City, 12 official players with the codename Tianxing Jian revived. After death, their respawn points had been transferred here. Having been wiped out in one wave by Shadow, everyone looked grim. Death itself was nothing, but through system prompts they knew the one who killed them was Shadow. Shadow is opposing the official side? Is he connected to Ace of Spades? Everyone had complicated thoughts. Only the team leader, Qiu Haonan, Tianxing Jian, unexpectedly breathed a sigh of relief. Instead, he felt relieved. Shadow really had teamed up with the young lady. In that case, maybe he could benefit as well. If his lifespan dropped, he could ask the young lady to return it later. On the surface, however, he looked very grave. Tianxing Jian swept his gaze over the crowd. "I'll contact Jianghai City and ask what's going on with Shadow. Qinghua, take everyone to collect lifespan and stand by at any time." The female player codenamed Late Night Drizzle nodded and led the others away. The official squad was split into 2 groups. Tianxing Jian was the investigator, captain, able to examine corpses and track down the culprit. His status was important, but his combat power was average. Late Night Drizzle was the demon hunter, captain, an archer who dealt extra damage to monsters, and one of Magic City's top official experts. Capturing this hideout was a major achievement for her. Before, she had only been a rookie in the Coast Guard. Now she was taking orders from Tianxing Jian. Just now, she had been leading her team on patrol near the Evil Spirit Academy when Tianxing Jian called them back, and then they were instantly killed by Shadow. She was very unconvinced. The gap between us and Shadow is that huge? We didn't even see his shadow before we died, but the difference in strength was right there, and no amount of resentment could change that. What worried her even more was whether Shadow had teamed up with Ace of Spades. Ace of Spades had been running rampant in Magic City, killing a lot of official personnel. There was absolutely no room for compromise. If Shadow stood on her side, he would become a new major enemy. Even if it cost their lives, the official side had to try to eliminate him. On Qin Feng's side, while he continued farming monsters in the Evil Spirit Academy, he received a private message from Wang Ming. "Boss, I heard you went to Magic City and killed official personnel. What's going on? Was there a misunderstanding? Qin Feng knew the official side would come asking and couldn't be bothered to explain, so he just said, "Don't worry. You'll know in a moment." Wang Ming was on the verge of tears. Your shadow, after all. The people from Magic City's official side. Was Shadow really going to oppose them? Then what about the Jianghai City officials? Would they also become enemies? Impossible. So Wang Ming was extremely anxious. Shadow, at a critical moment like this, why won't you say anything? Wang Ming shook his head with a bitter smile. But since Shadow wouldn't explain, he could only wait and temporarily hold off the Magic City side. Very soon, Qin Feng received a private message from Qian Shishir. She sent him an address and told him to go to the port first. Qin Feng frowned. He had originally wanted to just go in and strike, but the other side was very cautious, telling him to wait at the port for pickup first. They were clearly planning to take him onto a cruise ship to make it easier to monitor his movements. But Qin Feng had already made preparations. At night, at the Magic City port, a speedboat was docked at a remote pier. A young man in a black robe walked up to the speedboat and gave the password to the middle-aged man guarding it. After confirming it, the boatman outside notified, "The person has arrived. Please board the boat." The boatman didn't notice that the person under the black robe was trembling slightly. Even less did he notice that the real Shadow was quietly following the speedboat on an invisible ghost wolf. Qian Shishir thought Shadow would definitely get on the speedboat, so she could monitor him. But she didn't know that Qin Feng was riding a ghost wolf that could swim, and his speed was even faster than the speedboats. In the darkness, no one noticed Qin Feng moving alongside the boat. After seeing the destination, a brightly lit luxury yacht, Qin Feng threw a dart at the speedboat's propeller, instantly destroying it and causing the boat to spin in place. The middle-aged boatman hurriedly reassured him, "Sir, don't be nervous. I'll fix the propeller." Taking advantage of the speedboat stopping, Qin Feng rode the ghost wolf directly onto the luxury yacht. Actually, the black-robed young man on the speedboat was someone Qin Feng picked at random. In Magic City, there were many people like this, driven to desperation. He gave the other party 30 days of life, and all they had to do was report the passcode and board the boat. On the yacht, Qian Shishir was wearing a sexy evening gown, waiting for the distinguished guest. After receiving word that the speedboat had broken down, she ordered her people to fix it quickly. She then asked the maid about the preparations and confirmed that the drugging was no problem. Qian Shishir believed that at this party, Shadow would definitely fall in love with her and become hers. At some point in the future, a sudden streak of dark blade light shot in from outside the room. The blade light sliced silently through the air. A bloody line appeared on the maid's neck, and her head dropped to the floor. But when the blade light reached Qian Shishir, it was blocked by the shield on her body, producing a dull thud. Qian Shishir was not dead. The ceiling and walls of the room were cut open and slanted downward. Through the gap in the wall, Qian Shishir saw who had struck, Qin Feng. She was stunned, dumbfounded. Qin Feng? He's Shadow. She was completely bewildered. She had thought the top-tier assassin Shadow she invited was still on the speedboat outside, but unexpectedly, Shadow was actually Qin Feng. What terrified her most was that she had originally wanted Shadow to kill Qin Feng, but instead she had become the target. Qian Shishir was trembling, knowing she was still alive only because of the gold-grade crystal necklace around her neck. This necklace could provide a shield that saved her life once, and she had paid for it with more than 10 years of lifespan and several billion in wealth. She had thought it was an investment, never imagining it would save her life. But the shield could only trigger once. The next strike would kill her for sure. Although she was already level 10 and had skills extracted into reality, making her far stronger than ordinary people, in front of Shadow, she was not even as good as a little lamb. Panicked, she immediately knelt and begged for mercy, calling Qin Feng master, saying she was willing to hand over her lifespan and become his slave, no matter how he wanted to torment her. She even tried hard to flaunt her figure, but Qin Feng was completely unmoved. At that moment, the metal wall and ceiling crashed down, and the other models and call girls on the yacht screamed and ran out, while the bodyguards rushed over with guns in hand. Qin Feng noticed that Tony from the game wasn't on the ship and smiled to himself. It looked like Tony was just a temporary companion, not someone Qian Shishir truly trusted. Amid the panic, Qin Feng's figure flashed. Qian Shishir felt a chill at her neck, and her head fell to the ground, losing consciousness completely. Begging for mercy was useless. In front of Qin Feng, kneeling was useless. He casually removed the crystal necklace from her neck. You have obtained the Protective Crystal Pendant. Protective Crystal Pendant, Gold Constitution plus 10, HP plus 300. Grants 1 damage immune shield every 5 minutes, 1 stack. Usable at level 7. It wasn't of much use to Qin Feng, but since it was free, he wouldn't refuse it. At that moment, all the bodyguards on the yacht rushed over. Who is it? Damn, it's the young lady's head. It's over, the young lady has been killed. Careful, the target is dark. The words had barely left his mouth when Qin Feng made his move. A flash of black blade light swept past, and 7 or 8 bodyguards were instantly severed in two. Under the lights, blood splashed everywhere, a blinding sight. Whether they were bodyguards or young models, as long as they had seen Qin Feng's face, he killed them all. After finishing the cleanup, Qin Feng used the dead men's phones to call the police. Sirens soon sounded. Several speedboats arrived carrying official personnel. Xiao Haonan, a middle-aged man with a square face, looked grim. A murder case. The deceased is the daughter of the Qian family. The killer's skill is very similar to Shadow in the game. His identity is almost certain. He's provoking the law. I've already requested military reinforcements. If necessary, we'll directly launch an all-out firepower strike. After speaking, he was deeply shocked and regretful in his heart. He hadn't expected Shadow to take down Qian Shishir, with whom he had worked together for many years. The official personnel on the other speedboats were also on full alert. Lin Xinhua, Late Night Drizzle, and 5 team members also arrived, fully armed. As experts at the godforsaken game, everyone was extremely tense. Xiao Haonan reassured everyone. Don't be too nervous. The killer probably already left. Even if he can turn invisible, I can still locate him. The speedboats docked, and more than 20 official personnel boarded. When they saw the bodies strewn across the deck, their scalps went numb. Xiao Haonan took a deep breath and prepared to inspect the bodies, when suddenly a poisoned dart shot over. Watch out! Late Night Drizzle fired back, but missed. The poison dart went straight through Xiao Haonan's head, and even 2 layers of magical shields couldn't stop it. Xiao Haonan couldn't believe he had died like this. With a face full of confusion, he collapsed to the ground. The remaining official personnel immediately entered combat mode. 2 priests cast group shields, while the others prepared to counterattack. She gathered fire and lightning in both hands, ready to strike at any moment. The atmosphere was tense to the extreme. Suddenly, crimson strange flowers bloomed all over the corpses on the yacht. The flowers drew from the bodies and bloodstains, turning everything into a pale, bone-white mist. More and more flowers bloomed. The 11 people present all felt their scalps tingle. It was as if they were standing at the edge of the underworld, watching ghost flowers harvest souls, turning the yacht into a boundary between life and death. At that moment, Late Night Drizzle stared at Xiao Haonan's corpse and suddenly froze. Captain Lin, what is it? The short-haired female teammate asked, trembling as cold sweat poured down her face, while warily watching the surroundings. How did Xiao Haonan manage to produce so much lifespan? That light orb was at least 3 years. After Yue finished speaking, everyone noticed something unusual. The official regulations in Magic City stipulated that search team members could claim at most 10 days of lifespan per mission to avoid catastrophic losses. The remaining lifespan was concentrated on designated standby personnel who normally stayed hidden at the base and never went out, including Xiao Haonan. But now, when Xiao Haonan died, more than 3 years' worth of lifespan burst out, clearly meaning he had secretly hoarded it. He had always been moving with the team, so when would he have had the chance? Hua Shenkai looked around and gave a bitter smile. Shadow's target wasn't us, it was Captain Xiao. Otherwise, with his strength, he would have wiped us all out long ago. And he's very skilled at destroying the evidence. The fear of having life and death controlled left Yue feeling powerless like never before. The Shadow codename, and Manchuan Honghua brought her tremendous pressure. She thought hard, staring at Xiao Haonan's completely evaporated corpse, and suddenly noticed 3 phones on the ground. People usually carried only 2, but Xiao Haonan actually had 3. She hurriedly picked them up and passed them around for everyone to inspect. Soon the message came out. Captain Xiao had been in constant contact with Qian Shishir, and even helped the Qian family obtain contraband drugs to deal with Shadow. And Qian Shishir is the spade A in the game. As the contents were revealed, everyone was completely stunned. Yue quickly sorted it out. Shadow first got in touch with Qian Shishir. Qian Shishir wanted to use drugs to control Shadow, but didn't dare take the risk, so she had Xiao Haonan take the others out to test him. Shadow killed everyone and gained their trust. After boarding the ship, Shadow killed people and called the police, deliberately leaving a pile of corpses to lure Xiao Haonan in, then used his corpse extraction skill to inspect the bodies. She finally understood how terrifying Shadow's setup was. After they arrived, they killed Xiao Haonan and destroyed all the corpses to prevent any trace from being found. In the process, Shadow took out all the enemies, harvested lifespan, and also avoided a direct conflict with the authorities. Qian Shishir was the wanted spade A, and Xiao Haonan was the insider trader. In effect, Shadow was helping the authorities complete their mission. The officials had no reason to make him an enemy. After figuring it out, Yue felt a chill run down her scalp. Shadow wasn't just strong, that was not all there was to him. Fortunately, He wasn't hostile toward the authorities. She immediately used the walkie-talkie to notify her subordinates, and the special forces at the harbor, the snipers, and even the missiles all stood down. Everyone at headquarters sighed in relief. By then, the yacht corpses had already been evaporated into white gas by the flower of death. Looking at the air, Wan Yiwei gritted her teeth and said, "Shadow, thank you for helping take care of Spade A. Also, I fired 5 shots at you just now, and I apologize." After speaking, she loaded her bullets, raised her gun, aimed at her own thigh, and fired 5 shots in a row. Blood spurted everywhere as she knelt on the ground and gritted her teeth. "That makes us even." The short-haired woman traveling with her was terrified and quickly stepped in to support her, while the priests promptly cast healing spells. The short-haired woman whispered, "Captain Lin, there was no need to go this far." Wan Yue shook her head. "It's not wrong to be cautious. We don't know what kind of person Shadow is." Only then did everyone understand that, though they felt aggrieved, none of them wanted to become enemies with Shadow. In the dark night, Qin Feng had just finished disassembling the corpses and was about to leave when he suddenly heard gunfire. He turned back and saw Wan Yue shooting herself 5 times and was momentarily surprised. Although healing spells could be used in reality, injuries this severe would still need time to recover until dawn, delaying even leveling up. And injuries in reality would also cause the game character's attributes to drop. Wan Yue, real name Lin Qinghua, was the official's leading figure in the previous life. To avoid becoming my enemy, she really was willing to go that far. Qin Feng smiled faintly and rode the ghost wolf away. After the mission ended, he gained 659 years of tradable lifespan, most of it from Qian Shishir. You have to know that last time he only used over 400 years, which shows how much capital was behind this. At last, I can synchronize all the game abilities to reality. The hideout in Zhanghai City should have settled on the price by now. He chose the location of the Netherworld Purification Ground and prepared to make a deal with the official authorities. He left the harbor and went to a corner of the city, activated silent concealment, and returned to the game. After closing his eyes, he arrived in the interlayer space between reality and the game, where he could consume lifespan to extract abilities. Level synchronize. Skill synchronize. Qin Feng extracted his level and skills into reality in full. His strength was now completely synchronized with the game, with no difference except for his equipment. Synchronizing levels 13 through 15 consumed 41.1 years of lifespan. Extracting the darkest moment, skill consumed 34.65 years of lifespan. Extracting Abyss of Darkness brought the total consumption to 149.6 years, leaving Qin Feng with 509 years of tradable lifespan. He extracted a Platinum tier Ring of Agility, which increases movement speed and is also useful in real life, costing 15.5 years. There was no need to mention the other equipment for now. He could talk about them later when he had better gear. In the end, he had 493.5 years of lifespan left and returned to the godforsaken game. Back in the ruins of Modu City, Qin Feng had just logged in when he received a private message from Anyu. Anyu didn't mention Modu City. She only talked price, 1,500? Qin Feng refused outright. Too low. Anyu tentatively raised it to 2,000, and Qin Feng thought the jump was a bit too fast. He ultimately agreed, but asked for 6 years reimbursement for round-trip travel. Anyu readily agreed, even joking that if she hadn't been below level 15, she could have delivered it to him in person. Qin Feng prepared to ride the ghost wolf back to the ruins of Zhanghai City. At this moment in the real world, in a top-tier villa district in Modu City, in a basement, the wealthy Madame Dongfang Yu heard her subordinates report and was dissatisfied that the authorities hadn't made a move. She was the sole surviving member of the Dongfang family in Zhanghai, and she harbored deep hatred for Qin Feng. Beside her, her son Chu Nantian stepped out of the shadows, wearing a blood-stained white shirt and a smile at the corners of his mouth. He said he had a way to deal with Dark Shadow. On the phone, someone reminded Dongfang Yu not to make an enemy of Dark Shadow. The military stance was to try to win him over, otherwise the consequences would be severe. Dongfang Yu coldly hung up, then turned and asked Chu Nantian, "How are you planning to kill Dark Shadow? You still can't enter Godforsaken." Chu Nantian behaved very normally in front of his mother and said with a smile, "Mom, even if I can't get into the game, I can use my brain. Dark Shadow likes killing people, so we can arrange for people to provoke him, then transfer those people to Dad's fireworks factory and set an ambush in advance. When he moves to kill, we'll just detonate the fireworks factory and make the whole world watch him die. Even if it fails, no one will be able to trace it back to us." Dongfang Yu was very satisfied after hearing this and nodded. "Not bad, but don't get involved anymore after this." Looking at the blood-stained whip in Chu Nanshan's hand, she asked, "Has that bitch agreed to hand over her lifespan?" Chu Nantian sneered. She only handed over 100 days' worth. She probably still has more hidden away. Dongfang Yu smiled faintly and said, refusing to sell and still talking back? Make her recognize her place. Go, Arthur, bite her to death, but don't eat the flesh. The flesh of a commoner is bad for you. She patted the teddy in her arms. Sniffing the smell of blood, Teddy burrowed into the basement, and a woman's screams could be heard, though they were muffled by the gag and very faint. Dongfang Yu stood up calmly and said to Chu Nantian, I'm leaving. Remember to wash Arthur. Chu Nantian smiled and agreed, thinking how good this era was, killing a few people and no one cared. The only regret was that he was only 17 and still couldn't enter godforsaken land abandoned by the gods. Ruins of Zhanghai City. Riding the ghost wolf, Qin Feng spent 985 days of lifespan to teleport from the Modu ruins back to Zhanghai City. The lifespan teleport fee was very expensive. Ordinary players couldn't afford it. There were clearly fewer players on the Zhanghai side than in Modu, but Qin Feng didn't care. After setting the coordinates with Yu, he headed straight over. This time, the people meeting up with him were not a 6-man squad, but an official team of 30. And Yu said a little awkwardly, big shot. I have a lot of lifespan, and the higher-ups weren't comfortable with it, so they sent people along with me. Qin Feng didn't mind. If these people really fought him, one skill would be enough to deal with all of them. Quite a few female players looked at Qin Feng with excitement. But Qin Feng only made the trade with Yu, and after obtaining 2,000 years of lifespan, he turned and left, planning to extract the pure soul land into reality. He found a place to log out and returned to the real world in Modu. In the darkness of night, Qin Feng rode the ghost wolf in stealth and arrived at the eastern beach of Modu. This was one of the few safe zones with the lowest pollution, suitable for survival. In places with high pollution, people's lifespan was drained especially quickly. A system prompt appeared. Would you like to spend 1,315.2 years of lifespan to extract pure soul land, hideout, into reality? Qin Feng saw the 3D map and chose a location. Another system prompt appeared. Extracting the hideout will cause all matter originally there to disappear. Confirm? Qin Feng chose yes, without hesitation. As for the seaside area that barely had any modern facilities to begin with, he didn't care at all. The period was not particularly eye-catching. With a single command from Qin Feng, the beach around him trembled slightly, and stone slabs emerged from the sand. He stepped forward and moved the slabs aside, revealing a rotating stone staircase below. The entire land of pure souls was protected by magical defenses. Even missiles would not be able to destroy it. Qin Feng went downstairs, put the slabs back in place, and took out the Divine Grant book as he walked. He first prepared to create 2 mechanical maids. A system pop-up appeared. Consume 2.74 years of lifespan to create a basic mechanical maid. The basic version can only do cleaning, but you can continue spending lifespan to add features. Although he thought it was expensive, Qin Feng understood that with such a large place, mechanical maids were far more practical than hiring nannies. He simply made 5 of them, then bought modules for the kitchen, appliances, furniture, and more. After spending 57 years of lifespan, he obtained all-purpose maids capable of handling every kind of household chore. There were some special features he didn't enable, such as adding special effect skins to the maids. The price was too high, 648 years of lifespan, and Qin Feng couldn't bear to spend that much. Mechanical male servants were also available, with skins like Vampire Count and Elf Prince. After finishing with the maids, Qin Feng spent more lifespan to create a lot of furniture and appliances. Once the maids had tidied everything up, he immediately logged into the game himself. He was now level 15 and planned to go to the ghost ship outside the ruins of Magic City to hunt the level 20 bloodline monster, Soul Devourer. But several large hideouts in Magic City were still unclaimed, and he didn't want to miss out on them. When Qin Feng logged in, Wang Ming privately messaged him at the first moment. Boss, something's happened. Are you in the Zhanghai City ruins? A platinum boss appeared, insanely powerful. It ran to the resurrection point and started killing people. Several hundred players died. We surrounded it, but it was extremely fast and could even turn invisible. Even Little Black was killed in one shot. Qin Feng asked, what boss is it? Wang Ming replied, Headless Assassiness Xia Luo. She's female in figure, just without a head. Qin Feng was speechless. You can even tell from the figure? He directly said, send me the coordinates. He hadn't developed much lately, and this boss had come right to his doorstep. There was no reason not to kill it. Besides, he remembered that this boss had originally only been gold grade, so how had it become platinum? He rushed toward the coordinates while recalling the boss's skills. It could turn invisible. Originally its stealth level was 3, and after becoming platinum, it could at most be level 5, which he could detect completely. The boss had high damage output, but it was very fragile. As long as he caught the chance, he could take it down in one combo. It also had a clone skill. Qin Feng couldn't remember the exact details, so he decided to go take a look first. Jianghai City Ruins, center of the stone statues. This place had been crowded with players before, but now not a single one remained. Everyone was hiding away. The platinum boss, headless assassiness Xia Luo, was lurking nearby in stealth and hunting players. More than a dozen players in the ruins huddled together, trembling as they complained in low voices. This boss is ridiculous. It can turn invisible and kills one with every strike. How are we supposed to fight it? Stop talking. If you draw the boss over here, we're done for. They didn't notice that the headless assassiness had already quietly approached. The 5-meter-tall monster had bone blades for all 4 limbs, and it looked terrifying beyond measure. Suddenly, a flash of blade light appeared, and one player was instantly killed. The others fled in terror in all directions. By the time Qin Feng arrived, he saw the scene. With level 5 anti-stealth, he could see far more clearly than the others, and he instantly spotted 5 headless assassiness clones in the ruins. He didn't want to bother figuring out which one was real, so he simply dealt with all of them. Riding the ghost wolf, he charged over and leaped down, unleashing a combo of divine grace of liberation and blink slash. 9 blade lights erupted, killing one clone instantly, and the revealed boss immediately lost half its health. A nearby player recognized him. Shadow Bro, save me. It was actually Qin Xiaoyu. Wearing a bronze priest robe, she was being hunted by a boss clone and, in her panic, called out for help. Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to pay attention. He only watched coldly while waiting for his skill cooldown, with 9 seconds left. Qin Xiaoyu fled desperately, but the clone that had been hit by the boss attack threw out a blade light before dying, instantly piercing Qin Xiaoyu's thigh. The bone blades of the 2 clones behind her flashed in succession, and Qin Xiaoyu was killed instantly. A tiny lifespan orb floated up from her corpse, and even the boss was stunned. That little lifespan? The clone of headless assassin, Shalo disdainfully flung away her corpse, and the girl with 3 holes in her body collapsed limp into the ruins. The next second, the boss clone that Qin Feng had attacked first was instantly killed by the ongoing throat slash damage, shattering into white streaks of light. With this clone slain, the remaining 4 headless assassin Shalo stopped moving, and their 5-meter-tall figures turned in unison toward Qin Feng before striding over. But even a platinum-tier boss could not see through Qin Feng's stealth. Purple-black shields appeared on the 4 bosses as they all revealed themselves and searched the area, staring only at Qin Feng and completely ignoring the other players. The players were terrified. For bosses? No, 5. One just got one shot. No wonder we've been getting ambushed the whole time. Just as the bosses became alert and the players were shocked, Qin Feng struck again. Blessing of Liberation. Instant shadow slash. Qin Feng turned into a blur, and blade light burst across the bodies of 2 bosses. These 4 bosses were spread out, each standing at a corner of a square, more than 30 meters apart. But Qin Feng's instant shadow slash had already evolved to legendary grade, extending its range to 40 meters, directly covering 2 of the clones as blade light erupted. The boss clones reacted, with all 4 unleashing area of effect skills at the same time, blade arcs sweeping through the ruins as rubble flew everywhere. But they still could not catch Qin Feng's figure. Qin Feng slid forward while remaining invisible, and a boss blade arc swept past right in front of his face, narrowly missing him. Minus 33,157. Minus 32,555. High damage numbers exclusive to Qin Feng appeared above the 2 bosses' heads, and their HP bars instantly dropped by half, with the purple-black shields directly shattered. 1 second later, the 2 boss clones exploded and shattered. The remaining 2 clones turned and bolted. The players cried out in shock. They're running? Even platinum bosses can't beat Qin Feng. Qin Feng watched calmly. All the lifespan orbs were absorbed by the boss. But in the godforsaken game, only the true body can absorb them, clones can't. In other words, one of the remaining 2 must be the real body. He rang the mount bell, summoned the ghost wolf, and leaped onto its back in pursuit. On East Main Street in the Sea City ruins, Qin Feng rode the ghost night wolf at high speed. The ghost wolf's invisibility was only level 1, but its speed was extremely fast. Even players with high anti-invisibility could only catch a glimpse of a black shadow flashing by. The escaped boss clone didn't even make it a kilometer before Qin Feng caught up. With one move of divine grace of liberation followed by instant shadow slash, he unleashed a 9-hit burst, and the clone scattered on the spot into white fragments. Another clone. Bad luck. Qin Feng shook his head, rode the wolf back to the center, and went after the last clone, which might also have been the boss's true body. A few seconds later, Qin Feng returned to the center of the ruins, but the boss's trail had vanished. He directly leaped into the air with instant shadow slash and, at a glance, spotted the invisible, headless assassin of Charlotte, sprinting west out of the city. Trying to run? Qin Feng smiled, dropped back onto the ghost wolf, accelerated his pursuit, and quickly caught up to the boss. Charlotte's 5-meter-tall white figure charged toward the city outskirts on all fours. With the plague blade in hand, Qin Feng pierced through her body with a single instant shadow slash. Charlotte crashed to the ground, flattening the clock tower. You have killed Headless Assassin as Charlotte. Gained 48,000 experience, 20 evolution points, and 1,520 days of lifespan, tradable. A pile of lifespan orbs lay on the ground. Not only were there 1,520 days, but also more than 3,000 days of tradable lifespan, along with several hundred years of non-tradable lifespan. Qin Feng did not step forward immediately. Instead, he first summoned the devout follower, Burn It. Green flames engulfed the boss corpse, and screams rang out as thousands of parasitic worms were burned into black ash. Group-dwelling parasite. Qin Feng knew very well that if he had rushed in, he would have been parasitized and dead within seconds. Fortunately, these worms were afraid of fire and couldn't survive in the air either. After the burning ended, Qin Feng activated Greedy Hand, causing a pile of loot to drop, including several emerald glows. After collecting everything, he turned and left. Not long after, Grey Rose arrived with a 6-man team, hoping to take a share. After probing the corpse, the assassin's expression changed. It's been touched by someone. There's nothing left. Grey Rose was dumbfounded. He had originally wanted to use Greedy Hand to get a bargain, but Qin Feng had still beaten him to it. Qin Feng gave a bitter smile again. As expected of a big shot, he really was all-powerful and didn't even leave others a chance to get a cheap advantage. He quickly headed back to the center of the Jianhai City ruins, preparing to switch over to the Modu City ruins in the future. Modu had more resources and was more suitable for development. First, take over the Evil Spirit Academy. This hideout is mine. A player can only own one hideout, but Qin Feng could still establish a guild and take another one in the guild's name. He had already sold the church sanctuary to the officials in Jianhai and had no intention of taking a second one. But Modu was so large that he had to have a base of operations of his own. Although the Evil Spirit Academy was not as concealed as the Pure Soul Land, its magical defenses were more than twice as strong. It also had equipment that enhanced magical barriers. Qin Feng planned to casually found a guild and turn the Evil Spirit Academy into the guild's hideout. On the way, he glanced at the loot, over 20 items in total. 2 assassin pieces dropped, including 1 emerald rank weapon and 1 platinum rank skill book. Bone White Blade, emerald assassin weapon, attack plus 388, armor break plus 125, strength plus 39, agility plus 48. Effect: when dealing damage, movement speed doubles for 5 seconds and dodge rate increases by 30%. Level requirement: 15 to. Its attack power was 80% higher than the Plague Blade's. Its armor break and attributes were maxed out, and its effect was even more practical. If he had gotten this earlier, after one full boss combo, he could instantly create distance without needing to slide cancel anymore. Later, when dealing with the Evil Spirit Academy boss, the high movement speed would be perfect for fighting without taking damage. Qin Feng simply swapped out the Plague Blade. Although the Poison Burst damage effect was no longer useful, attack power and attributes mattered more. After all, the boss wouldn't survive even 3 seconds. Then, he looked at the Platinum skill book. Shadow Blade. Platinum throws a Shadow Blade to attack a target within 20 meters. Dark element damage plus 600. Can dispel 1 buff no higher than Platinum rank. Cooldown 12, 6.49 seconds. Requires level 14. With both high single target damage and dispel, Qin Feng learned it right away. Especially in the future, after evolution, the dispel ceiling would be even higher. After checking the panel, Qin Feng still had 275 evolution points, and immediately evolved Shadow Blade all the way to Legendary rank. Shadow Blade E Legendary. Dark element damage plus 1,500. Dispels buffs no higher than Legendary rank. Cooldown 7, 3.78 seconds. Hitting a weak point refunds 3 seconds of cooldown. At the sight of the special effect, Qin Feng grinned. Hit a weak point, and the skill would have almost no cooldown. With consecutive high damage casts plus dispel, a skill like this was basically impossible to obtain in the early and mid stages. Just as Qin Feng was sorting through his gains, news spread through the ruins of Jianhai City that the Headless Assassin had been killed, and the players finally dared to show their faces. Even elite players like Wang Meng were scared stiff. Players emerged one after another from the ruins, each looking like they had survived a disaster. Holy crap, how is a platinum boss this Bintai being solo killed? Is that even human? Shadow is amazing. If not for him, who knows how many people in Jianhai City would have died. Actually, this boss is only strong because of stealth. If we could see through stealth, we wouldn't be scared either. Big talk. Then why didn't you step up just now? I really couldn't see it. Did you notice? Shadow stayed invisible the whole fight and could still see through the boss. At least level 4 anti-stealth, right? How did he do that? If I knew, would I still be talking to you? So many people witnessed this battle. Before, everyone had no concrete sense of how strong Shadow really was. Although Qin Feng had once killed the Steel Saintess in public, the impact was nowhere near as great as this time. Because, this time, the headless assassin had wiped out hundreds of players by himself, unstoppable. But before Shadow, he could only be chased and killed. With the comparison, everyone finally understood the gap between themselves and Shadow. Among the crowd, Wang Ming said wryly in the team channel, I thought that as long as I worked hard, I'd eventually catch up to the big shot, but now I've completely lost confidence. And you, wearing golden armor, smiled and said, no way, no way, does someone really think they can catch up to the big shot? Wang Ming covered his face. Can I even dream? On the other side, hearing that the boss was dead, Qin Xiaoyu hurriedly logged in and sent a message to the guild leader, Chen Wuming. What? You died again? And you have to receive another 10 days of life. Chen Wuming was going crazy. He had originally recruited people to optimize resources, and now most of them could earn lifespan, while only Qin Xiaoyu was almost always losing money. If not for the guild contract holding him back, he would have kicked her long ago. How did I end up blind enough to recruit such a money-losing loser in the first place? Only a big shot can carry someone this bad. If you know you're not capable, why not keep a low profile? Forget it. I'll find her a hiding place and have her stop running around and do some odd jobs instead. Chen Wuming was on the verge of tears. If he had known that in his past life Qin Feng brought Qin Xiaoyu into the global top 100, he probably would have knelt down. More than 10 minutes later, in the ruins of Magic City, Evil Spirit Academy, Qin Feng rode back on the Ghost Wolf. This time, he was going to the 3rd underground level. Do you want to consume 2.74 years of lifespan to create the guild Shadow? Yes/no. Qin Feng chose yes. Creating a guild required 1,000 days of lifespan, and anyone could do it. It's quite an expense, but thankfully the guild name hasn't been taken. He became the guild leader of Shadow and could set tax rates and open the guild channel. However, for now there was only him, and he had no intention of recruiting anyone. He merely wanted to use the guild name to occupy another hiding place. Qin Feng entered the underground 1st floor of the Evil Spirit Academy and found that all the monsters along the way had already been cleared out. Don't tell me even the boss has been killed? He took a look. The area was still unclaimed, so the Platinum Boss, Mutated Witch, should still be here. Speed up. Qin Feng hurried downward all the way. He had never been to this basement in his past life. In my previous life, this place was the hiding spot of the Sky Vault Guild. Others simply couldn't enter the underground core area. Could it be people from Sky Vault? Qin Feng rushed along the passage to the 3rd underground level. As soon as he reached the 3rd floor, a wave of heat hit him in the face, and lava rivers covered the entire floor. Ancient stone bridges spanned the lava rivers, leading straight into the depths of the area. Qin Feng stepped onto the stone bridge and discovered. The stone bridge had a magical defensive barrier, and ordinary attacks couldn't destroy it. He advanced along the bridge, and far away by the glow of the lava, he saw quite a few players besieging a humanoid monster engulfed in flames. Qin Feng approached in stealth and quickly reached the lava platform. The lava platform was about the size of 2 basketball courts. In the center was the silver tier mini-boss, Flame Corpse, spitting fire. Around it, 8 or 9 players were attacking, looking somewhat irritated. A silver mini-boss, and it still hasn't been taken down after all this time. Where did that girl go? She's ahead. She can't run off even if she's in stealth. That woman is really slippery, keeps hiding everywhere. It's not so easy to kill her. Otherwise the Chu family wouldn't be offering 30 years of lifespan as a reward. Watch what you say. She's basically a money tree. Her maternal family, the Dongfang family, was wiped out by Shadow. Don't provoke her. Be careful she won't take revenge. Enough nonsense. Kill the boss quickly and keep chasing. That girl's attacks are high, and she has soul damage. Don't get ambushed. These players weren't in a party. They were chatting openly, not noticing the hidden Qin Feng listening nearby. He heard every word clearly and gained a lot of crucial information. A woman from the Chu family? The Dongfang family from Jianghai City? Soul damage. Qin Feng connected the clues in his mind. So the Reaper's Blade was a member of the Dongfang family who married into the Chu family. In his previous life, she single-handedly destroyed the Chu family in Demon Capital and slaughtered her own maternal family, the Dongfang family, which was why she was wanted and killed by the official forces of the Great Xia. She was one of the world's top 10 experts, yet even she couldn't stand against the Great Xia authorities. A lone wolf, She ultimately couldn't escape being surrounded and killed. But in this life, Qin Feng had the judgment authority, far surpassing the Reaper's blade. In the future, even if the top 100 experts joined forces, they still wouldn't be his match. And he was also in shadow class profession, making his deterrence even stronger. Now, even the Great Xia authorities didn't dare offend him lightly. There's an escaped member of the Dongfang family. I can't let her go. These accomplices are even more deserving of death. Qin Feng looked at the 9 players besieging the boss, all of whom had the murderer marker, and immediately struck. He found the right opening and activated Dark Knight ring blades. A ring of dark blade light spread out, and damage burst instantly. Minus 37,263, weak point attack. Minus 10,677, block. Minus 34,890, weak point attack. Minus 0, dodge. 10 damage numbers popped up in an instant. The 8 players plus the silver tier mini-boss, Flame Corpse, were all killed instantly by Qin Feng with a single skill. Even the warrior who activated block couldn't withstand it. Only one young archer with a longbow remained, having triggered dodge and becoming the sole survivor. Qin Feng thought to himself, looks like I still need more accuracy. Otherwise, it'll be troublesome when I run into people stacking dodge. The young archer was stunned. What's going on? Why are you all dead? Before he could react, Qin Feng was already behind him, and with a thrust, he directly blew his head off, killing him instantly. The once lively stone platform suddenly fell silent. Qin Feng raised his hand and used shadow concealment to go stealth, then cast Bloom Curse on the 9-player corpses, and crimson flowers bloomed on them. He absorbed all tradable and non-tradable lifespan. The system prompted, player Mintugu de Tsihua has less than 1 day of remaining lifespan and was truly killed by you. Player, someone as handsome as me is the main character, has less than 1 day of remaining lifespan and was truly killed by you. Qin Feng was a bit surprised, thinking that these two were really unlucky. They had several hundred days of tradable lifespan, but their non-tradable lifespan was pitifully little. Qin Feng absorbed it all and directly sucked them to death. With a sanctuary, normal people would always keep enough lifespan, but Qin Feng's blooming curse was completely unreasonable. When it met a skill that could absorb non-tradable lifespan, having no lifespan left was a dead end. And Qin Feng's curse could even absorb half of the non-tradable lifespan. This skill was so rare that even in his previous life, he had never seen it. In the later stages of the game, non-tradable lifespan would become increasingly scarce, though some NPCs could help convert it, but at a great cost. Qin Feng used Greedy Hand on the boss corpse again, triggering it 6 extra times and gaining 24 evolution points and 10 years of tradable lifespan. Blade of the Yellow Springs is here. He searched the platform but couldn't find the target, so he wasn't in a hurry. With his current detection ability, no one who came would be able to hide. Just as he was about to head to the core boss room of the Evil Spirit Academy, a nervous female voice suddenly came from behind him. Are you Shadow? I want to cooperate with you. Qin Feng froze. He turned around, but there was no one there. The platform only had the corpses and himself. Yet that voice had indeed come from right behind him. He wondered, could her stealth be even higher than mine? Her anti-stealth level is even higher? No, if it's Blade of the Yellow Springs, she should be directly below the platform. An ordinary person would be fooled, but Qin Feng had learned about the skills of Blade of the Yellow Springs, the only hidden class in his previous life. This class comes with a Chainblade exclusive weapon that can transform into a grappling hook for grabbing obstacles to climb and move. She wasn't hiding with stealth higher than Qin Feng's anti-stealth level. She was hiding directly beneath the stone platform. Qin Feng immediately realized it. Ordinary people would never think someone could hang under the platform like climbing on a ceiling. Only Blade of the Yellow Springs could do it with a weapon. The girl's voice was very tense. Qin Feng, still invisible, followed the direction away from the stone platform and walked onto a stone bridge dozens of meters away. Looking back, he indeed saw a petite figure in black leather armor hanging upside down beneath the platform, with short hair hanging down. The other side said she wanted to cooperate. Qin Feng crouched down and didn't reply. The other side couldn't see through his invisibility. Qin Feng's stealth had already reached level 8. Qin Feng knew very well that she probably hadn't heard any movement just now, so she secretly peeked and found the corpses, guessing that he had done it. At this stage, the only person capable of killing 9 players in one wave was Qin Feng. He hadn't expected this girl to take the initiative to talk about cooperation. She probably knew that Qin Feng had wiped out the Eastern family and felt they had a common enemy. Qin Feng felt that talking a bit was fine. Perhaps he could use her to solve some trouble and save himself time. He returned to the platform and asked, "Who are you?" The other side thought for a moment and said, "I'm someone who wants to kill Dongfang Yu." Now she's hired people to hunt me down, and she's also hunting you, because you killed her whole family. The other side's tone gradually relaxed, thinking Qin Feng couldn't see her. In fact, Qin Feng had already confirmed her position and could kill her in an instant. Qin Feng asked, "How do you want to cooperate?" She nervously said, "Let's add each other as friends. If there's any news about Dongfang Yu, let's share the information. Also, I'd like to ask you something. In real life, if you kill someone with a skill, what should you pay attention to?" Qin Feng was speechless. Sharing information was still normal enough, but asking how to kill someone was weird. It seemed this Blade of the Yellow Springs girl hadn't yet become the murderous fiend she was in his previous life. Instead, she looked more like a socially anxious girl next door. She hadn't started her revenge yet, and she hadn't killed anyone. The pressure from her feud with Dongfang Yu was huge. Only after meeting Shadow Qin Feng, because they shared a common enemy, did she gather the courage to cooperate and ask for advice. Qin Feng didn't agree right away and instead asked, "What's going on between you and Dongfang Yu?" The other party explained honestly. It turned out that because she had killed Dongfang Yu in the game and taken over 200 years of Dongfang Yu's tradable lifespan, she was now being hunted by hired killers. But she hadn't killed Dongfang Yu for the lifespan. The real reason was, before the game descended, Dongfang Yu had driven a car into her mother and killed her, then repeatedly ran over her. After that, Dongfang Yu spent money to get someone to take the blame, and in the end suffered no punishment at all. The girl's father refused to accept it and went to demand justice, only to turn up as a corpse the next day, with it being said that he had jumped into the river and committed suicide. At that moment, the godforsaken game descended. The girl resolved to take revenge. Qin Feng had no interest in her revenge, and even less intention of giving her resources. He was thinking to himself that this girl had potential. It wouldn't be bad to trick her into becoming black slave labor. He could just keep her around and give her some appropriate guidance. There was no need to protect her personally. As for others like Lin Liu and Gu Yixue, even if they weren't weak, Qin Feng wouldn't bring them along. The reason was simple. In this life, he was bound to be watched by countless people, and having too many people around him would be a weakness. Only by traveling alone could he be the safest. But the girl with the Blade of the Yellow Springs was different. She was the only hidden class, and an assassin type at that. So her survival ability was inherently strong. She didn't need special care. As long as he pointed her in the right direction in terms of information, she wouldn't be much worse than in her previous life. Letting her grow wild was enough. Helping her too much might actually make things worse than before. That way, even if the girl messed up, Qin Feng wouldn't lose much. If she succeeded, he'd have one more useful subordinate and save himself a lot of trouble. He didn't have time to do everything personally. Once he figured that out, Qin Feng immediately transformed into a creepy uncle and planned to sweet-talk the little girl. "We do have a common enemy. Come out first and add me as a friend." The girl hesitated, worried that she might be killed. Qin Feng said calmly, "If I really wanted to kill you, you'd already be dead. I know where you are." He casually threw a dart, which struck right beside the girl's head. The girl jumped in fright and could only obediently show herself. She swung up onto the platform with her chain blade, revealing a petite figure dressed in black leather armor with short black hair. Qin Feng canceled his invisibility, but still kept his shield up for protection. He accepted the friend request and looked at her, small and thin, but with a fierce glint hidden in her eyes. "The friend request is accepted. You can go now." Qin Feng casually gave her some advice. "If you want revenge, don't level up for now. First advance your class to Tier 2, and leave all your experience unused. Advancing your class is far more effective than simply leveling up." The girl was a little surprised and looked down at her experience points, which had just barely reached level 10. Advancing to Tier 2 would still take several more days of grinding? But Ghost Spirit took this matter very seriously. Is Shadow this strong because he advanced his class first? Since Shadow said so, I'll believe it once. After Qin Feng went invisible, he headed straight deeper inside. "Thank you." Gue Ling sent a private message, then turned and left Evil Spirit Academy. Qin Feng didn't say much for the time being, nor did he help too much. He planned to first see whether Gue Ling would listen. If she did, he would provide more information and help her grow stronger faster. Next, let's take down Evil Spirit Academy first. Qin Feng continued deeper, passing through 3 layers of underground magma rivers and advancing along stone bridges. He encountered more and more physically immune monsters, as well as magic-type monsters like flame corpses. In the past, Qin Feng could only use Night Ring Blade against physical immune monsters. Now, Shadow Blade had almost no cooldown and became his main damage skill. Against Wraith-type monsters, one Shadow Blade shot killed them instantly. Within a little over 10 minutes, Qin Feng had killed more than 100 small monsters. The experience is about enough. Once I take down the final boss, I'll reach second tier class. Second tier class brought huge changes. Qin Feng didn't know what his Shadow class's second tier would become, but Gui Ling's Yellow Springs Blade could transform into Yellow Springs Evil Ghost at second tier, boosting stealth and combat power. In his previous life, Gui Ling had relied on the Yellow Springs Evil Ghost to massacre the Chu family. If she could unlock it earlier, perhaps she could kill Dongfang Yu and the others ahead of time, and Qin Feng would feel much more at ease. Aberrant Witch Stana, LV-15, a platinum-grade boss, guardian of Evil Spirit Academy. Defeat her to gain control of Evil Spirit Academy. Qin Feng reached the deepest part of the magical palace and saw the boss. The boss had 4 heads of different elements, each facing a different direction. Like the wraiths, it was physically immune, and it didn't even have a back, so Qin Feng's backstab attacks were useless. A pure physical instant slash couldn't hurt this boss either. Fortunately, the dark damage from Night Ring Blade and Shadow Blade was enough. Although it couldn't be killed instantly, it wasn't slow to take down either. Only one of the boss's 4 heads was active. The others were invincible and couldn't be burst down. Qin Feng came in while invisible and wasn't discovered, so he attacked immediately. Mercy Unbound. Night Ring Blade. A streak of dark blade light swept across the 4 heads, but only one took damage. Minus 26,348, weak point attack. However, the boss had high elemental resistance, so the damage wasn't too outrageous, but Qin Feng wasn't in a hurry. Shadow Blade. Shadow Blade. Shadow Blade. He kept firing Shadow Blade at the active head. Although not every shot had the stealth-breaking damage bonus, it ensured the boss had no buffs. The Platinum-grade Aberrant, which was a magic element boss, and would occasionally activate various status effects and area of effect damage. But after switching to the Sunbai Bone Blade, Qin Feng's movement speed doubled with every attack. Even without stealth, he could easily dodge the skills. Now, killing a Platinum boss was much easier. 2 minutes later, Qin Feng used Shadow Blade to shoot and blow apart all 4 heads of the Aberrant Witch. When the boss died, it let out a scream and collapsed. Qin Feng didn't rush to pick up the loot. He first opened the attribute panel and clicked on class advancement. He had never used the experience he'd accumulated at level 15, all for this moment. Shadow class advancement. Tier 1, Tier 2, attribute bonuses, Strength 927, Constitution 927, Agility 2472, Spirit 1545. New passive 4, stealth attacks do not reveal you. Stealth break attack still takes effect. Seeing the new passive, Qin Feng froze. Now attacking wouldn't break stealth, which meant his damage output had skyrocketed. With his level 8 stealth combined with the new passive, he could remain completely unseen while dealing absurd damage. Before, he had to wait for stealth's cooldown, which limited his output. Now he could always benefit from the stealth break attack bonus, greatly increasing his burst power. Like the mutated witch he'd just killed, he could now take her down in under half a minute. In the past, many bosses took half an hour to kill. Now his efficiency had more than doubled. Of course, for ordinary players, it made little difference. Whether Qin Feng used stealth to kill them or not, it was all the same. Not to mention that with his current output, he could kill people in minutes. He looked over his attributes again. After the class advancement, all his base stats had risen sharply, tripling in increase. Level 15 the lifespan. Tradable 566.2 years / untradable 45 10 years strength. 129147 constitution. 18420 agility. 268316 spirit. 11131 HP. 2608 physical attack. 535 cooldown reduction. 85% physical defense. 330. 24.8% damage reduction. Multi-element resistances. Qin Feng glanced at the stats, quite satisfied. Then he opened his backpack and took out the newly obtained Ghost Spirit Academy hideout key, the reward for killing the mutated witch. He opened the guild interface and used the key to set the hideout. Set as the guild hideout. Yes/no. He chose yes and became the controller of the guild hideout. The hideout covered 600 mu on the surface, plus 3 underground levels, totaling over 2,000 mu in area. It was even larger than the Jianhai ruins and the church sanctuary, and most importantly, it contained 5 teleportation arrays. Inside the room of the platinum tier boss, Mutated Witch, Qin Feng saw the teleportation array and stepped in, instantly arriving at the core hall of Ghost Spirit Academy. Built within lava, the hall was surrounded by translucent glass walls. Outside, the lava flowed, bathing the hall in a red glow. Qin Feng even thought it was impressive. This hideout converted lava into energy, and the magic defense barrier's energy was practically infinite. No wonder in his previous life the Sky Dome Guild's multiple sieges all failed. No one had been able to break it for a whole year. However, this place could only be powerful in the game. Extracting it into the real world was useless, so Qin Feng planned to first extract other concealed territories into reality to ensure safety in the early and mid stages. He issued a command through the guild interface to activate the magic defense barrier. The barrier normally didn't consume energy, it only did so when under attack. But here, he didn't need to replenish it himself, thanks to the lava circulation. Now this Ghost Spirit Academy is my territory. Qin Feng finally had a foothold in Modu. He began checking the equipment dropped by the mutated witch. Just one glance, and he spotted an unexpected item. At the same time, after Qin Feng set Ghost Spirit Academy as the hideout, all other players in the area were expelled. The ghost spirit of the hidden class, Yellow Springs Blade, had just entered the academy when the system prompted her to teleport to the entrance. This area has become the territory of the Shadow Guild. You will be teleported to the edge of the area. Ghost Spirit froze. Before she could react, she saw several players who had been expelled along with her. These people were from the Shura Hall and had originally been hired to hunt her down. Ghost Spirit saw them and raised her chain blades to strike, but the few immediately threw up their hands and surrendered, begging for mercy nonstop. Grandma, don't do it. We didn't know you were connected to Shadow. We won't chase you anymore. Ghost Spirit looked completely lost. Was Shadow really that intimidating? These few players from Azura Hall were utterly terrified. They had just been instantly killed by Qin Feng in the academy, and even their 2 real accounts had been killed, leaving Azura Hall frightened as well. Now no one dared provoke Shadow anymore. This even caused more than 20 people in Azura Hall to quit the guild directly, and the atmosphere was heavy. At that moment, the Azura Hall guild leader rushed over with people, wanting to talk to Ghost Spirit and apologize. Ghost Spirit didn't even look at them, swung out her chain blades, and directly pulled herself to a rooftop in the distance. With a leap, she was gone with it, and a few seconds later the 2 of them disappeared from the sight of the players from Azura Hall. The players from Azura Hall finally breathed a sigh of relief. Luckily, this lowly didn't hold it against them. But everyone soon noticed the translucent barrier rising around the edge of the Evil Spirit Academy, and their expressions were instantly shaken. A magical barrier? This is dozens of times better than the official hiding place. Could it be Shadow's big shot? In an instant, not just the nearby players, but players within several kilometers around the entire demon capital saw the huge barrier, a hemispherical dome covering a vast area. The players in Demon Capital were completely blown away. At this scale, it was definitely a platinum-grade hideout. Just as everyone was guessing which guild had taken it down, the news spread. It was Shadow. He had once again single-handedly killed the platinum boss of the Evil Spirit Academy and became the owner of the hideout. Holy crap, Shadow killed another platinum boss. I heard he already sold one hideout over in Zhanghai, and the official offered a price in the thousands of years. That's way too profitable. Whoever says Shadow will become the richest, who's for it, and who's against it? I want to be Shadow's wife. Any chance? Isn't Shadow from Zhanghai City? Why come here and snatch resources from our demon capital? You need a local household registration to grind monsters here? Dream on. While the demon capital players were discussing it, Qin Feng was looking down and studying the newly dropped equipment. Witch mutation ring, emerald, all classes, all attributes plus 22, cooldown speed plus 30%, skill range plus 25%, area damage plus 10%, requirement, level 14. The attributes were average, but the range increase and area damage were extremely rare. Even years later, it would still sell for a high price. This kind of percentage damage boost was just too strong. Qin Feng decisively swapped out his old gold ring. That old ring added a bit of weakness multiplier, but it was clearly not as good as the new emerald ring. Besides the ring, he also obtained a skill book. Poison Trap, Platinum Assassin / Hunter skill. Set a trap, remains invisible for 5 levels. Enemies who step on it take 500 poison damage, 5 seconds slow, 50%, and continuous HP loss, 100% per second. Up to 3 can be placed. Cooldown 4.65 seconds. Duration, 1 hour. It was a trap skill, also called a poison mushroom. Qin Feng felt it wasn't very useful for now, but he still learned it. He didn't evolve it for the time being. Skills like this are generally used against players, and he didn't need them yet. Qin Feng glanced at his evolution points. He had a total of 363 points, enough to consider upgrading Shadow Walk or Backstab Enhancement. Now that all his skills were epic grade, 340 evolution points would evolve them to legendary grade. Qin Feng chose to evolve the Backstab Enhancement skill. You have consumed 340 evolution points, 23 remaining. Backstab Enhancement Epic Legendary. When attacking an enemy from behind, damage increases from 75% 100%. Legendary effect. While invisible, all attacks are treated as backstabs. Seeing the new effect, Qin Feng was very satisfied. Nice. He no longer had to circle behind monsters every time. With invisibility, all damage could fully benefit from the backstab bonus. Previously, when facing monsters like the mutated witch that didn't even have a back, the backstab effect was basically useless, but now things had become much more convenient. Moreover, after these two enhancements, his burst DPS had increased several-fold, and his efficiency against bosses and powerful monsters had risen dramatically. Qin Feng planned to continue to the platinum-level hideout in Moda City. One of those could net him 2,000 years of lifespan, and even keeping it instead of selling, it would still be a huge profit. Just as he was about to set out, Qin Feng received a private message. Blackbriar Big Plum. Big bro, cough cough, we found another new relic. Wanna come? The mural on the entrance stone looks very similar to the relic in the newbie town. Qin Feng was stunned. That relic in the newbie town was where he obtained the epic skill, and he also encountered the mysterious white-robed woman there, opened a treasure chest, and it was definitely connected to the authority of the ancient god. If it has the same mural, could it be another free reward, he thought. But why was it Lin Liu again who found it? This girl was honestly a bit outrageous. Qin Feng replied with a smile. Since you said it like that, of course I'm coming. However, your combat power should already be enough to handle a platinum-level boss, so why not go in yourselves? Actually, he had previously sold them quite a lot of platinum-level equipment and skill books, so aside from him, this team's growth had also been quite fast. Lin Liu sent back a dejected emoticon. QAQE wanted to go, but after clearing the monsters, a teleportation light sphere appeared. We touched it and got no response, and a voice said only the fated one could enter. So we figured maybe big bro, you're the fated one. A teleportation light sphere? Qin Feng was a little surprised. Last time he entered the relic in the newbie town, he hadn't seen anything like that. He just cleared it and collected the rewards. He replied, okay, wait for me. I'll also bring you some gear while I'm at it. Get your lifespan ready. Black Hubling Big Plum. No, big bro, just sell it directly to the official Magu. We even borrowed lifespan from them when we bought the hideout, and the Zhanghai official is out of stock. Qin Feng understood. Lifespan was tight across the entire server now, and everyone knew how valuable it was. After briefly sorting the spoils, Qin Feng set off toward the coordinates Lin Liu had sent. More than 20 minutes later, Qin Feng arrived at the destination in stealth. By the edge of a cliff, he saw a beautiful girl in a black mage robe waiting on a white goat. It was Lin Liu. Lin Liu was on guard, looking around cautiously, when she suddenly heard Qin Feng's voice and was so startled that she fell off the goat's back. She complained that Qin Feng was too scary. There were too many monsters here, and it was dangerous. Qin Feng revealed himself, clad in black armor like the Grim Reaper. Barely holding back his laughter, he pulled Lin Liu up. Smiling, Lin Liu said the ruin's entrance was below the cliff and told Qin Feng to follow her carefully and not fall off, adding that Uncle Wang Meng had once fallen to his death here. Qin Feng was a bit speechless, watching her carefully climb down the cliff, find the marker, and crawl into a hole in the cliff wall. He didn't bother climbing slowly. Instead, he jumped down and landed easily on a stone slab before entering the cave as well. Only Lin Liu was in the cave. She praised Qin Feng for being amazing, saying that both she and Uncle Wang Meng had jumped down and died from the fall. Now that the monsters were all cleared, the route had also been figured out. Qin Feng asked her how she had discovered this place. Lin Liu said they had bought a Big Shot's hideout and arranged the weaker official personnel to stay inside to preserve lifespan, while the others went out to farm monsters. She had gone out on a mount to scout the area, but was chased by monsters and ended up hanging from a tree branch, accidentally discovering the cave entrance. Later, she came back to explore the ruins, but the teleportation light sphere hadn't activated. Qin Feng teased that even if Lin Liu ran around recklessly, she could still stumble onto good luck, but he still reminded her not to die casually, since lifespan was very important. Lin Liu nodded and said they had a way to replenish lifespan. They would lure out monsters that had absorbed non-transferable lifespan and kill them, then store the lifespan that dropped and use it when needed. Qin Feng thought this method was only something the official side could manage, With real name restrictions on subordinates, it was safe and secure. The two entered the temple maze, and Qin Feng discovered that the maze here was simple, with no mechanisms, and the difficulty was low. The monsters they encountered were all minor mobs, and the route was very clear. They could all be killed casually. More than 10 minutes later, Lin Liu led Qin Feng to the deepest part of the temple ruins. The maze had originally been cleared by all 6 of them together, but now only Lin Liu remained to guide Qin Feng. Here it is, big bro. She pointed at the huge white light sphere in front of them, casually reaching her hand into it and waving it back and forth. Her entire body passed through the light sphere without any reaction. See? The system says I'm not the chosen one. She looked at Qin Feng with a mix of frustration and anticipation. Big bro, give it a try? We suspect this is linked to the temple in the previous town. You've been there before, so maybe you can trigger this teleportation sphere. Qin Feng nodded and stepped forward to touch the light sphere. A burst of white light instantly enveloped him, and he vanished on the spot. Lin Liu's eyes lit up, and she excitedly sent private messages non-stop in the shadow channel, though no one replied. She wasn't surprised, though, since communications being blocked in this game was perfectly normal. You have arrived at Ice Tide Cavern. Long-range communication has been blocked. Qin Feng was somewhat surprised by the prompt. He had expected a hall, but instead it was a pitch-black cavern. Instinctively, he entered stealth, and his stealth level rose to 8. Not far ahead, a faint ice-blue light appeared, a piece of ice tide crystal. Qin Feng recognized it as unstable ice element, or that would unleash an ice tide if struck. If he couldn't get out, he would definitely be trapped here until death. He looked around. The cave was over 20 meters in diameter, with 7 passageways around it. As the blue light stretched outward, rustling sounds came from deep within the passages. Monsters? Am I supposed to guard the crystal? Monsters kept charging out of the 7 passages. If they destroyed the ice tide crystal, the entire cave would be frozen to ruin. Qin Feng analyzed the situation. The 7 passages were far apart, so one person simply couldn't guard them all. Area skills couldn't be used recklessly either. If he accidentally hit the crystal, it would explode. Thinking back to the last temple, where he only survived thanks to summons. This time he had to defend the crystal. Fortunately, he had just learned the poison trap skill. As long as he laid traps at all the passage entrances, the monsters wouldn't be able to get in at all. Insane. This mission was clearly meant for a party, yet now he was being asked to solo it. If not for the traps, there'd really be no saving this. Luckily, with poison trap, this stage had become easy. Feng was very cautious. He looked up and, sure enough, found 2 more exits in the cave ceiling. So sneaky. Normal people would focus on the 7 passages around them. Who would think there are 2 more above? Halfway through the fight, 2 monsters jumped down from the ceiling, and it's an instant wipe. This mission wasn't suited for solo play at all. Feng was even more looking forward to the reward now. But the initial platinum grade, poison trap, wasn't nearly enough. It could only place 3 traps, and this cave had 9 entrances. He still had 23 evolution points, so he directly upgraded poison trap to epic grade. Now he could place 9 traps at once, and the damage area had also increased. The epic traps could cover all the exits perfectly. Feng worked quickly, placing 1 trap at each of the 7 passages and not forgetting the 2 above. No matter where the monsters came from now, they wouldn't escape death. And he had also taken magic immune monsters and flying monsters into account. Feng could see everything happening within the trap range in real time, and if anything unusual happened, he could immediately fix it. This kind of synchronized control over 9 exits was something no other player could do. As soon as he finished setting up, the monsters started coming, all ranged monsters. If they were allowed to rush to the exits, they'd probably blow up the crystal right away. Right then, the traps began exploding one after another. Damage numbers from poison filled the surroundings. Once the poison detonated, the monsters died on the spot. The epic poison trap dealt lingering poison damage when it exploded, and combined with Feng's damage amplification, ordinary mobs simply couldn't withstand it and were wiped out instantly. The passageways were full of monster corpses, rotting spitter, limb thrower, demon blood sprayer. But Qin Feng didn't find any particularly special monsters. What gave him a headache was that the monsters from all 9 passages always appeared at the same time, and all 9 poison traps would be triggered simultaneously. He quickly replenished the traps while in stealth, but before he could finish, monsters from 2 of the passages had already nearly reached the ice tide crystal. Qin Feng immediately rushed to the passage entrance and directly used the Dark Knight ring blades, high damage weak point attack, clearing everything in one wave. After that, he went to the last passage and finished them off with Shadow Blade at range, still dealing high damage. From start to finish, he never left stealth, and dozens of monsters were easily eliminated. Just then, a system notification appeared. The Calamity Ancient God's Cursed Stone Tablet has finished charging. Use it now? If he didn't use it immediately, continuing to grind monsters would be a waste. Although Qin Feng's situation was dangerous, he still decided to try his luck. Meanwhile, the ruins of Moto City. The guild leader of Shura Hall, a young man wearing glasses, was privately messaging the female mage, Fengyi Jiutian, actually Dongfang Yu. She had always thought herself superior and was dissatisfied that the Shura Hall guild had given up pursuing Ghost Spirit. You're afraid of Shadow, so you gave up? The guild leader replied coldly. 2 of our brothers died at Shadow's hands. We're not taking this job anymore. Dongfang Yu sneered. You think Shadow is scarier than me? Don't force me to look up your real-world identity. The guild leader shot back. Who are you trying to scare? Our guild has 30 assassins, and we can't beat Shadow, but we can't kill you either? Want to try? Dongfang Yu was furious, but she didn't dare make a scene. After all, it was just an employment relationship, and it would do her no good. Frustrated, she closed the chat, sneering inwardly. Once I deal with Shadow, I'll take care of you commoners. After that, she called her husband and brought up a new plan. Her husband advised her not to provoke Shadow again, or else no one would be able to protect her. Dongfang Yu refused to accept it and explained her plan. Find a group of people to first offend Shadow, arrange for that group to go to the fireworks factory, and then leak the address to Shadow. As long as Shadow made a move, Dongfang Yu suggested, kill that batch of people, then detonate all the fireworks. That guy definitely won't have time to escape. Even if he can turn invisible, once he gets caught in the blast, he'll be dead for sure. Kill Shadow, and the lifespans on him are at least several thousand years. Even if we only get half, that's still enough to make us a huge profit. After hearing her out, her husband remained silent for a few minutes before nodding. Fine, we'll do it your way. But we absolutely can't let Big Brother and Second Brother know. We'll talk about it after Shadow is dead. Meanwhile, Dongfang Yu and her husband were busy scheming against Qin Feng, not realizing that Qin Feng had no intention of taking action personally this time. Ghost Spirit would handle the operation, with the target being Dongfang Yu herself. In the previous life, Ghost Spirit was able to find her. In this life, she could do the same. However, before Ghost Spirit acted, Qin Feng still reminded her that as long as she listened, this assassination would not go wrong. In the Ice Tide Cavern, Qin Feng had just cleared another wave of monsters when the Cursed Stone Tablet of the Calamity Ancient God finished charging. He opened the equipment interface and put a curse on the witch's mutated ring. Skill range increased by 75%, but range damage was reduced by 42%. After weighing it, Qin Feng still cancelled it and continued using the current leather armor that weakened defense and elemental resistance. Wave after wave of monsters came charging in, and bronze and silver tier bosses appeared as well. If they weren't killed quickly, the Ice Tide Crystal would be in danger. Fortunately, Qin Feng's burst damage was more than enough. Whenever he encountered a boss, he used Merciful Release, and a casual skill was enough to wipe it out. The cavern was filled with monster corpses, and Qin Feng had no time to use Greedy Hand. He had to keep running, setting traps, or using area of effect skills to clear the mobs. The epic level Poison Trap was extremely effective, with green toxic mist spreading across the entire field. Experience and lifespan were piling up rapidly. An hour later, he withstood more than 10 waves of monsters, each wave numbering over 100. The final wave of more than 300 decayed monsters was poisoned to death, and his level rose from 15 to 16. The epic golden treasure chest appeared before him again, just like last time in the temple. Qin Feng looked forward to the chest rewards, but he didn't rush to open it. He simply observed the surroundings quietly, remaining alert to any possible danger. A few minutes later, after confirming it was safe, Qin Feng immediately opened the chest. Congratulations on obtaining Barfiki's equivalent exchange agreement, Epic. Epic Assassin Armor, Legs Physical Defense plus 198, All Resistance plus 198, Block plus 198, Damage Reduction plus 19.8%, Level Requirement 15. Special, Whispers Resistance plus 19.8, Art of Equivalent Exchange. You can use one piece of equipment or skill book below Epic rank to randomly exchange for an equipment/skill book of the same level and same rarity for your own class. Cooldown, 1 hour. Epic Assassin Leg Armor. And it comes with equivalent exchange. Qin Feng's eyes lit up. This effect could turn useless equipment and skill books into assassin class ones, which was incredibly useful to him. After all, he leveled up too fast, and many of the equipment pieces and skill books he obtained couldn't be used by others, making them hard to sell as well. Now that he had this armor, he could grow stronger even faster. All those high-tier items at home can finally be converted into assassin gear. Qin Feng felt great. At this moment, blue light flickered inside the cavern, and a graceful white figure slowly appeared. Qin Feng instantly went on alert. Was it that white-robed woman from last time? This time, a name appeared above her head. Divine Envoy of Judgment, Oshisis, LV. As expected, it was related to the authority of judgment. Oshisis knelt before him in a formal salute. Beneath the hood of her white robe was an exquisite, sanctified face, and her pale golden eyes radiated terrifying power. As her form fully took shape, ancient whispers echoed all around. Mo, Min, Ha, Sa, ancient god's language. Qin Feng understood a little and caught the rough meaning. He suddenly realized that since Oshisis wasn't using human language, she wasn't an NPC assigned here by the system, but had come on her own power. Her status was far higher than NPCs like the Six-Fingered Warlock, and she was very likely from the Land of Order, or even the Supreme Heaven. At this moment, the whispers gradually became clear as well. The ancient gods are dead. You are the successor of the authority of judgment. I will follow you and bear witness to your becoming a god. Please accept my gift. Oshisis raised her head, her golden eyes deep and calm, and offered a pale golden bell with both hands. Qin Feng hesitated for a moment, then took the bell. Oshisis's summoning bell can be used once each at levels 25, 35, and 50 to summon the Divine Envoy of Judgment, Oshisis. Each summon allows you to challenge a special relic, with increasing difficulty and rewards each time. After reading the description, Qin Feng was thrilled. Qin Feng muttered that these growth bundles in web and mobile games were really annoying, forcing use at levels 25, 35, and 50 with all sorts of restrictions. The temple had only required level 5 for the initial entry last time, but this challenge had jumped to level 15, with the difficulty doubling outright. The previous maze could be cleared by grinding time, but this time they had to defend the ice-tide crystal, and soloing it was nearly impossible. Qin Feng couldn't help wondering, just how perverse would a level 25 relic challenge be? Would the reward be nothing more than an epic chest? He checked the summoning bell's description. After 3 uses, it would disappear. If all 3 challenges were cleared, he could invite Divine Envoy of Judgment Oshisis to stay in his hideout and unlock a special skill upgrade function. This was extremely rare in godforsaken game. Inviting an NPC to live in your hideout had strict requirements, usually needing high reputation and special quests completed. NPC functions came in all sorts, such as forging equipment, selling resources, recycling junk, enhancing items, and so on. Oshisis's skill upgrade ability was especially deadly. Skill upgrades usually depended on obtaining high-level skill books, which were incredibly hard to farm. With her, one could consume lifespan to directly raise a skill's required level, saving an absurd amount of time and effort. This was especially valuable for epic and mythic skills, which were simply too rare. At that moment, Oshisis didn't leave. Instead, she bowed to Qin Feng and spoke in ancient god's language, reminding him that he had one free skill upgrade opportunity. If Qin Feng didn't understand a bit of ancient god's language, he wouldn't have been able to make sense of it at all. The chance was rare, and he decisively chose the most uncommon skill, Benedictive Exorcism, clicking to upgrade it directly, raising the skill from its original level 5 requirement to level 16. The skill's stats were boosted outright, and both its active and passive effects were strengthened by a huge margin. The total damage of the throat-slitting effect, which had originally been 600%, jumped to 930%. Qin Feng was very satisfied. This was a free service he had gotten for nothing. He was also relieved he had the skill list. Otherwise, being unable to make sense of ancient god's language would have been a real pain. After he finished choosing the skill upgrade, Oshisis bowed again, then slowly retreated and faded away. The white-robed goddess vanished before Qin Feng's eyes, and with a flash of white light, the cavern fell silent once more. Light gathered, and an oval teleportation gate appeared, clearly the exit. Qin Feng looked at the pale golden bell in his hand and felt it looked like a mount bell. Could it be used to ride? He shook his head, put the bell into a backpack slot in the hand of greed, and walked into the teleportation gate. It looked like Qin Feng had made a huge gain, but he was still wary of the Judgment Divine Envoy. The NPCs in the Forsaken game were not ordinary programs. They had intelligence, could lie, and mostly acted for their own interests. So Qin Feng kept an extra guard up in his heart. However, he did not need to worry too much. After all, the game had its own rules, and even true gods could not interfere casually. For now, there was no need to fear her causing trouble. The entrance to the temple maze in the ruins of Zhanghai City, beneath the cliff outside the city. Qin Feng returned here through the teleportation array and found that Lin Liu was still there. She had originally been sitting on the stone platform, but when she saw Qin Feng, she immediately stood up, brushed off her spell robe, and came over to greet him. Qin Feng was a little surprised. "You didn't go level up for this whole hour, and you actually waited for me here?" Lin Liu smiled and said, "I had to keep watch for the big boss. I was afraid you'd come out and get ambushed." Qin Feng smiled and handed her a skill book. This skill book is for you. I just happened to pick it up. It was a platinum tier magical skill book that could only be learned at level 13. Lin Liyu's eyes lit up, and she happily took the skill book. Thank you, big boss. Qin Feng felt that exchanging this skill book for Lin Liyu's goodwill and trust was very worthwhile. Only by giving appropriately would the other party be willing to bring him more opportunities and encounters. All right, let's go. Time to head back. Qin Feng led the way out. Lin Liyu nodded and took him down to the cliff beneath the ruins exit. Qin Feng, with his high agility, jumped onto the stone slab in one go, then pulled Lin Liyu up as well. After saying goodbye to her, he logged off. The system reminded him that his hunger level was high and that he had to return to reality to eat. Only then did Lin Liyu open private chat and report to Yu. Captain and done. The big boss even gave me a platinum skill book. And Yu immediately asked, how was it? When you were climbing the cliff, were you on top? Lin Liyu looked blank. Does it make a difference? And Yu laughed. Of course. If you were on top, the big boss could just look up and see. Lin Liyu. Captain and stop reading those smutty novels. Qin Feng returned to the soul-purifying land in reality. It had already changed dramatically. All kinds of furniture and appliances were installed, and 5 mechanical maids had made the place look like a brand new home. In the very center, the soul-purifying Grand Hall had a modern circular hall layout, with furniture neatly categorized and bright lighting, making it warm and comfortable. However, the generator still needed Qin Feng to add materials regularly. He had chosen a magnetic energy generator module, which used the divine-given book to extract power from magnetic ore. With 10 hours of lifespan, it could last a whole month. After Qin Feng returned home, he left the main hall to eat. Sitting at the dining table, Qin Feng opened the God-given book to order his meal. Now that he had finally settled down, he could eat whatever he wanted, which was incredibly convenient, provided, of course, that he had enough ability to earn lifespan from the Forsaken game. Right now, only the Soul Purification Hall and a few small rooms next to it are finished being renovated. But just for me to live in, it's more than enough. Around all of his hideouts were magical barriers for anti-detection and anti-artillery protection. At this stage, the sense of security was maxed out. On the other side, at the ruins of Jianghai City, the entrance to the land of soul purification. Look, everyone, there are stairs here. Qin Xiaoyu shouted excitedly in the party channel. All guilds now knew how important hideouts were, and the Night Temple was no exception. The little monsters in the ruins had basically been cleared out, so it was relatively safe. Qin Xiaoyu followed the team to look for a hideout. If they found one, the guild would receive a lifespan reward. A silver rank 1 could grant 500 days, and a gold rank 1 could grant 2,000 days. Qin Xiaoyu was so poor she only ate instant noodles, and even those were bought by Chu Yan. Now that she saw the mysterious black staircase, she was thrilled. If it really was a hideout, then she'd get a lifespan reward. When Chen Wuming, the Night Temple Guild leader, heard about her discovery, he was very satisfied. We've only found 1 silver rank recently, which isn't nearly enough. We need gold rank or above. He sent Qin Xiaoyu a private message. Good job. There'll be a reward if it's confirmed. Thanks, guild leader, Qin Xiaoyu replied immediately. Very quickly, Chen Wuming brought people over and drove away the independent players nearby, planning to send his own team in to scout first so no one else could cause trouble. On Qin Feng's side, after eating, he logged back in and prepared to return to the Evil Spirit Academy. He had a lot of equipment and skill books piled up there, and now that he had Bafichi's equivalent exchange agreement, he could trade equipment/skill books from other classes for assassin gear. He put on the newly acquired black leggings. Energy flowed around them, carrying the power to steady the mind. This was the Whisper Resistance attribute. Diamond rank equipment had a chance to come with special attributes called higher tier affixes, such as Whisper/Resistance, Instant Death/Resistance, Wither/Resistance, and so on. To put it simply, Whisper appears on ancient god-related bosses. When attacked, you accumulate a Whisper gauge, and when it fills up, you lose your mind. The Instant Death affix is even more direct. Once the gauge fills, you die instantly. Resistance reduces gauge buildup or speeds up its decay. Normally, most players wouldn't run into higher tier affixes at this stage. Qin Feng was very calm. The more, the better. He mounted the ghost wolf and headed toward. Qin Feng raced all the way, planning to teleport directly to the ruins of Moda City. But just as he reached the teleportation array in the ruins of Jianghai City, a system prompt suddenly appeared. Your hideout, Land of Soul Purification, is under attack. Entrance Stone Gate Durability, 99.9%, continuously taking damage. Magical Defense Barrier Durability, 100%, use or teleport? Uses 1 first. Qin Feng was somewhat surprised. The Land of Soul Purification was under attack? War Teleport could instantly send him back to his hideout, but it could only be used once per day. He was very close right now, so there was no need to waste this opportunity. He immediately changed direction and rode the ghost wolf straight toward the entrance of the land of soul purification. As he approached the area, he dismounted early and activated stealth as he headed to the scene. Just as Qin Feng arrived, he saw a six-man team from the Night Temple chasing and killing a group of ordinary players. The guild had already claimed the area and was loudly warning others not to approach. A blue-robed female mage cast down an ice wall, blocking the path and slowing the ordinary players. Among them, a girl with a single ponytail went pale with fear. "We're just passing by." Beside her, a long-haired girl angrily shot back. "If you're trying to seize the territory, just say so. Don't make excuses." The Night Temple's yellow-haired berserker couldn't be bothered to listen, and simply leapt in and swung his axe down, blasting those players away. Just as the Night Temple was about to move in and clean things up, suddenly, a burst of blood-red blade light erupted, and 4 Night Temple members were instantly slain. Only the fat priest and the middle-aged shield warrior were left standing there in stunned confusion. The priest's eyes were panicked. "Fuck, is that the trouser crotch hero?" On the other end of the channel, the blonde berserker roared, "It's Shadow. We were all one-shot by Shadow." The fat priest went pale, and the shield warrior was trembling even more. Wasn't Shadow supposed to be in Magic City? How is he back again? At that moment, Qin Feng emerged from the shadows, his face covered by black gauze and his eyes cold. Raising one hand, the flower of death bloomed, beginning to drain life from the corpses. His Slayer status was nearly fully stacked, and Qin Feng didn't want to make a big scene and attract NPCs. Now, he already knew that the ones attacking the soul purification land were the Night Temple. "Chen Wuming, this time you're going to pay a price." Qin Feng thought coldly. The plot moved into its next climax. He first instantly killed the 4 Slayers in the team, cleared some kill value, and then went to negotiate with the remaining 2. "Call your guild leader here," Qin Feng said coldly through a voice changer. The fat priest immediately caved. "Sure thing, big boss. I'll call the guild leader right away." At this time, the team that Qin Feng had saved saw the scene and shouted excitedly, "Fuck, it's Shadow. My idol saved me." Among them, the girl with a single ponytail, Yang Xiaoya, froze for a moment. Looking at Qin Feng, she felt he looked familiar. Is it Qin Feng? No way. He wouldn't abandon his little sister. Thinking of that, she felt a pang of bitterness. She had originally been Qin Feng's co-worker, and Qin Feng had helped her on a whim because he saw her. However, Qin Feng didn't expect that Yang Xiaoya would almost recognize him with just one glance. Even Qin Xiaoyu hadn't felt anything the last time she saw him, which showed that Qin Xiaoyu actually hadn't understood Qin Feng all these years, whereas Yang Xiaoya was more observant. But Qin Feng didn't know any of this, and he also couldn't reveal his identity. Soon, the Night Temple Guild leader, Chen Wuming, rode in on a battle beast with over 100 people, arriving menacingly. But the moment he saw Qin Feng, his expression changed instantly. He waved his hand and made everyone shout in unison, "Welcome, Big Brother Shadow. Big Brother reigns for all eternity and unifies the martial world." Then he fawned, asking, "Big Brother, who are you looking for? Whoever offends you, I'll kick them out right now." Qin Feng felt a little awkward. In his previous life, they had been enemies for many years, and he really hadn't noticed that Chen Wuming was such an ass-kisser. At this moment, although there were many people present, Qin Feng was completely dominating the scene by himself. The guild members all looked at him with reverence and admiration, and even the girls were worshipping him to no end. Qin Xiaoyu was also in the crowd. She had wanted to get to know Shadow, but unfortunately missed the chance. Seeing that Shadow was always alone, she comforted herself that she wasn't being singled out, but she was still worried about how the guild had offended such a big shot. Qin Feng didn't pay any attention to Qin Xiaoyu at all. He just asked Chen Wuming, "You were attacking the hideout just now?" Chen Wuming nodded. "Yes, Big Brother. Did you have your eye on that place?" Qin Feng spoke indifferently. "That hideout is mine." Everyone was petrified. Chen Wuming, the guild management, and Qin Xiaoyu were all stunned. It turned out the place they had just been attacking was Shadow's territory. That would have been fine. But the place they had been attacking for so long was actually Qin Feng's hiding place. Chen Wuming was dumbfounded and subconsciously retorted, "Didn't you say your hiding place was in Modu?" The middle-aged priest in a silver-white cleric robe behind him quietly reminded him, "Guild leader, a person can only have one hiding place, but after founding a guild, the guild can also have one." Chen Wuming asked, "Aren't you alone? Can't one person found a guild?" "Right, I guess." Soon, they realized the seriousness of the problem. Big bro, we really didn't know about this. How about we figure out some compensation?" A fight was unrealistic now. They could only talk about how to resolve it. Chen Wuming wasn't afraid either. After all, Shadow had called him over precisely to negotiate. Qin Feng glanced at the panel and said, "The door's durability was damaged by 0.7% by you. Repairing it will cost quite a bit. How about this? Give me 500 years of lifespan, and we'll call it even." 500 years. Chen Wuming fainted on the spot. The guild management hurriedly caught him, only to find that he really had passed out. Everyone at the scene was stunned. Qin Feng was speechless too. Rebirth's master healer dad stiffened and negotiated with Qin Feng. "Big bro, our guild leader fainted. Could you lower the price a little?" Qin Feng said coldly, "Can't lower it. Fixing 0.7% durability takes a lot of lifespan." Master healer dad didn't understand. At that moment, Chen Wuming suddenly woke up and wailed, 500 years. What crime have I committed?" Qin Xiaoyu was also dumbfounded. She had originally thought they could claim the hiding place reward, but instead they had attacked Shadow's hiding place, and even caused the guild to lose 500 years of lifespan. Qin Xiaoyu gritted her teeth and stepped forward. "Big brother, if anyone should be punished, punish me. Anything is fine." The whole scene went silent. Chen Wuming inwardly praised her. This girl was trying to take the blame for the guild, and also trying to build a connection with a big shot. Qin Feng patted Chen Wuming on the shoulder. "Do you think she's worth 500 years?" Chen Wuming replied instantly, "Not worth it. But we really can't come up with 500 years." Qin Feng waved his hand. "Then 100 years, and make up the rest with heads. One slaughterer player counts as 1 year, no objections, right? Also, from now on, you guys help guard the hideout. Don't let people come beat it up again." In fact, this was Qin Feng's real goal, to have the Night Temple help keep watch and incidentally farm some heads while in the slaughter state. Chen Wuming let out a breath of relief. "Easy, big bro. I'll arrange it." 100 years of lifespan was a lot, but it was still better than 500. He immediately signed up and started arranging the trade. Qin Feng sold 100 years of lifespan and left, mounting the ghost wolf and heading straight for the Pure Soul Land, vanishing in the blink of an eye. Chen Wuming immediately began directing everyone. "Slaughterers, gather up. The guild has over 2,000 people. How many can take part as slaughterers? Those with too much non-tradable lifespan, don't come. Sign up first and deposit your tradable lifespan into the guild. I'll keep the names. Those willing to sacrifice will get contribution points. You won't die for nothing. Move fast." Qin Xiaoyu was dumbfounded. She had thought she was very clever, but Qin Feng's one line, "Is she worth 500 years?" completely broke her. Chen Wuming came over and sighed. "From now on, just stay here and help the big boss guard the gate. Don't make trouble. I'll arrange shifts, so don't cause any more issues." After saying that, he turned and left. Qin Feng returned to the entrance of the Pure Soul Land, went into the front hall to repair the gate, and used the Book of Divine Grant to create materials. It only cost 7 years of lifespan, and he finished it in a few minutes. As soon as he went out, he saw Qin Xiaoyu and 5 players assigned to guard the gate. In his previous life, this place was still Qin Xiaoyu's home. Now she had become a gatekeeper. Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to pay her any attention, so he directly summoned the ghost wolf and left. Chen Wuming quickly gathered more than 200 slaughterers for Qin Feng. Qin Feng directly swung out the Dark Knight ring blades, wiping them all out in an instant, leaving the ground covered in lifespan orbs. He had Chen Wuming and the others collect the tradable lifespan, while he himself only absorbed the non-tradable lifespan, just over 40 years in total. These players had died too many times, so their lifespan was already very limited. After killing them, he glanced at his slaughter value, which had dropped from nearly level 5 to just reaching level 4. He had originally planned to kill the remaining 200 or so as well, but then a system message suddenly popped up. The Evil Spirit Academy is under attack. Defensive barrier durability at 99.9%, continuously taking damage. Use War Teleport? One first. Qin Feng was a bit speechless. The Pure Soul Land had just finished, and now it was the Evil Spirit Academy's turn. It was understandable for the Pure Soul Land to be attacked, but the Evil Spirit Academy's location was known to the whole world. How were people still daring to provoke him? There were quite a few people inside, and the barrier was dropping durability even faster than at the Pure Soul Land. He decided to go take a look first and said to Chen Wuming, "We'll handle the remaining 180 heads next time. I've got something to do, so I'm leaving first." Without waiting for a reply, he directly activated War Teleport. With a flash of white light, he vanished. Ruins of Modu. In this ruin, which was even larger than Zhanghai City, the Evil Spirit Academy's defensive barrier had already been deployed, while a group of players outside suddenly came under attack by a hideout. Those guys don't value their lives. They dare to mess with Shadow. Non-nationals. Their brains are probably messed up. Didn't Spada get killed by the Shadow Big Boss earlier because he got too close to foreigners? Are these people here for revenge? Possible. Spade A was an important figure in the Qin Corporation. Maybe these non-nationals were hired by the Qin Corporation. Around the ruins, the Evil Spirit Academy was protected by a semi-transparent magical barrier, blocking the attacks of 18 dark-skinned non-native players. Above their heads was the guild emblem MCBDP. They were cursing as they cast skills, desperately attacking the barrier. Seeing its durability drop, they grew increasingly excited. Suddenly, the magma energy deep within the academy poured into the magical barrier, and the barrier's durability recovered rapidly. Now, even if 1,800 players came, they still couldn't break this barrier. Qin Feng returned to Evil Spirit Academy and immediately activated the magic array deep inside, channeling magma energy into the barrier. Then, through the teleportation array, he arrived at the plaza, remained invisible, and approached the hiding place, where he saw that group of black-skinned players from the foreign nations still attacking madly. Magic City Black Dragon Hall. Qin Feng frowned when he saw the guild name. This was the notorious guild made up of foreign nation players, having gathered almost all of Magic City's male players of African descent. In the early stages, no one cared about them, and the officials were stretched too thin, so this guild grew to a scale of tens of thousands. Even some great Xia women joined them. The reasons were obvious. It wasn't until more than a year into the game that the guild was finally wiped out by the officials and other major guilds joining forces. So these people dare to provoke me now? Qin Feng sneered. He knew someone must be behind this group, giving them orders. He'd deal with them first. Staying invisible, he charged toward the gate. On the other side, those foreign nation players were attacking while shouting, "This money is too easy to make. We get paid just for attacking the barrier. Shadow's giving us a chance to get rich. Anyway, Great Xia people can't tell who we are, and even Shadow won't be able to find us." They spoke in a language no one could understand, while still thinking they could earn several hundred million in cash, not realizing cash had long since depreciated to near uselessness. Qin Feng was about to make a move when a sudden change occurred. A translucent soul lion roared out from the ruins, charging into the foreign players and letting out a roar that instantly stunned them all. Then hailstones fell, covering them, while a boomerang darted through the crowd at high speed, injuring them. Finally, a soul meteor descended from the sky and smashed directly into the group, dealing massive damage and killing several African-descended players on the spot. Dead. That series of ambushes left the foreign players stunned. Fuck. Who ambushed us? That's too dirty. Galbaba's dead. Haha, look at him, building too much HP. What are you laughing at? Hurry up and heal us. Unfortunately, by the time they reacted, Qin Feng's attack had already landed. As the Dark Knight ring blades were unleashed, black light coiled around them, and in an instant the remaining dozen or so African-descended players were split in half. On the field, aside from the blade light, there was nothing else. After attacking, Qin Feng was still invisible, and no one saw him. Those players who had just taken part in the ambush were all frightened by the sight. Was that Shadow's doing? Where is he? I can't see him. We didn't even finish off the group we ambushed, and he cleared them with one skill. He attacked and still didn't reveal himself. Isn't that way too outrageous? Jin Xian, come out already and talk to Shadow. If not, he'll run and we won't get another chance. 6 people rushed out from the ruins. The girl at the front was wearing a dark blue mage robe and a black witch's hat. She had an oval face and held a paintbrush rather than a staff. Even the brush was infused with elemental energy. Tall and slender, she had her hat blown off by the wind, her black hair in disarray, and she looked flustered. Qin Feng was about to leave when he saw this team emerge and froze for a moment. They were from the Firmament Guild, and the leader was the guild master's granddaughter, Zhang Jinxian, whose in-game name was Tin Li Green Mountains Far. She had the only hidden class, Soul Painter. Her skills had to be drawn with a paintbrush. Their range and power were both stronger than the original skills, but they required time. The higher the completion, the stronger the effect. She was well suited for team battles, but weak in one-on-one fights. The beautiful painter picked up her hat, ran to the gate, and shouted, "Senior Shadow, are you there? I'd like to discuss something with you." Her black hair was tousled by the wind, and behind her lay a field of African-descended players' corpses. The scene was both beautiful and eerie. "What is it?" Qin Feng did not reveal himself and asked casually. Jin Xian was delighted to hear his voice. "I want to enter your hiding place to look for something related to my class advancement. Don't worry, I'll pay you." Class advancement? Evil Spirit Academy? Qin Feng immediately understood. No wonder the Firmament Guild occupied this place in the previous life. It should have been because Jin Xian found a crucial clue here, cleared the mutated witch deep within Evil Spirit Academy, and then took over this place. In this life, however, Qin Feng had cut her off first. Elder Zhang too, the elder of Sky Vault, used to love playing games. After his granddaughter lost her father, he stayed by her side and played with her all the time, and eventually became a famous game streamer. He was still hugely popular in the gaming circle even in his 70s. When the Forsaken game launched, he immediately took it as his own turf and built. Skyvault Guild was one of the top 10 unofficial major guilds in Great Xia. In his previous life, the Skyvault Guild was based in the ruins of Modu, using Evil Spirit Academy as its stronghold, and had always kept Qin Feng's Godslayer Guild suppressed. Zhang Jinxian wanted to enter Evil Spirit Academy to find something. Qin Feng was a little surprised when he heard that, but he quickly figured it out. He had just been planning to rent out the surface of Evil Spirit Academy, since he only needed the underground floors himself. Renting the surface to a major guild meant, first, someone would guard it for safety, second, it would bring in income, and third, he wouldn't have to act personally whenever something came up. He directly gave Shirley Qingshan Yuan guest permissions, allowing her to enter. Zhang Jinxian was a little surprised, and after telling her teammates, she entered the barrier alone. Qin Feng did not show himself. Instead, he rang the bell invisibly and summoned a ghost wolf for her to ride. Zhang Jinxian thought Shadow would ride with her, but in fact, she was the only one on the wolf's back. Qin Feng was trying to get her there faster. Soon, the ghost wolf brought her to a ruin, the library of Evil Spirit Academy. It was ruins now, but once restored it would be magnificent, with multiple layers of barriers and extreme safety. Zhang Jinxian got off the wolf, sat down across from Qin Feng, smiled and thanked him for the invitation, and asked if she was the first person he had invited in. Qin Feng did not say much and went straight to the point, asking her what she was looking for. It turned out that all of Zhang Jinxuan's class advancement items were hidden in Evil Spirit Academy. Every time she advanced, she had to come here to look for them, and she didn't know exactly where the items were. Qin Feng frowned, feeling it was troublesome. Zhang Jinxian said she could pay him each time and asked what price would be appropriate. Qin Feng said he didn't have time to keep an eye on her and suggested that they rent out the surface area. In the future, she could search at will, and if she still couldn't find it, she could come to him to open access to the underground. Zhang Jinxian was a little dazed, never expecting that looking for something could turn into renting land. But after thinking about it, she realized the guild was in urgent need of a foothold, and the surface area here alone covered more than 600 mu, which was definitely enough. She said she needed to ask her grandfather, and Qin Feng was in no hurry, waiting for her reply. In less than a minute, Zhang Jinxian had settled it and said directly, "Big boss, renting it would be too much of a loss. My grandpa wants to buy it out completely. You previously sold the platinum-level hideout to the official side of Jianghai City for 2,000 years of lifespan. We want to buy out the surface area of Evil Spirit Academy. Name your price." Qin Feng was also a little surprised, inwardly sighing that old Zhang Tu really made his move ruthlessly. Then he immediately understood. This was actually Skyvault Guild trying to bind itself to Shadow and make a gamble. If it were only a lease, they could run at any time if something happened. If it were a buyout, then there would be no backing out. At this point, they were essentially staking their entire fortune on Qin Feng and Shadow. After thinking for a moment, Qin Feng said, "A buyout isn't appropriate. A long-term lease will do, 3 years, 500 years of lifespan. Signed through the guild contract. Once it takes effect, you may enter and exit the surface area freely." He added, "Also, I'll handle the restoration of the magical defense barrier in full." Zhang Jinxian froze. "You'll cover the barrier restoration in full?" She was very surprised. After all, repairing it would consume quite a bit of lifespan, and Skyvault Guild had tried before. It had been very uneconomical. Qin Feng continued, "There are 2 conditions. First, deal with the Modu Black Dragon Hall Guild that caused trouble just now. Second, repair the surface buildings within 3 months." In fact, Qin Feng didn't need to spend any lifespan to repair the barrier at all. He relied entirely on the magma formation in the underground core. This was simply taking advantage of others, meaning he would lose nothing while letting Skyvault do the work for him. Zhang Jinxian immediately told her grandfather the conditions. After hearing them, old Zhang Tu even felt that Qin Feng was very righteous and immediately agreed. Shadow is far too sincere. It's just a Black Dragon Hall Guild. Just crush them. Soon, old Zhang Tu led the main force of Skyvault Guild over. Everyone was extremely excited. Being able to move into a platinum-level hideout was a huge benefit for the guild's development. The team was buzzing with discussion. Boss Shadow is way too generous. He even covered the barrier repair. If they were hiring, I'd switch jobs in a heartbeat. Whoever still says Shadow is sinister and treacherous, I'm the first one who won't accept it. In the end, Qin Feng and old Zhang signed the guild contract on the spot. Old Zhang paid 500 years of life and was grinning from ear to ear. The guild now had a base. There was no need to repair the barrier. He could help his granddaughter find materials for advancement, and most importantly, he had made friends with Shadow. But Qin Feng knew in his heart that he was making a guaranteed profit on this deal. The permissions had been handed over, but the ground area still belonged to him, and repairing the barrier cost him nothing, relying entirely on the underground magic array. However, if the Sky Dome Guild runs into any trouble later, then, if enemies came to attack the Evil Spirit Academy, it would only be a minor trouble for Qin Feng. The contract did not say that he had to help with defense, so even if the Evil Spirit Academy were breached and the Sky Dome Guild fell, it had nothing to do with him, as long as no one provoked him. As long as the magma array was activated, the barrier could be restored at any time, and Qin Feng would suffer no loss at all. Moreover, in this life the Sky Dome Guild developed even faster than in the previous one, and apart from the officials, no one could threaten them. Qin Feng gained enormously. 500 years of life was only part of the rent. The Evil Spirit Academy was now handed over to the Sky Dome Guild to manage, which was equivalent to finding a super strong security team. He also got a group of free fighters who could help him clear out the demon capital Black Dragon Hall. And he didn't have to worry about repairing the Academy ruins either, since everything was left to the Sky Dome Guild, saving both trouble and his lifespan. The Black Dragon Hall members in Demon Capital were scattered all over the place, and Qin Feng alone would be too slow to clear them out. But if he handed it over to the Sky Dome Guild, with tens of thousands of people operating simultaneously and efficiently, it would be twice the result with half the effort. This deal let Qin Feng kill multiple birds with one stone. At that moment, old Zhang wanted to spar with Qin Feng, but his granddaughter Zhang Jinxian stopped him and dragged him away. Zhang Jinxian apologized to Qin Feng, and Qin Feng said it was nothing, casually telling her to go look for the things first and come back to him if she couldn't find them. Qin Feng saw the two off, then arrived at the core area through the teleportation array. He organized his equipment and began preparing to use Bafiki equivalent exchange to trade for assassin items. Next, he planned to take down the remaining few platinum tier hideouts in Demon Capital, but some of the bosses there were unfamiliar, so he would have to explore them slowly. In reality, in a villa in Demon Capital, after receiving a call, Dongfang Yu learned that Qin Feng had partnered with the Sky Dome Guild and was also clearing out the Black Dragon Hall. She sneered and directly had people from the Black Dragon Hall go to the fireworks factory to take the big prize, preparing to set a trap. Her husband, Chu Kunshin, intended to take the opportunity to leak the Black Dragon Hall's location to Qin Feng and make him fight against the Black Dragon Hall. Chu Kunshin worried that Qin Feng would ignore the Sky Dome Guild, but Dongfang Yu dismissed it. Chu Nantian suggested that all members of the Black Dragon Hall go offline, forcing Qin Feng to make a move in the real world. They were scheming against Qin Feng, but they didn't notice that a tiny figure had already quietly slipped into the night and reached the vicinity of the luxurious villa district. Blade of the Yellow Springs, Ghost Spirit. Ghost Spirit was able to find this place because she had put her mind to it. Right now, Dongfang Yu's large-scale purchase of Lifespan was handled in reality by people under the group, and the Lifespan bot was escorted by armed guards to Dongfang Yu's villa for face-to-face transactions. The reason for the real-world transaction was because the game was too dangerous. She had once been killed by Ghost Spirit and lost 200 years of lifespan, and from then on she realized that reality was much safer for her now. Ghost Spirit first disguised herself as someone selling lifespan, got in touch with someone from Dongfang Yu's group, and then followed them all the way here, finding the villa district. Soon, she crouched in the shadows outside the villa district, eyes fixed tightly on the inside. She didn't dare get close, let alone enter the villa, because her stealth was only level 3, and she wasn't sure whether there was anyone inside capable of seeing through stealth. Not to mention there were quite a few armed guards in the villa. With her strength, forcing her way in would be suicidal. I need to reach a Tier 2 profession. Boss Shadow said that a Tier 2 profession is a qualitative transformation. I wonder exactly how strong it is. If she wanted a perfect assassination, she first had to become stronger in the game. After Qin Feng partnered with the Sky Dome Guild, several hours had already passed, during which he also logged off to eat a meal. During this time, he had gained tremendously, and his strength had improved across the board. He killed 3 Platinum Tier bosses and obtained 3 Platinum Tier hideout keys. Defeated Sludge Corruptor Boyle. Obtained the key to Green Moss Grotto. Defeated Source of Tides and Nigglesel. Obtained the key to Glowing Underground River. Defeated Disaster Jailer Thousand Hand Infant. Obtained the key to Suffering Prison. Qin Feng had never even seen these 3 bosses in his past life. But for him now, their difficulty was not high. He first sent his believers and ghost wolves to scout, tested out their mechanics, and quickly dealt with them. The only difficult one was Thousand Hand Infant. Its sonic attacks came at an extremely high frequency, and he almost couldn't keep up with the cooldown of Blacklight Shield. In the end, he only managed to take it down by bursting it down. Platinum bosses of this level would take at least a few days before other guilds could clear them, and Shanghai only has 6 platinum tier hideouts. If I take them all, I'll have a monopoly. Their value will skyrocket then. Besides the 3 keys, he himself also reached level 17. At this point, just after coming out of suffering prison, he saw that Bafiki's equivalent exchange protocol had finished cooling down. Equivalent exchange art. Qin Feng activated the leather pants special effect again. You lost Disaster Spread Bow, Emerald. You obtained Sharp-Eyed Veil, Emerald. A headgear item dropped. This morning alone, he had used equivalent exchange to sacrifice 6 pieces of equipment, trading for 6 Emerald tier assassin items, though unfortunately 3 of the slots were duplicates. Now that the Sharp-Eyed Veil was in hand, he finally had a full set of Emerald gear. Sharp-Eyed Veil, Emerald Assassin Equipment. Constitution plus 20, Spirit plus 20. Anti-Stealth plus 2 levels, Accuracy Correction plus 88%. Requirement, level 15. Unique effect, Sharp Eye. After activation, Accuracy Correction plus 133% for 30 seconds. Cooldown 120 seconds. Just what I needed to make up for accuracy. Qin Feng immediately equipped the Sharp-Eyed Veil. Activating Sharp Eye can give me 221% accuracy correction. This attribute is an accuracy rate modifier. For example, if the target has 30% evasion, the base hit rate is 70%. Add a 221% modifier, and the hit rate becomes guaranteed to hit. If the target has. After Qin Feng equipped the Sharp-Eyed Veil, as long as his opponent's evasion rate did not exceed 68.8%, his attacks would land with certainty. Conversely, if others had high accuracy modifiers, his own high evasion would be much less effective. His equipment panel now was Weapon, Pale Bone Blade, Emerald, Head, Sharp-Eyed Veil, Emerald, Armor, Black Flame Gift, Piercing Leather Armor, Emerald, Legs, Bafiki Equivalent Pact, Epic, Gloves, Fragile White Gloves, Emerald, Boots, Invisible Steps, Emerald, Necklace, Faisal's Heart, Emerald, Ring, Left Witch's Mutated Ring, Emerald, Ring, Right Damp Ring, Emerald. The gloves and boots were both obtained through equivalent exchange, and the damp ring dropped from Nigelsel. Invisible Steps can pass through walls, and after use, it teleports back to its original position, making it very practical. Qin Feng's greatest gain, in fact, was 2 Jade Grade skill books from the Assassin class. Agility Training. Passive plus 42 Agility Crimson Blade. Finisher skill, consumes combo points. The lower your HP, the higher the damage, up to triple damage, and it can also convert healing into shields. Crimson Blade already had 4,800 blood element attack at Jade Grade, far higher than other skills. Qin Feng checked his panel and currently had 621 evolution points, ready to upgrade his skills. Upgrading Agility Training. It cost 33 evolution points to reach Legendary Grade, giving passive agility plus 126, and also an additional plus 10% to total agility attributes. After Agility Training reached max level, his agility jumped directly to 549 points. Combined with the Sun by Boneblade effect, his maximum burst movement speed reached 140 meters per second. Qin Feng was extremely fast. Even without stealth, ordinary people could not catch a glimpse of his figure. After all, he could break through 500 kilometers per hour at peak, approaching the speed of sound. But he could not sustain that speed for long. The consumption was too great. Still, during combat, maintaining 40 to 50 meters per second was effortless for Qin Feng. After evolving his passive skill, Qin Feng evolved his ultimate skill, Crimson Blade, as well. After the skill was upgraded, its base damage nearly doubled, its healing effect tripled directly, and the combo points required to cast it were cut in half. Only 30 points, making accumulation much easier. He still had 555 evolution points left. He could evolve 1 mythic grade skill. After checking the list, he had 5 skills eligible for mythic upgrade: Flower Bloom Curse, Assassin's Instinct, the Deep Dark, Agility Training, and Crimson Blade. In the end, Qin Feng chose the Deep Dark, the passive skill that increased stealth level. After the upgrade, stealth level rose to the maximum of 12. The damage bonus from breaking stealth at each stealth level was also increased. The new mythic effect. While stealthing, the rate of life loss was reduced by 90%. This was not very useful at the moment, but it would be crucial for future high-risk zones. For example, in special areas with 100-fold or 10,000-fold life drain. With this mythic skill, Qin Feng's pressure would be greatly reduced. Now, he could almost enter permanently high-risk areas like the Terror Ghost ship without worry. Satisfied, Qin Feng closed his skill panel and prepared to take down the remaining 2 platinum-grade hideout points in the ruins of Modu. But when he reached the next target, he found that this boss point had already been cleared by the Feek Heavy Industry Major Guild in advance. The location was in the northeast of the ruins, inside a magic leaning tower over 100 meters tall. The magic leaning tower had not collapsed into ruins. Instead, it stood unshaken amid the city ruins, attracting the attention of many guilds. Feek Heavy Industry had originally been a heavy industrial group in Modu. After the arrival of the God-abandoned game, the upper management quickly converted their liquid capital into tradable lifespan and formed the Feek Heavy Industry Guild, with most of its members still being former employees. Many ordinary staff members saw their status rise rapidly because they were skilled at the game. Chairwoman Huang Huifan directly promoted 5 young people who fought well and formed a party with them for leveling. Now her team held absolute decision-making power within the guild. Qin Feng came to the outside of the magic leaning tower and from a distance saw intense fighting at the top. Feek Heavy Industry has already made it to the top floor of the leaning tower. This top floor boss is much harder than the ones we ran into before. He had no intention of directly stealing the boss, but in their current state, Feek Heavy Industry still could not beat a platinum-grade boss. The players' levels, equipment, and skills were all far too lacking. It was simply impossible to handle it on their own. Perhaps they would need some help. On the top floor of the leaning tower, Huang Huifan and the others were staring intensely at the boss. This boss wielded dual blades, had black wings behind its back, stood 2.5 meters tall, and moved incredibly fast, killing fragile targets at any moment. Moreover, the boss did not care about threat, specifically targeting mages, archers, and priests, and the people from Feek Heavy Industry kept getting killed and revived over and over. But they had made preparations. The human-faced tree courtyard they had occupied nearby could concentrate lifespan, so the loss upon death was very small. They planned to keep reviving endlessly to wear down the boss and slowly study the strategy. Is this boss speed too insane? It doesn't even take aggro, and after half a day we've only chipped off 1% of its HP. This is way too hard. But we can respawn infinitely. If we die a few more times, we can still pile it to death. Everyone, hurry up and respawn and climb the tower. Once you enter, have the priest buff you. Don't worry about dying. Just deal damage if you can. The players of Feek Heavy Industry pressed forward one after another, trying to drown the boss, Demon Blade, in a sea of people. At that moment, Huang Huifan received a private message from the official side. You're fighting the Platinum boss? Want Shadow's help? The price is 1,000 years of lifespan. He'll help you kill the boss, and the drops will go to him. Huang Huifan refused. We have plenty of lifespan. We can handle it ourselves. No need for help. The official replied, all right, I'll follow your lead. Very soon, Qin Feng received a private message from Anu. Feek Heavy Industry said they don't need help. Qin Feng smiled. Fine, then I'm leaving first. He glanced at the battle at the top of the leaning tower and didn't care. If this boss was surrounded to death, it would only evolve into an even stronger Emerald tier version, and by then players simply wouldn't be able to defeat it, just like in his previous life. After the evolution, it took the official top team in Modu half a month after the descent of the Forsaken game to finally deal with Demon Blade. The reason was simple. After Demon Blade advanced to the Emerald tier, every time it killed a player, it could recover 10% of its maximum HP. No matter how many people were piled on, they still couldn't kill it. Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to interfere, and they didn't need help anyway. His relationship with the official side was still pretty good, and as for the Chu family, they didn't even register in the eyes of the Great Xia officials, so it didn't affect Qin Feng's attitude. I'll act once it advances to Emerald tier. Then I can still get Diamond tier gear and skill books. With a smile at the corners of his mouth, Qin Feng rode the ghost wolf away. The rain began to fall, and the forsaken land of the gods was shrouded in dark clouds. He remembered that the blood-devouring one bloodline monster only spawned when it rained, so he planned to try his luck there. For him, that bloodline brought the greatest improvement, and his current assassin skills could also be devoured by the bloodline to change attributes and become stronger. At the top of the magical leaning tower, Demon Blade brutally harvested players' lives in the rain, continuously siphoning lifespans. Even without using its full power, it easily suppressed all challengers. At the ruins of Modu's East City Gate, Qin Feng didn't hide his presence. By the time he arrived, Huang Quan Blade, Ghost Spirit, was already waiting. Qin Feng waved her over. Come on, I'll take you to a good place for leveling up. Ghost Spirit was petite and agile, and also wore a face covering. Dressed in black leather armor, she followed him and jumped onto the ghost wolf, sitting behind Qin Feng. Along the way, Qin Feng casually asked about her situation and learned that she had already found the place where Dongfang Yu was staying, but she had no intention of helping. She planned to wait until Dongfang Yu's second-class advancement before extracting her into reality and acting then. Let me remind you of one thing. Don't be soft-hearted when doing things. The same goes for anything alive. Ghost Spirit froze for a moment. Qin Feng added, The official has a beast tamer class that can inspect an animal's memories. You like cats and dogs, right? How about leaving some clues? Do you know what to do now? In a previous life, Ghost Spirit's assassination was almost flawless. She only let one pet dog go, and as a result, the beast tamer traced her identity and she was wanted by the authorities. This time, she understood she couldn't make a mistake again. Thank you, Ghost Spirit said softly. The ghost wolf sprinted wildly, the wind tousling her short hair, her tiny figure seeming as if it could be swept away at any moment. Soon, Qin Feng took her to a withered bone cemetery dozens of kilometers outside the ruins of Magic City. There were many monsters there, and they respawned quickly, making it suitable for her to farm the Yellow Springs chain blades. As long as she killed monsters, Ghost Spirit specifically chose high-density, grinding spots to level up, but the monsters in the Withered Bone Cemetery were all level 15 to 18, and ordinary people simply couldn't enter. Even if a major faction came to investigate, it wouldn't affect her grinding. The danger outside was far greater than in the city ruins. High-tier bosses were everywhere, with no limit on their roaming range, and if you weren't careful, you'd run into monsters you couldn't beat. Right after Qin Feng brought Ghost Spirit to the Withered Bone Cemetery, they saw a platinum-grade strong acid muscle man over 5 meters tall grabbing skeleton monsters and eating them. Strong acid muscle man corroded bones, LV-16, grade, platinum. Seeing the boss from afar, Ghost Spirit's face turned pale in fright. This boss was covered in sores and looked extremely terrifying, and the HP bar above its head was longer than all the others. Normally Ghost Spirit would dare to solo grind, but she would have to avoid even gold-grade bosses, let alone a platinum one. Yet Qin Feng directly said, "I'll kill the boss. You level up here. If you run into a boss you can't beat, just go around it." After saying that, he jumped straight off the wolf's back, instantly vanished into stealth, and used his extreme speed to rush to the boss's feet. The stench hit him like a wave, and his night ring blades directly one-shot more than 30 skeleton monsters around it, instantly maxing out his combo points. Then he fired off shadow blades to weaken the boss's defense, and the boss's HP dropped to half. Just as the boss unleashed an acid skill, Qin Feng flashed behind it in an instant, and with a crimson blade stabbed into its weak point, he killed it outright. Originally, after falling to half HP, the boss would become invincible and trigger its mechanism, but Qin Feng's damage was too high and he simply cut it down. Ghost Spirit was stunned. The platinum boss was gone in 3 seconds, and Qin Feng's strength made her look up to him in awe. After cleaning up the loot, Qin Feng left Ghost Spirit there to level up and continued east on his own. More than 100 kilometers later, he arrived at a rotting beach and saw a massive ghost ship beach there, the terrifying ghost ship of level 20. This leveling zone was insanely popular, but as soon as it rained, soul-devouring bloodline monsters would spawn, and level 20 players simply couldn't beat them. The moment they appeared, everyone would run off immediately. However, Qin Feng was here precisely for it. He dismounted and entered through the ghost ship's shattered wooden planks. Entered terrifying ghost ship. Regional life loss rate 100x. Qin Feng remained in stealth the whole way, avoiding all sorts of small monsters and minor bosses, and went straight into the depths of the ghost ship until he saw a blood-red altar. He could tell at a glance that this was a sacrificial-type boss. Monsters had to be killed near the altar so energy would slowly accumulate, and only when it was full would the boss appear. Dragging monsters into the altar to kill them raised energy the fastest, but it was very troublesome, and he'd also have to reveal himself to lure monsters. A single small monster only increased it by 0.1%, and he'd need to kill 1,000 of them just to spawn the target monster. Qin Feng thought it was too slow, so he simply killed monsters casually on the ship. Although the energy rose a little less, the efficiency was 10 times higher than dragging monsters around. While he was in the middle of the fight, and you sent a message, Feek Heavy Industry was asking for help. That boss had evolved into Emerald Grade, and no one could beat it. They asked whether he was willing to step in. Qin Feng smiled. "You just asked me and didn't want my help. Now you're begging me, and it's going to cost extra." "And you asked, how much extra?" Qin Feng replied. "At platinum grade hideout rates, 2,000 years. This time, 1,800. The difficulty is high. Ask them if they can accept that." Actually, Qin Feng didn't care. He was just throwing out a favor price. If they didn't take it, he could just farm the key himself and sell it. Same thing anyway. After all, only he could kill that boss. 800 years, actually, was 200 years cheaper than before, clearly taking the official side into account. And you quickly contacted the official department in Modu, then came back with a reply. They agreed, but Feek Heavy Industry has suffered too much damage and may not be able to pay the full amount at once. They can pay 800 years first, and the remaining 1,000 years in 3 days. Is that okay? Qin Feng thought about it. Feek Heavy Industry probably really didn't have enough tradable lifespan on hand. But once they got the large hideout, their development would accelerate, and they'd be able to make up the rest later. In this situation, the guild could raise its tax rate and recoup the cost in a short time. Fine, but I'm busy right now. I'll contact you after I'm done, Qin Feng said, then directly closed the private chat. At this moment, Qin Feng was still on the Terror Ghost ship, constantly clearing the monsters around the altar. With every kill, the red light of the magic circle grew brighter, and the atmosphere in the ship's cabin became increasingly oppressive and terrifying. At the same time, beneath the magic leaning tower, Huang Huifan was leading members of Feek Heavy Industry in grinding mobs. The atmosphere was heavy because they had failed in their challenge against the Platinum boss. They had originally wanted to wear down Demon Blade with a human wave tactic, but this boss was fast and could dodge. Every guild member died an average of 2 or 3 times, and they had only managed to take off 20% of its HP. At the critical moment, Demon Blade suddenly advanced to Emerald Grade. First it killed the priest in one strike, recovering from 80% HP back to 90%. Then it one-shot the assassin and instantly returned to full health. At that point, Feek Heavy Industry was utterly desperate. This boss healed whenever it killed someone, and the human wave tactic was completely useless. Huang Huifan knew that with the guild's current strength, they could not possibly defeat an Emerald Grade boss. But if they gave up, so many members would have died for nothing, and the guild would collapse on the spot. She had no choice but to ask Shadow for help again. What? 1,800 years. Huang Huifan was stunned. The price had almost doubled, but now she had no choice but to accept. However, Feek Heavy Industry only had less than 900 years of lifespan on hand. The members still had more than 600 years saved up, but that was money they had to repay, so it couldn't be used casually. Huang Huifan could only offer to pay 800 years first. Fortunately, Shadow agreed, but he was busy and had to wait until he came over himself. Huang Huifan was a little panicked. Could he be stalling on purpose because he feels he can't beat it? If he drags this out for a few days, the guild will really fall apart. At this point, morale in the internal squad was also very low. If it weren't for the Silvergrade hideout, someone might have already run off. Huang Huifan announced in the channel, "The Magic Leaning Tower hideout is ours no matter what. We've already asked Shadow to help clear it. Once the boss is taken down, the hideout will be ours. But the guild has to pay 1,800 years of lifespan. So after we secure the hideout, increase the tax rate to 50% until the lifespan is fully made up. Each member can pick a room in the Leaning Tower as a private room." It was obvious that she wasn't using the guild's backup lifespan, but was instead putting the entire burden on the members. Fortunately, the Magic Leaning Tower had enough space and plenty of rooms, so everyone could still benefit. More than 2,000 flying tech-heavy industry players entered the instance. As long as they paid just 200 or 300 days of lifespan, they could get a safe private room. Everyone thought it was worth it, and no one objected to the high tax rate. However, many people were muttering to themselves, "That's an Emerald tier boss. Can Shadow really beat it? No one in the world has gotten the first kill on an Emerald yet. What if he can't do it either? Who cares? We already paid. Let him figure it out himself. Don't let it come to the point where he can't beat it and asks us to help." Huh. If he can't beat it, just refund the money. If he needs help, none of you get involved. Let me do it. I want the first kill all to myself. If Qin Feng knew they were saying this, he would definitely be speechless. What's so great about an Emerald boss? He wasn't afraid of it at all. More than 3 hours later, Qin Feng was farming monsters on the terrifying ghost ship, killing over 3,000 monsters and filling up the blood altar's energy. The altar's magic array gave off a strange sound as blood mist condensed into a boss, the Devourer of Souls, a special Emerald tier boss. Qin Feng had already cleared most of the monsters on the ghost ship. The ones left were too far away. As long as the energy was enough, that was fine. He was actually relieved, because monsters in the game spawned slowly. After clearing one wave in the city ruins, only 5 to 7% would respawn each day, which was nowhere near enough to distribute. If he wanted to farm more monsters and earn more lifespan, he had to go to the wild, but that was dangerous. Only abnormal zones like the terrifying ghost ship had lots of monsters and fast respawns, but even that was still far from enough for Qin Feng to farm. In short, Qin Feng filled the altar and leveled up to 18. He put all 10 free attribute points into agility. In the magic array, the blood mist took shape, and a 3-meter-tall mass of blood-red flesh with 7 mouths appeared. The Devourer of Souls Andre Gill, LV20, Emerald, Bloodline. Duration, 1 hour 59 minutes. The boss appeared, and Qin Feng felt a powerful surge of energy along with the whispers of an ancient god. If the whisper gauge filled up, he would lose his sanity. Qin Feng remained calm. He had long had his eye on the Devourer of Souls bloodline, and it matched his talent perfectly. Right now he was invisible, staring at the boss. This kind of ability, permanent invisibility and attacks that do not break invisibility, was an absolute advantage against a boss. The horror level was about the same as this thing. Whisper Gauge. Once it reaches 100%, you'll lose your sanity and be killed by the boss. But that's not the worst part. The worst part is, after losing your sanity and being killed, you can't revive. You'll be kicked offline. And when you return to reality, you'll still be insane. The higher your mental attribute, the faster you recover. Given the player's current attributes, it would take 3 to 5 days to return to normal. Even Qin Feng would need 1 or 2 days offline, and his mind would still be in chaos. In the previous life, many people went insane and committed all kinds of terrifying acts. For example, the Tokyo massacre in Sakura country, the mass cannibalism in India, and the human skin kite incident in North America. Instant death is straightforward, but whispers are far more destructive to human society. The Devourer is a believer of the ancient god gluttony. It is naturally surrounded by whispers. Luckily, these leather pants give me 19.8 whisper resistance. This value wasn't high, but it could help Qin Feng slow the growth of the whisper gauge. Originally, it would hit 100% in 10 minutes, but now it could last 12 minutes. And the whisper gauge didn't just rise naturally. Once attacked by the boss, it would increase even faster. After getting hit a few times, it would quickly reach 100%, and he would be completely driven mad. This was the nightmare boss that late-game players in the godforsaken game commonly faced. What's more, even though it was only an Emerald-grade boss, its stats utterly crushed those of Platinum-grade ones. High defense, massive HP, and fierce attacks. But since Qin Feng dared to challenge it, he was naturally confident. Under the blood-red lights in the ship's hold, ancient god whispers swirled as the boss appeared, and Qin Feng struck immediately. Shadow Blade. He didn't use AoE skills like Phantom Flash Slash or Night Ring Blade, because those skills were imprecise and could easily hit the wrong target. The Devourer had no weak point. With 7 mouths on the fleshy mountain-like body, hitting it would only heal it, so he could only use single-target skills. And with whispers constantly lingering around him, the difficulty increased exponentially. Fortunately, Qin Feng had very high single-target damage. In stealth, he raised his hand and fired a Shadow Blade. The pitch-black Shadow Blade flew like a shuriken and hit the Devourer. Minus 7,616. Without weak point damage, the number was far below Qin Feng's expectations. Back on the way here, I was killing platinum acid monsters and Shadow Blade could hit for 70 to 80,000. This boss really has insane defense. Good thing leather armor reduces defense. Qin Feng threw out another Shadow Blade. At this point, although the Devourer couldn't see him, it followed the trajectory of the Shadow Blade and lashed out with a flesh hook. The blood-red flesh hook scraped across the hull, but failed to hook Qin Feng. Because Qin Feng wasn't a wooden post. Every time he threw a Shadow Blade, he shifted to a different position, moving non-stop. The boss could only infer where he had been the moment he cast the skill. And with Qin Feng's speed, by the time the Shadow Blade left his hand, he was already no longer in that spot. In fact, he had probably already run more than 10 meters away. The boss could only guess his location from the projectile's trajectory, but it simply couldn't keep up. Qin Feng's position was impossible for the boss to hit. He kept throwing Shadow Blades from a distance, and the boss's HP bar slowly dropped bit by bit. Within 10 seconds, Qin Feng had thrown 10 Shadow Blades, dealing nearly 200,000 damage. This boss had over 3 million HP. Soon, it entered an inflated state, with 7 giant mouths covering its entire body. At this point, all damage it took turned into 10-fold healing, making it effectively invincible. Qin Feng did not use Release from Suffering, precisely because he was worried that a critical hit from damage over time would instantly heal the boss. When the boss inflated, it would pull people in and suck them into the blood pool beneath its feet. Once in the pool, they would lose HP and their whisper meter would rise rapidly. Qin Feng escaped with instant Shadow Slash and widened the distance. Various blood-colored spheres exploded, and even if Qin Feng was caught in the blast, his whisper meter would surge, instantly reaching 100%. Whenever things got dangerous, he would back off and wait. The boss would heal, but Qin Feng wasn't in a hurry because the boss's defense-breaking stacks were still there. Half a minute later, the boss's inflated state ended, and Qin Feng resumed attacking. The defense break stacks climbed to 15, stripping the boss of all defense. Qin Feng rushed in with a Crimson Blade, landing a critical hit for nearly 300,000 damage. The boss dropped a phase and immediately inflated again to heal. But this time, it couldn't heal back up. They kept trading like this. Whenever Qin Feng's whisper meter reached 50%, he would retreat outside the cabin, and after it reset to 0, he would return and continue. The boss kept healing itself, but it still could not outpace Qin Feng's damage. A few minutes later, the boss's HP dropped to 50% again, then slowly climbed back to 75%. This high-level boss had strong recovery, but Qin Feng's output was even higher, so he wasn't worried and took it down patiently. More than 10 minutes later, whenever his howl was about to fill up, he would back off. After 2 rounds, the boss still had a little over 500,000 HP left. Qin Feng seized the opportunity and unleashed a Crimson Blade with the Bone-White Bone Blade. With the boss below 30% HP, the 200% damage boost from Crimson Blade was fully applied, instantly bursting for nearly 600,000 damage and killing the Soul Devourer in a single slash. The moment the Soul Devourer was slain, a system announcement was broadcast 3 times into the minds of all players worldwide, whether in-game or in reality. Player Shadow Great Xia achieves the world's first kill of an Emerald grade boss and gains 30 reputation. The whole world was shaken. What the hell? We haven't even beaten a Platinum boss, and Shadow already got the first kill on an Emerald one. We just got wrecked by a Platinum boss, and he's soloing Emerald? We wiped over and over against a Platinum boss and thought we were catching up to Shadow, but the gap is even bigger. We've run into Emerald bosses too, and we can't even break their defense. Where's the hero of Sakura country? No one can get the first kill. Great Xia has Shadow. It's about to rise. Who says Shadow is from Great Xia? I checked. His ancestors were from our South Korea. The players at FICO Heavy Industries were completely dumbfounded. Shadow soloed an Emerald boss. Just how strong is he? On Qin Feng's side, he received congratulations from Yu, Lin Liu, Wang Meng, and others. He had no time to reply when he noticed red mist drifting from the Soul Devourer's corpse, gathering on the back of his hand to form a blood-red O-shaped sigil. Congratulations, you have obtained the Soul Devourer bloodline. Activate it. Qin Feng activated it without hesitation. The power of the blood-red sigil surged through his entire body. Bloodline, Soul Devourer, Strength, 1 point equals 3 physical attack. Constitution, 1 point equals 50 HP, 5 physical defense. Agility, increases the effect of all agility by 32%. Spirit, 1 point equals 3 elemental attack, 5 elemental resistance. Bloodline skill 1, Devour Spirit. Devour any skill you have learned. Gain additional attribute adjustments based on the skill's quality. Bloodline skill 2, Big Mouth. Generates a blood-red giant mouth that swallows enemy projectiles, healing based on the projectile's damage. Cooldown 60, 27.9 seconds. Bloodline skill 3, Gluttony Believer. Appetite plus 200%. Passively gains 15 points of all upper-tier resistance. Qin Feng breathed a sigh of relief. Just like I remembered, the core is the Devour Spirit skill. It can swallow learned skills and exchange them for attribute adjustments. For players, the greatest use of a bloodline is improving attribute adjustments. In the past, 1 strength equaled 1 attack. With a bloodline, 1 strength equals 3 attack, and both physical defense and HP are multiplied several times over. This bloodline leans toward defense, with HP, defense, and elemental resistance increased 5-fold, and physical and elemental attack tripled. Normally, an assassin would be better suited to a high-offense bloodline, such as Assassin or Abyss Lone Wolf. But Qin Feng's talent could infinitely evolve skills. He could keep only the most useful active skills and Devour Spirit the rest. He could evolve first, then use Devour Spirit, gaining enormous benefits. He thought it over. If he devoured ordinary skills, the attribute boost would be very small, like 3 points becoming 3.05, and even if he devoured many, the effect would still be limited. But if he devoured an epic-level skill, to be continued. The swallowed skill cannot be used, nor can it be learned again, but each day 1 devoured skill can be restored, with the corresponding attributes being deducted. 1 chance per day to return a devoured skill. In that case, even if I devour the wrong one, I can still fix it. Qin Feng didn't hesitate and used Greedy Hand on the Soul Devourer's corpse. 5 more loot drops appeared in succession, several of them shining with diamond light. Killing an Emerald grade boss gave him 60 evolution points, and Greedy Hand gave him an additional 300. His evolution points rose to 696. He had also accumulated quite a few evolution points from killing the Platinum grade Corrosive Muscle Man and the Ghost Ship monster earlier. First, upgrade Poison Blade to Epic grade. Poison Blade was a bronze grade melee skill with a long cooldown, one Qin Feng had originally never used. He spent 32 points to evolve it to Epic grade. Epic grade Poison Blade still doesn't do enough damage. I'll leave it. To evolve it to Legendary grade would require 210 evolution points, so after thinking for a moment, he directly swallowed the Epic grade Poison Blade. In his previous life, He hadn't studied the Devourer bloodline, and he didn't know how much each grade of skill would add to his attributes when devoured. This time, he could only test it himself. Do you want to devour Poison Blade Epic Grade? Yes/no. Qin Feng chose yes. The Poison Blade skill slot turned gray, and the system prompt appeared. You have devoured Poison Blade Epic Grade. Strength changed. Each point of strength now converts from 4.2 physical attack. His strength conversion value increased by 1.2 per point directly. That's insane. He was a little surprised. If he kept devouring skills like this, his attributes would be far above everyone else's. After all, what he was devouring were epic grade skills. Without the infinite evolution talent, there was no way to devour epic grade skills at all. The only epic grade skill he started with was Mercy. In the godforsaken game, starting epic grade skills were extremely rare. Normally, no one would be willing to use a bloodline to devour them, and even diamond or jade grade skills were hard to bring oneself to swallow. Only Qin Feng, with infinite evolution, could push the Devourer bloodline to its absolute limit. The more skills I devour, the stronger this bloodline's returns will definitely be compared to others. Besides, there would be other bloodlines to obtain later in the game. First, I'll stack my base attributes as high as possible. When I can choose a second bloodline, I'll pick an assassin-exclusive one. Then, he chose the starting silver grade skill Marginalization, which reduces monsters' hatred toward him. It was originally meant for team play. Qin Feng always soloed, so he had no use for it. He evolved it to epic grade with 19 points, then upgraded it to legendary grade with 130 points. The legendary grade Marginalization could clear 90% of aggro while stealth, but it was still useless to Qin Feng. Devour it. He swallowed it directly. The system prompt appeared. You have devoured Marginalization, legendary grade. Vitality changed. Each point of vitality now converts from 50-70 HP, 5-7 physical defense. Each point of vitality now converted into 20 more HP and 2 more physical defense. When he had just activated the Devourer bloodline, his HP went from 2648-10888, and his physical defense from 334-1158. After devouring the legendary grade Marginalization, his HP rose to 15008, and his physical defense to 1570. Physical damage reduction jumped directly from 25.03% to 61.09%. Qin Feng discovered that devouring defensive skills improved vitality conversion, while devouring offensive skills improved strength conversion. He felt himself becoming ridiculously strong, with HP, defense, and evasion all rising sharply, several times tankier than even the most durable warrior. This was the gap created by bloodlines. Keep devouring. He set his sights on more skills, prioritizing attack type ones. Against a Jade grade boss, his damage still wasn't enough. He needed to be stronger. Qin Feng noticed that the poison blade in the skill bar had turned gray after being devoured, and an idea struck him. Since it's still in the skill bar, can I evolve it with evolution points? He had tried other methods before, but evolution talents and equipment didn't work. Infinite evolution could only evolve skills he had learned himself. However, the devoured skill still counted as a skill he had learned, so it should work. He selected Poison Blade to evolve, and the system popped up a prompt. Do you want to consume 210 evolution points to evolve Venom Blade, Epic, into Legendary? He decisively chose yes, and the skill evolution succeeded. At the same time, Soul Devour conversion made the attack power gained per point of strength even higher. As it turned out, his guess was right. The devoured skill merely turned gray and unusable. He could directly spend points to upgrade it without having to spit it back out. Very convenient. Qin Feng smiled with satisfaction. With a few evolution points, he could boost skill and bloodline bonuses whenever he wanted. With the remaining 305 evolution points, he evolved several useful skills. He spent 50 points to raise Blacklight Shield to Legendary. The shield lasted longer and also granted an attack power increase. His base attack power also became noticeably stronger. He spent another 50 points to evolve Night Ring Blades to Legendary. Its damage and combo effects both doubled. He nodded. This effect is pretty good. In places with lots of monsters, combo stacks built up faster. Unfortunately, Shadow Blade didn't have this effect. If it did, Qin Feng could stack combo points to the maximum very quickly even against single targets. After evolving 2 skills, he still had 205 evolution points left. He didn't rush to use them and first checked the boss drops. The first Emerald boss, please don't disappoint me. He had been thinking only about diamond equipment and skill books, but when he opened his bag, none of the 7 diamond quality loot items were for assassins. No face at all, huh? Fortunately, he used the leather pants conversion skill and pulled a priest skill book. Sacrifice. Lost life link, diamond level priest skill book. Obtained Dual Blade Mastery, Diamond Level Assassin Skill Book. Qin Feng's heartbeat quickened. Dual Blade Mastery was a core assassin skill. Dual Blade Mastery, Diamond Level when equipped with dual swords. Weapon attributes plus 100%. When equipped with daggers, you can dual wield, and all attributes take effect. With this skill, the assassin class changes completely, dual wield daggers, and all attributes and effects can stack. Moreover, this skill can still evolve. The evolution points he had saved earlier came in handy at just the right time. Consumed 21 evolution points, remaining 184, Dual Blade Mastery upgraded. Dual Sword attributes 100%, 120%, 150%. Dual Wield Dagger attributes 0%, 10%, 25%. Legendary Edition. When equipped with dual swords or dual wield daggers, skill casting speed plus 20%. Originally, thanks to agility-based speed boosts, his skill speed was already quite fast. Now that he had an additional 20%, Qin Feng's Shadow Blade casting time was shortened from 0.5 seconds to 0.4 seconds. Not bad. I just wonder if I can use triple swords in the future. He toyed with the Jade Grade Dagger Simbai Bone Blade, then took out the Plague Blade from his backpack and dual-wielded them directly, boosting both weapons' attributes by 25%. From now on, we'll need high-attribute weapons even more. As for the diamond gear from the other classes, I'll change out the leather pants later and see if I can get a diamond weapon. He wasn't in a hurry to head back for now. After all, the boss wouldn't leave its hiding place. Since we're already on the ghost ship, let's clear out the monsters first. Qin Feng transformed into the ghost ship's cleaner, wiping out wave after wave of level 15 to 20 monsters. At the same time, the little lowly ghost spirit quietly logged off. She prioritized leveling up her advanced class while farming monsters, because Qin Feng had brought her to an efficient grinding zone, and she leveled up much faster than others. That night, her class finally advanced to Tier 2. Magic City at night. Outside the Oriental U Villa district, in the darkness, a petite figure crept forward in stealth, arriving like a ghost. Author, I spent the whole day in the hospital today. There will be 2 more chapters later. Everyone can check them tomorrow morning. Hua Villa District. Outside the villas, 2 teams of fully armed security personnel were handing over their shifts. Finally off work. Let's try to reach level 11 tonight. Dream on. Level 10 to 11 is harder than all the levels before combined. Doesn't matter. Once the salary comes in, I can buy golden equipment, and grinding monsters will be a sure thing. Equipment isn't as good as buying skill books. The improvement is more stable. You don't get it. Equipment can still be sold off, skill books can't. Whatever. In 2 more days' wages I'll have enough for a golden set, and then I can just slack off in the game. You've got golden talent, so of course you don't care. I only have silver, so I have to be careful even when grinding. These security guards were originally from an international security company, of various nationalities, and had been stationed in Southeast Asia. After the godforsaken game descended, they were trapped in Magic City. Once they got equipment and weapons, they were hired by the Chu family. After the shift change, the previous team of 6 left in their car with smiles, while the new team of 6 dispersed to keep watch, with 2 stationed on the balcony, maintaining full vigilance. If anything happened, the others could quickly provide support. But no one noticed that a tiny invisible figure had already infiltrated the courtyard. Among the 6, one had level 2 anti-stealth, but her stealth was far stronger than that level. If Qin Feng were here, he would see a petite girl wrapped in black armor darting through the courtyard. The underworld blade, Ghost Spirit. Unlike before, Ghost Spirit's skin at this moment was pale, 3 white bone blades extended from her fingers, and a white horn grew from the top of her head. She had taken on the 2nd-tier, underworld evil ghost form of the underworld blade. Her weapon had transformed into bone blades. Her attack power had increased, and her stealth had been raised to level 4. She raised her hand and cast Underworld Gaze, plunging those around her into an illusion and making them see the scene they were used to. Due to the attribute gap, the illusion could last 4 or 5 seconds, more than enough for her. In the security guard's eyes, they still saw the peaceful courtyard. Against assassination, this skill was unbeatable. Within 3 seconds, Ghost Spirit flashed into action, and the 6 men collapsed soundlessly. She withdrew her blades, re-entered stealth, and walked toward the villa. In the villa's basement, Dongfang Yu, Chu Kunshan, and their son were discussing things. Chu Kunshan chuckled. The message has already been passed to Shadow through official channels. There should be results soon. Dongfang Yu sneered. That commoner is bound to retaliate. He definitely won't be able to hold back this time. We deliberately designed it in Nantian to make everyone in the Black Dragon Hall go offline. Lao Zhang can't find anyone to kill over there. Let's see how he holds it in. Chu Kunshan exhaled smoke. Shadow has over 1,000 years of tradable lifespan. Once we kill him, we'll buy ourselves a hiding place first. If this thing can be brought into reality, then we won't need to hire security. Dongfang Yu nodded, graceful and composed. Let's hope it goes smoothly. By then, we can capture more students around 18 years old, drain their lifespan, and also raise a group of commoners as lifespan reserves. Just as Chu Kunshin was feeling smug, his phone suddenly rang. It was his elder brother, Chu Datu, a top military figure. Chu Kunshin answered, only to be met with a furious scolding. You idiot! Who taught you to lure Shadow into blowing up the fireworks factory? You think you could hide it from me? Chu Kunshin was stunned. Big brother, how do you know? Chu Data sneered. Did you think I wouldn't know after you had the officials relay the message? I've already sent people to the factory to arrest your man, and the gangsters have all been dealt with too. Shadow is now a national strategic partner, and higher-ups have ordered us to protect him. You want to go against them? Don't think lifespan is everything. Without strength, no matter how much lifespan you have, it's useless. All you ever do is steal lifespan. Why not think about improving your own strength? From now on, don't target Shadow. Also, you've got enemies everywhere, so watch yourselves. Boss G is already looking for trouble with you. The call ended, and Chu Kunshin was frustrated. Dongfang Yu's expression was also ugly. What's going on? Did the problem come from relaying the message? Chu Kunshin said quietly. Should we move to Big Brother's military camp instead? Dongfang Yu sneered. Would going there earlier make everything better? There are too many official rules. We'd have to hand over the lifespan we've worked so hard to accumulate. Besides, Shadow killed my whole family. I can't possibly let him go. Halfway through her sentence, a sudden spray of hot liquid hit her face. In shock, she saw Chu Kunshin's head fall to the ground, his body collapsing on the spot. At that moment, Dongfang Yu and Chu Nantian both froze in confusion. Then, a miserable green chain blade flew in and directly pierced Dongfang Yu's abdomen, lifting her high into the air. Chu Nantian roared in rage and grabbed a mahogany chair, hurling it at the tiny figure. The chair shattered on impact, and the little girl easily dodged it, then turned and kicked his right leg cleanly in two. Chu Nantian fell to his knees, screaming in agony. This basement was extremely well soundproofed, so the screams could not get out. Hanging from a chain, Dongfang Yu saw the girl's face clearly and was terrified to the extreme. She recognized her as the daughter of the civilian couple she had previously caused to die. Back then, she had thought civilians were lowly, while she stood high above them, in control of life and death. But now, with her husband dead right before her eyes and herself suspended by chain blades, she only felt how fragile life truly was. How did you get in here? Impossible. Her vision darkened, and Chu Data's words rang in her mind. Without strength, no matter how long your lifespan is, you still can't protect it. Strength is everything. Without strength, no matter how much lifespan you have, you can't keep yourself safe. So I've always just been full of myself. Dongfang Yu realized her failure. Guiling looked at Dongfang Yu and Chu Nantian expressionlessly, then withdrew the chain blades. Dongfang Yu fell to the ground, but she was still alive. I was going to slowly torment you and let you experience my mom's pain, but forget it. Guiling felt there was no time and decided to end it directly. The chain blade shot out and pierced straight through Dongfang Yu's and Chu Nanchan's hearts. Dongfang Yu never imagined that it was the lifespan she had lost in the game that made Guiling this strong. Guiling did not let her guard down. She searched the basement and quickly found a trembling teddy bear. No survivors can be left. She remembered the teachings of Shadow and dealt with it directly using the chain blade. She also found several mutilated, tortured corpses, all too badly disfigured to identify. Guiling sighed, paid them no further mind, and directly began absorbing lifespan, taking all 9 bodies with her. She knew the authorities had professions like investigators who could track down the culprit through the corpses, so she would leave no evidence behind. Fortunately, she had long since prepared a 20-slot storage bracelet, enough to hold all the bodies. Along the way, she casually crushed mosquitoes that flew by and stomped insects to death, determined not to leave a single living thing behind. In the end, she even tossed several poison gas canisters into the villa to make sure there was not a single living creature inside. At that moment, Qin Feng was still grinding monsters on the ghost ship when he suddenly received a private message from Guiling. Senior, it's done. Qin Feng replied. All resolved. Guiling, all taken care of. I also found out some information. Dongfang Yu and her husband originally wanted to lure you to the fireworks factory and blow you up. After hearing that, Qin Feng was a little speechless. Use outsiders to lure me to the fireworks factory, then detonate it and blow me up? Did they really think I'd go? But what surprised him was that the authorities had actually dealt with the fireworks factory and the related personnel ahead of time, which showed they now placed even more importance on him. Ghost Spirit sent the kill list again. 6 security guards, Dongfang Yu, Chu Kunshin, Chu Nantian, 9 in total. Chu Nantian is dead too. Qin Feng was surprised. Ghost Spirit, yes. Dongfang Yu's son was at the scene at the time, so I took care of him together. In his previous life, Ghost Spirit only acted after Boss Ji failed in the assassination attempt. By then, Chu Nantian had already been under military protection, later even becoming a top-tier powerhouse, and in the end he joined forces with the authorities to take Ghost Spirit down. But this time, Ghost Spirit moved ahead of schedule and didn't spare Chu Nantian either. Qin Feng could only sigh. One brings ruin upon oneself. The old saying was right. More than 10 minutes later, the murder case in the Yufenghua Villa district was discovered because the security team failed to report on time. By the time the authorities arrived, Ghost Spirit had long since disappeared with the bodies, and even the surrounding surveillance cameras had been destroyed in advance. Only bloodstains remained at the scene, making it seem as though Dongfang Yu and the others were in grave danger. The question was, who did it? After analyzing the situation, everyone concluded it wasn't Shadow, because he had been online the entire time. Dongfang Yu had plenty of enemies, but very few could have pulled this off. One official even speculated that it was done by Boss Ji, but there was no evidence, and Boss Ji was overseas anyway. The Chu family could only curse helplessly. Qin Feng didn't care at all about the authorities' speculation. As long as Ghost Spirit followed his arrangements, they would never trace it back to him. At this moment, Ghost Spirit sent a message. The bodies haven't been dealt with yet. Do you want to absorb their lifespan? Qin Feng didn't answer directly, but instead asked, what do you plan to do next? Ghost Spirit was silent for a moment and said he had no plans. He wanted to follow Qin Feng and become stronger, hoping that one day he could revive his parents, and promising not to cause him any trouble. Qin Feng knew very well that he had not done much to help Ghost Spirit, yet he had already made the girl realize how extraordinary he was. After all, her class was the only hidden class, and no one should have known her growth path. Yet Qin Feng had accurately pointed it out. As for this resurrection matter, Qin Feng had only heard of it and had never seen it. He told Ghost Spirit, come find me at this address and bring the body. In fact, Qin Feng's blooming curse could only absorb the lifespan of corpses within 300 seconds of death. However, it was more than enough for erasing a body and leaving no trace. An hour later, at a park on the east coast of Modu, Ghost Spirit arrived at the address. She went invisible and entered the park, waiting for Qin Feng in the shadows. Because her invisibility skill had a limited duration, she had to stop and start as she moved. Under the night sky, the woods were dark and no one could detect the girl hidden within. A few minutes later, a cold voice sounded. If I were you, I wouldn't set my sights on such a suspicious girl. Upon hearing it, Ghost Spirit immediately went invisible and withdrew. That voice belonged to Qin Feng. There was also a young man nearby Ghost Spirit, wearing a baseball cap and holding a dagger with an invisibility skill, planning a sneak attack. But Qin Feng's warning interrupted him. After Ghost Spirit vanished, there was instantly no one left in the woods. The young man only felt a chill run down his spine. He had originally thought level 2 invisibility in reality was strong, but he never expected Qin Feng to see through it at a glance. After he had just run 30 meters, his invisibility time ran out, and he appeared in a sorry state. The next moment, a sickly green chain blade suddenly pierced through his chest. Ghost Spirit dragged the corpse back and apologized to Qin Feng. I was careless. I didn't expect someone else here to be able to approach while invisible. She dragged the young man's body into the dark woods, feeling a little guilty. It's fine. Next time, just get some anti-stealth skills, Qin Feng said calmly. He thought to himself, if it really came down to dirty tricks, he was still the best. In matters like this, whoever could counter stealth was the boss. Very soon, a scarlet flower bloomed on the corpse, erasing all traces. The woods returned to silence, as if nothing had ever happened. Follow me. Qin Feng did not show himself, nor did he move quickly. He simply led the way in silence. Ghost Spirit followed after hearing his voice. The two of them came to the beach. She saw a simple restaurant facing the sea. Come in. Qin Feng's black-clad figure appeared in the courtyard. This restaurant was built by him using the Divine Bestowal book. Its structure was simple, a kitchen, a hall, and 2 bedrooms. The master bedroom was actually the entrance to the Pure Soul Land, while the second bedroom was for Ghost Spirit. He did not plan to let her enter the Pure Soul Land for now, only to observe her first. In the game, he could let her join the Shadow Guild and enter and leave Evil Spirit Academy. After entering the restaurant, Ghost Spirit was somewhat surprised and also a little Jane. She cooperated with Qin Feng and handed over the corpses of Eastern Yu and the others, and Qin Feng dealt with them all. With the matter resolved, Qin Feng led her to the second bedroom. You can stay here. When nothing's going on, we'll enter the game. Ghost Spirit nodded obediently, but her stomach began to growl. Qin Feng was speechless. How long has it been since you last ate? Come on, what do you want to eat? He took her to the restaurant, and used the Book of Divine Bestowal to make food. She first asked for a pork floss bread. After finishing it, she asked shyly, "Can I have another one?" After devouring 5 breads and 3 glasses of milk, she finally said, "Thank you, teacher. I'm full." Qin Feng looked at the petite girl and was completely convinced. How long had this little girl been starving? Although he himself had the gluttonous follower attribute and ate a lot, how could she eat so much? He didn't correct her, calling him teacher, and let her be. After eating, Qin Feng returned to the soul purification land and entered the game. In the friends list, he saw that Ghost Spirit had come online as well. She still doesn't have a Book of Divine Bestowal, so I can take her to farm the shrine tower outside the Shanghai ruins. Qin Feng thought, I took her in to save myself trouble, but I can't keep supporting her forever. Otherwise, why would I have kept her? This dungeon is suitable for 2 people, and the rewards include 2 books of divine bestowal. He was also planning to save a few more for himself. Each shrine tower NPC is different, with different personalities, taboos, and skill books. Before setting out, Qin Feng first organized his backpack. He had already cleared the monsters on the horror ghost ship and reached level 19. In just these few hours, he had also obtained 3 diamond tier assassin equipment pieces and 1 diamond tier skill book. What he valued most was the dagger-type weapon he wanted after learning dual-wield mastery. Tidal Blade, diamond assassin type weapon. Elemental attack plus 465, spirit plus 48, agility plus 55, attack speed plus 35%. Requirement, level 18. Effect, each attack has a 40% chance to deal an additional 1080 water element damage, with the weak water status effect, reducing the target's base attack by 30% for 8 seconds. Non-stackable, reduced effect on bosses. Qin Feng directly replaced the Plague Blade, dual-wielding the Snow White Bone Blade and the Tidal Blade. The Tidal Blade was a spell assassin weapon, suited to him. It could increase the damage of his dark element skills and had a 40% chance to trigger high water element damage. If used by others, the damage output could more than double. But now, besides Qin Feng at level 19, the highest level players were only level 12, like Wang Ming, and Ghost Spirit was only level 10, so the level gap was huge. Qin Feng also obtained 2 pairs of diamond gloves. He chose the more suitable soul-absorbing wrist guards, which provided a full boost to his attributes and had the special affix, Inviolable plus 15, granting immunity to most control effects, while also restoring 1% per second. At this point, it was basically a built-in super armor state. Control effects from monsters and bosses were almost completely ineffective. The other pair of gloves had no special effect, so he directly discarded them. He also obtained the diamond tier skill book Stern Shadow, which could create a shadow clone that could synchronize skill casting, lasting 3 seconds with a 120-second cooldown, effectively doubling his damage for those 3 seconds. Moreover, the shadow clone would also remain permanently invisible. Qin Feng immediately spent evolution points to evolve the skill to mythic grade, extending the clone duration to 7 seconds and reducing the cooldown, making his output even more explosive. Clone count plus 1 da. Mythic grade effect, shadow clone plus 1 da. Qin Feng was shocked. After Stern Shadow evolved to mythic grade, he could now create 3 shadow clones at once, equivalent to quadrupling his damage for 7 seconds. He calculated that if he fought Devourer of Souls Androgel again, his speed would increase by at least 10-fold. Not bad, let's do it like this. Set off. He sent the coordinates to Ghost Spirit, planning to take her to challenge the Shrine Tower before heading to kill the Demon Blade. The Shrine Tower in the Shanghai ruins was near the ghost ship, but Qin Feng didn't go to pick up Ghost Spirit. With her level 4 stealth, she wasn't in any danger in that area at all. Qin Feng rode the Ghost Night Wolf alone, charging northwest through the drizzling rain toward the scorched earth. Since Qin Feng led his teammates, including Wang Ming, to break through the Divine Power Tower in Shanghai City, the Great Xia officialdom quickly unified its intelligence, and elite teams across the country all went out looking for the Divine Power Tower. The tower structure was very conspicuous. Many teams had already challenged it and purchased divine bestowed books. But at most, everyone could team up to take on golden tier bosses. Very few could clear the first floor solo. No one had yet passed the second floor at 200% strength, let alone Qin Feng's solo clear of the 5th floor at 500% strength. At this moment, Qin Feng and the Ghost Spirit were each approaching the Divine Power Tower. Outside the ruins of Modu, in front of the Divine Power Tower, Wan Yue had just come out with an official squad after a challenge. All 6 of them looked somewhat discouraged. We can't even solo the 2nd floor. How did Dark Shadow clear the 5th floor? I heard someone in Shanghai City said he was a perverted killer and that he dismembered several innocent civilians. Don't talk nonsense. There's no evidence. But the victim's time of death matched when Dark Shadow went offline. Wan Yue frowned. Dark Shadow doesn't seem like that kind of person. Jianghai is investigating. Don't spread rumors before there are results. The burly team member, Wu Chang. There are only two possibilities for this kind of thing. 1. Dark Shadow really is the killer. 2. The killer knows his online and offline times, like one of his friends. People in the official ranks know Dark Shadow's online and offline times, but after checking, none of them had the opportunity to commit the crime. We also can't just ask Dark Shadow directly, or we'll alert the snake. As they were talking, Wan Yuwei suddenly became alert. Watch out. She saw 6 invisible figures rapidly approaching. Since she was a demon hunter and had anti-stealth equipment, she could immediately see through them. They were using a group low-level stealth skill. It's the 5 foreigners from Black Spade A, and they've brought a great Xia female player. She glanced once, then immediately drew her bow and fired. Whoosh, whoosh, whoosh. 9 arrows released at once. Fuck, we've been spotted. It's fine, control them first. Mei Jing, put up the magic immunity shield. The white man with a pompadour leading the team, Tony, wearing heavy armor and wielding a halberd, showed a confident and cruel smile as he charged forward at speed. The halberd slammed into the ground, sending a yellow earth shockwave toward Wan Yuwei's 6-person team. Anyone hit would be sent flying. But Wan Yuwei's team were all top official elites from Modu, with extremely fast reactions. All 6 dodged, and even the slowest one, the middle-aged priest, was unaffected. They looked up and saw that Tony's group of 6 were all wrapped in purple magic immunity shields. Counterattack. Wan Yuwei ordered decisively. Although Black Spade A was already dead, Tony and the other 5 had continued killing in the Modu ruins and were now wanted by the authorities. Their gear was luxurious, all of them in full gold-grade equipment, crushing ordinary players with overwhelming force. But Wan Yuwei's team wasn't afraid at all and immediately launched a counteroffensive, with all their skills locked onto the enemy team's female priest. The black boxer immediately raised an earthen wall to protect the female priest, neutralizing Wan Yuwei's ranged attacks. Both sides were top-tier players, and the battle fell into a stalemate. Tony and the others wanted to kill Wan Yuwei to gain lifespan, while Wan Yuwei wanted to eliminate the wanted criminals. Wu Chang charged the front line with a great sword in hand, sweeping out with sword light and scattering the enemy formation. Wan Yuwei focused fire on the white mage, while she herself attacked and dodged with demon hunter skills, nicknamed the skate shoe, weaving nimbly through the battlefield. Both sides dealt very high damage, and one mistake could easily mean being instantly killed. Wan Yuwei's team worked together seamlessly and soon caught the opposing mage's mistake, unloading a barrage of damage that brought his HP down to a sliver. Just when they were about to finish him off, the female priest used a heal plus shield to save the mage. Wan Yuwei gave the female priest a cold look and questioned her stance. The female priest sneered. You still care about personal freedom at a time like this? What? You're jealous because I'm with 4 handsome guys. When Tony saw that their firepower was no match for the official team, he decisively had the whole squad activate a group speed boost skill and retreat. Ran pretty fast. Wu Chang cursed under his breath. Just as Tony and the other 5 were retreating, dark blade light suddenly bloomed from among them. In an instant, the entire team was instantly killed, their HP bars emptied, and 6 life orbs exploded out. Late Night Drizzle and the other 5 were stunned. Wu Chang couldn't help but mutter, "What the hell?" It's Shadow. Late Night Drizzle forcefully suppressed his excitement, his heartbeat accelerating. They had always thought they were already a top-tier team in the godforsaken game, both in Daxia and around the world. Their strength was clearly not weak, and they had fought Tony's team for quite a while without suppressing them. But now, before Shadow even showed himself, one move had instantly wiped out all 6 of them, leaving everyone completely stunned. Late Night Drizzle quickly reacted and immediately sent a private message to his teammates. Pay attention, Black Spade A's former members have just been wiped out. Guard the resurrection point and don't let them escape. With the Daxiao officials growing stronger and stronger, even the resurrection points in the city ruins were guarded by people. As long as a player without a hiding place died, they could only revive at a public resurrection point, making them easy to corpse camp. Tony and the others had no hiding place. After being instantly killed by Qin Feng, they revived at once, only to be surrounded and attacked by official players from Moda City. They were strong, but not Qin Feng. There was no way they could break out. Qin Feng couldn't be bothered with whether Tony and the others lived or died. After killing the 6 of them, he used the Flower Bloom Curse to harvest their tradable lifespans, and the untradable lifespans left on them were also drained clean. Each of them had at least 2 to 3 layers of the slaughterer status. After dying 3 times in a row, their lifespans had already dropped by more than half, and after being absorbed by Qin Feng, they lost another half. The 6 of them provided him with 126 years of tradable lifespan and 427 years of untradeable lifespan. If the Daxiao officials added a few more finishing blows, these people would not be far from being completely killed off. Qin Feng never showed himself the entire time. He remained invisible as he passed by Late Night Drizzle and the others, then headed toward the Tower of Divine Authority. Late Night Drizzle and the others didn't know where Qin Feng was, so they could only bow in thanks toward the 6 corpses, then immediately withdraw. Seeing Late Night Drizzle and the others leave, Qin Feng said nothing, only thinking to himself that this woman recovered pretty quickly. At that moment, Zhang Jinxian, the granddaughter of the guild leader of the Heavenly Vault Guild, sent a private message. Senior, there's a rumor going around that you're a murderous maniac. In Jianghai City, someone was dismembered, and the time of death was the same as when you went offline. Everyone's spreading it, and someone seems to be trying to set you up. Qin Feng understood at once that someone was deliberately throwing dirt on him. He had been in Moda City all this time and hadn't gone to Jianghai City at all. So they're trying to pin this on me, hoping to use public opinion to force the officials to deal with me? Qin Feng sneered. He first thanked Zhang Jinxian, then chatted a bit more and learned that she had already obtained the item for her first advancement, and that she was still some distance away from the second advancement. While waiting for the ghost spirit to arrive, Qin Feng also thought about the Jianghai City matter. Handling it alone would indeed be difficult, but now that he had the Yellow Springs blade, he could use the Yellow Springs evil ghost form to track the scent from the corpse and find the killer. That was even more powerful than the official investigators. He knew that ordinary investigators could only examine corpses dead within 2 hours. Even after advancing to first tier, they could only check corpses within 6 hours, and only second tier could inspect bodies within a day. And among the officials, there were not many first-tier investigators, let alone second-tier ones. The killer knows my offline time and understands the official procedures very well. They released the corpse at just the right time to avoid investigation. Qin Feng glanced through his friends list. Only a few people met the conditions, but it still wasn't necessarily them. The officials also had his online and offline records, and if someone was determined to look, they could still find them. However, Qin Feng was not in a hurry. He had Ghost Spirit to help him, and as long as Ghost Spirit went to Jianghai City and used her abilities, she could find the murderer. Once found, he could just kill them directly. At this moment, Ghost Spirit appeared, transforming into her Yellow Springs evil ghost form, holding a bone blade, with a small horn on her head, moving in stealthily. Qin Feng directly invited Ghost Spirit to form a party, preparing to storm the Tower of Divine Authority and by the Book of Divine Grace. Looking at the towering Tower of Divine Authority before him, the Tower Guard NPC was called Mom, but in fact she was the moon-waning queen, Virginie. She was mentally unstable and constantly imagined that her children were still alive. Whenever players came, she would ask them to help find her children, but the quest was impossible to complete at all. The only way to take advantage of her was for a man and a woman to team up and challenge her. Virginie would treat them as her own children, and they could buy the Book of Divine Grace for only 10% of the price, or even get it for free. That was why everyone called her Mom. By the mid-game, men and women from all over the country came to her, and she treated them all as her children. Virginie kept subsidizing them at a loss, and in the end, even her life was ruined. By the time Qin Feng was reborn, the NPC in this tower had long since been replaced. Virginie's story was indeed rather tragic. All Qin Feng could do was make sure she didn't lose money. Otherwise, no matter how much was given to her, it would all end up benefiting other players. Player Ghost Spirit has joined the party. Qin Feng brought Ghost Spirit into the Tower of Divine Authority and saw a noblewoman in a moon-waning priestess robe and pointed hat, glowing with white light. Virginie's avatar, a level 20 gold boss. The minimum level for the Tower of Divine Authority's bosses was 20, and as challengers' levels increased, the bosses would scale up as well. My children, you've come back. Do you want the Book of Divine Grace? But first, you must challenge me. Come, defeat your mother. The noblewoman said gently. Ghost Spirit was stunned. Children? Mother? What's going on? Qin Feng patted her. Don't overthink it. Just follow my lead. As soon as he finished speaking, Qin Feng struck directly and instantly killed Virginie's avatar. Ghost Spirit had just been about to attack, but the boss had already shattered into white light. She realized that as long as she followed Shadow, she didn't need to do anything herself. Just shout 666 was enough, which made her feel a little embarrassed. Compared to the teacher, I'm way too weak. After Virginie's avatar died, white light descended and her true body appeared. She embraced Qin Feng and Ghost Spirit. Alan, Anna, come to mommy. With Qin Feng's hint, Ghost Spirit timidly said, Love you, Mom. The keyword was triggered, and Virginie became so excited that she directly gave Ghost Spirit 9 books of Divine Grace for free. Qin Feng, meanwhile, Bought 2 books of divine grace that were unavailable in other cities, tobacco and shipbuilding, at 1/10 of the price, using up 200 days of lifespan. Anna, if danger comes, don't leave your brother. Your brother will protect you. The NPC gently reminded her. Ghost Spirit silently took the 9 sacred books, without spending a single cent. After leaving, Qin Feng explained the NPC background to her, and Ghost Spirit became even more worshipful of Qin Feng, thinking that he understood everything. But she felt a little guilty. Is it really okay to freeload like this? Will she be in trouble? Qin Feng shook his head. It cost the NPC 10 days of lifespan to make 1 sacred book. I paid 200 days, so she isn't losing out. Viclay sold each one for 1,000 days of lifespan, and even raised the price when the strong needed it most. In his previous life, many powerhouses were tricked by him and ended up killing him. The quest completed, Qin Feng took Ghost Spirit and left. He was going back to the ruins of Modu City to kill the Demon Blade, while the Jianghai City murderer would be left to Ghost Spirit. Before parting, Ghost Spirit hesitated and asked, Teacher, should I call you teacher from now on, or brother? Qin Feng immediately waved his hand. No, call me anything else, just not brother. Teacher is fine too. The girl felt a little disappointed. Actually, she thought calling him brother would feel closer, but Qin Feng had rejected it too directly, making it seem like he had some hard-to-speak-of past. After the assignment was settled, Ghost Spirit logged off first. Seeing the ghost night-traveling wolf bell Qin Feng had given her on the table, she picked it up and left. In the night, a ghost wolf carried her invisibly, racing toward Jianghai City. At the same time, in a basement in Jianghai City, a scar-faced man with skulls printed on his gloves was cleaning up the bloodstains and flesh on the hospital bed. Suddenly, his phone rang, showing, prepare the next prey. He looked at the housing listing on the webpage. Shanshui Yinxiang, Building 11, Floor 11, Contact, Miss Qin. This was exactly Qin Feng's old house in Jianghai City, and Miss Qin was Qin Xiaoyu. At this moment, Shanshui Yinxiang, Building 11, Floor 11. In the room Qin Feng used to live in, the short-haired beauty, Chu Yan, was with her chubby best friend Jia Xiaomei. Jia Xiaomei was a hidden-class diviner, and she was busy casting divination with a luminous effect. Jia Xiaomei suddenly shouted, Xiaoyan, bad news. Your best friend's brother is more than 200 kilometers east, out on the sea. He probably got killed and thrown into the water. Chu Yan was stunned. Are you sure? You just said there'd be mistakes if there's too little information. Jia Xiaomei said that if there were blood relations, divination would be the most accurate, but there was still a lot of residual information here, so the error wouldn't exceed 30 kilometers. And there was basically no one going to that area at all. Chu Yan was starting to believe it. She thought that with Qin Feng's personality, he wouldn't just abandon Qin Xiaoyu. If there really was no news, then something might have truly happened. She sighed and told Qin Xiaoyu, who was tidying things up, the result of the divination, while comforting her. Divination wasn't necessarily accurate, so don't worry too much. But Qin Xiaoyu only smiled faintly. What's there to worry about? If he's dead, then he's dead. Who told him not to apologize back then and break ties with me? If he had joined the Night Temple like I did, wouldn't everything have been fine? Even if he were still alive, I wouldn't care about him. Could he be stronger than the Night Temple Guild? There are so many people dying now, and it's not just him. Even Brother Song Fei is dead. By the time Qin Xiaoyu said this, her eyes were a little red. Chu Yan looked at her without saying anything and thought to herself, is Xiaoyu having some kind of issue? Since she doesn't care, I don't need to meddle anymore. In fact, Chu Yan felt it was a pity. Xiaoyu's brother was handsome, and he treated her well. Sigh. Chu Yan and Jia Xiaomei were getting ready to leave. Xiaoyu, I'm moving to the stadium with some friends from the Moshihai Guild. Message me if you need anything. The official side in Jianghai City had already moved the Platinum-tier Cathedral Sanctuary to the stadium, and it took up a huge area, with both official personnel and guild members there. The Moshihai Guild had been a huge help in the early stage, so Chu Yan was doing pretty well now. As for Jia Xiaomei, she had come to Jianghai from Modu with her parents to bring her family back to Modu, and she'd taken the opportunity to help with fortune-telling. Okay. Qin Xiaoyu was a little envious of Chu Yan. Actually, she was somewhat regretful. If she had joined Moshihai with Chu Yan earlier, wouldn't she also be relying on the official side now? If she wanted to leave the Night Temple, Chen Wuming would probably agree. The guild contract could be dissolved, and with Chu Yan's help, joining Moshihai wouldn't be difficult. But first, she didn't like doing public welfare work, and second, she was unwilling to give up. Right now she was still guarding the door for Dark Shadow, and if she got the chance to meet Dark Shadow, she couldn't abandon it. The Night Temple had just taken down a gold-tier hideout. Once it was extracted, she should be able to live in it too, right? As Qin Xiaoyu was thinking, she suddenly got a call. You want to buy this apartment of mine? A bit cheaper? 380 days. Lowest is 365. Can't go any lower. Want to see the place? Fine, I'm here right now. Qin Xiaoyu let out a breath of relief. After the godforsaken game began, many people sold their homes to exchange for lifespan, and no one would buy them. But she had only listed it for half a day and already got an inquiry, so her luck wasn't bad. As long as the house was sold and she had lifespan to buy food, she wouldn't have to worry. But she didn't know that the man on the other end of the call had a scar on his face. After hanging up, he put on a black trench coat, wore skeleton gloves, and walked out of a basement packed with torture devices, a twisted smile on his face. Half an hour later, at the Cathedral Sanctuary in Shanghai City Stadium, the official forces were stationed there. The more than 30-meter-tall cathedral had become the official headquarters hall. A young police officer was moving files when he suddenly received a message. He took out his phone and saw, "The prey is ready." This man was none other than Ma Naoyang, the bootlicker of Yu. He replied, "Wait for my order. Don't do anything reckless. If we're exposed, I won't be able to save you." He smiled and greeted the other officers, and no one noticed the coldness that flashed in his eyes. Dark Shadow, if everyone thinks you're a murderous maniac, what would you do? This is only the beginning. From now on, every time you log out, I'll have someone die. It won't be long before society descends into chaos. By then, even if the authorities don't want to deal with you, they'll have no choice but to act. Haha. The more Ma Naoyang thought about it, the more he hated Dark Shadow. Before the godforsaken game, and you would still talk to him occasionally, but now and you had eyes only for Dark Shadow, even scolding him for having his brain eaten by a crawler. Young Master Ma had never suffered a hardship since childhood. How could he endure such a grievance? He was unwilling to accept it. Although he knew that Dark Shadow was stronger than him, he believed that as long as the authorities acted, killing an assassin with heavy firepower would be no problem. Even invisibility couldn't save his life. By chance, Ma Naoyang met a scar-faced man codenamed Mass Slayer. The man was a murderous maniac. He could have arrested Mass Slayer, but he suddenly thought of framing Dark Shadow instead. Dark Shadow was elusive and unpredictable. The last time he appeared was when he killed Qin Shirshir, and after that no one knew his real location. In the Shanghai City murder case, Dark Shadow couldn't prove he wasn't there. This was a chance to pin the blame on him. Second, Ma Naoyang had a channel to obtain Dark Shadow's login and logout times, and with Mass Slayer acting in coordination, they could time the attack precisely. As the bureau chief's son, it was easy for him to find an informant. Ma Gongzi had never known hardship in his life. How could he possibly tolerate such humiliation? He refused to accept it. Although he knew Shadow was stronger than him, he believed that once the authorities intervened, taking down an assassin with heavy firepower would be a breeze, and even invisibility wouldn't save his life. During a chance encounter, Ma Naoyang came across a scar-faced man codenamed the Butcher, a bloodthirsty serial killer. He could have arrested the Butcher on the spot, but a sudden thought struck him. He could pin the blame on Shadow. Shadow was as elusive as a ghost. His last known appearance was when he killed Qin Shirshir, and since then, no one had any idea of his whereabouts. With the homicide case in Shanghai City, Shadow couldn't prove his alibi. This was the perfect opportunity to frame him. Second, Ma Naoyang had access to information on Shadow's online and offline times, allowing him to coordinate with the Butcher to strike at the exact moment of the crime. As the chief's son, finding an inside source was a breeze. Third, as long as the body disposal time is precisely controlled, the investigators won't be able to trace the killer, and no one will suspect him. Under the new rules, level 10 players have storage backpacks, and even if they die, no one can search the secrets inside them. He communicated with the slaughterer by secret message phone, kept it in his bag at all times, and no one could find out. Ma Naoyang was confidently steady as a rock. Even if the plan was crude, he felt no pressure at all. If it succeeded, great. If it didn't, he lost nothing. All he needed to do was arrange for people to spread the rumor that Dark Shadow is a murderous maniac, just to discuss Dark Shadow. That would be enough. As for civilians getting hurt, he didn't care at all. But he hadn't expected Qin Feng to obtain the divine weapon Netherworld Blade, which could track down the killer. And besides, the authorities only act when they have evidence, while Qin Feng never plays by those rules. At the same time, inside the Divine Abandoned game, Wang Ming and Lin Liu, and Gu Yixue discovered that Dark Shadow had just gone offline for more than 10 minutes, and then came back online. And you said that last time they hadn't reported the Deshin going offline in time, and they also hadn't discovered the dismemberment case. Lin Liu believed Dark Shadow was focused on getting stronger and was definitely not a murderous maniac. He must have been framed. And you worried that if the public believed the rumors, everything would spiral out of control, so Dark Shadow's suspicion had to be cleared as soon as possible, or the situation could collapse at any moment. Therefore, as long as they didn't report Dark Shadow's online and offline times, there would only be 3 possibilities afterward. 1. No dismemberment case. 2. There was a dismemberment case, but the timing didn't match. 3. The dismemberment case continued, and the timing still matched Dark Shadow's offline time. If it's the first two, we'll probably be able to clear the Dashun of suspicion. The third one has nothing to do with our officials, but I still think the Dashun is fine. Probably something happened to his friend. After you finished speaking, Wang Ming nodded. He said in a low voice, I've already asked Director Dai's side to speed up training second-tier investigators. As long as we find the person faster, we can identify the killer. And you nodded. If it really doesn't work, we'll contact the Dashun privately and take a photo with him when he goes offline. If another case happens at that time, it can still help clear the Dashun's name. This was the last resort. Now that the matter had blown up, it had already made Dark Shadow very troublesome. If it could be resolved on their own, and you definitely didn't want to trouble the Dashun again. Not to mention, Dark Shadow had never appeared in real life, clearly not wanting to expose himself. Afraid of being targeted by the authorities, I guess? And you smiled bitterly. If it were her, she wouldn't casually reveal her location either, and she wouldn't ask Dark Shadow to do that either. At this moment, Ghost Spirit had already ridden the night-walking wolf quietly into Zhanghai City. But she quickly discovered a problem. She was lost. This was her first time in Zhanghai City. Where's Jinji Lake Park? The little loli asked with a blank look on her face. Ma Naoyang pretended to sort through documents, but he felt that something was off. According to the pattern, Dark Shadow goes offline once every 6 to 8 hours. But it's almost 8 hours now, and there's still no news. He kept checking the secret message phone, but there was no information, so he had to stuff it back in again. When no one was around, his expression turned dark. After attributes are extracted into reality, the appetite becomes huge. It's impossible to stay online forever. The only possibility is that Wang Ming and the others didn't report it. He figured out what Wang Ming and the others wanted to hide, and felt that things had become a bit troublesome. If there's still no news, I can't just keep doing nothing. That killer slaughterer also put a lot of pressure on him. The other party really was a murderous maniac. If he wasn't given a target for too long, Slaughterer would lose control. Better let Slaughterer kill first and satisfy his quota of 3 people a day. The bodies can be dumped the next day and handled with professional methods. No one will be able to determine the exact time of death. Ma Naoyang thought it over, then sent Slaughterer a text message. 1. This was the signal, meaning it was time to act. Request failed. Cannot enter the Divine Abandon game while in combat. Request failed. Cannot enter the Divine Abandon game while in combat. Qin Xiaoyu closed her eyes and, hearing the prompt in her mind, grew more and more frightened. She was bound to a hospital bed with chains, her mouth stuffed with her own socks. The room was dim, thick with the smell of blood. When faced with danger, her first instinct was to enter the game, but after being tied up she was in combat state, and simply couldn't enter the Shinchi game. She opened her eyes and saw, not far away under the light, a man in black clothes wearing skull gloves, wiping a chainsaw. Her whole body trembled as fear spread through her. Suddenly, the man received a message, stood up, and lifted the chainsaw. MMPH, 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 MMPH. Qin Xiaoyu's pupils dilated as she struggled desperately, but it was useless. She was in despair. The dangers of this world were far beyond her imagination. She had only been trying to sell a house, but was drugged by the person viewing it. And when she woke up again, she was already tied up. She was afraid, trembling, struggling. But her attributes were too low. Even though she was level 10, she didn't have nearly enough lifespan to draw into reality. No matter how hard she struggled, it was all in vain. In fact, this kind of danger had always existed. It was just that the arrival of the Shinchi game made some people's desires and dangers more direct and more widespread. Qin Xiaoyu had also heard about the serial killer in Zhanghai City. But in order to sell her house and exchange it for lifespan, she had always chosen to ignore it, feeling that it was far away from her. She never expected that this time, she would run straight into it. No, and no, I don't want to die. She struggled desperately, but with her mouth stuffed by socks, she could only make muffled cries. The man in black with skull gloves stood up holding the chainsaw, then suddenly stopped and picked up an electric drill instead. Electric drill first, or chainsaw first? You pick one. Oh, right, you can't speak. 1 cry means the drill, 2 cries mean the chainsaw. The man's voice was chillingly cold. Qin Xiaoyu clearly saw the scar on his face, along with those crazed eyes, and her face twisted in terror. MMPH, 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 MMPH. She struggled even harder. 6 cries, an even number. Then let's go with the chainsaw. The man grinned grotesquely as he walked over, the chainsaw buzzing to life. Qin Xiaoyu's mind went blank. She imagined a hero rushing in to save her, but unfortunately, that was only the stuff of TV dramas. In reality, the only one who could save her, the ghost spirit, had gotten lost and happened to find the right direction, but it was too late to save her. In the next second, the butcher pointed the chainsaw at her calf and suddenly applied force. Qin Xiaoyu was racked with pain, as if she had fallen into an abyss. If Qin Feng were here, he'd definitely save me. Amid the pain, she thought of Qin Feng, who had always protected her, but now he wasn't here. Just when she was about to give out, a white light suddenly lit up, and a warm healing power wrapped around her wound, stopping the bleeding. Tears sprang to her eyes, and she thought someone had come to save her. But she despairingly discovered that the one casting the spell was the scar-faced butcher. The butcher introduced himself excitedly. "My name is Rin Tuesday. I originally wanted to draw a hidden class, but I never expected to get a priest. At first I thought it didn't fit me, but I didn't expect it to suit me perfectly. With healing magic, prey can be played with for a long time and won't pass out from blood loss." He laughed loudly. Qin Xiaoyu completely collapsed and fainted from crying. The butcher sneered. "When you wake up, we'll take our time. Next time, I'll use the drill." At this moment, Ghost Spirit finally found the abandoned warehouse. She transformed into a vengeful ghost and slipped inside, following the scent to find the direction. With her extraordinary hearing, she caught the faint muffled sobbing of a woman inside and guessed that the killer was in the middle of committing his crime. She quietly locked onto the basement and broke the door open with her chain blade. "Who's there?" The butcher in the basement immediately became alert. Just as he turned around, he was attacked by a ghastly green chain blade. "Fuck!" The butcher reacted extremely fast and barely avoided his heart, but the chain blade still pierced his right chest. Under the dim yellow light, the petite ghost spirit appeared. She deliberately did not take his life, keeping Qin Feng's instructions in mind. The real mastermind behind this was someone else. "You're not the mastermind. Tell me who's behind this, and I'll spare your life." Ghost Spirit's voice was cold. Although the butcher's injury was not fatal and he still wanted to heal himself, Ghost Spirit stepped forward and kicked him, interrupting the casting. The skill entered cooldown. "Speak." Ghost Spirit pressed again, and the chain blade pierced straight through his thigh. The butcher let out a scream, cold sweat pouring down his face, never expecting this unassuming little girl to be so ruthless. Ghost Spirit glanced at Qin Xiaoyu, who had fainted, and muttered that a broken leg might still be fixable. She didn't pay it much mind and focused entirely on tracing the mastermind behind it. Faced with the threat of death, the butcher quickly gave up Ma Naliang. At that moment, Ma Naliang was waiting for news when his phone received a message from the butcher. "The prey got away. Come to this address, and I'll trade you a trace skill for lifespan." Ma Naliang had no choice but to go there in person. However, when he reached the agreed location, he was knocked unconscious. When he woke up, he found himself in a dim basement, bound all over. "So it's you who wanted to harm my teacher?" the masked lowly girl said coldly. Ma Naliang struggled. "Let me go now." Ghost Spirit curled her lip. "You've already received the butcher's information, and you're still denying it?" Then Ghost Spirit released the bound butcher. The butcher broke into a perverted grin, picked up an electric drill, and walked toward Ma Naliang. "Don't, stay away. My dad is Ma Gang." Amid the screams, the scene was so vile it even made Ghost Spirit feel nauseous. After the butcher had vented all he wanted, Ghost Spirit finished him off with a poisoned dart to the heart. Cooperation was only a means to an end. She never intended to keep her promise. After it was all over, Ghost Spirit looked at Qin Xiaoyu but did not act, simply leaving quietly. Soon, the Zhanghai authorities received a report. Director Dai quickly led people to the abandoned factory. More than 10 minutes later, the authorities entered the basement of the factory and discovered the scene of a dismemberment case. Ma Naliang's body had been cut into 8 pieces, and there was also Qin Xiaoyu, a girl with both legs severed and unconscious. The investigation showed that Qin Xiaoyu was a student at Zhanghai Normal University, and the male corpse was none other than the missing official employee Ma Naliang. Everyone suspected this case was related to the recent perverted murder cases, but the details were unclear, so they could only shift their focus to Qin Xiaoyu. Just as the authorities were waiting for Qin Xiaoyu to wake up, a staff member from the strategic department couldn't handle the pressure any longer and turned himself in. He confessed that he had once leaked Shadow's login and logout times to Ma Naliang. Only then did everyone realize that the mastermind was actually Ma Naliang, who had wanted to frame Shadow. At that moment, someone found Qin Xiaoyu's phone at the scene, which contained a video. In the video, a scar-faced man in black was brutally killing Ma Naliang. 3 minutes later, a poison dart suddenly killed the scar-faced man, and the footage ended. Everyone immediately understood. Ma Naliang and the scar-faced man had set up a trap to frame Shadow, only to be wiped out by a mysterious powerhouse. But who was the one who killed the scar-faced man? No one could be certain, because poison darts like that were very common in the godforsaken game. Some guessed it was Shadow, but Shadow had never logged out. The Shanghai authorities then issued a statement. All rumors that Shadow is a serial killer were false. The real culprit had already been subdued. The scar-faced man's portrait was released. Shadow remained an official partner, and society had many good Samaritans. For example, the filming hero, who caught the criminal this time. At this moment, Qin Xiaoyu still hadn't woken up. Qin Feng didn't care about this side of things. He trusted Ghost Spirit to handle it. After eating and logging back in, Qin Feng returned to the game to continue sorting out the loot and prepare to head to the Magic Leaning Tower. The Swallowing Spirit bloodline is ridiculous. A 200% appetite doesn't just mean wanting to eat more. It also increases your actual food intake. Qin Feng said helplessly. Luckily, in the game, real-world waste would be erased by some unknown energy. Otherwise, he'd be busy just handling everything he ate. At this moment, and you sent a message. Qin Feng received a private message. The other side first apologized for the serial killer incident, saying they had caused him trouble. Then they mentioned filming hero, and Qin Feng was left dumbfounded after hearing it. What kind of social death nickname was that? Did his little lowly at home not deserve any face? However, and you brought some good news. There were rumors of another ancient Godstone tablet in a newbie town in Shanghai City. This time, it appeared at an altitude of 1,000 meters above the ground, and the players in the town could only huddle in the safe zone, too afraid to go outside. The reason was that 5 gold-tier flying bosses were circling overhead, specifically hunting players, and no one dared to go out. Qin Feng judged that this was definitely related to the ancient Godstone tablet. He felt that he needed to get a flying mount. Players couldn't fly in the early stages, only mounts would do. And as long as he reached level 20, he could reliably obtain a flying mount. Qin Feng glanced at the experience bar. It was almost there. Just take down the Emerald-tier boss, Demon Blade, and he'd reach level 20. He slipped away from the Evil Spirit Academy in stealth. At that time, the players from the Sky Dome Guild were still discussing the Shanghai City murder maniac incident, and only now did they finally relax. Quite a few buildings on the ground of the Evil Spirit Academy were under repair, and the guild was developing at a skyrocketing pace, with recruitment becoming even stricter. A number of old men were gathered in the ruins playing mahjong. These were the Sky Dome Guild's standby members, reserve troops with plenty of lifespan, who could be deployed at any time. Games like mahjong and poker could all be produced within the game. They were products of the Divine Ensemble book. No one noticed Qin Feng. After he left the Evil Spirit Academy, there were large numbers of players outside lining up to join, showing off their kill records, KM, to each other. The Sky Dome Guild checked records before recruiting people. Anyone who had indiscriminately killed innocents was rejected. They specifically hunted Black Dragon Hall members and even offered bounties for them. By now, Black Dragon Hall players had become like rats crossing the street. Everyone beat them on sight. This move had directly crippled Black Dragon Hall, and it could be considered the fulfillment of Old Zhang's promise to Qin Feng. Qin Feng glanced around casually and continued toward the Magic Leaning Tower. Over at the Magic Leaning Tower, the members of Flyco Heavy Industries had been beaten into doubting life by Demon Blade, so they were all hiding inside the tower waiting for Shadow to come. Another group of people was hiding near the top of the tower, simply wanting to witness Shadow kill the boss with their own eyes. Demon Blade, on the rooftop, didn't notice these people and was absorbing the lifespans of the people he had killed earlier. While waiting, this group of players chatted idly and happened to catch the Shanghai City official's announcement about Shadow. What's with the murder and dismemberment thing? Big shot Shadow can't be bothered to return to Shanghai. What's so special about Shanghai that it's better than Shanghai? You idiot, he must have relatives in Shanghai. By the way, does the big shot Shadow have a younger sister? A cousin or paternal cousin would work too. You want to go to Shanghai and pursue his sister? If I casually date some girl, could I end up running into the big shot's sister? I'm different. I like older sisters. Bro, go buy a lottery ticket. Yeah, I used to check lottery numbers every day, but now no one even sells them anymore. The few of them were chatting nonsense, one line at a time. Suddenly, a pitch-black heavy object fell from the sky and smashed down in front of them, splashing water everywhere. Holy crap, what the hell was that? More than a dozen people were so scared they jumped up. They looked over. Holy crap, isn't that the head of the Emerald Grade boss? Demon Blade. Did he die? Did Dark Shadow arrive? Where is he? I didn't feel any movement at all. Turning to look at the rooftop, the boss, who had originally been sitting there with its eyes closed to rest, was now headless and had twisted to the ground. All the dropped loot had been picked up, leaving only the life orbs, which were being absorbed by an invisible person. All the players were stunned. They had originally wanted to sneak a look at how Shadow killed the boss, so they could brag about it later, but they didn't even hear a sound before the boss suddenly died. Holy crap, instantly killed an Emerald Grade boss. I died to this boss 5 times, and I thought he was just bluffing. Any chills left? I've already sucked in all the cold air. My eyeballs are about to pop out from shock. The players were shocked. Qin Feng hid in stealth and idly savored the boss's lifespan. A mere emerald-grade boss wasn't even up to the standard for its mechanics. With a single solemn shadow, 3 shadow clones, and 1 instant shadow slash, Qin Feng unleashed 36 consecutive strikes in an instant, completely breaking the boss's defense. With the main body and the clones all using Crimson Blade at the same time, the 4 massive hits killed it outright, and the boss didn't even trigger invincibility. At the same moment its head flew off, Qin Feng activated Hand of Greed and gained another 360 evolution points and 5 diamond-grade pieces of equipment. After absorbing the life orb, he opened his backpack and the Diamond Tier skill book came into view. Merge into Darkness, Diamond Assassin skill. Upon activation, grants level 2 stealth to yourself and allies within 20 meters for 5 minutes. In dim environments, stealth becomes level 4. Cooldown, 120 seconds, reduced to 55.81 seconds. Required level, 15. A group stealth skill. Qin Feng was still using shadow concealment for now, but that was only an initial skill. Even if it evolved to epic, it would only last 60 seconds and grant level 1 stealth. Merge into Darkness directly grants level 2 stealth and lasts 5 minutes. The downside is that it doesn't increase damage when stealth is broken, but that's not a big problem. Night can also raise the stealth level, and with the passive effect added on top, the result is even better than shadow concealment. In reality, it would only reach level 4 stealth at night, but in-game there's black mist all year round, so this skill is basically effective at any time. It can be evolved 3 times directly. Qin Feng glanced at the remaining 391 evolution points and decisively issued the evolution command. Consume 1 plus 20 plus 300 evolution points, 70 remaining. Merge into Darkness, Diamond Epic Legendary Mythic Self, and allies enter level 2, 3, 4, 5 stealth, lasting 300, 400, 500 plus infinity seconds. In dim environments, stealth level increases to 4, 6, 8, 10. Legendary, damage reduction while stealth plus 20%. Mythic, stealth duration is permanent. 3 evolutions, from Diamond Tier to Mythic Tier, and the skill was completely transformed. Qin Feng did the math. The skills-based stealth was level 10, Formless Boots added 2 levels, Deep in Darkness added 7, and his class trait added another 2, for a total of level 21 stealth. At this stage, no one could see through him. Level 21 stealth also brought 6,300 points of stealth-breaking attack power. Other top assassins only had 200 points. He completely crushed them. What's more, stealth now lasted permanently, so he didn't need to keep refreshing the skill. The only thing to watch out for was being hit, which would reveal him. If he had a damage-immune shield, he could tank the attack and stay hidden, but shield layers were limited, and a focused burst would burn them down quickly. However, the people Qin Feng encountered now were basically all one-shot kills, and no one had the chance to gang up on him. Only when he took the initiative to attack someone's hiding place would the other side's barrier be able to hit him with area attacks, but that situation was still far off. No one dared provoke him, and he had no need to launch a proactive attack. Finally, Qin Feng looked at the corpse of the Demon Blade, turned around, and left. As for the loot from this boss, the only thing he could use was merge into Darkness. He opened the equipment interface as he walked. After killing the demonic blade, the energy in the cursed slate of the ancient god of calamity was full again. Add Euthos' curse to the Witch Transformation Ring. Buff, cooldown speed plus 369% debuff. Other cooldown speed attributes are disabled. Keep it. If kept, the Euthos curse on Black Flame Gift, piercing leather armor, will be invalidated. Qin Feng was pleasantly surprised. The slate had been rolled many times before, and this time he finally got an excellent curse. With 369% cooldown speed, skills could be chained almost without limit. A skill that originally took 10 seconds could now be used in just over 2 seconds. The negative effect was not a big deal. His original total cooldown bonus was only a little over 100%. Although he would lose the 100% defense piercing effect from Black Flame Gift, the extremely short cooldowns for multiple skills made the overall gain greater. Shadow Flash Slash, cooldown 2.56 seconds. Throat Cut, from Atonement, 3.19 seconds. Night Ring Blade, 2.13 seconds. Blacklight Shield, 12.79 seconds. Solemn Shadow. The defense piercing effect from Black Flame Gift was weakened, so single hit damage went down, but his DPS actually surged. The active effect of Atonement could add 930% sustained damage, and its cooldown was only 3.19 seconds. And that was just one effect from a cursed slate. I have to get the ancient god slate above the newbie town. Qin Feng thought to himself. If he had 2 slates, he could stack 2 effects. Qin Feng glanced at his level. After taking down the demonic blade, he was just level 20, which meant he could enter the skull ruins and obtain a flying mount. Only he could complete this challenge. Before setting out, Qin Feng took the magic slanted tower hideout key to find Huang Huifan, the guild leader of Feek Heavy Industries. The magic slanted tower had 24 floors plus a rooftop, standing over 400 meters tall in total, with each floor nearly 20 meters high and covering more than 20,000 square meters. Qin Feng came straight down from the rooftop and saw Huang Huifan waiting for him in the hall with her core members. The players were all excited and nervous, but Qin Feng didn't show himself. He directly went invisible in front of Huang Huifan and initiated the trade. When Huang Huifan saw the trade invitation and noticed no one around, she was startled. But the moment she saw the key, she became excited. She hurriedly apologized, saying she had only brought 800 years of lifespan and was still short 1,000 years, which she would have to wait to collect from guild taxes. Qin Feng only said, "Come get it in 3 days," then clicked to complete the trade and left. The players only heard Huang Huifan speaking with Qin Feng and never even saw him. The trade was already over, and everyone felt it was a pity. So unfortunate, the big shot won't even show a shadow. If he dared to show up, I'd dare to cling to his thigh. But the hideout was finally secured, and everyone was still very excited. Huang Huifan used the key to become its owner, announcing that the tower would henceforth serve as the guild's base. The guild would charge a 50% tax rate, and members could get rooms from logistics. At that moment, a young man wearing glasses and holding a black vase pushed through the crowd. Huang Huifan called out to him. This was her son, Huang Ziqing. Huang Ziqing turned back impatiently. He looked to be 24 or 25, about 1.75 meters tall, wearing an old mage robe, with messy hair and some acne on his face. Huang Huifan asked in anger, but lowered her voice. "Why didn't you go to the team I arranged for you?" Huang Ziqing smiled. "You've been arranging things for me since I was little, and you still want to control me for life? You meddled when I was dating, and now you even want to control my party." Huang Huifan said coldly, "They're not worthy of you." Huang Ziqing sneered. "Then the team you arranged for me. Wasn't that Feng family priestess worthy? Fat like a pig. She's old man Feng's only daughter, and her hidden class is very strong. How is it humiliating for you to be with her?" Huang Huifan said in exasperation. "Do you know that strength is what matters now? If you had the level of Dark Shadow." Huang Ziqing impatiently shook off Huang Huifan. "Do you understand the game better than I do? Mind your own business." He entered the room in the magic leaning tower, bolted the door, and excitedly stroked the black vase by himself, muttering under his breath, "As long as I'm strong enough, I can do whatever I want." What a shadow! Qin Feng had already left the leaning tower after the trade, so he didn't see this scene. In fact, if the black vase fell into his hands, he would use it the right way, but if anyone else got it, they would only suffer a huge loss. At this moment, Qin Feng was riding the ghost wolf and quickly heading to the eastern part of the magic capital ruins. He couldn't be bothered to reclaim the ghost wolf bell and was planning to exchange it for the bone sword wyvern flying mount. An item can only be extracted once. In reality, having a copy means that as long as you possess the original, you can summon it back at any time. Qin Feng glanced at his own attributes, comprehensively crushing other players. Then he used Blend into Darkness, rode the wolf in stealth, and crossed the center of the ruins. The city gradually became bustling, with guards stationed at the respawn point, and the surrounding districts were lively, with team recruitment, trading, and more. People from all walks of life were recruiting, shouting prices, and selling equipment. Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to browse the stalls. He only needed the officials to help him collect the assassin skill book Devour Spirit. He had already told Yu to prepare for it, and after obtaining the flying mount, he would return to Zhanghai City to trade. As he passed through the respawn point, he suddenly ran into late-night Drizzle in black leather armor. She led her team to question the guards. "You let Tony go? How many of our people did they kill?" Hearing that the higher-ups had gone through diplomatic channels, she exploded in anger and cursed, completely unable to understand it. Lu quickly opened his friend's list and found several officials to question. Before, she wasn't high enough in rank and was just a small, ordinary Coast Guard, so she had no place to speak at all. But after the descent of the godforsaken game, the officials heavily reused players with strong in-game abilities, allowing her to participate in some matters, though only to a limited extent. She still couldn't make all the decisions. Qin Feng happened to ride past on the Ghost Wolf at this time and heard late-night Drizzle talking about diplomatic channels and Theodore, and his heart jolted. Theodore was a North American diplomat who had mixed around the magic capital when the godforsaken game had just begun, and even cooperated with the Great Xia officials. But after the routes reopened, when he left magic capital, he caused huge losses to the officials. Later, he became part of the management of a top North American guild and caused a lot of trouble competing with Great Xia. The strongest person in Theodore's team is the only hidden class, Soul Walker. This class made even the Magic Capital officials willing to cooperate. But in the end, outsiders are always outsiders. Their hearts will never be the same. In the end, they were still screwed over by Theodore. Qin Feng didn't think much more about it and continued riding the wolf toward the eastern part of the Magic Capital ruins. If he ran into Theodore on the way, he would just kill him directly. Now Theodore and I are both cooperating with the officials. If a conflict breaks out, which side will the officials stand on? Several kilometers east of the Magic Capital ruins, the white young man Tony brought 4 teammates to the post station ruins. 5 foreign players. As for the female priest Mei Jing, she couldn't be protected through diplomacy and had already been arrested on the spot by the Magic Capital officials. Tony and the others arrived at the well in the ruins and met 6 foreign players. Leading them was a middle-aged man in a gray robe, a cigarette between his lips. He was a powerhouse who had challenged the Tower of Divine Authority. He was Theodore, in-game code named Valerian. A former senior official stationed in Magic Capital by North America, he had developed quickly after the godforsaken game by forming a team. Theodore's class was the hidden class, Life Priest, the same as Qin Xiaoyou's, but it was not the only hidden class. Its strength was a bit weaker than Qin Feng's Shadow and Ghost Spirit's Yellow Springs Blade, but stronger than ordinary classes. As the same Life Priest, Theodore played at a much higher level than Qin Xiaoyu. On one hand, he had an emerald-grade talent. On the other, his own gaming ability was strong. If he didn't main support and healing, he could break into the global top 100. Global rankings are mainly based on the later event, Path of the Abyss. People who specialize in healing support generally get average results, but Theodore's support could rank in the global top 10. At this moment, Tony led his team in front of Theodore, and all 5 of them were very respectful. "Thank you, sir, for helping us out. North America is the strongest. So long as you speak up, Great Xia wouldn't dare touch us at all." Tony and the others looked very proud. Theodore, however, had a cigarette in his mouth and gave a cold laugh. "A lot of our compatriots have been seeking help from the consulate lately, but I'm only helping you. Do you know why?" Tony and the other 5 were stunned, and I scratched his head and frowned. "Why? Idiot." On the broken wall behind them, Fury was chewing bubblegum as she mocked. "We want your gear. If you hand it over, you're useless, right, old man?" Old man referred to Theodore. The girl was called Fury, blonde hair, blue eyes, golden-grade leather armor, quite delicate-looking, though unfortunately pockmarked. A flintlock was hanging at her waist. Her class was Gunslinger. Her weapon was class-exclusive, and she still had to rely on herself to upgrade and modify it. Gear. Tony and the others exchanged glances before finally realizing what was going on. They were wearing a full set of golden-grade equipment, far more luxurious than Theodore's side. Theodore's team had only 1/3 golden gear. After all, a team could only take down a limited number of bosses, and they couldn't complete the set. Theodore said, "I already owe the Great Xia officials a favor for saving you. Don't make me take a loss." After saying that, he casually flicked away the cigarette, but complained that Great Xia cigarettes were hard to smoke, saying he missed cigars. Tony and the others' faces darkened. They knew they were no match for the other side. If they didn't hand over the gear, they would definitely be wiped out, and their assistance would be cancelled too. They had thought Theodore was saving them because of their nationality, but it turned out he was robbing them. A few minutes later, Theodore and the others left with several sets of golden-grade equipment, heading east. "With the gear in hand, we can take on the platinum boss at the entrance of the Skull Ruins." Tony and the other 5 were stripped completely. Their original golden gear had turned into rags, and 2 of them were even bare-chested. Qian Shishir had only bought their equipment, not directly given them their lifespans. Their whole squad's golden gear was now gone. "The good news is that the Great Xia officials are no longer putting out a warrant for us. But we still have to watch out for Great Xia players. They're almost insane now. Xiaohei, scout ahead. If anyone shows up, let us know." The 5 of Tony's group were preparing to grind some mobs nearby, but they didn't know that Qin Feng was already riding a ghost wolf, rushing over while invisible at level 21. When Qin Feng reached the east gate of the Magic City ruins, he had originally planned to go to the last platinum-grade hideout, but then discovered there were too many people there, and the officials were already going to it. After thinking it over, he decided, there are 6 hideouts. The Evil Spirit Academy has the largest barrier and the strongest defenses. The Magic Leaning Tower is also fine. I've got all 3 keys. The Crimson Seaport in the east is the smallest one. Once the officials take down the hideout, Qin Feng can sell the key. He doesn't need a lot of lifespan right now, but more is always better. He rode the ghost wolf out of the ruins and headed for the Skull Ruins. Outside the ruins, it was no longer desolate. Players were everywhere grinding mobs. Everyone stayed alert for bosses. If there were minor monsters, they'd charge in. If there were bosses, they'd retreat first. A golden grade boss was generally beyond what an ordinary team could handle, and when it came to a platinum grade boss, they would run the moment they saw it. Passing through a forest, Qin Feng spotted a few human figures. Tony. He was stunned. It was the very group that had been with Qian Shishir before. These 5 had once been dressed in golden grade equipment, arrogant enough to challenge the official elite squad led by Late Night Drizzle. But now, they were all in tatters, some even bare-chested, looking utterly miserable. If not for the fact that they could still cast a few golden grade skills and clear mobs fairly quickly, Qin Feng would have almost thought they were just drifters or refugees. Where did their golden gear go? Doesn't the game say equipment won't drop when you die? I heard Late Night Drizzle use diplomacy to get the officials to let them off. Qin Feng was a bit confused, but no matter what, if he ran into this bunch, he had to deal with them. To Qin Feng, their status as foreigners didn't matter. What mattered was that they and Qian Shishir had killed too many great Xia players. The officials might let them go, but Qin Feng wouldn't. So the black blade slashed out, and the 5 of them didn't even have time to react before they were instantly wiped out. You have been killed by player's shadow. Remaining lifespan is less than 1 day. Death is imminent. The final system prompt flashed through Tony and the others' minds, and they perished outright, with no chance of revival. They each still had 2 or 3 stacks of the Slayer status, and their lifespans were already nearly exhausted. After being killed once by Qin Feng, they were then corpse-camped by the official Xia dynasty forces. Now they could only rely on grinding monsters to increase their lifespan, and with no other choice, they had to brace themselves and log in to try their luck. They never expected Qin Feng to catch them again, killing them on the spot. They had been extremely cautious, with one person even keeping watch outside, but Qin Feng's level 21 stealth made them completely unable to detect him. Qin Feng approached silently, harvested silently, and left silently. In the end, these 5 people who had been officially pardoned all died in Qin Feng's hands. After Tony and the others died, their game IDs vanished directly from the friends list. At this moment, Theodore was leading his team in the Skull Ruins, preparing to challenge the Platinum boss, Thousand Blade Centipede Moir. Suddenly, a system prompt appeared. Your friend Tony has been truly killed and has been removed from the friends list. The tall, thin white man beside him froze for a moment. Tony was killed, he said again. They were just saying they'd leave 2 pieces of gold equipment to trade for lifespan. Looks like they're almost out of lifespan. Theodore sneered. Who would they even be able to sell the kill value to? Better if they're dead anyway. No need to worry about them. The teammates nodded. They only cared about themselves and couldn't be bothered even if the other side was also North American players. Amos, you go. Theodore patted the tall, thin white man on the shoulder and let him go first. This was Amos, wearing golden heavy armor and golden gauntlets, a tank-type Iron Fist. Amos charged forward, jumped, and smashed a punch into the boss's head, producing the sound of metal clashing. The gunslinger Fury hid behind a wall and fired, while Theodore raised his priest's staff to cast a shield on Amos, and the knight, without a mount plus a mage, coordinated their attacks. The entire team was frantically outputting damage on the boss, with only one person not moving. He was the dreadlocked black guy Zuma, sitting on a broken wall swinging his legs, watching the show. He was the only hidden class, Soul Walker. Soul Walker has no damage output, wears mage gear but cannot learn mage skills, and relies entirely on one skill, Soul Conversion. Soul Conversion can turn oneself and teammates into souls. They can't attack anything and won't take damage, essentially making them invincible, able to phase through walls and ignore all damage. It's a god-tier support skill essential for dungeons and mazes. Even more outrageous, it can turn enemies into souls too, directly stripping the other side of its combat power. In team fights, once he casts the skill, the opposing 5 lose all output, and they just gang up on one person first. After that one is done, they move on to the next, always winning. Because of this ability, the official forces in Modu were willing to cooperate with him, and also gave Theodore face by letting Tony and the others off once. Some time ago, when the official forces were hunting a platinum boss in the wild, they also asked Zuma for help. His skill saved several teammates who were on the brink of death, and even the officials admired him. But what the Modu officials didn't know was that Theodore cooperated on the surface, but in the end he turned around and cheated them out of a hefty sum. Zuma had no damage output, so he could only tag along with the team. He came from North America and had originally been participating in a street dance competition when the godforsaken game happened to descend. All his gear was built for tankiness, high HP, high resistance, far sturdier than an ordinary mage by several times. After Tony's gear buffs, Theodore and the others' damage output increased dramatically. In 2 minutes, the Platinum Boss Thousand Blade Centipede Moir was brought down by 5% HP. The boss then unleashed its ultimate and summoned minions, with crimson little centipedes swarming everywhere. The tricky part about this boss is that the minions must be killed off completely, otherwise the boss will devour them to recover HP and become even stronger. Moir furiously hacked at Amos, but Theodore kept healing, and no one died. The little centipedes are coming. Zuma. Theodore continued issuing commands. The last time the boss raid got wiped, it was because we couldn't deal enough damage to the mobs, and the boss kept healing in an endless loop. Now the damage is enough. Zuma waved his hand and used soul transference, instantly turning more than 20 little centipedes into soul forms, leaving them unable to move or attack anyone. The pressure dropped dramatically. Uncle Knight stirred up a ground-shaking whirlpool with the golden halberd Tony had stolen. The mobs clustered together and a large group was stunned, letting the team's AoE skills instantly clear them. With this team's coordination, and with Zuma continuously wearing the boss down, they had a chance to slowly grind the boss to death. Too bad. The one they were about to enter was the skull. Qin Feng quietly arrived at the ruins and sensed intense fighting from afar. When he got closer, he discovered it was Theodore's team taking on a platinum-level boss. Seeing the golden halberd in the knight's hands, Qin Feng understood that Tony and the others' equipment had been stolen by them. He felt impressed. Theodore first used diplomatic methods to get the person and the gear handed over, then took the equipment for himself. No wonder he was a diplomat. But this time, the situation was different. Qin Feng gave them no chance, directly sneaking in as the boss still had 94% HP left. He first assassinated and instantly killed the dreadlocked young man Zuma with a shadow blade through the heart, causing a life orb to burst out. The team was shocked and immediately began retreating, shouting that they were under attack. Qin Feng didn't stop. A sweep of dark blade light wiped out Iron Fist, Theodore, and the others in an instant, scattering life orb after life orb across the ground. Only the blonde girl Fury remained. Terrified stiff, she clutched her gun and tried to shout that she was a cooperative party, but she was still pierced by a shadow blade and fell with an orb burst. Theodore and the others were furious and indignant. After reviving in the ruins, they quickly contacted the official Magua authorities to demand negotiations. The news spread quickly, and even the official Magua side was shocked into a cold sweat. Meanwhile, Qin Feng leisurely collected all the life orbs, even thoughtfully adding a curse flower to finish things off. The 6 of them together dropped more than 130 years of lifespan. What surprised him was that all 6 were actually not slaughterers, which was why the officials trusted them. After wrapping things up, Qin Feng looked again at the platinum boss, Thousand Blade Centipede Morviel, and the more than 20 crimson little centipedes. Suddenly, they all lost their target and stood frozen with the boss. Qin Feng went invisible and rushed forward like the wind, directly tossing out the Dark Knight ring blades. The skill's cooldown was fast. He had just used it to sweep through Theodore's group, and now it was available again. Blade light flashed, and all more than 20 little centipedes were instantly cut in half, with combo points soaring. Then, the sullen shadow appeared, and 3 clones surrounded the boss. For crimson blades were unleashed together, instantly stabbing into the nearly full-health platinum boss. Instant kill, without any suspense. Qin Feng used Greedy Hand to take the loot from Morviel's corpse, and at that moment a private message from Wang Meng came in. Wang Meng asked Qin Feng whether he had just killed a foreign team, whose leader was called Vale. Qin Feng interrupted him directly. It was me. What? Wang Meng said it was nothing, just that this team had worked with the official Magua authorities before and had saved people. Qin Feng said, fine. Next time I see them, I'll greet them first, then kill them. Wang Meng was stunned and asked what was going on. Qin Feng said, I was just observing the boss and almost discovered some hidden information. This squad rushed out to fight the monster and angered the boss. What do you want me to do? Wang Meng froze. So the reason this big shot was so strong was that he learned by observing the boss on the spot? He could only sigh in admiration. Then Wang Meng said there was no problem. The officials were just asking, and the big shot shouldn't mind. Qin Feng didn't mind at all, and took the opportunity to say, tell the officials to come directly to me if they want cooperation. I can help with platinum-level bosses. The loot goes to them. I only want lifespan and assassin-exclusive items. Wang Meng was shocked but readily agreed, saying he could arrange for the officials to handle the details, and asked Qin Feng whether he would be staying in Modu all the time. If there were any big bosses over in Zhanghai, would he be willing to come? Qin Feng said, as long as it's platinum rank or above, if you can't handle it, you can come to me. But the corpse loot has to be mine. Wang Meng was overjoyed. These terms were far too favorable. With the help of the Shadow Big Shot, they would save both time and life resources. Absolutely worth it. What he didn't know was that this cooperation actually profited Qin Feng even more. When he killed bosses, he not only gained experience, but also basic drops, lifespan, evolution points, greedy hand, and assassin-exclusive items, all layers of profit at once. For the officials, they were only giving up some rewards they didn't really care about in exchange for Qin Feng's help. No matter how you looked at it, it was a win. Even if someone in the officials learned greedy hand, at most it would only give them a 20% chance of getting one extra reward, which wasn't remotely worth what they had to pay. For example, a platinum-level boss would normally drop only 0 to 2 platinum-tier loot items and 3 to 5 gold-tier loot items. But Qin Feng's greedy hand could directly produce 0 to 10 emerald-tier loot items, plus 18 to 30 platinum-tier loot items. So even if Qin Feng gave all the basic drops to the officials, it didn't matter. After all, they were the ones finding the boss. He only needed to fly over, strike once to instantly kill it, and he could take a huge amount of rewards, easy and satisfying. Of course, this kind of cooperation could only happen after Qin Feng had a flying mount. The map was too big. Without one, even Qin Feng couldn't keep helping no matter how fast he was. Otherwise, he'd be spending all his time just traveling. So once he had a flying mount, Qin Feng's boss-killing efficiency would skyrocket, and he would directly turn into a cleanup machine. After the officials in Jianghai and Modu received Qin Feng's promise, they were all thrilled to the point of exploding with excitement. From now on, do we just need to find the boss? We're saving so much time and manpower. Big Shot class, amazing. We were originally thinking that if we couldn't beat it, we'd have to give the Big Shot lifespan. Now the Big Shot doesn't want anything. He only wants the lifespan and assassin gear that the boss drops. Woo-woo. Hurry up and split up to find bosses. Under these circumstances, Theodore's diplomatic team immediately lost all value. Soon, news came from the Modu officials. At the ruins resurrection point, Theodore gritted his teeth and cursed under his breath. Fuck. The blonde girl Furry frowned and asked, Uncle, can we get back the lifespan we lost? Theodore shook his head and sneered. The guy surnamed Zhu said they can't do anything about Shadow and told us to resolve it ourselves. They'll only compensate each person with 10 years of lifespan. The black guy, Zoomer, muttered, 10 years is fine. Better than no compensation. Theodore slapped him on the head. What do you know? They're giving us 10 years because they're afraid we'll make trouble. If I really wanted to stir things up, I could bring along 300,000 North American players and more than 200,000 Sakura country players to cause chaos. Amos was surprised. There are that many foreigners in Magic City? Theodore laughed. Of course. This is the largest international metropolis in Great Xia. Furry snorted. Then should we take the 10 years of lifespan or not? Theodore nodded, a calculating look in his eyes. Take it. Why not accept free money? Going all out would do no good for anyone. Great Xia is too strong. We can't beat them. I agreed to give the official surnamed son 10 years of lifespan. After asking around, I found out that Great Xia has been ignoring us lately because Shadow has started cooperating with the officials. The officials find the boss, and Shadow helps kill it, only taking lifespan and assassin gear. Everyone was shocked upon hearing this. Furry quickly calculated. Shadow deals over 100,000 damage per hit, and killing a platinum boss only takes a few strikes. The officials are helping him find bosses? That's way too good to be true. Theodore sneered. Is it really that simple? This ruin stretches 100 or 200 kilometers. Even if Shadow doesn't fly, just traveling on foot would slow his development instead. The hot-blooded knight uncle frowned. So we're just going to take 10 years of lifespan and be cowards? Theodore was calm. Don't worry, I've got a plan. Shadow and the Great Xia officials will have to pay a price. Zuma asked in confusion, what plan? Theodore said calmly. Do you remember the diamond tier boss intel I mentioned? This boss is extremely powerful, and it has the nightmare affix. Dying in its hands isn't just dying once. Any skill it uses can deal 10 to 20,000 damage. Shadow won't be able to tank it, let alone instantly kill a diamond tier boss. As long as we lure Shadow and the Great Xia officials there, they'll definitely suffer heavy losses. Everyone's eyes lit up when they heard that. The middle-aged knight laughed. Nice, move quickly. Theodore shook his head. Don't rush. If we act now, we still won't be able to escape. In 3 days, some flights to and from Magic City will resume. We'll take Columbia Airlines back to Washington. Once we're there, we'll force transfer in the game to the ruins of Washington City, and then we'll be safe. When their real-world location changes, the game allows forced transfer, but it consumes a lot of lifespan. International transfers consume even more. Theodore had a strong background and didn't worry about lifespan, so using this teleportation had no pressure at all. Forced transfer has no level requirement. Normal teleportation requires level 15, and international transfer requires level 30. If your level isn't high enough, you can only burn lifespan for a forced transfer. After hearing that, everyone sighed in relief. The blonde girl, Fuli, kissed Theodore on the cheek. Uncle is amazing. Meeting you was such luck. Amos smiled. Once we're on the plane and leave, then enter the game again. Are we going to trick them into going to their deaths? Theodore smiled. Exactly. We'll hide for the next few days to avoid being killed by the shadows again. We can also do some boss intel business with Daxiao, earning lifespan while drawing their attention away. Once we fly out, we'll send them to hell. Theodore was a diplomat from North America stationed in Magic City with extensive connections. He could reach many North American businessmen and entrepreneurs, and he could also contact tens of thousands of North American players. Very quickly, he bought 2 pieces of platinum boss location intelligence, then sold them at a high price to the Daxiao authorities. And if Qin Feng knew about this plan, he would definitely sigh with emotion. What good people. After all, in his previous life, it was that diamond boss that had killed a large number of top Daxiao players and caused extremely bad effects. Under normal circumstances, this plan really was impressive. But now that Qin Feng existed, the situation was completely different. A diamond boss meant nothing to Qin Feng. He simply hadn't known its location in his previous life. Otherwise, he would have already beaten it to death. He wouldn't even need Theodore to lure him there. At this moment, Qin Feng was still using evolution points to upgrade his skills when he suddenly received a message from Wang Ming. Boss, Magic City has agreed to cooperate. There's currently a platinum boss waiting. If you go, you can directly add the person in charge, which will make future contact easier. Qin Feng wasn't in a hurry. After all, he still didn't have a flying mount. It was too much trouble to go back, so he casually replied, "No rush. I'm going to farm the relic. It'll take a few hours. I'll contact you when I'm done." After saying that, Qin Feng looked at his skill panel. After taking down Maoyer the Thousand-Blade Centipede, he used Greedy Hand to loot a Jade Grade Strength Training skill book. Free stats, learn it directly, and spend 33 evolution points to upgrade it to Legendary. Consumed 1 plus 2 plus 30 evolution points, 171 remaining. Strength Training, Jade Diamond Epic Legendary Passive plus 48 72 96, 144 Strength, requires level 18. Legendary Edition, Total Strength Attribute, plus 10%. Qin Feng had previously learned Agility Training, and at Legendary it added 126 Agility, because the Agility book only required level 14. This Strength book required level 18, so the numbers were a bit higher, but the Legendary percentage bonus was still 10%. Qin Feng didn't think much of it. He then looked at a Backstab Enhancement skill book dropped by a Centipede mob and learned it directly, replacing the old one. Backstab Enhancement, Legendary, requires level 117, damage dealt from behind increased by 100% 180%. Legendary effect, while stealthed, all damage counts as backstab damage. One word, brutal. The normal Backstab Enhancement only added 18%, but he had already evolved it to Legendary, with damage instantly multiplying tenfold, from 2x to 2.8x. Most importantly, while stealthed, every hit counted as a backstab, and every strike could be lethal. Qin Feng told Wang Ming to wait a few hours because he wanted to clear the monster spawns in the Skull Relic. The relic was a level 20 grinding zone, and the rate of life loss was 100 times faster. After clearing it, he would basically be ready for his 3rd class advancement. The last advancement had given him permanent stealth. What would this one give him? He was looking forward to it. After collecting the light orb and loot at the entrance, Qin Feng remained stealthed and headed toward the relic. Ahead lay ruins, with a gigantic human skull embedded in the ground at the center. But this skull was several hundred meters wide. A human skull is only a dozen or 20 centimeters across, and even the forehead of this one was dozens of meters high. No one knew what kind of creature it had belonged to. It looked like the remains of a relic once built by a tribe. The top layer was the skull, while the lower layer was an irregular pile of massive bones, and below that it looked nothing like a human at all. Qin Feng walked toward the doorway in the forehead of the skull, which was the entrance. The relic had no level requirement, but the core area required level 20, and there was a chance to obtain a flying mount. You have entered the Skull Relic. This area is a frenzied zone. Life loss is 100x faster. Qin Feng didn't care and went straight to farming. Inside were eerie, bone-white twisted monsters. They looked human, but their lower halves were all kinds of grotesque aberrations, centipedes, earthworms, beetles, spiders, like a biomodification lab in action, but in his eyes they were all just experience. Under stealth, Shadow Blade, Dark Knight Ring Blades, and Shadow Step Slash were unleashed continuously, and the monster's screams rose and fell without end. Qin Feng's experience surged rapidly, and every monster along the way was wiped out. In the Skull Relic, Qin Feng farmed monster after monster layer by layer. Hundreds of monsters on each floor all became his experience and evolution points. Occasionally, he picked up some lousy loot. 2 hours later, after killing several thousand monsters, he had accumulated 242 evolution points. Consumed 1 plus 2 plus 3 plus 5 plus 8 plus 13 plus 2 10 evolution points, 0 remaining. Smoke Bomb, legendary, obscures enemy vision and deals a small amount of dark element damage. Use Devour Spirit on Smoke Bomb, legendary. Mental conversion improved. Each point of spirit 5 points of elemental attack, 7 points of all element resistance. Elemental attack, 1373, 1895. All element resistance, 1623, 2145, 68.2% elemental damage reduction. Smoke Bomb was useless to Qin Feng, so he directly devoured the skill, and his elemental attack and resistance surged again. He smirked inwardly. The damage of skills like Shadow Blade and Ring Blades had increased quite a bit. At this rate, it wouldn't be far off before both physical and elemental resistance were devoured up to 90%. After all, even a level 50 full defense tank couldn't reach 90% dual resistance. With Qin Feng's devouring spirit bloodline and infinite evolution talent, he had no weaknesses at all. After swallowing the skill, he kept grinding monsters, cutting through layer after layer of white bricks until he reached the 12th floor. A black hole came into view, the entrance to an unknown bodily region. Only players level 20 or above could enter, and it was key to obtaining a flying mount. He didn't go in. The experience in his hand was already full. 3rd class advancement. Your shadow class has advanced. Tier 2, Tier 3 D. Attribute bonuses. Strength 2754. Constitution 2754. Agility 72144. Spirit 4590. New passive 5. Shadow Arc Light. When stealth is attacked, both stealth cancellation and damage are delayed by 1 second. This can be negated by using stealth again, /healing shield, /purification. Qin Feng was stunned. Shadow Arc Light was simply unbeatable. Although the stat boost wasn't as explosive as before, this new passive was way too strong. In his previous life, probably no one had survived long enough to reach the 3rd advancement. With this ability, he wouldn't die. From now on, if he was attacked, he could immediately use stealth again, truly achieving permanent stealth. Even if he could only react within 1 second, higher levels meant faster skill use, which was enough to react. And the second effect was even more absurd. Through healing, shields, and the like, he could also negate the damage and negative status effects 1 second later. Qin Feng's maximum HP was 19,000, which meant that before, if he took 19,000 damage, he would die. But now, no matter how much damage he took, say 100,000, that damage would only be deducted 1 second later. As long as he healed or put up a shield within that second, he could completely offset it. His skill Shadow Flash / stacked a shield equal to 100% of his HP with every hit, and 9 hits meant a 171,000 point shield. His finishing move, Crimson Blade, had 600% lifesteal. 1 strike dealing 300,000 damage could instantly restore 1.8 million HP through lifesteal. As long as he had his skills, even if he were reduced to slag in a single hit, he could still live again by lifestealing. Qin Feng himself felt this defense could practically rival an Emerald tier boss. Of course, the delay was only 1 second, so he still needed a target to lifesteal and gain shields. Sometimes, without a target, it was still dangerous. If this had been before, he would have been nervous when facing a high-tier boss. Now, as long as he played well, he would even dare to challenge an epic boss. Thinking of testing his new ability, Qin Feng cleared monsters along the way and came to a corner of the ruins alley, where he found a juvenile demon cowering in the corner. The demon looked weak and pitiful, but Qin Feng's expression remained blank. He didn't buy it at all. In his previous life, there had been female players who softened and let monsters like this go, only to be ambushed. He approached in his black flame attire and crouched down. The demon immediately sprang up in a violent attack, and Qin Feng didn't react at all, taking the hit head-on. For him, this bit of damage was nothing. His HP bar only showed a small strip of delayed damage. With a casual Shadow Flash / he instantly killed the demon. The gray delayed HP bar was completely covered by a shield, with 15,000 shield HP remaining. Exactly as he had expected. Qin Feng nodded in satisfaction and continued picking up dropped evolution points and skill books. After taking the spoils, he prepared to challenge the core of the ruins. At this moment, he received a private message from Radiant Martial Virtue, asking if they could cooperate to take down the boss. Qin Feng was a bit speechless. That guy really did seize every opportunity to grab benefits, exactly the same as Qin Feng's impression of him in his past life. Qin Feng thought for a moment and replied, "Sure, the conditions are the same as the official ones. However, for each boss, you need to send me some slayers. That way, we can cooperate long-term." "Ah, this, okay." Chun Wuming gritted his teeth and agreed. As long as they could cooperate with Shadow, killing bosses would be profitable. As for the Sacrifice Slayers members, they could just be given a bit more contribution points anyway. After all, those points could be exchanged for guild drops, and the rewards were enticing. Even if it cost some lifespan, as long as they could prioritize getting equipment and skill books, everyone was willing to go all out. More importantly, by cooperating with Shadow, high-quality spoils would keep increasing, as long as the boss rewards were good enough. Soon, Qin Feng and Chun Wuming reached an agreement. For killing a platinum boss, they would provide 50 slayers. For killing an emerald boss, they would provide 200 slayers. As for diamond bosses, that would be discussed later. Qin Feng hadn't expected that the Night Sanctuary, his mortal enemy in his past life, would now become a tool guild for him to farm kill value. Soon, Qin Feng returned to the mouth of the black hole, merged into the darkness, and stealthily jumped down into the pitch-black opening. You have entered the Skull Ruins core. This area is a disaster zone. Lifespan loss rate within the area, 1000x. This place was even more terrifying than the Berserk zone, with a 1000-fold lifespan drain. Staying here for 9 hours would consume a full year of lifespan. If an ordinary person came in, they wouldn't last half a month. However, after Qin Feng entered stealth, lifespan consumption was reduced by 90%, leaving only a 100-fold rate. He still had over 6,000 years of non-tradable lifespan, so he didn't care at all. Qin Feng jumped down into the hole and entered the challenge. All kinds of skeletal monsters swarmed him out of the darkness. But here, it was pitch black. You couldn't see your hand in front of your face, and one had to rely entirely on hearing or special methods to distinguish enemies. A level 20 player needed at least 400 agility to get through. The higher the level, the stronger the monsters, the quieter their movements, and the higher the requirements. But after clearing the trash mobs, their corpses would combine into the emerald boss, Bone Spirit. It had to be defeated solo to obtain the flying mount. In the previous life, over 9 years, only 5 people across the entire server had obtained this reward. For Qin Feng now, this was the most stable source of a flying mount. Although he had never fought this boss before, he had read the strategy guides on the forum and knew a bit about it. My agility is now 653 points. With the Bloodline of the Devourer effect, it increases by 32%, which is equivalent to 862 points, more than enough. The movements of the various skeletal monsters were clear to him, and Qin Feng struck directly at their weak points. Shadow Blade, minus 278k, weak point attack. Shadow Blade, minus 252k, weak point attack. The hardest part was hitting weak points in the dark, but for Qin Feng, it was no difficulty at all. The mythic grade, Hardened Execution, had an absurdly powerful weak point amplification. As the monsters kept increasing in number, he directly unleashed the Night Ring Blade, and a blade light spread outward. Minus 271k, weak point attack. Minus 282k, weak point attack. Minus 275k, weak point attack. Large numbers of skeletal monsters fell. But at the same time, there were also skeletal archers and skeletal spellcasters on the field. Various area of effect attacks came crashing down directly. Bone Arrow Rain, Skeletal Decay, White Bone Curse, all skills covering the entire battlefield. The monsters simply couldn't find Qin Feng and could only frantically unleash AoE skills. Qin Feng activated stealth and moved without a sound. Although he could hear the sounds of skills and attacks, he wasn't the kind of fighter who relied on hearing, so he still got clipped from time to time. However, he had more than a dozen layers of Blacklight Shield, which couldn't be broken. By the time the cooldown ended, it had refreshed again, so there was no need to worry about consumption. All the damage was absorbed by the damage reduction shield, and he didn't even need Shadow Arc Light. Qin Feng darted through the darkness, frantically reaping skeletal monsters. The pile of corpses kept growing higher and higher. Half an hour later, he had killed 1,000 skeletal monsters. Suddenly, he heard a huge commotion as the ground trembled. A Jade rank boss formed entirely from bones towered over him, more than 10 meters tall. In the darkness, Qin Feng couldn't see the boss's HP bar, and the boss couldn't find him either. This boss instinctively commanded darkness, and for ordinary players, it would be impossible to hide from its sight. But Qin Feng's level 21 stealth was simply unbeatable. He held a pair of dual blades, the Snow White Bone Edge and the Wavesetter Blade. The dual blades were unleashed instantly. Ominous Shadow, Absolution, and Flash Strike. 3 shadow clones rushed at the boss, unleashing damage of 70 to 80,000. But that damage quickly turned into immune, and the boss entered its next phase. Qin Feng stacked Blacklight Shield to full again. Suddenly, a blade of light swept across the field in a full-screen slash. Unable to see him, the boss could only hack wildly over a wide area. Qin Feng ignored all of it completely, The shield was enough to tank through. At the same time, Shadow Blade fired continuously. After the 3 Shadow clones vanished, the damage still showed immune. When the damage numbers appeared again more than 10 seconds later, Qin Feng immediately chained his skills again. Ominous Shadow, Absolution, Crimson Blade, bursting out more than 500,000 weak point damage in a row. But the boss went invincible again and locked its HP. At this point, the boss went berserk. The ground was covered in white bone spikes that shot up frantically, with high-frequency, wide-area damage. The shield shattered instantly, but each hit dealt low damage. Under normal circumstances, players would struggle to survive this phase. Everyone relied on their recovery abilities to brute force through the boss's berserk skill, and Qin Feng had originally planned to do the same with shields and lifesteal. But this time was different. Shadow Arc Light took effect. The surrounding mobs awakened and launched area attacks at the battlefield. The skeletal monsters and the boss worked together to surround Qin Feng completely, leaving no way to dodge the attacks. His damage reduction shield was quickly broken. Although each hit was weak, there were too many of them, and in an instant he took about 5,000 damage, all of it landing on the shield. Fortunately, Qin Feng's shield was fully stacked, 19,000 HP plus 190,000 shield. In Godforsaken game, the shield cap is 10 times HP, and coincidentally Qin Feng was at full value. After taking damage, part of the shield turned gray. That was the effect of Shadow Arc Light. It recorded the damage without deducting it immediately. Qin Feng directly activated Stealth, then used Flash Strike to instantly kill a group of skeletal monsters. The shield value generated by that then offset the gray shield, restoring the shield to full again. Next, he activated Dark Knight Ring Blade to hit the little mobs with AoE, and found that the boss's invincibility had disappeared. He raised his hand and used Crimson Blade directly on the boss's weak point, killing it in one strike. System prompts kept popping up one after another. Boss killed, experience obtained, evolution points and lifespan fully rewarded, plus an extra diamond-grade equipment drop. In the end, the boss's berserk stabbing attacks only produced a few gray shield hits, but the finisher's lifesteal effect wiped them out immediately. Throughout the entire fight, Qin Feng had effectively cleared the challenge without taking damage, earning the perfect grade challenge reward, a feat that no one in either life had ever managed to obtain. Qin Feng was surprised. The perfect reward required taking no damage and clearing the stage at extreme speed. Other players couldn't do it, and he had only barely achieved it thanks to Shadow Arc Light. After the challenge was completed, a white light lit up ahead, revealing a bone sphere chamber, with the boss's corpse and mob corpses strewn everywhere. Qin Feng waited for the boss to show no reaction, then stepped forward to loot the area and directly obtained extra evolution points, lifespan, and a diamond-grade assassin weapon. Qin Feng was surprised. A diamond-grade assassin weapon actually dropped? He opened the panel to check its attributes. Bone Spike, Diamond Assassin Weapon. Attack plus 255, Element plus 255, Strength plus 40, Spirit plus 40, Armor Break plus 30%. Ignores Elemental Resistance plus 30%. Required level 20, Special Effect. On hit, additionally reduces the target's physical defense and all elemental resistances by 30%. Note: against diamond tier and above bosses, negative status effects are reduced. This is a high armor break weapon. Qin Feng swapped out the pale bone blade. His gift of black flame, leather armor also had armor break, but it was only emerald grade, and its effect dropped sharply against high tier bosses. So he changed the curse effect on the ancient Godstone tablet from armor break to cooldown reduction. Against low-level bosses, armor break didn't matter. Against high-tier bosses, it was useless. But Bone Spike was different. Its base armor break and elemental resistance ignore would not be affected by the boss's tier. Only the special effect would be reduced. And this was still a weapon, so in Qin Feng's hands its attributes were even higher. Legendary level Dual Blade Mastery can increase my weapon's base stats by 25%. So this 30% armor break becomes 37.5%, plus the special effects 30%, for a total of 67.5% armor break. Armor break from different sources could stack, up to a maximum of 100%. In the late game, physical classes needed 100% armor break, and spellcasters needed 100% elemental resistance ignore to deal with high-tier bosses. Percentage-based armor break gear was extremely rare, and therefore the most expensive. Next, open the treasure chest. Qin Feng stepped on the corpse of the skeleton spirit and walked to its head, where he saw a glowing treasure chest. He first switched to the Believer Pendant, letting a believer test it to make sure there were no traps. You obtained Mount Bell, Epic. You obtained Skeleton Rune. Qin Feng knew the Bone Sword Wing Drake was an emerald grade mount, but the bell he obtained this time was epic grade. He checked the bell's attributes. Mount Bell, Bone Sword Winged Drake, Predator King, Osirio used to summon Osirio, LV20. Can be used for combat or as a mount. Required level 20, Soulbound, Epic. 10,000 years ago, the city of Squim was destroyed by these predators. It was still a Bone Sword Winged Drake, but this was the king, Osirio, with a name, intelligence, and uniqueness. No one else could clear it again and obtain the same bell. Osirio. Qin Feng had never heard this name in his previous life, because no one had ever achieved this feat. He put away the Mount Bell and then looked at the skeleton rune. Skeleton rune. Collect 3 to open the tomb of the skeleton god. The skeleton god, like the ancient god of catastrophe, was an ancient god that had already fallen. Qin Feng then realized that in his previous life, he had also collected 3 judgment runes to open a tomb and obtain the eye of the judgment ancient god. But it took him several years just to find the location, and he died dozens of times in the ruins before reaching the core. Moreover, entering an ancient god's tomb did not necessarily mean you would obtain a legacy of authority. In his previous life, some people had entered the tombs of other ancient gods, only receiving ordinary rewards, not authority. Qin Feng obtaining an ancient god's authority caused the entire server to be instantly spammed. If anyone else had won, it would have spread long ago. Skeleton rune is rare. Where can I find the other 2? He thought. 20 minutes later, Qin Feng left the skull ruins and arrived at the ruins outside. The level here was high, and there were no other players, so Qin Feng didn't mind. He took out the epic Mount Bell and shook it. A gigantic skeletal winged drake, 12 to 13 meters long with a 20-meter wingspan, appeared, the Bone Sword Winged Drake. Its wings had feather-like bone blades that could be launched remotely or used for close-range slicing, and its attacks were extremely vicious. Its body was larger than all the winged drakes on Blue Star, something that Heavy couldn't fly by wind element alone, but its race was naturally gifted with wind element and had an instinct for flight. As expected, the Predator King. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes. The giant dragon was called Osirio, and standing by its feet made Qin Feng look like a little figure. The dragon's body was sleek, its bone claws sharp, its teeth white as bone, and its eyes burned with green fire. He examined Osirio, and the dragon looked down at him as well, letting out a low roar. Human assassin, I slaughtered over 1 million of your kind. Qin Feng didn't care. What does that have to do with me? That was 10,000 years ago and had nothing to do with the people of Blue Star. Hearing his attitude, the bone dragon gave a strange laugh. Very good. You're a lot like me. Cut the crap. Come here and let me check you out. Qin Feng directly opened the attribute panel. Bone Sword Wyvern Predator King, Osirio, LV20, I Epic, Bound, Non-Tradable, Strength, 849 Constitution, 945 Agility, 1085 Spirit, 1152 HP, 114,000 Master of the Skies, Flying Speed plus 360% when used as a mount. Bone Sword Feathers, fires 18 bone feathers at a single target. Cooldown 20 seconds. Bone Sword Storm. A large number of bone swords attack enemies in an area. Cooldown 120 seconds. Everlasting Whirlwind. Area wind damage. Cooldown 600 seconds. Bone Encasing Shield. Shield. Equal to 100% of max HP. Cooldown 60 seconds. Predator King. Summons 12 Jade Rank Bone Sword Wyverns. Cooldown 3,600 seconds. Qin Feng was surprised after reading it. This Everlasting Whirlwind. The translation is pretty bad, but its stats were solid enough, with offense, defense, and flight speed all covered. After the speed bonus, its top speed was equivalent to 450 meters per second, enough to break the sound barrier. Of course, its attributes couldn't match a boss's. A boss of the same level would have tens of millions of HP, while this one only had a little over 110,000. After all, it was just a mount and couldn't be compared to a boss. Fortunately, if it died, it could be recalled. The summoning interval was 1 hour, though night-type classes could reduce it. As for the Predator King effect, it would need further testing. Qin Feng summoned 12 Jade Rank Bone Sword Wyverns and felt quite satisfied. These Bone Sword Wyverns could fly and help him scout a wide area. Summoning skills usually had a quantity limit but no duration limit. For example, Devout Believer could only have 1 active at a time, while Bone Sword Wyverns could exist simultaneously in groups of 12. Qin Feng leaped onto Osirio's back and used Merge into Darkness. His level 21 stealth instantly covered both him and Osirio, shocking this epic predator. He was only level 20, yet this human assassin had level 21 stealth and even new internet slang like 6. Riding the Bone Sword Wyvern, Qin Feng felt the cold, bone-like texture beneath him. The saddle was barely larger than an eyeball. When the white bone wings spread out, they were over 20 meters long, making the creature comparable in size to half a passenger plane. Its speed far exceeded an airplane's, reaching the speed of sound in just over 10 seconds. Qin Feng gripped the bone spikes tightly, his hair whipped to unfazed by the wind, only feeling exhilarated. As they soared higher, the ground rapidly shrank below them. In the dim clouds, the invisible Osirio carried him at supersonic speed toward the ruins of Modu, sweeping past scorched earth, ruins, dry riverbeds, black forests, and other regions along the way. There wasn't much danger within 500 kilometers. Beyond that lay a berserk zone above level 25. Players needed to grind monsters to level up, and they spent all year in areas with extremely high life consumption. Without enough strength, they didn't even qualify. As Qin Feng flew, he checked the friend channel. The official side had found several platinum bosses for him, but they weren't the most important thing to him. He planned to get the ancient Godstone tablet from Jianghai's novice town first. His flight route was Modu Ruins, Jianghai Ruins, starting town. Traveling from Modu to Jianghai cost 985 days of lifespan, and returning from Jianghai to the novice town cost double that, 1,000 days of lifespan. One round trip would consume 5.4 years of lifespan. Even Qin Feng, with over 2,000 years of lifespan, felt the pain. A few minutes later, Qin Feng could already see that the vast city ruins ahead, stretching hundreds of kilometers, were the Modu ruins. On his previous trip, it had taken 20 minutes. Now, with a flying mount, it only took a few minutes. At this speed, his current level had already reached the ceiling. Looking down at the center of the Modu ruins, he saw it was already packed with people. Most players were still in the novice town, and many older players returned to reality after reaching level 3. Fewer than 1 in 10 could reach the city ruins, and most of those were either combat capable or brought along by others. Even so, the total number of players in the Modu ruins had already reached 2 or 3 million. From the sky, the ruins were full of players crawling around like ants. Qin Feng rode Osirio to the center of the ruins of Modu. As he got close to the ground, he jumped off and put away his mount. The guards nearby and the resurrected players only felt a gust of wind, but saw no one. Qin Feng entered beneath the central statue and arrived at the teleportation array. After teleporting twice in succession, he went straight to the Lucky Town, and you had mentioned. Lucky Town was a small town on the edge of Jianghai City, with more than 700 people in it, mostly elderly folks and new players. After the initial panic had passed, the old people all tried to hunt monsters to earn lifespan. Their desire for lifespan was much stronger than that of young people. After all, they had seen a chance to survive. But the town was actually anything but lucky. 5 gold-tier monsters suddenly flew in from the sky, some in groups and some alone, slaughtering players everywhere. These monsters were only of average strength, but the players in this town were simply too weak. The official team sent over could hold the monsters down, but once hit, the monsters would just fly away, and no one could completely deal with them. Most of the 700 players could only log off, teleport away, or remain trapped in the safe zone. Some had originally been teleported here from other towns, and now leaving would cost lifespan, so no one was willing to do it. Mainly, everyone was still staying because the officials said that Shadow would come to deal with the monsters. But several hours had passed, and Shadow still hadn't shown up. Complaints kept spreading through the town. Didn't they say Shadow was coming? Such a big shot, and he still has to drag his feet just to kill a few bosses. So powerful, and yet he can't help us out a little more? When is he coming exactly? We're still waiting to farm lifespan. What a waste of time. Some old ladies and middle-aged women gathered together complaining, their faces full of dissatisfaction. Qin Feng teleported into the town invisibly and did not reveal himself. He had originally planned to ride Osirio up and take care of all 5 bosses in the sky, while also grabbing the ancient Godstone tablet. But after hearing so many people complain about him being slow, he sneered inwardly. Do they really think I'm their nanny? If he hadn't first gotten a flying mount, he wouldn't have been able to deal with those 5 flying bosses either. And now they still thought he was too slow? The town was abuzz with discussion, and the officials were also trying to comfort the players. A girl from the official side named Bionic Electronic Little Fox walked up to those complaining aunties and urged them to wait patiently. Little Fox's voice was gentle, but those aunties simply ignored her. Instead, a slightly chubby beauty in a black priest robe standing nearby couldn't stand it anymore and shot back directly. Enough nonsense. The officials have already sent people and effort to help you level up to level 3, and that still isn't enough? You expect us to be your nannies too? How do you have the nerve? As a result, the middle-aged rich woman fired back. It's only level 3, isn't it? We could level up without you too. The old ladies also jumped in. You officials came to handle the monsters, and yet you still can't deal with them. What exactly are you all eating for? An old man pointed at the beauty priest and muttered, young people nowadays even choose such ridiculous IDs. They're really beyond saving. It's none of your business, old man. Gonna shot back. Shadow is #1 in the world. He's coming to help you kill monsters, and you still have complaints? If he were my big shot friend, I'd just tell him not to come. A bunch of people who don't know what's good for them. The curly-haired rich woman was so angry her hands were trembling. Who says we're begging for this? If you don't want to come, then fine. If teleportation weren't on cooldown, I would have left already. Do you really think we're waiting for you? Gonna sneered. Then why are you still clinging here and not leaving? Just log off and wait until 12 o'clock to teleport. The curly-haired rich woman refused to back down. Wasn't that just to save some time and start farming monsters sooner? Gonna shot back. Your time is precious, but a big shot's time isn't time? Ridiculous. A crowd of people argued into a mess, and the townspeople were growing more and more impatient. But in truth, these level 3 players could log off at any time. The reason they insisted on waiting was simply to wait for Shadow to finish off the bosses, so they could rush out the moment the monsters were cleared and snatch up the monsters and the lifespan with them. Monster respawns in newbie towns were slow, and everyone wanted to seize resources amid the chaos. Anyone with a bit of sense was thinking that, since they were trapped in the safe zone anyway, there was bound to be another batch of monsters outside. Once Shadow took down the flying bosses, they could charge out in Chang'e and Lifespan. Qin Feng had originally planned to finish the job quickly, grab the stone tablet, and leave. But after hearing these people gossiping, he immediately changed his mind. These shameless guys needed a lesson. Still, there was no need to spend too much effort dealing with them. Qin Feng directly marked every player who had insulted him as hostile. Their names appeared in pale red, like Fuguwei Pinyin #1025, Ying Kaisen, Renxing de Wutai Wunyan Gung Jinkai. There were 15 in total. Qin Feng quietly walked to the woods outside the town and raised a hand to summon Osirio. As soon as Osirio appeared, he yawned and, upon hearing the noise from the town, gave a strange grin. Humans 6. Cut the crap. Hurry up and call out your minions, Qin Feng ordered. Osirio nodded and waved a hand, summoning 12 bone sword wyverns. Each was enormous, all of them emerald grade, with 10-meter wingspans, green eyes, and white bones. They looked terrifying, though their strength wasn't nearly as great as Osirio's. Qin Feng was even more speechless. This epic mount was different from the one in his previous life. Back then, the mounts were obedient, while this one was a complete oddball. He directly instructed, keep an eye on the hostile targets. Kill them if they come out, and block them if they try to teleport. The 12-bone sword wyverns immediately sprang into action. Just flying out with a heavy thud, they were already bigger and more ferocious than the flying bosses in town. 2 of them landed right at the entrance to the teleportation room, guarding the doorway. Although combat wasn't allowed in the safe zone, the bone dragons were huge enough to block those 15 people dead in their tracks. If they wanted to teleport, they wouldn't even be able to get through the door. Qin Feng led the group into the teleportation gate, while the remaining 10 bone sword wyverns circled the town at low altitude, ready to attack at any moment. In this way, the 15 hostile players didn't dare leave the town to grind for lifespan, nor could they get near the teleportation gate. The bone sword wyverns were permanent summons. As long as Qin Feng didn't move them elsewhere, they would keep guarding here. Suddenly, screams erupted throughout the town. No one had expected monsters to land outside the teleportation gate. Wasn't this a safe zone? Everyone was completely stunned. The flying bosses in the sky, their bizarre silhouettes suddenly split in two by an invisible force, had their HP bars vanish in an instant and drop dead on the spot. The players were even more baffled, and some even logged off directly. The corpses of the bosses in the sky crashed heavily into the ruins of the safe zone. Fortunately, there was no damage within the safe zone, but some players were frightened out of their wits. Some could still crawl out on their own, while others could only stretch out their arms for help. Amid the screams, a white-boned giant shadow, more than 20 meters wide, descended from the sky, blocking part of the heavens as it glided toward the town. Its bone wings spread wide, radiating an awe-inspiring presence. Ordinary players and the official support players alike were stunned. So cool, someone couldn't help exclaiming. It was Osirio, the king of bone sword wyverns. Qin Feng rode it down into the square, stirring up a gust of wind that forced everyone nearby back several meters. Only when the giant claws landed did the crowd realize there was someone on the beast's back. It's Shadow. The pro has made a move. He killed 5 bosses in 1 second. As expected, a pro is on a completely different level from us. Qin Feng jumped down from Osirio and put the ancient Godstone tablet into his backpack. Wearing a full set of top-tier gear, he stood in stark contrast to the official experts. Every step he took made the people around him tense up. He walked up to the official personnel and said to the mage girl, "Biomimetic electronic little fox, the bone sword wyverns were summoned by me. They're here to protect the town, so everyone can relax." Little Fox nodded excitedly. Qin Feng turned to collect the boss's corpses and pick up evolution points and equipment. Even the experts sent by the officials wore looks of admiration, while the female players had stars in their eyes. After the initial shock, the town's players finally came to their senses. The bosses in the sky had already been dealt with by Shadow. Most people didn't realize what this meant. A lot of people thought Shadow just meant high level. As long as you kept leveling up, sooner or later you could become as strong as Shadow too. The prerequisite was that you had enough lifespan to stay alive first. Once they confirmed that the boss in the sky had been taken down, the middle-aged and elderly players immediately sprang into action. In an instant, several of them teamed up and rushed out of the town. Having been trapped for hours, there were definitely a pile of monsters outside. Hurry and grab some lifespan. Before this, quite a few people were still afraid of that bone sword wyvern, but Shadow had said it was his summon and told everyone not to be afraid. At this moment, a tall girl who was actually pretty cute, Maimoa Junga, stepped out to stop them. Weren't you just cursing Shadow? And now you want to enjoy the benefits? Have some shame, will you? The curly-haired rich lady, Ying Ying, raged. Get lost. Who was cursing Shadow? Stop talking nonsense. Beside her, the old man, Rensheng Gungjingsa, was also fierce. Don't talk crap, or I'll sue you for defamation. These middle-aged and elderly players were even fiercer than the girls, like they were crazy over bargain sales. Anyone who blocked their way was the enemy. The girl couldn't argue with them and could only seethe. Why isn't there a video recording function? Then we could have evidence, and we could also capture the handsome way that God-tier player made his entrance. She didn't know that this kind of light shadow crystal actually existed, but it was troublesome to make and required a high level to obtain, so ordinary players simply couldn't use it. Just as the girl was feeling annoyed, screams suddenly came from outside the town. Ah, don't kill me. Wasn't this supposed to protect us? The girl looked over and was stunned. Those middle-aged and elderly players who had been talking tough just now had only just run out when they were instantly killed by the bone spikes of the sky bone sword wyvern, turning into white light and reviving back at the plaza. At this sight, everyone was dumbfounded. What's going on? Why did the summon suddenly attack? Could it be that Shadow can't control the monster anymore? The ones who got killed all seemed to have filthy mouths. Seeing this, some people stopped and became cautious, while more people didn't dare leave the town anymore. But there were also some who had already run far away and weren't attacked. Someone guessed. The monster only killed those few with issues. The first to figure it out was Maimoa Jogana Kerbushing. Her eyes lit up. Did the god-tier player mark them as hostile? With so many people in the plaza, he actually managed to pick them out so accurately. The girl was stunned. How did Shadow know who was cursing him? Him? And the few middle-aged and elderly players who had died were heartbroken. This one death cost them several years of lifespan. She couldn't take it anymore and directly cursed at Qin Feng. What kind of person are you? Your beast killed people and you're not doing anything about it, and you still want me to compensate you? If you don't pay up, I'll sue you for murder. The passers-by were all stunned. She even dared to curse at the Great Shadow? Truly, ignorance is fearless. This person is probably done for, huh? This is a safe zone, and she still isn't afraid? Qin Feng was in the middle of collecting the golden boss's loot and was in a rather bad mood. He casually sneered. If you don't seek death, you won't die? Still talking tough after dying. Ying happy retaliated. You think you're so great? My son is the guild leader. If you dare touch me, I'll have you killed. The onlooking players were speechless. Did this woman really still think she could act all high and mighty? Even the official staff couldn't stand it anymore. Little Fox said, I found out. Her name is Feng Xiaoying. She keeps walking her dog without a leash, caused a child to get hurt, and wouldn't take responsibility. The police have come looking for her several times. An official expert laughed. She deserves to be taught a lesson. Someone else sighed. Too bad Shadow can't touch her. She's in the safe zone. As soon as he finished speaking, Osirio spread his wings and flipped Ying happy over in one swoop, sending her flying out of the safe zone. The bone sword wyvern struck directly, killing her instantly. A flash of white light passed, and she died again. Her corpse lay beside the safe zone. Ying happy resurrected, only to be killed again the moment she reappeared. She immediately cursed. You still dare kill people? You're dead. After saying that, she logged off and ran away. Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to deal with her. The bone sword wyvern was still guarding there, not giving her any chance at all. The other middle-aged and elderly players all got so frightened they didn't dare move recklessly. The players in the entire area were stunned. This mount could actually flap someone out of the safe zone. The scholar explained, the safe zone only prevents HP loss. It can't prevent physical force. Those troublemaking players tried to run, but the bone sword wyvern blocked them directly, flapping them all out and sending them crashing into a heap. Everyone was shocked. This mount could talk too? It could even drive people away? Osirio asked in confusion, what is a dog? Qin Feng was speechless and could only explain. Even though this guy had learned Chinese, he still didn't know what a dog was. After Qin Feng collected the boss corpse, he walked back to the edge of the safe zone. The corpses beneath his feet bloomed into red flowers, making the scene cold and eerie. The whole incident gave the players in the town goosebumps. After handling everything, Qin Feng greeted the official staff and, completely ignoring the shocked players, directly entered the underground transfer room. He checked the gains in his bag, and the biggest harvest was the blessing stone tablet of the blood origin ancient god, Alex. The stone tablet could add random buffs to equipment, and each use was different. He immediately used the tablet to bless the weapon he had just obtained, Bone Spike, and received the affix, Wither, higher tier, plus 4.7. The effect was that each attack stacked Wither on the target. Once it stacked to 100%, the target would be almost unable to attack. It also worked on bosses. Even though high-tier bosses recovered quickly, they were still affected. It was just that this affix wasn't very helpful to Qin Feng, so he kept it for now and planned to replace it later. After that, Qin Feng used the teleportation array to return to the ruins of Zhanghai City. He notified Yu and Chen Wuming. Yu was ready to trade the assassin skill books she had prepared with Qin Feng, and Qin Feng also planned to sell the extra platinum equipment to make room for boss farming. Chen Wuming had originally said he found a platinum boss and would call Qin Feng to team up, but now he had gone offline. Qin Feng didn't think much of it. Yu arrived at the agreed location, and Lin Liu was there too. When the two of them saw Qin Feng's flying mount, Osirio, they were both very envious. After a simple greeting, as usual, the few of them exchanged platinum and gold equipment as well as skill books. In total, Qin Feng received 24 different assassin skill books that Yu had prepared, covering a wide variety. Yu smiled and added that there had originally been even more, but she only brought one of each type. Qin Feng nodded in thanks. The fact that Yu could fit 24 skill books showed how much thought she had put into him. Yu asked Qin Feng carefully, "Big shot, I heard you taught a few older players a lesson in Lucky Town? They're posting short videos now to smear you online, but don't worry, we'll handle it." Qin Feng shrugged. "Doesn't matter. I'm playing Idiom Chain with my mount. Where were we?" Osirio said coldly. "Acting with complete impunity." Qin Feng continued. "Acting with complete impunity." Osirio replied again. "Acting with complete impunity. Huh? This language is amazing." Qin Feng helplessly covered Osirio's mouth and looked at Yu. "It's gone crazy. Ignore it." Yu and Lin Liu were both dumbfounded, hardly able to believe that this mount could talk and even play Idiom Chain. They also understood that Qin Feng simply didn't care how others saw him. Public opinion, criticism, all of it meant nothing to him. But Yu still had to handle the aftermath. "All right, we'll resolve it as soon as possible." Qin Feng gave no response, trusting only himself and the ghost's spirit more. Right now, he had to go shoot a video. Yu said again, "We've found 5 platinum grade bosses now and 1 Jade grade one. But everyone tracking the Jade grade boss was discovered and killed. Do you want the coordinates?" Qin Feng refused. Bosses move around, and their coordinates change too fast. They're hard to find. I'll find someone to handle something first. Later, you pack up the stuff and take me straight to clear the bosses. Lin Liu asked excitedly whether he could ride a mount, and Qin Feng nodded. "Just don't fall off." The two of them packed up the supplies, while Qin Feng rode Osirio to the entrance of the Land of Pure Souls and landed in stealth. At the gate, a squad from the Night Temple was guarding and chatting. Qin Feng appeared and asked, "Where's your guild leader? Why did he suddenly log off?" Seeing that it was Qin Feng, the Night Temple players were pleasantly surprised. One said, "The guild leader just posted several question marks in the channel and then logged off. It seems Xiaoyu got into trouble. She was mutilated by the killing maniac, her legs were cut off, and she doesn't have money for treatment." The officials asked the guild leader to go take a look. Qin Feng froze after hearing this, thinking that this guild now was just like companies back in the day. When a member had trouble, they naturally turned to the guild. He was just about to have someone from the Night Temple take him to the killer location when Chen Wuming came online and sent a private message. "Sorry, God tier. I just paid the treatment fee for that girl in the guild. It's all arranged now. The coordinates are set. Please come over." Qin Feng replied and turned back into the darkness, riding Osirio away. As Osirio flew over, Qin Feng was somewhat surprised. Chen Wuming actually paid Qin Xiaoyu's treatment fee? Clearly it had nothing to do with him, so this person wasn't exactly a do-gooder. Qin Feng narrowed his eyes, but didn't think much of it, and soon rode Osirio to the air above the target. Below was the hiding place of the Golden Grade Noble Garden, with its dilapidated plant garden, knight statues at the 4 corners, and weathered walls. Though the magical barrier was still active, the whole area was only about the size of a football field. Compared with a Platinum Grade 1, it was still too small. At the north gate of the garden, players from the Night Temple were lined up, with players carrying killing points waiting to enter. At this moment, Radiant martial virtue, Chen Wuming had just come online and was greeting more than a dozen guild managers while waiting for Qin Feng. Guild leader, how's Xiaoyu? Bad luck running into a dismemberment maniac? Someone asked. Chen Wuming smiled. She's fine. Her legs are gone. The official priest said the breaks were too severe. Neither modern medicine nor the current spells can treat them. We can only take care of her slowly and see if there's a new skill in the future that can reconnect them. This costs money. Everyone nodded, not expecting Chen Wuming to really pay. Guild leader, you've got a soft heart? Yeah. That little girl was crying miserably, saying she couldn't find her brother. Her best friend even asked someone to do a divination, saying her brother had been killed and thrown into the sea. Chen Wuming said. You're really not a hero, someone teased. Chen Wuming said solemnly. We take full responsibility for any trouble our guild members get into. We should make this public so everyone knows that only our guild helps people, nothing else. The more miserable Xiaoyu is, the better. A group of managers instantly understood and all gave thumbs ups. Guild leader is awesome. Using publicity to attract members. That's called putting waste to use. We thought you were stupid, but it turns out we're the idiots. Someone whispered. That way, no one is a leak. It's just giving a little hope to those in despair. At this moment, Qin Feng landed nearby, approached while hidden, and heard the entire conversation clearly. He thought to himself that it really was still that Chen Wuming. He could turn anything into something useful. But using Qin Xiaoyu for publicity would tie the Night Temple and her together, and from now on she'd definitely milk the guild hard. Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to care. Instead, he was even more curious. I died, and they dumped me into the sea? He froze for a moment, then quickly let it go. He guessed Chu Yin had found someone to divine it, and got it wrong. Since everyone thought he was dead anyway, that was fine too. Qin Feng moved in stealth to the garden gate and unleashed Shadow Flash, instantly dropping 200 Slayer players. Done. After Qin Feng wiped out nearly 200 Slayer players, the Slayer stacks dropped from 4 layers to just over 3, and the effect was pretty good. That meant as long as the Night Temple Guild kept supplying people steadily, his future outdoor monster grinding would be much more convenient. Seeing this group of people wiped out silently by Qin Feng, Chen Wuming and the others were shocked, but they quickly reacted. The boss is here. That damage is insane. Attacking while invisible too, what a monster. Nonsense. How could the world's #1 not be a monster? Everyone immediately started praising Qin Feng, and the atmosphere got really hyped. Qin Feng couldn't be bothered to respond and directly messaged Chen Wuming. Send me the platinum boss coordinates. Chen Wuming quickly sent over the coordinates. Take care, big shot. There was only one platinum boss here, and Qin Feng didn't plan to bring anyone. He simply rode Osirio over while hidden. The giant bone dragon glided silently across the sky. More than 100 kilometers outside the Zhanghai ruins, beside the withered tree canyon, 6 Night Temple players were staring at the level 18 platinum boss in the canyon. Long-haired bullhead giant, Hilulu. The boss stood 5 meters tall, covered in black fur, and would tear apart and swallow any monster it saw. The expert's almost here, get ready. The world's #1 big shot. I want to buff him, can I add him as a friend? Your buff better be good, then. My skills are decent. I just don't know if the big shot will give me a chance. 3 men and 3 women. The girls were all discussing excitedly, while the men were speechless. Usually they're super reserved, but the moment Shadow shows up, they all come alive. Everyone had thought the big shot wanted them to buff him, and the priest girl was even fantasizing about adding him as a friend. However, less than 5 minutes later, as they were chatting, 4 streaks of crimson blade light suddenly flashed across Hailu in the canyon, stripping off all its fur and instantly emptying its HP bar. Boom. The 5-meter-tall boss collapsed on the spot. You have killed the long-furred bull giant Hailu, Platinum Tier. You have obtained 72,000 EXP, 20 evolution points, and 5.17 years of lifespan, tradable. Qin Feng directly built up 30 combo points by farming nearby mobs, then went invisible and circled around the boss before taking it out with a full skill combo. No one else could do that. The speed and damage gap was simply too huge. Using his invisibility and the greedy hand skill, he scooped up the loot. 100 evolution points, nearly 26 years of lifespan, 7 or 8 pieces of jade equipment, and more than 20 pieces of platinum equipment, then tucked everything away and left. All that remained at the spot were the boss's corpse, a few pieces of gold equipment, and a platinum skill book. These were all left to the Knights Temple Guild as agreed, as payment for providing the boss's location. Finding the boss with help required a lot of people, and even with rebirth memories, it would be impossible to remember every location. After Qin Feng left, the 6 people on the cliff were all dumbfounded, unable to believe it. Believe it. Big Shot didn't even take a buff, and just one-shot the boss. Wah, my Big Shot friend. Stop crying. Hurry down and pick up the drops. We agreed the big shot would leave a lot of good stuff. On Qin Feng's side, he rode Auxilio out of the canyon and casually sent the boss drops to Chen Wuming via private message. First, to prove he hadn't taken anything. Second, so Chen Wuming could supervise whether any guild member was pocketing loot privately. The speed was so fast that even Chen Wuming and the others were stunned. So it's already done? That place was over 100 kilometers away, right? 5 minutes. Is the big shot flying a plane, traveling there, and instantly killing a platinum boss. All of it together only took 5 minutes. Shadow big shot. Terrifying indeed. Everyone, keep it up, find more bosses, and we'll make a fortune. My god, a platinum tier mage skill book. Worth at least several dozen years of lifespan. The big shot is really something. Tears in my eyes. Wouldn't this be a huge loss? Unfortunately, the equipment and skill books dropped by these level 18 platinum bosses were all for levels 16 to 18, so aside from Qin Feng, no one could use them. Neither the Knights Temple nor the officials could raise their strength in the short term. But Qin Feng wasn't losing out at all. On the contrary, he was making a killing. Platinum tier equipment and skill books on the market were basically impossible to buy. Most came from opening treasure chests, and they were extremely scarce. And now, he could already supply them in bulk. After thinking about it, he knew auctions would definitely make more money in this situation, but for now, on the Zhanghai level rankings, aside from him at level 20, the second place team, led by Wang Ming, was only level 13. Better wait until everyone's levels come up before auctioning them. For now, I'll keep them as strategic reserves. He would not auction them for the moment, and even if he did, he wouldn't show up in person. He planned to let Old Man Zhang handle it. Then, he tossed the newly obtained equipment and skill books back into the pure soul land, and went to find Yu and Lin Liu, preparing to team up and take down more platinum and jade bosses discovered by the officials. Meanwhile, more than 300 kilometers outside the ruins of Magic City, at the foot of a volcano, Theodore and his elite team were trying to pull off something big. Iron Fist Amos was at the entrance to the volcanic passage, using the Divine Gift Book to reclaim the 3 thick stone walls blocking the way, turning them into points of lifespan light to absorb. Good job, Amos. You're getting better and better at construction, huh? Theodore said with a cigarette in his mouth and a grin. As long as we lure Shadow and the officials inside to fight the boss, and we block the entrance and build walls, they won't be able to get out. 3 stone walls, each with 4 or 5 million durability. By the time they blast through them, they'll already have been killed by the boss. No need to worry at all. Zuma is traveling with them, so when the time comes, he'll take us through the volcano in soul form. They'll be trapped inside, left to enjoy their nightmare. Furue chewed bubblegum and said excitedly, I really want to see Shadow die in there soon. Amos shook his head. I don't think 3 walls is enough. Shadow's firepower is too strong. We should just build 10 walls directly. That'd be safer. Theodore nodded in agreement. Fine, then I'll support your lifespan then. We'll start this plan as soon as we get on the plane. Sell the coordinates to the officials first, then act when they let their guard down. More than 2 hours later, the ruins of Zhanghai City. Osirio carried Qin Feng, and Yu, and Lin Liu as they landed in the square outside the church sanctuary. The moment the giant pterosaur appeared, it instantly drew thousands of people to watch. This is way too thrilling. Lin Liu and Yu still hadn't recovered. In just 2 hours, Qin Feng flew them several thousand kilometers, and the experience was absolutely maxed out. My rhino mount doesn't even seem appealing anymore. Same with my goat, Sob Sob. They were both reluctant to leave Osirio. As for whether they were reluctant to leave Osirio or Qin Feng, no one knew. Anyway, the journey was over. Along the way, Qin Feng would instantly kill any boss he ran into, while they were responsible for picking up the loot that dropped. The only troublesome one was the Emerald tier boss, Demonic Swordmaster Naima, whose evasion rate was extremely high. The official player team went all out on damage, but out of more than a dozen skills, only 1 hit, and the rest were all dodged. After Qin Feng activated Sharp Eye, his hit rate was barely half. Under normal conditions, it was even less than 1/3. Fortunately, Qin Feng's skills had short cooldowns, and he finished the battle within 3 minutes. He even dropped an Emerald tier one-handed sword for Yu, which made her eyes tear up. After all, she had always been using Silver tier gear, and the Emerald tier one-handed sword had a low level requirement too, level 15. So she'd be able to use it very soon. This haul was all thanks to the boss being only level 17, so the equipment it dropped was low level as well. After sending the 2 women to the church sanctuary, Qin Feng prepared to leave. Lin Liu jumped off Osirio and said reluctantly, Bye-bye, Oreo. Osirio didn't bother replying. The only person it cared about was Qin Feng. Everyone else was no different from ants. Soon, Qin Feng rode it into the sky and noticed that Osirio was in low spirits. What's wrong? Nothing. If you don't want to say it, forget it. Hey, wait. The way they looked at you reminded me of my queen. Back then, they worshipped me like that too. Qin Feng casually comforted it. I'll find you a few female dragons later. Osirio instantly perked up. 666. Good brother. After its mood recovered, Qin Feng teleported away from the Zhanghai City ruins and returned to the Modu ruins, stored the items in the Evil Spirit Academy, then contacted the Modu official representative, Wan Yueyu. Wan Yueyu was already waiting at the Evil Spirit Academy, ready to set off with Qin Feng. They had found 7 or 8 bosses on this side, including one Emerald Tier boss, and that was Qin Feng's next target. Before setting out, Qin Feng exchanged a Diamond Tier ring with the Bafichi protocol. Its attributes were pretty good, so he replaced his old Moist ring. I have Seizing Souls, Diamond Universal Ring for all classes. Spirit plus 88, Spirit plus 55, Spirit plus 22. Required level 17 special effect. Invulnerable plus 14.4, unique effect. Control strength plus 168%. The increase in control strength was of little use to him, but invulnerable was a must-have for resisting crowd control bosses. Combined, it gave 165 spirit, equivalent to boosting elemental attack by more than 800 points. The improvement in strength was maxed out directly. Qin Feng relied on just one ring to have stats comparable to the full set of equipment worn by many Magic class players. Looking at the 977 evolution points in his hand, he felt delighted. Grinding bosses really does increase evolution points fast. I'll save up 3,400 points first and upgrade the greedy hand to mythical grade. With this efficiency, he'd soon have enough saved up. Taking action immediately, Qin Feng left Evil Spirit Academy with late night drizzle, and also privately messaged old Zhang Tu, saying that as long as the Heavenly Dome Guild helped find platinum grade bosses, he would handle the boss fights, and only wanted the lifespan and assassin equipment that dropped. Meanwhile, Ghost Spirit of Huang Chuan's blade also got moving. After completing the missions for Butcher and Ma Niaoyang, she stayed in Zhanghai City to grind levels and upgrade. That day, Shadow sent out another new mission, the target, Feng Xiaoying. Ghost Spirit quickly found Feng Xiaoying's address through the news. Feng Xiaoying was Ying happy, the middle-aged curly-haired rich woman whom Qin Feng had killed out of the game, yet who was still out there wildly slandering Shadow. She cried online about how Shadow was bullying her, and even accused the officials of being in cahoots with Shadow, demanding compensation or else she would keep making a scene. Facing this kind of shameless troublemaker, Qin Feng had only one way to deal with her: get rid of her. At Shuyan Mountain Villa, the entrance to the residential area was soon filled with shouting and chaos. Feng Xiaoying was cursing a young couple at the top of her lungs, showing no remorse at all. In the yard, her big dog was barking wildly. It had chased after a child and caused the kid to fall and get injured enough to be sent to the hospital. Yet she refused to accept any responsibility and even threatened them in her words. As the two sides were deadlocked, a tall, thin young man came out of the villa with a cigarette in his mouth, idly playing with a gold-grade curved saber in his hand, and said coldly to the young couple, "If you know what's good for you, get lost now. Keep making trouble and you won't be able to stay in the game either. Or, do you want to die right now?" He deliberately showed off the blade, his eyes fierce, and the couple's expressions changed instantly. Feng Xiaoying's son was none other than the chairman of the Frostwolf Guild. At first, they bought lifespans with money. Now the Frostwolf Guild ranked within the top 100 in Zhanghai City, and its strength was formidable. Ordinary players simply couldn't compare. But the husband of that young couple did not back down. Since killing someone in reality would definitely lead to a manhunt, they wanted justice for their child. "Apologize." The husband stared at Feng Xiaoying. "Apologize my ass. You really won't cry until you see the coffin." The Frostwolf chairman sneered as he stepped forward, putting the gold curved saber back into his backpack, then lunged and punched the husband. The husband immediately activated Fire Shield. The chairman turned at once, changing his fist into a claw, and grabbed the young wife by the neck. "Get lost, or I'll kill her." The husband gritted his teeth. "Don't hurt her, let her go." The chairman lifted the wife off the ground. She had no power to fight back at all. The husband could only retreat. Wouldn't it have been better to do that from the start? The chairman sneered, using the cigarette but to burn the wife's face. A little lesson. The wife let out a miserable scream. Suddenly, a bone-white blade pierced out from behind the chairman, instantly piercing his heart, and blood splattered everywhere. The chairman looked down at the sharp blade in his chest in disbelief, and before he could finish speaking, he fell. After the wife was freed, she clutched her neck and coughed, the injuries on her face obvious. Her husband hurried to support her. The two of them stared in terror at the president's corpse, their scalps tingling. When they looked up again, the pale white figure had already vanished. "Ah, my son!" Feng Xiaoying screamed. She failed to escape and was directly pierced through the forehead by the ghastly green chain blade. "Run!" The couple's faces turned deathly pale. Although their enemy was dead, the scene was too horrifying, and they dared not stay. 5 minutes later, the 6-member official team arrived. One of them had level 2 anti-stealth detection, but still couldn't find the culprit. They discovered that the bodies of Feng Xiaoying, her son, and the big dog had all disappeared, and there were no clues left in the villa courtyard. They only managed to check the surveillance footage, but the killer left no trace at all. In the end, they found only a mobile phone in a corner. In the video, the entire sequence of Feng Xiaoying and her son bullying the young couple and then being killed in an instant was captured, and it was even uploaded online using Feng Xiaoying's account. The comments on the social media account were all full of question marks. "Holy crap, this old woman is disgusting." They found out she was walking the dog and gave the child a concussion. No apology, and she even threatened the victims. Her son also burned someone with cigarette butts. "I was wrong. I was blind when I used to speak up for her." She claimed that she had been bullied by Dark Shadow, and everyone laughed when they heard it. Who would believe that? Why would Dark Shadow bully her for no reason? Another person said, "I was there at the time. She was the one constantly cursing at Dark Shadow, which caused the whole thing." It's just that no one believed it. Once that video came out, the argument ended instantly. Most people clapped and cheered, thinking Feng Xiaoying got what she deserved. Others worried that the godforsaken game was causing individuals' power to swell and wondered whether society could remain stable in the future. When the official authorities in Shanghai City saw the video, they immediately understood Video Hero had appeared. The officials were curious about who Video Hero was, but there were no clues at all. This time, the move took only a dozen seconds, and even the surveillance footage couldn't capture it clearly, showing only a blurry white shadow. He definitely isn't Dark Shadow. Dark Shadow wouldn't leave footage behind. Is Video Hero like a superhero in the movies? Although the target of this move didn't exactly deserve death, others objected. Once they get stronger, they could become a major threat to society. The officials were divided. Some said Video Hero was killing indiscriminately, while others believed he only killed evil people and could deter criminals. In the end, Shanghai City decided to make the matter public. On the surface, they called on Video Hero to turn himself in. In reality, they were trying to scare criminals and make everyone keep their heads down. As for Qin Feng, he didn't care about any of that at all. He kept farming bosses back and forth in Shanghai City and Modu in the godforsaken game. More than 2 days had passed, and players all over the world were growing rapidly. Those with good talents had begun to pull away from ordinary players. The vast majority of players were only level 10, while the stronger ones had already reached level 15 and could even teleport between cities. World News kept Sashin ing everyone's understanding. In Gotham City in North America, the Joker was only level 13 but had already advanced twice, terrifying the wealthy into sheer panic. In India, the gourmet profession was originally meant to provide buffs, but instead contaminated ingredients caused mass poisoning that killed over 100 people. In Japan, the demolition expert once again blew up the prime minister in public, shocking the international community. The godforsaken game had thrown the entire world into chaos, especially the smaller countries, which had directly fallen into a jungle where the strong preyed on the weak, with society completely out of control. Only major powers could barely keep things in check, such as Great Xia in North America. But Great Xia society was also heavily impacted, with many people committing major crimes after awakening their abilities. The Great Xia authorities urgently mobilized hidden professions such as investigators and beast tamers to barely maintain order. Production and service industries had basically come to a standstill, but fortunately the authorities used the Book of Divine Bestowal to mass-produce food and drinking water, easing the survival crisis. Huge pressure. The path of printing money in exchange for lifespan was completely cut off, and the global currency collapsed. A new rule had arrived, the lifespan trading system. Great Xia could still hold out for a while with the lifespan it had previously collected. Once players' levels generally rose, and they could challenge the Tower of Divine Authority and by the Book of Divine Bestowal, life would become a little less stressful. The entire society had changed dramatically, and the whole world was adapting to the new order. But Qin Feng was not affected. He still kept repeatedly killing the boss in one hit. Riding Osirio and carrying the demon hunter, Wan Yueyu, he rushed toward the next platinum boss. At that moment, Gui Ling sent a message. "Teacher, I've grown a tail." Qin Feng was stunned and noticed that Gui Ling was still level 10. "You're not leveling up, just advancing your class over and over?" When Huang Xuan's blade reaches 3rd advancement, it grows a tail, and agility and speed surge. Gui Ling's strength undergoes a qualitative change, even allowing her to solo a gold boss. But if you only advance your class and never level up, that won't do either, and Xin Feng didn't know whether to laugh or cry. Gui Ling said aggrievedly, "Teacher, you said advancement would give a big boost, so I kept hoarding EXP and never leveled up." Xin Feng sighed. "Next time, just level straight to 21st. Gui Ling agreed. In fact, the reason Gui Ling could reach third advancement so quickly was entirely thanks to the efficient grinding spots Xin Feng brought her to, plus Gui Ling's own relentless grinding. Very soon, Xin Feng arrived at today's final platinum boss. Kill it, and I'll have enough evolution points to evolve the Hand of Greed. Gathering 3,400 points is really hard. The boss was a giant tree surrounded by corrosive poisonous gas. Corrosive Ancestor, Ashraf, LV19. Even the official players didn't dare approach it. The poison gas was too fierce. Xin Feng stepped in, wiped out the small trees, filled his combo points, and unleashed 4 streaks of crimson blade light. The corrosive ancestor was instantly killed the moment it appeared, and the poison gas in the entire grove dispersed in an instant. Wan Yue let out a breath of relief. After 2 consecutive days of being carried by Xin Feng, she was almost numb. She knew it wasn't that the boss was weak, but that Xin Feng was simply too strong. If her team came here, just this boss alone would take at least half a day and cost them several deaths. But Xin Feng remained as calm as ever, directly looted the corpse, obtained 100 evolution points, and brought his total to 3,422 points. He directly evolved the Hand of Greed, consumed 3,400 evolution points, 22 remaining Hand of Greed, legendary mythic 500% chance to obtain an additional loot drop, and can definitely increase 1 rank greed space expanded from 100 slots to 500 slots new mythic effect. 10 items or skill books of the same rank can be merged into one of a higher rank, but the merged item can no longer be used for further merging. Xin Feng felt a little disappointed at first after seeing it. The drop bonus chance was the same as before, and the storage space had only increased by 400 slots. But the new fusion function was incredibly powerful, allowing equipment and skill ranks to be raised by another tier. His strength had advanced once again. Over the past 2 days, Xin Feng had killed more than 20 platinum bosses and 4 emerald tier bosses, dropping over 100 pieces of emerald tier equipment and more than 20 pieces of diamond tier equipment and skill books. His own equipment had always been rather special, so he didn't replace most of it. He only learned a few new assassin skills. Now, diamond tier equipment and skill books could be combined 10 to 1 to directly become epic tier items. But high tier bosses were scarce. Having 3 diamond tier bosses per city per month already counted as a lot, and epic tier ones were even rarer, with maybe only one appearing every month across several cities. In other words, even with the Hand of Greed, Xin Feng found it increasingly difficult to obtain high-tier equipment and skill books, simply because there were too few bosses. Fortunately, emerald-tier bosses were relatively common, and many guild elites used a full set of emerald-tier equipment and skills. However, for Xin Feng, he could now obtain epic-tier equipment through fusion. He took out 10 pieces of diamond-tier equipment and fused them directly. The system prompt showed that he obtained Jericho's Berserk Greatsword, epic tier, with insanely strong attributes. Unfortunately, it was for warriors only, so he used equivalent exchange to convert it into an assassin-usable item, which Apostle Livia's Tear, epic tier. This necklace had a very powerful effect. All assassin skills plus 7 levels, cooldown minus 20%. Xin Feng put it on, all his assassin skill levels rose, and his strength surged dramatically. He also checked his greedy hand skill again. The extra drop chance had increased, the number of inventory slots had grown, and the fusion rule remained unchanged, still 10 to 1, but its overall power had been greatly enhanced. If it could become 9 to 1 or 8 to 1, it'd definitely feel even better in the future. Xin Feng grew more and more eager for a higher level greedy hand. But what he wanted most was to reach level 45 and summon Judge Apostle Ashisis to his hideout, so that all skill levels could be raised at any time. That would be the biggest leap of all. Right now, all his damage-dealing skills had been raised by 7 levels, doubling Xin Feng's output. He had originally been able to instantly kill platinum bosses, and now he even dared to one-shot emerald-grade bosses. With higher skill levels, ambush attack damage, backstab bonuses, and extra skill damage all increased, along with a 20% base cooldown reduction. Don't underestimate that 20%, stacked with the original cooldown speed, it only grew stronger the later the game went. For example, Shadow Flash Slash originally had a 12-second cooldown. At 369% cooldown speed, it was down to 2.56 seconds, and now with the additional 20% base reduction, it only took 2.04 seconds. Qin Feng thought to himself that over the past 2 days, he hadn't used any evolution points to evolve the Devouring Spirit skill, so he needed to speed up its improvement. Looking at his attribute panel again, he was currently level 20, but he had enough EXP to jump straight to level 24, and he was close to 25 as well. After level 20, the EXP required for each level skyrocketed, and the gap between him and other players was widening more and more. Qin Feng hadn't rushed to level up because bosses that were 5 levels below him would give fewer evolution points. But now the officials and several major guilds had already discovered bosses above level 20, so Qin Feng could level up along with them. As for the lower level bosses later on, he would leave them to the top tier teams and focus on charging ahead at the front to feast on the meat. At that moment, Qin Feng was observing the changes in skill values brought by which disciple Livia's tear. Just then, Wan Yueyu suddenly messaged excitedly in private. Goddess level pro, someone found a diamond grade boss called Nightmare Hellflower. Interested, Qin Feng narrowed his eyes slightly. Wasn't this the diamond boss discovered in his previous life by Theodore in North America? This boss came with a nightmare affix. Anyone killed by it would remain trapped in a nightmare forever, unable to wake up even after days of death, and they couldn't revive in the game. What's more, its vines could hang corpses and drain away all their lifespan. In the nightmare zone where this boss lived, lifespan was consumed at an extreme rate, making death almost certain once killed. This had been the first major disaster event for the official forces of Great Xia. So they thought they'd settle down after I screwed them over once, and now they want to make trouble again? Fine, then let them see the shock of the East. A smile appeared at the corner of Qin Feng's mouth. At this point, Theodore and his team were already waiting near the volcano. In reality, they had just boarded a Columbia Airlines flight, and only after the plane took off did they notify the official forces in Magic City about the boss. Amos was tall and skinny. Sitting on a large rock, he grinned and said, "Boss Theodore, I'm stationed here. Once you lure those Great Xia guys into the volcano, I'll seal off the passage in 3 minutes." In his hands was the construction-type, divine bestowed book, and he had become very proficient with it. He could spend lifespan to build stone walls, and he could also dismantle them to recover 90% of the lifespan. Amos had long since become highly skilled at this. Theodore, with a cigarette in his mouth, looked full of confidence. Pressure? This was not difficult at all. Official Sun from Magic City had replied, saying that the Shadow Council and the official team would come together. 10 squads, 60 people in total, planning to challenge the Diamond Grade boss as a group. They probably thought they could deal with it the same way they handled ordinary bosses, slowly wearing it down, but they would never expect that once the battle began, the entire volcano would be covered by nightmares. Once we seal their retreat, they'll all fall into the nightmare, and in the end they'll be hanged one by Nightmare Hellflower, drained of every last bit of tradable lifespan. The official team in Magic City has recently been fighting bosses, and many of them are already running low on non-tradable lifespan. Once they're trapped in a nightmare zone with 10,000 times time flow and hanged by the boss, death will be certain. These are all the strongest squads in Magic City. If they die, the blow to Great Xia will be enormous, especially that Shadow guy. If he's allowed to grow, North America will be under a lot of pressure. This time, we have to seize the opportunity and find a way to kill him. Kill Shadow, and we become heroes of North America. After Theodore finished speaking, everyone in the team was fired up. Zuma asked with a grin how much the bounty would be if they killed Shadow. Theodore patted him on the shoulder, took a drag on his cigarette, and said, "Take Shadow down, and you'll never have to worry about food or drink for the rest of your life. Afterward, you can go home and see your wife and kids too." The blonde girl, Fury, frowned and tossed away her bubble gum. A little sourly, she said, "Uncle, you won't forget me when you go home, will you?" Theodore burst out laughing. "How could I? Fury, you'll always be my teammate, my partner, my lover." Fury smiled faintly, fiddling with her flintlock, but in her heart she was thinking about how she'd quietly kill Theodore's wife later on. As for Qin Feng, he first communicated with Night Rain in the dark, drafted a plan in private, and then prepared to meet up with the other 58 official members. The reason they brought so many people this time was because the Diamond Grade Nightmare Hellflower had mechanics. It was hard for one person to solo it, especially since Qin Feng's gear hadn't fully come online yet and his nightmare resistance wasn't high enough. Some skills stack nightmare value, so the damage needs to be shared. On the way, Qin Feng checked his skill progress. Backstab Enhancement, LV, 1724, damage 180% 215%. Instant Shadow Slash, LV, 411, blink distance 4047 meters, attack power 70770, Ghostly Blur, LV, 512, evasion rate 85% 87%, Mercy of Release, LV, 1623, weak point modifier 4 10% 480%, Throat slit damage per second 310%, 380%. Dark Knight Ring Blade. LV 1118. Range 1518.5 meters. Dark Attack 20350. Shadow Blade. LV 1421. Dark Attack 151850. Crimson Blade. LV 1522. Blood. Attack 900010400. Dual Blade Mastery leveled up, increasing the attributes of both daggers by 3.5%. Dark Depths also improved. With each level, the burst attack after stealth rose from 300 to 335 points. The individual boosts weren't huge, but together, they were transformative. Qin Feng glanced at his backpack. He now had 570 slots, so there was no need to worry about running out of space. Inside were 6 pieces of diamond-grade gear and 7 diamond-grade skill books. Hand of Greed could only merge 10 identical items into one, so he couldn't create anything new for the time being. But he discovered a loophole. After using equivalent exchange, items of the same type could still be merged 10 for 1. He tried putting in the tier of the Witch's Apostle, Livia, and sure enough, it worked. Awesome. Qin Feng was stunned. With this bug, he could mass-produce legendary equipment and skill books. 2 Bad Barfiki's equivalent exchange protocol could only be used on epic-grade items and below. Once he used the bug to synthesize legendary equipment, it would no longer work. What's more, the leather pants effect had a 1-hour cooldown, so he couldn't use it casually. If there were no cooldown, he'd already be invincible. I guess this doesn't count as cheating. Qin Feng smiled and closed the greed space. He rode Osirio, bringing along the Demon Hunter Knight Rain in the Dark, and used stealth to reach the scorched earth outside the ruins of Magic City. There, 58 top players were waiting for him and Knight Rain in the Dark. More precisely, 57 players, with the remaining one being an official surnamed Sun, serving as an operations advisor for the team, responsible for contacting Theodore, with average combat strength. Official Sun was speaking. Shadow has actually killed Theodore before, but our international friends are broad-minded and don't hold grudges. They even told us the boss's location. After we finish the fight, we should give them some of the loot to show the bearing of a great nation. Qin Feng had just arrived and heard this, and was completely speechless. They were sucking up this thoroughly? The other side was already planning to wipe you all out, and you're still talking about being a courteous and civilized nation? In the previous life, the Nightmare Hellflower killed quite a few top players. Knight Rain in the Dark definitely didn't die there, but this official Sun was probably among them. He was basically a pig helping the enemy sharpen their knife. When Wan Yueyu jumped down from Osirio, he lowered his voice and said to Qin Feng, his name is Sun Xing. He's an operations consultant, but in practice he only handles liaison with Theodore. No need to mind him. I'll be in charge of the actual combat. Of course, since you're here, we'll all listen to you. Qin Feng couldn't be bothered with Sun Xing. He put away Osirio and appeared together with Wan Yueyu. Player Wuchang has joined the team. Player, I live this life as if walking on thin ice has joined the team. Player, quickly reveal your ape form, has joined the team. As the party leader, Wan Yueyu pulled all 58 people into the team. Qin Feng took a look and saw that Sun Xing's in-game ID was Contemporary Hero. He was holding a silver priest's staff, and after Qin Feng arrived, he lowered his head and said nothing, looking terrified. The rest of the team all admired Qin Feng. No one took Sun Xing's words seriously. They all treated him as a joke. Everyone, listen to my command. Wan Yueyu stood at the front of the team, holding a platinum crossbow, and calmly issued orders. If Shadow gives any instructions, prioritize Shadow's commands. Prepare to move. Aside from Sun Xing, everyone else was an official elite player, mostly from the military. They worked together seamlessly and didn't panic even when they saw Qin Feng. With Wan Yueyu's order, everyone summoned their mounts: wolves, lions, giant snakes, stone golems, all kinds of mounts. With the speed boost from mounts, grinding and traveling became much more convenient. Once the mounts appeared, everyone mounted up at once. Only Sun Xing looked a little awkward. His combat power wasn't strong, so he hadn't been assigned an official mount. Wan Yueyu had prepared in advance and tossed him a mount bell. Use this for now. Remember to return it when we arrive. Sun Xing took the bell with a smile and shook it a few times. A black wild boar appeared. He instantly froze. Ride a pig? That was too embarrassing. The group set off, and more than 20 minutes later they arrived at the foot of the volcano and met up with Theodore and the others. Qin Feng rode the ghost wolf, not bothering to remain invisible, and appeared together with the team. Theodore and the others recognized Qin Feng at a glance and immediately came over. Mr. Shadow, we mean no harm. This time it's cooperation. Sun Xing, riding the wild boar, smiled and joined in, but before he could finish, Wan Yueyu jumped down from her leopard and walked up to him. Return the mount. Sun Xing reluctantly got off the boar, still talking tough, but in truth he felt that having a mount was really pretty nice. Qin Feng couldn't be bothered with further nonsense and simply said, "Let's go. We'll clear the boss together." He noticed that Theodore's side had only brought 5 people, and he understood they were planning to set him up. But he had already coordinated countermeasures with Wan Yiwei beforehand. Before entering the volcano, Wan Yiwei reminded them again, "Once inside, everyone follows orders. Anyone who disobeys will be treated as a traitor." Everyone acknowledged it. Sun Xing didn't care much out loud, but inwardly he muttered, "Is it really that serious?" Everyone passed through the only passageway into the depths of the volcano. Entered the depths of Purgatory Volcano. Nightmare grade area. Life loss rate 10,000x. Everyone immediately became tense. After winding through several turns, the temperature rose, and they arrived at a massive lava cavern. The platform was about 30 meters above the boss and the lava river. Seeing the fiery red boss, Nightmare Hellflower, everyone was shocked. At the moment, the boss was still resting and hadn't noticed them. At that moment, Theodore received a message from Amos. "Boss, 9 stone walls are already built, guaranteed to trap them to death." Theodore smiled and was just about to have Zuma use Soul Walker to escape. Suddenly, Wan Yiwei shot an arrow that hit Zuma, dealing minus 467 damage and directly inflicting silence. Zuma would be unable to use any skills for 8 seconds. Theodore and the others froze. None of them had expected a fight to break out so suddenly. Wan Yiwei raised her hand and fired 3 consecutive knockback arrows, all of which hit Zuma directly, blasting him into the boss's lava pit and sending his entire body off the stone platform and down below. Everyone except Qin Feng and Wan Yiwei was stunned. They hadn't even started fighting, and Wan Yiwei had already attacked someone directly? And she had even silenced and knocked back Soul Walker Zuma, sending him straight toward the boss. Sun Xing hurriedly cast levitation and rescued the falling Zuma back onto the platform. Sun Xing. Late Night Drizzle was furious. Zuma shouted in panic for Sun Xing to Jechu the silence, and Sun Xing directly cast a purification spell, restoring Zuma. Done. After breaking free from the silence, Zuma immediately used a skill to turn himself and Theodore and the other 4 into soul form. At this moment, Fury took the opportunity to fire from a distance, waking the boss. The boss was activated, and terrifying nightmare energy spread, with nightmare meter accumulating above the heads of more than 60 people. In soul form, Theodore's group simply slipped away through the walls. No one could stop them. Qin Feng watched coldly, calm in his heart. Even if they could run in the game, they might not be able to escape in reality. He had already prepared a backup plan. But Late Night Drizzle did not know the follow-up plan and could only watch helplessly as the enemies fled, angrily saying, "I told you not to act recklessly. Follow my command. Didn't you hear me?" Player Contemporary Talent has been asked to leave the team. Sun Xing froze, unable to react, and was still shouting in the channel. Lin Qinghua, do you even know what you just did? Someone told us the boss's location, and you still ambushed them? Aren't you ashamed? Late Night Drizzle retorted. Didn't you hear? They were just trying to lure us into a trap and then escape. You're helping foreigners and still have the nerve to talk. Sun Xing was unconvinced. If you hadn't struck first, how would they have run? If I were them, I'd be completely disappointed in Great Xia too. The others ignored him outright, because the boss had already been enraged. Black energy filled the entire area. The nightmare meter kept rising, and strange voices began to sound in everyone's ears, while terrifying flashes and shadows flickered before their eyes. But the symptoms were not severe yet. With a grave expression, Late Night Drizzle cast Demon Hunting Mark on the boss in the deep pit and said coldly, Sun Xing, anyone who helped a war criminal escape would be judged as treason. Everyone must cooperate with Shadow to kill the boss. Sun Xing looked indifferent, shrugging disdainfully. Women are unreasonable. It's just a boss. What loss is there in dying? Why would they screw us over? Late Night Drizzle sneered. I deliberately didn't say it in advance to guard against backstabbers like you. This diamond boss has the nightmare affix. Once the meter fills up, everyone will be trapped for days, and even their lifespan could be drained away. You do the math yourself. Can you afford to lose that much lifespan trapped in this high time flow zone? Everyone's expression changed drastically, and even Sun Xing swallowed nervously, fear flashing across his face. They're playing this big? Hurry up and run. He immediately tried to slip away. Late Night Drizzle reminded them. The path has been blocked by Theodore. You can't run. The only way out is to cooperate with Shadow and kill the boss. She had only half believed it herself until she saw the passage blocked, and only then did she believe Qin Feng's words. Sun Xing had disrupted everything, and the situation worsened instantly. Sun Xing, you bastard, if it weren't for you, we wouldn't be in this mess. The nightmare meter is skyrocketing. It's already at 10%. A diamond boss isn't something you can just one-shot that easily. If you're going to die, die on the battlefield. The most maddening thing is being screwed over by your own people. Enough talk. Help Shadow take down the boss. Everyone suddenly realized the boss's HP was dropping very fast. In the blink of an eye, 1/3 of its health was gone. Qin Feng completely ignored Sun Xing and jumped straight off the platform. He thought to himself, the boss has 36 million HP, split into 3 phases with 12 million per phase, damage reduction as high as 70 to 80%, and its entire body is full of weak points. Perfect. Only a boss like this was worthy of him going all out. In the darkness, Qin Feng launched a ghost-like ambush. Slaughtering Shadow. Granting liberation. Flash step slash. A burst of ferocious output followed, with 36 damage numbers popping up in succession, totaling about 1.75 million damage. 1 second later, Gouge triggered, instantly unleashing a massive 6.5 million damage. Then the boss launched a furious counterattack, its fiery red branches whipping wildly. One hit would immobilize you, and if you died, it would even drain your life force. At the same time, magma missiles came crashing down. Countless magma shots erupted from the magma river, flying chaotically through the pit, and Qin Feng was hit several times as well. But he had enough stacks of Dark Light Shield to completely block them. 1 second later, Gouge damage erupted, and the Nightmare Hellflower's HP bar dropped to 2/3. The bar turned golden, and the boss entered an invincible locked HP phase. At that moment, magma erupted from the center of the boss, and the temperature surged. The upper body of a giant woman in fiery red rose from the heart of the flower. This was the true form of the Nightmare Hellflower, and she was now in a furious state. Countless fiery red branches on her arms lashed out wildly, scattering hundreds of black-red light points. These were called Nightmare Light Spirits. They could lock onto every player in the field, and even stealth couldn't evade them. Every hit would increase the Nightmare meter. Qin Feng found this mechanic troublesome too. 300 to 400 Nightmare Light Spirits appeared on the field, chasing all the players. Their speed wasn't fast, but if anyone got hit 7 or 8 times, everyone except Qin Feng would have their nightmare meter filled instantly and fall into a nightmare state. There was a solution to this mechanic: passing the ball. In his previous life, the Great Xia official side had spent half a month researching before finally taking down this boss. At the time, the main tanks all had high nightmare resistance, and they still had to keep swapping the tank. Nightmare Light Spirits simply couldn't be brute forced. When the boss entered this phase, a nightmare tree would randomly spawn in the arena. Hitting the tree would produce a nightmare fruit. Once the fruit appeared, the surrounding Nightmare Light Spirits would be attracted to it. Qin Feng reminded everyone to attack the nightmare tree and used his vice leader authority to mark it. The ranged classes immediately focused fire, dumping all kinds of skills onto the tree, and soon a basketball-sized nightmare fruit formed. Qin Feng rushed over and picked it up, and all the Nightmare Light Spirits immediately turned toward him. Everyone spread out, pass it from long range, and don't let the light orb touch the fruit. Qin Feng reminded them. His teammates were all top-tier experts and instantly split up. Qin Feng tossed the fruit to a knight 100 meters away, and all the Nightmare Light Spirits followed the fruit. Every time a light spirit touched it, the nightmare meter rose by 10%. If a light spirit touched the fruit, it would split. They had to keep passing the fruit around, luring the light spirits, kiting them, and also be careful as their speed kept increasing. Everyone's expressions grew serious. Passing the ball and kiting the Nightmare Light Spirits. Begin. I pass. Nice pass. I caught it. Soon, the nightmare fruit ended up in Late Night Drizzle's hands. The Nightmare Light Spirits all surged toward her, their speed exploding. At this moment, Sun Xing had nowhere to run and came back with a grim expression. His nightmare gauge was still rising, and he had come back seeking help. Just as he emerged from the passage, Wan Yi Weiyu saw him and flared up with anger. Take this. She threw the nightmare fruit towards Sun Xing, deliberately missing a little. Sun Xing had just been kicked from the team and hadn't heard Qin Feng's explanation. Seeing the pitch-black thing flying toward him, it was already too late to dodge. The fruit brushed past him and flew into the passage behind him. Hundreds of Nightmare Light Spirits instantly surged over. The exit was blocked by Sun Xing, and it looked as if they were all charging at him. Black and red light spots poured into his body like a flood. Nightmare gauge: 66%, 76%, 86%, 96%, 106%. Sun Xing immediately went berserk in nightmare state, his body convulsing, screaming uncontrollably, his face distorted. Even Qin Feng was stunned. This girl was too ruthless, wasn't she? He had originally planned to pass the ball for 60 seconds, let the Nightmare Light Spirits naturally disappear, and have the boss exit its invincible phase. But Wan Yi Weiyu directly made a crooked throw. pulling all the light spirits onto Sun Xing and sending him straight into nightmare state. Wang Yiwei looked at Qin Feng and sent a private message. I didn't do it on purpose. Do you believe me? Qin Feng smiled. Do you believe that yourself? Screaming miserably, Sun Xing fell into a deep pit within the nightmare, with lava below. The moment he landed, he was scorched to death by the massive damage. Fiery red branches shot out from the lava, pierced through his head, lifted him up, and drained away his lifespan. All the light spirits had entered Sun Xing's body, and the boss's invincible phase ended. Qin Feng said, we can kill the boss in one shot now. For the next phase, just rely on the finishing move for burst damage and skip it, otherwise anyone below level 15 simply can't hold out. He calmly calculated the damage, precisely accounting for every point, striving to skip the phase directly. As for Theodore and the others who had fled, thinking they were safe, they had no idea how fast Qin Feng could kill the boss. Once the boss died, it would be the end of them. Sun Xing died in the volcano. No one cared about him. The boss's invincibility ended, and late-night drizzle led the others in using ranged skills to attack the upper half of the woman on the giant flower. -169. -428, weak point. -172. The HP bar barely moved, and everyone felt utterly powerless. Compared with Qin Feng's damage, they could feel even more clearly how strong Shadow was now. Drizzle, stop attacking. I'll calculate the damage and one-shot the boss, Qin Feng said calmly in the team channel. Everyone was stunned. Calculate the damage? One-shot a diamond boss. He hasn't even entered the next phase yet, has he? Although anxious, everyone stopped attacking. By then, the party's nightmare meter was at 32%, and only Qin Feng, with the Devourer bloodline, had lower resistance than the others. It was lower, but only by a little, 27% as well. Clearly, with the party's meager damage, there was no way to take down the boss before the nightmare hit. So they could only rely on Shadow to make a move. Because they were in a party, even if Qin Feng went invisible, the others could still see him. Qin Feng at this moment was extremely calm. 9 years of experience made him very familiar with damage calculations in the game. To take the boss down in one burst, I need to deal 12 million damage instantly. I can only use the strongest skill, Crimson Blade, combined with Guile's active Cutthroat. Crimson Blade has an execute effect. The lower the target's HP, the higher the damage. But if I finish the skill and the boss's HP is still above 12 million, it will automatically become invincible and lock its HP. Stern Shadow, Guile, Crimson Blade. After using Crimson Blade, the boss's HP must be just a little above 12 million. Then Cutthroat's 380% damage can finish it off instantly. But Qin Feng felt his damage was still a bit short. While using Shadow Blade to strip the boss's buffs, he quickly calculated. Crimson Blade is blood element damage, and it scales with my elemental attack. My base elemental attack is 3399. Blacklight Shield increases it by 30% to about 4400. At level 21, Stealth gives 335 anti-reveal points per level, which comes out to 7000 points, and Quiet Concealment adds another 800. Crimson Blade adds 10400, bringing the final base damage to 22600. Then triple class passive, triple weak point, back attack at 2.8x. Actual damage is about 570,000. Then he calculated resistance and damage reduction. Qin Feng's skill reduced elemental resistance by 30%, his own effect added 37.5%, and 5 stacks of Black Flame leather armor reduced it by another 17.5% to 85% in total. There was also the elemental buff from his teammates, so the boss's elemental resistance was basically negligible. Only damage reduction remained. Including damage reduction, the boss can probably block about 70% of the damage. So if we ignore the execute effect, one full cycle of Stern Shadow plus Crimson Blade hits 4 times, which is 570,000 times 4 times 0.3 is equal to 684,000. The key now was Crimson Blade's execute threshold. When the boss is left with 30% HP, it gets a 200% damage increase. By calculation, every 1% less HP increases damage by 2.86%. Qin Feng quickly concluded that the skill works best when the boss has 14 million HP left. Use it when the boss is at 14 million HP. Execute bonus is 175%. 684,000 times 2.75 is equal to 1.9 million actual damage. The boss will be left with 12.1 million HP, so it won't trigger the HP lock. After calculating, Qin Feng frowned. Because with Crimson Blade dealing 1.9 million damage, each second of rend only dealt 7.22 million. That was still far from enough to kill 12.1 million HP in one shot. If they failed to one-shot it, the boss would instantly become invincible and lock its HP. Unless I timed the animation and burst with 3 Crimson Blades, but the total damage would still only be 11.24 million. Still not enough. At this point, the teammate's role came into play. Drizzle, hold one. When I tell you to, use Demon Hunter mark. Just aim at the boss and don't die. Qin Feng said in the team channel. The Demon Hunter mark is a Demon Hunter exclusive skill that can be applied to any boss. After use, the damage the boss takes increases by 15%, but it lasts only 5 seconds and has a 60-second cooldown. Although the duration is short, it's just enough to make up for the damage Qin Feng is missing. Okay, Late Night Drizzle agreed. With the Demon Hunter mark in place, Qin Feng had to make his move early. He calculated that he could one-shot the opponent by acting when the boss had 14.3 million HP left. The key was to time it around a skill point. If the boss was casting a skill, then when its HP dropped below the lock-on threshold, it would have to finish the skill before becoming invincible. The Nightmare Hellflower in front of him had 2 skill animations that were relatively long, around 0.3 to 0.5 seconds, and Qin Feng could use that window to land a few extra hits. Even with a 20% casting speed buff, Qin Feng could cast at most 2 skills. Fortunately, Crimson Blade had no cooldown, and only when combo points reached 100 could he use it twice. Come on. Qin Feng kept throwing Shadow Blades, nimbly dodging the boss's skills, while all of the boss's various buff states were stripped away. The Nightmare Hellflower's HP dropped rapidly, 17 million, 16 million, 15 million, 14.5 million, and finally to 14.3 million. At this point, his combo points had just reached 100. Qin Feng stared at the boss, waiting for the opportunity, not rushing to act. The atmosphere grew tense. After 8 seconds, Qin Feng shouted, "Now, Demon Hunter mark." Late Night Drizzle immediately fired an arrow, and the Demon Hunter mark hit the boss. In the next instant, Qin Feng unleashed all his skills: Judgment Shadow, Silent Concealment, Salvation, Crimson Blade. A shadow clone appeared, and 4 slashes struck the boss's chest. Damage exploded, and one huge number after another popped up. With the boss down to 12.11 million HP, Qin Feng waited for the skill animation, then unleashed a burst of throat slash damage in the 0.3 second gap, and at top speed cast Crimson Blade twice in a row, chaining 8 slashes. The damage instantly blew up. In just a few seconds, before the boss even reached its lock-on state, Qin Feng took it down in one combo, shocking everyone present. Just before the surrounding lava hand slammed into the ground, Qin Feng dealt over 12 million damage in one blow, instantly clearing the boss's last HP bar, precise and elegant throughout. Players Shadow, Great Xia, and others have achieved the world's first kill of a diamond-grade boss, earning 60 reputation points. The server-wide announcement rang out, and players around the world were stunned. The first kill of a diamond-grade boss had been born. Holy crap, diamond first kill. We can barely handle gold bosses, and Shadow just crushed it. Top teams are still stuck on platinum bosses, and now there's a diamond first kill. This time Shadow didn't solo it. He brought teammates. In a team, everyone only gets 60 points. Before this, all the first kills were solo by Shadow. Too insane. Players from Great Xia erupted in collective excitement, their sense of pride overflowing, all saying, with Shadow holding down the fort, Great Xia is invincible. Players from rival countries wailed across the entire internet. Oh my god, he got another first kill, this time diamond. What about next time? Shadow, come to our country. We have beauties. So this time he finally didn't solo it. Looks like he has to bring teammates too. Yeah, looks like from here on out, one person alone just won't cut it. But they had no idea that Qin Feng's damage contribution was actually as high as 99.9%. Meanwhile, on the plane, Theodore and the others had just gone offline and were mocking the Great Xia female team and the boss's difficulty. Don't worry, the boss has 36 million HP. Shadow can't possibly beat it. The words had barely left his mouth when the global first kill notification slapped them in the face, causing an uproar among all the passengers. How is that possible? How could he deal such high damage in such a short time? Doesn't the boss have an invincibility mechanic? Theodore and the others completely collapsed, and their plan failed utterly. At this moment, the whole world was abuzz, but Qin Feng remained calm. He felt that the diamond boss was only the starting point. Luckily, the boss didn't have high dodge, or it would have been very hard to calculate the damage precisely. Looking at the emptied HP bar and the first kill prompt, Qin Feng finally let out a breath of relief. Everything he did looked effortless, but in reality it all depended on the ultimate in control. It all came down to his precise damage calculation. That was the art of damage. If he had fought step by step, Qin Feng himself could still survive, but the others definitely wouldn't be able to withstand the nightmare energy. they'd all be hit. On the field, when Wan Yu and the others saw Qin Feng suddenly burst out with power, they were so shocked they couldn't say a word. Come down and pick up the gear, and be careful not to fall into the lava river. Qin Feng reminded them in the team channel. Then with a wave of his hand, the hand of greed directly pulled out more than 10 epic items and over 30 diamond-grade spoils. A huge haul. Once he finished digesting all this equipment, his combat power would surge again, and he'd immediately obtain his first legendary-grade equipment or skill. You have to know, even the top-tier assassin skill Grace of the Last Stand was only epic grade. A legendary grade advancement could at any time surpass mythic, and even step into something higher, ancient grade. When Qin Feng first heard of this ranking, he thought ancient grade sounded less cool than mythic grade, but after getting used to it, he didn't care. The key was that ancient grade was rare. Even in his previous life over 9 years, he had only obtained 2 pieces. Most of the world's top powerhouses had nothing more than a mix of legendary and mythic equipment. Ancient grade items were not something ordinary people could touch. However, Qin Feng wasn't in a hurry to deal with the spoils. He first called Wan Yu over. Log out with me now. Go find the officials and get me Theodore and the others' flight route. I'll take care of them. Wan Yu's eyes lit up, then she frowned. The flight is for political exchange, and there are Americans on board as well as quite a few people from Daxia. The US also has a plane carrying our Daxia diplomats back home. If we strike and destroy the plane, it'll become a world war. Qin Feng shook his head. Don't worry, I'm only going after those 6. I won't implicate anyone else. Besides, without my warning this time, we'd all be dead for sure. Killing just those 6 isn't enough. Leave the rest to your officials. Rooting out the whole problem is our Daxia tradition, isn't it? Wan Yu froze for a moment, then quickly understood what he meant. Theodore and the other 5 had joined forces to set up a trap, and only by sheer accident had they failed to kill everyone. Those 6 masterminds naturally had to be settled with. But even more ruthless was Qin Feng's implication that he wouldn't spare their families either. Her scalp tingled. Shadow really was the type to repay every slight. Understood. I'll report back and contact you through the communication crystal ring. The communication crystal ring was made by the divine scripture, and it could be used safely in the real world as well, with no fear of being traced. Let's go. Qin Feng logged out. In fact, pulling up the weeds by the roots was not his invention. After the tragedy in his past life, although they couldn't openly deploy aircraft, the Xia dynasty quickly responded. The families of the 6 people, including Theodore, were all secretly slaughtered in different cities across North America. Although Theodore and the others were under official protection in North America, did they really come out ahead? This time, Qin Feng planned to leave not a single one of their families alive. Qin Feng chose to log out. Most of his skills had already been synchronized to reality, and this logout triggered another sync. Level, class, and bloodline were all carried over. He had already extracted all the useful skills. Only the equipment remained unsynced with the game. Qin Feng spent 157 years of lifespan extracting the Witch Apostle, Livia's tier, and the necklace added +7 to all skills. Then he spent another 1,617 years of lifespan to draw out Ocilio's Mount Bell. He felt the cost was too high. This requirement was originally 10 times that of ordinary equipment, and for epic grade, it was even more outrageous. Qin Feng originally had nearly 3,000 years of usable lifespan, but now he had less than 1,000 left. He sighed at how powerful epic equipment was. Things he had only come into contact with 4 or 5 years later in his previous life, he obtained at level 20 in this one. Leveling up was fast, but it burned lifespan even faster. After finishing his business, Qin Feng left the soul-purifying land and arrived at the East Sea Beach in Modu. He shook the bell and summoned Ocilio. Darkness descended, and the two became invisible. The bone sword wyvern Ocilio descended upon Blue Star. At noon, the sun was scorching. Ocilio squinted and said with emotion, "The sun in the human world is really nice. Too bad it's going to disappear soon. Ours was like this too." Qin Feng remained silent, because he knew that Ocilio came from the wild world, where the law of the jungle ruled and the weak were prey to the strong, unlike Blue Star with its civilization. Many monsters were captured from worlds like that. The ordinary ones were endlessly replicated into pawns for players to farm, and even if they had intelligence, it was only instinct. Epic grade and above were completely different. Big bosses like Ocilio had histories of destroying cities and slaughtering humans, cunning and powerful, and forever stood as players' challenges. Whether it was a civilized world or a wild world, once chosen by the god-abandoned game, it would slowly fall into decline, and in the end both the sun and the moon would disappear. At this moment, Qin Feng's purple communication crystal ring lit up. Late-night drizzle sent him a flight route map. After reading it, Qin Feng immediately mounted Ocilio and set off. The target was over 500 kilometers away, and he could catch up in 20 minutes. He thought of how Theodore and the others had intended to frame him, never expecting instead to gift him the global diamond first kill. Their expressions must have been wonderful. Originally, late-night drizzle was supposed to strike so that Soul Walker would be killed by the boss, while the others would be controlled and dealt with by the boss, sending them all into the nightmare. But Sun Xing disrupted the plan and broke Soul Walker's silence, letting him escape. Actually, Qin Feng had the chance to instantly kill Theodore and the others, but he didn't make a move. First, killing them would be useless, since they could revive and he would still have to chase them down. Second, if he acted in front of the boss, their revivals would come at no cost, and the boss would also absorb lifespan, causing him a loss. So Qin Feng simply decided to leave them and kill them all together at the end. 15 minutes later, Ocilio flew invisibly above the clouds, looking down from high altitude. Guided by Qin Feng, an airplane from Columbia Airlines appeared ahead. Ocilio was shocked. That thing is bigger than me? He had already learned to refer to himself as this daddy, fully adapted to local customs. Qin Feng, that's a plane. Ocilio, 6, so a plane is just an iron frame. I thought it was a flying chicken. Qin Feng, you're the flying chicken. Ocilio suddenly accelerated and silently caught up with the plane. So what if I'm bigger than you? I'm still faster. Qin Feng couldn't help laughing. So you're small and fast? Ocilio cursed angrily. Get lost. Above the clouds, Qin Feng rode the Predator King to a point directly above the plane, then leaped down. Using invisible boots, he passed straight through the aircraft and landed at the rear of the passenger cabin. He eliminated collision detection, then promptly canceled invisible after landing, so he wouldn't fall through. At that moment, inside the cabin, the passengers were still discussing how Shadow had just taken the first kill on the Diamond Grade boss. Theodore and the other 5 sat in the front and back rows, looking grim. Suddenly, a voice in Great Xia language sounded in Theodore's ear. Bro, buying cheats. He was instantly petrified. That was Shadow's voice. How could Shadow board the plane without making a sound? He suspected he was hallucinating and stood up to scan the cabin, only to see a black shadow blade thrust into Zuma's chest, the core of the team, killing him in his seat with no chance to react. Theodore was completely stunned and screamed, Shadow is on our plane. The remaining 5 panicked. Before they could react, 3 more shadow blades flew out, and Amos and the other 2 were instantly killed, leaving only Theodore and Fury. In his panic, Theodore grabbed the blonde girl beside him, Fury, and shoved her in front of him, Kal ing against the window. Fury froze, thinking it was true love, only to be used as a human shield. Coming to her senses, she drew her revolver and fired backward from under her arm. Bang! Theodore was shot and collapsed, losing consciousness. Qin Feng wasn't surprised. He raised his hand and sent out another shadow blade. The blonde girl took one to the forehead and died on the spot. The gunshots and screams in the cabin sparked chaos. Everyone cried out in terror. Someone's killing people on the plane. It's Shadow. He's shooting. They all stood up and looked toward the scene, only to see 6 corpses and a crimson flower of death. The cabin was like hell. The life orb spheres were rapidly absorbed dry by Qin Feng. Total wipeout. Silence. A 1.75-meter-tall white female chief flight attendant nervously called out in fluent Great Xia language for everyone to calm down, but no one listened to her. The entire cabin was in utter chaos. Qin Feng suddenly appeared, and the whole place instantly panicked. But no one knew that after landing the hit, he directly disappeared with the invisible effect and left the plane. At this moment, at the rear of the plane, the invisible Qin Feng landed on Ocilio's back, who was likewise invisible, and retreated directly. Total gains: 124 years of tradable lifespan, 45 years of non-tradable lifespan. Not bad. Qin Feng was quite satisfied with the haul. Riding Ocilio back, he prepared to sort through the drops from the Diamond Boss. Soon, the news of Theodore and the other 5 deaths aboard the plane spread across major forums. Due to the special emergency communication, the passengers on the plane dared not act rashly, fearing that Shadow was still in the cabin. The internet both inside and outside the North American Empire exploded instantly. Shadow appears on the plane, kills diplomats invisible killing, who can defend against it. The Great Xia is too arrogant, recommend full-scale war. The official statement from the North American side said that Great Xia's Shadow had brutally killed its diplomats, constituting a grave provocation, and that all measures would be taken. Many people around the world voiced support and were filled with fear of Shadow. But soon, the official response from Great Xia came with great fanfare. When Theodore and the others were leaving Great Xia, they set a trap in-game, trapping a total of 60 of our people, including Shadow, and attempting to put them to death. Fortunately, Mr. Shadow killed the Diamond Boss, saving everyone. Along with the statement, A video was released showing the scene of official member Sun Xing dying in agony due to the boss's nightmare mechanism. Finally, the official statement from Great Xia announced, Shadow's actions were officially supported. Any provocation, though far away, will be punished. Great Xia will hold the North American side fully accountable for any actions taken against Shadow. This statement shocked the world. Originally, everyone thought Shadow had killed people without cause, but after seeing the detailed explanation, public opinion shifted drastically. After Theodore and the others' despicable deeds were exposed, everyone understood that Shadow only acted against those who took the initiative to provoke him. If you don't court death, who would die? Feng quickly received reactions from both North America and Great Xia. He had expected North America to be furious, but Great Xia's announcement still surprised him somewhat. He had thought Great Xia would either distance itself and pin everything on Shadow, or fully support him. Now, Great Xia had chosen to stand up directly and back him. Feng didn't care much about that decision. After all, whatever Great Xia did wouldn't affect him. What he cared more about was the new information revealed by Late Night Light Rain. The families of Theodore and the other 6 had already been targeted, and the existence of insiders within both Great Xia and North America was also within expectations. Meanwhile, there was constant infighting within North America. Some suggested simply blowing up the plane to eliminate Shadow, but they were worried it would implicate their own people. In the end, no one dared take responsibility, and the matter was shelved. The airport was heavily guarded, as if facing a great enemy, but Feng paid it no mind at all. Player Shadow has come online. Qin Feng returned to the game and appeared deep within the infernal volcano. After the Nightmare Hellflower died, the surrounding nightmare energy dissipated, but the 10,000-fold lifespan flow rate still remained. Under the leadership of Wu Chang, Late Night Light Rain's party spent half an hour destroying 9 stone walls. Qin Feng checked his gains. 8 epic-grade equipment pieces, 4 epic skill books, 22 diamond-grade equipment pieces, 9 skill books, 125 emerald-grade equipment pieces, 43 skill books. He first learned all the assassin skill books, then fused the extra and other classes skill books. He also fused 20 diamond-grade equipment pieces into 2 epic-grade ones, then checked their attributes. If they were not good enough, he would continue fusing them into legendary grade. He still didn't have enough skill books, so he couldn't fuse a legendary grade skill book yet. He would have to keep farming. The boss had given him 1,200 evolution points. He planned to wait until he had 3,000 points, then evolve Pardon from Death to Ancient Grade, as that would give the greatest increase in strength. Right now, he had learned many assassin skills that were not very useful, yet lacked evolution points, which was somewhat frustrating. Evolution points were never enough, so prioritizing an Ancient Grade evolution was still the most worthwhile. Qin Feng glanced